Despite awakening and shrank profession, he was treated as a laughingstock by everyone. Even his childhood sweetheart turned cold and heartless. At Songling High School's Awakening Plaza, four bold characters appeared on the giant screen. Swordmaster, shrank. Lu Huang stood on the platform in black robes, with sharp eyebrows and bright eyes, a sword-shaped jade pendant hanging from his neck. When the screen lit up, the students erupted in excited discussion. Holy crap! Our school heartthrob Lu awakened as a sword master with maxed-out strength potential. He's handsome, all right, but sword masters are notoriously paid to win. Without family wealth, how can you even play? No matter how high your potential, it's useless. You'll be stuck at 3rd tier for life. Aren't his parents 5th-tier professionals? They should be able to support him to 5th tier, right? Huh, haven't you heard? His parents already died in a secret realm. The crowd buzzed with a mixture of mockery and envy. Lu Huang lowered his eyes slightly, sighing inwardly. The swordmaster profession was extremely dependent on natal swords for both cultivation and combat. The higher the sword quality, the stronger one's power, with grades progressing from common, fine, rare, epic, legendary, to mythic. A common natal sword could be bought for a few thousand, while fine grade cost at least hundreds of thousands, and rare grade required millions of alliance coins. Epic and legendary swords were even harder to come by. His parents' inheritance could at most afford him one rare spirit sword, but those from wealthy families started with epic natal swords and could even refine multiple swords simultaneously. How could Lu Huang compete with them? I'll take it one step at a time, Lu Huang thought with self-mockery. On the other side of the awakening platform, more gasps arose. Zhang Yao awakened as a blue wolf fighter, shrank. Lu Xinyao awakened as a T-spirit mage, shrank. From the teachers section, discussions continued. Zhang Yao's blue wolf fighter is extremely strong in the early to mid-stage. She could reach 5th tier within 10 years. Lu Xinyao's T-spirit mage can control and heal. Joining a top 500 global guild won't be difficult for her. With the college entrance exam in 3 days, having these two as backup guarantees our admission rate. The teachers only discussed Zhang Yao and Lu Xinyao, as if Lu Huang, despite his shrank awakening, had been completely forgotten. They knew too well the drawbacks of the sword master profession. To them, Lu Huang, once a genius, had fallen to 2nd tier and was no longer worth their attention. Lu Huang didn't care what others thought. His mind was focused on how to maximize his available resources and forge the strongest natal sword before the college entrance exam. Lost in thought, Zhang Yao strode over with a mocking smile. Lu Huang, of all things you could awaken, why did it have to be swordmaster? Heh, this useless profession looks impressive but is worthless. You'll be lucky to get into a 3rd-rate university. I thought you might compete with me for valedictorian, but you've already fallen before even trying. What a shame. Their families had feuded over a secret realm incident, and Zhang Yao had always considered Lu Huang his mortal enemy. Now that he finally had a chance to mock him, how could he let it pass? Lu Huang's gaze remained calm as he uttered 4 words, jumping clown. He then turned to leave the plaza. With the exam approaching, he had no time to waste and needed to quickly buy a fine-grade natal sword. Self-forging would take too long. He had to purchase one. But Zhang Yao blocked his path with a cold laugh. You want to buy a natal sword? I've already had my family spread the word. Anyone who dares sell you a fine-grade sword will be making an enemy of my family. No one will dare sell to you. Rare spirit swords are even more impossible to find. Save your breath. Why don't you kneel and beg me? Maybe I'll be generous enough to sell you one. Lu Huang's anger flared as he understood why Zhang Yao was stalling. Gritting his teeth, he pushed past Zhang Yao and headed straight for the market. He had to try for himself. Even if there was only a sliver of hope, he couldn't give up. Just then, Lu Xinyao approached. She was graceful and elegant, the newly awakened shrank T-spirit mage. Their families were old friends, and she and Lu Huang were childhood sweethearts, recognized as a couple. Seeing this, Zhang Yao deliberately stirred trouble. Xinyao, want to team up with me? I'll save the mage position for you. Everyone expected Lu Xinyao to angrily rebuke Zhang Yao, but instead, she smiled sweetly and agreed. Sure, brother Zhang Yao, please take good care of me. The crowd erupted in shock, and Lu Huang was stunned, feeling like the girl before him was a complete stranger. Lu Xinyao turned to him with cold eyes. Lu Huang, let's break up. I don't have time to play house with you. I advise you not to waste your parents' inheritance on this profession. Take the money and live peacefully. 9 out of 10 sword masters are useless, and the remaining 1 barely makes it. You're about the same. Lu Huang felt a stabbing pain in his chest. Lu Xinyao continued with a cold smile. I won't return the things your parents gave me. Consider it compensation. Your parents were presumptuous, making people think I was your fiancé and damaging my reputation. Don't think about getting anything back after we break up. Her words were as cold as knives, completely cutting off Lu Huang's retreat. Zhang Yao fanned the flames. Sister Xinyao is right. Lu Huang, don't be a pest. Have some dignity as a man. This is really embarrassing. The two left laughing together, leaving Lu Huang alone under the pitying gazes of teachers and students. Parents dead, profession worthless, girlfriend's betrayal. His life had hit rock bottom. He clenched his teeth, a stubborn defiance rising in his heart. I refuse to believe swordmasters are truly useless. Even with just an iron sword, I'll slay all demons and monsters. As soon as this thought formed, the sword jade at his neck suddenly glowed, and a thunderous voice echoed in his mind. Genesis level sword Dao talent activated. Host Lu Huang. Infinite sword domain unlocked. From now on, gain 1 common grade iron sword per second with unlimited accumulation. All iron swords in the domain are natal swords and can be infinitely fused. 10 iron swords become 1 fine sword. 10 fine swords become 1 rare sword. Fusion has no cost and no limits. Lu Huang was stunned, hardly daring to believe it. Returning to his villa's training room, he sat in meditation. In less than an hour, the data in his mind skyrocketed. Common iron sword count 111. Current total, for 1001 swords, continuously increasing. It wasn't an illusion. 1 sword per second, 3,600 per hour, 100,000 per day? 100,000 iron swords could fuse into a mythic-grade natal sword that even 8th-tier powerhouses couldn't obtain. And he could have one in just over a day. With this heaven-defying cheat, who could stop a swordmaster? When his sword domain achieved the unity of 10,000 swords with divine blades filling the sky, who could compete with him? Lu Huang's heart surged with excitement, his emotions overwhelming him. He eagerly immersed his consciousness into the sword domain space and began rapidly fusing the iron swords. You have consumed a total of 10 common grade iron swords and obtained 1 excellent grade treasure sword. You have consumed a total of 100 common grade iron swords and obtained 1 rare grade spirit sword. You have consumed a total of 1,000 common grade iron swords and obtained 1 epic grade heaven sword. You have consumed a total of 5,000 common grade iron swords and obtained 5 epic grade heaven swords. In just over 20 minutes, all the old swords plus the newly collected iron swords were completely fused, their quality upgraded to the current limit. Lu Huang exhaled deeply, his eyes blazing with brilliant light as he called out in a low voice. Swords, come. Swoosh, 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 swoosh. 5 streaks of cold, piercing light shot through the air, circling rapidly around him. The swords bore ancient, simple designs yet radiated soul-stirring power. Their sharp sword chi scattered uncontrollably, instantly carving deep marks into the training room walls. Truly worthy of the name Heaven Swords, Lu Huang thought in amazement, fine sweat beading on his forehead. After maintaining them for just a few seconds, more than half of his spiritual energy was drained. My cultivation is too low. If I don't advance soon, I won't even be able to wield my natal swords. What a joke that would be. With this thought settled, he immediately recalled the 5 heaven swords into the sword domain space and headed to the treasure vault his parents had left behind. He entered the password, underwent iris scanning and fingerprint verification, then activated the defensive formation. This was a composite array personally set up by a 5th-tier formation master, and according to tests, even 6th-tier combat professionals couldn't force their way through. As the formation's light barrier dissipated, Lu Huang's gaze quickly swept over the dazzling array of resources in the room. Moving to the bookshelf, he pulled out 2 bronze-colored scrolls and gently unrolled them. Light and shadow emerged like a holographic display, weaving into flowing text and images. Sword Cultivation Technique, Azure Thunder Sword Scripture. The Human Alliance classified techniques into 5 tiers: Divine, Sacred, Heaven, Earth, and Human, with each tier further divided into 4 grades: Supreme, Superior, Middle, and Lower. The Azure Thunder Sword Scripture was a pinnacle work of sword cultivation, consisting of 5 volumes that, when complete, could reach Divine Tier Supreme Grade. Lu Huang's parents were merely ordinary 5th-tier heaven professionals, so obtaining the first 2 volumes was already remarkable. Never mind all that, cultivate first. With a wave of his hand, he collected the general cultivation resources prepared in the treasure vault into his storage ring. These resources could be used regardless of what heavenly profession he awakened, making them perfect for his current needs. In the adjacent quiet chamber, Lu Huang sat cross-legged with 5 epic-grade heaven swords suspended around him and above his head, humming continuously. Following the mental techniques of the Azure Thunder Sword Scripture, he circulated his true chi. Using swords as conduits, he drew heaven and earth's spiritual energy into his body, tempering bones and blood, nourishing organs and viscera. If a swordmaster's natal swords were of low quality, they would be like a tiger without claws, only draining potential at best, causing stagnation in cultivation, at worst leading to paralysis. But if the natal swords were of high quality, they would be like adding wings to a tiger. At this moment, Lu Huang was experiencing the latter. Boom, 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 boom. The 5 epic-grade heaven swords simultaneously channeled spiritual energy, filtering out impurities before frantically pouring it into his body. In an instant, he felt every fiber of his being trembling in resonance, as each inch of muscle and bone began an endless transformation, achieving a qualitative breakthrough. Boom. In less than 2.5 minutes, he had crossed the limits of ordinary mortals and forcibly stepped into the first-tier beginner realm. The awaken hierarchy remained the familiar 10-tier system, with each tier subdivided into 5 stages: beginner, intermediate, advanced, peak, and perfection. Different professions had their own names for the same realm. 4 swordmasters. The first tier was called Sword Apprentice. Lu Huang's eyes blazed with intensity as he felt the spiritual energy surging within him. Less than half an hour after entering the first-tier beginner stage, he broke through again with unstoppable momentum, successfully ascending to first-tier intermediate. As his level increased, his cultivation speed began to slow. He gazed toward the sword domain space, countless long swords arranged densely within. A notification appeared. Common Iron Swords 111. Current total: 2,025 Common Iron Swords, continuously increasing. 5 Epic Heaven Swords. Without hesitation, Lu Huang silently commanded, "Fuse." Golden lights surged, and the space trembled. You have consumed 2,000 Common Iron Swords and obtained 2 Epic Heaven Swords. Following his will, he raised his hand and summoned forth 2 newly born long swords that shot through the air, hovering at his sides. Lightning patterns emerged on their blades, radiating overwhelming heavenly might. His cultivation efficiency instantly increased once more. Lu Huang's lips curved slightly as he sat quietly and continued his arduous training. 7 Epic Heaven Swords circled around him, their tremendous energy flowing like tidal waves into his meridians. Combined with his existing cultivation resources, his strength potential was fully activated, and his cultivation level soared. Dozens of minutes passed in a flash. The number of Epic Heaven Swords climbed to 9. Boom. His realm broke through steadily first-year advanced. Exhaling a breath of stale air, Lu Huang made a calm assessment. Though his speed was fast, resources were being devoured like a bursting dam. At a normal pace, these basic resources would be enough for him to slowly squeeze into first-tier perfection, but if he wanted to maintain his current efficiency, it was far from sufficient. I must replenish sword-specific resources. If I only train intensively without proper nourishment, even the strongest body will be drained. He took out his personal communication device, and a holographic screen unfolded in the air. Entering the shopping website, he unhesitatingly ordered hundreds of thousands of credit points worth of first-tier cultivation materials. These basic items could be traded online, while expensive or difficult-to-inspect items required offline transactions. After placing his order, he leaned back in his chair for a brief rest and casually opened his message notifications. The high school group chat was flooded with red dots. The group chat was scrolling. Holy crap, did you hear? Zhang Yao's parents dropped 10 million to buy him a wolf heart that works for all realms. That thing has explosive compatibility with Zhang Yao's profession. He might directly hit first-tier perfection before the college entrance exam. Damn. In previous years, our Songling City's top scorer was at most first-tier peak, right? Now Zhang Yao might compete for provincial champion. Provincial champion? Don't dream too big. Every year's provincial champion is a second-tier candidate. How is the guy above so dense? Did he take too many banned drugs? Songling City, the Zhang family's grand villa. Haha, I broke into first-tier beginner in just 3 hours. Having the wolf heart's enhancement feels amazing. Zhang Yao sat in his cultivation room, his face beaming with smugness. That waste Lu Huang is probably still searching everywhere for his natal sword. Even if he picks up an excellent grade or even rare grade natal sword, he'll at most reach first-tier intermediate in the college entrance exam. Just an ant. This young master can't be bothered to pay attention. It's beneath my status. After his monologue, he closed his eyes and continued circulating his cultivation technique. Your Ding-Dong Express has arrived. Please sign for it promptly. A wind element professional courier arrived riding on gentle breezes, handing the package to Lu Huang. After signing, and before he could even unwrap it, he immediately checked his sword domain space and felt delighted. With a thought, countless natal swords responded to his call, melting into streams of light. The soul strength surge from his breakthrough had multiplied his fusion speed several times over. Shortly after, you have fused a total of 10,000 common iron swords and obtained 1 legendary sacred sword. Excellent. Lu Huang was thrilled beyond measure and immediately returned to his cultivation chamber, retrieved his resources, and summoned his natal sword. Kuosha cold gleam flashed as a long sword materialized in midair. The blade appeared deceptively plain, with only faint lightning patterns etched along its ridge, yet within its edge rolled vast sacred power. A mere glance from an ordinary person would shake their very soul, compelling them to kneel and worship and revere it as divine. Under the enhancement of the legendary holy sword, the spiritual energy within the cultivation chamber seemed pulled by an invisible giant hand, roaring as it surged toward Lu Huang. In mere moments, his cultivation efficiency skyrocketed more than tenfold, with spiritual energy rushing through his meridians while lightning-like power tempered his flesh and bones. Several hours later, boom. His true chi broke through all barriers as Lu Huang's cultivation smoothly advanced, reaching the peak of the first tier. Simultaneously, two more legendary holy swords of equal caliber appeared floating beside him, their tips trembling slightly as their sword songs rang like battle hymns. Between the radiance of the three holy swords hung several epic-tier celestial swords, their bodies orbiting like stars, completely stirring the flow of spiritual energy. For most sword masters, epic-tier celestial swords were the ultimate treasures they could only dream of and never hope to obtain. Yet in Lu Huang's eyes at this moment, they were merely auxiliary plugins to boost cultivation efficiency. Even mosquito legs were still meat. Every additional blade meant more spiritual energy, and he wasn't picky. However, the flip side of high efficiency was staggering consumption. In just over 10 hours, he had devoured hundreds of thousands worth of resources. At this rate, his remaining materials would last at most one day before running dry. With this realization, during a brief meditation break, he immediately placed orders for several batches of supplementary resources. Both his parents had been fifth-tier professionals in their early years with considerable earning power, but they earned much and spent lavishly, leaving Lu Huang an inheritance that wasn't particularly substantial to begin with. Combined with their unexpected deaths in a secret realm, almost nothing remained. Thinking of this, a shadow of gloom flickered in Lu Huang's eyes. His parents' deaths were riddled with suspicious circumstances, and once his strength was sufficient, he would investigate until the truth came to light. The urgent money problem also needed solving. In a flash of inspiration, he downloaded several lending apps. During installation, the screen popped up with a series of advertisements. "Brother, I'll cover your cultivation costs. This is your available credit on XX loan." What? You actually have a 100,000 credit limit on XPay. Lu Huang couldn't be bothered reading the terms and conditions, maxing out every available credit line. Predatory online loans had high interest rates, but lightning-fast disbursement for him right now, paying 1,000 in daily interest for 1 million in cash, was like receiving charcoal in a snowstorm. As long as he could get into one of the Dragon Xia Nation's top universities, the scholarships and subsidies would far exceed this burden. With this financial lifeline, his cultivation could continue advancing by leaps and bounds. Meanwhile, students who had just awakened this year in Songlin City were also cultivating desperately. Even the poorest families gritted their teeth and sold everything they owned, hoping to survive these crucial few days. If their children could enter good universities, they'd have a chance at complete transformation, lifting the entire family to prosperity. Some parents exhausted hundreds of thousands, barely enough to push their offspring to early or mid-first tier. Those with better conditions spent millions, and their children might touch the high first tier. However, throwing money at the problem couldn't force a breakthrough. If students had low initial potential, no amount of spirit stones or pills could be properly absorbed. Conversely, talented youths from poor families, without sufficient quality resources, could only watch helplessly as peers with inferior potential but prestigious backgrounds surpassed them. To ascend to the pinnacle of power, both resources and talent are indispensable. In the Lu family villa in Songlin City, the morning training room blazed with brilliant white fluorescent lights. Lu Xinyao wore form-fitting practice attire, sweat trickling down her collarbone and into her collar, the dampened white fabric outlining her full curves and a hint of rosy skin. She concluded her practice with a deep exhale, green light flickering faintly in her palms, the healing power of her wood-hard ability still circulating, yet unable to completely erase the fatigue from her breakthrough. Phew, finally reached first-tier intermediate level. Lu Xinyao wiped away her sweat, her lips curving into a confident smile. Worth it. She recalled last year's college entrance exam cutoff scores and calculated, if I can push to first-tier perfection before the college entrance exams, I'll have a chance at those 4 top universities. Only by entering higher circles could she meet true scions of wealthy families. If she could leverage those family resources during university, her cultivation path would surely be smooth sailing. At this thought, Lu Huang's figure flashed through her mind, and Lu Xinyao's phoenix eyes turned cold. That waste Lu Huang. If he had awakened a powerful early-stage profession, she might have been willing to give him time to prove himself. Since he was useless, she transferred the cooperation opportunity to Zhang Yao instead. I hope that fool performs well in the college entrance exams and earns me some extra points. She stretched languidly, her reflection in the mirror showing a slender, flexible form as graceful as a water snake, yet radiating sharp ruthlessness. To her, whether Lu Huang or Zhang Yao, they were all merely stepping stones on her path to the summit. After a brief rest, Lu Xinyao sat cross-legged again, continuing to circulate her cultivation technique. She possessed both ambition and diligence in equal measure. Time flew by, and a full day had passed since the awakening ceremony. In another sealed cultivation chamber in Songlin City, 9 long swords radiating sacred might floated in a circle, spiritual energy tides gathering between their edges. Boom! Lu Huang's eyes flashed with brilliant light as his blood essence, spirit, and spiritual power instantly merged into one. First-tier perfection. He shot to his feet, the surrounding sacred swords ringing in unison as if celebrating their master's achievement. Reaching perfection in just over a day. Even those wealthy family scions in the provincial capital could only eat my dust. Lu Huang's eyes burned with intensity. This was his starting point, not his destination. He looked toward the sword domain space, where countless iron swords had already accumulated into mountains. Time for another fusion. Total fusion of 100,000 iron swords, obtaining a mythical grade natal sword. Buzz buzz buzz. The mythical grade natal sword burst forth, and the moment it manifested, rolling divine might swept through the surroundings, causing even the Lu family villa's fifth-tier protective formation to flash wildly with array patterns. Heaven and earth resonated. Within a radius of hundreds of thousands of miles, dark clouds instantly churned and thunder raced like silver dragons. Rumble. The sound shook the nine heavens, startling countless high-tier professionals. Who's undergoing tribulation? This commotion looks like someone breaking from 8th to ninth tier. No, the thunder is too scattered, more like the phenomenon of a divine-grade treasure being born. The source is in the southwest direction. Investigate, are there any new secret realms in the southwest, or is some expert forging weapons? The Dragon Xia Kingdom was thrown into high alert, and powerful figures from neighboring countries also stirred restlessly, attempting to breach border defenses to investigate, yet they hesitated and retreated before that residual divine might. The multi-provincial investigation continued for a long time, but yielded nothing. No one could imagine that the divine sword capable of shaking half the Dragon Xia Kingdom now floated quietly beside a young man. However, the young man who possessed a divine sword was currently troubled by his lack of money. With just over 40 hours remaining before the college entrance examination began, without sufficient cultivation resources, his training speed would inevitably plummet. If others heard about this, they would surely ask, Lu Huang, since you have a divine sword, why don't you sell it for resources? The answer was simple. For a sword cultivator, even one natal sword wasn't enough for personal use, so what reason would there be to sell it? Moreover, in the eyes of outsiders, Lu Huang wasn't a weapon forger. Where would he get the experience and materials to craft extra natal swords? If he really tried to sell one, it would be far too conspicuous. After much consideration, he could only resort to that one move. Lu Huang squinted his eyes and pulled out the property deed from his parents' bedroom cabinet. The normal process of mortgaging property would take far too long, so he simply went straight to loan sharks. A house worth 10 million yuan only netted him 9 million in cash, and he had to repay 13 million with interest within a year, the standard 9 out, 13 back terms. What sounded like a deep pit to ordinary people wasn't much of a concern to Lu Huang at this moment. With the infinite sword domain in his possession, he wasn't worried about earning this money back. Going Allen was the fastest path. The lender was quite professional, verifying credentials, and signing contracts took less than half an hour, and 9 million was transferred to his account. The contract was personally drafted by a lawyer with special abilities, not only possessing legal validity, but also carrying certain special constraints. Unless the violator's power far exceeded that of the contract's creator, the consequences would be extremely severe. Lu Huang had no intention of defaulting, and since the local gangs conducted business politely, he had no plans to take advantage of them either. With money in hand, he immediately ordered resources online and once again embarked on his leveling journey. Under the enhancement of his mythic-grade natal sword, his efficiency in absorbing various resources was astonishing. However, breaking through the first-tier barrier to advance to the second tier wasn't simple. Every ability user had unique requirements when breaking through realms, and what sword cultivators needed was to sharpen their natal sword's edge. Lu Huang took out a batch of newly arrived whetstones, which were exclusive resources for sword-type ability users that could enhance the sharpness of natal swords. The moment the first whetstone approached, the divine sword burst forth with sharp sword light, shattering the whetstone into powder while humming and trembling, as if expressing its displeasure. Looking at the powder scattered everywhere, Lu Huang's mouth twitched. Each one cost over 10,000, and you just shattered it without hesitation. For a propertyless ability user without steady income, 10,000 yuan absolutely couldn't be wasted. Clearly, the divine sword disdained the quality of the whetstones, but this was all he had. Lu Huang helplessly coaxed. Bear with it a little longer. Once I become stronger, I'll buy you better ones. Treasures possessed their own spirituality, and the newly born divine sword was equally proud and arrogant. Lu Huang steeled himself and threw out a second whetstone, which was again shattered to powder. Fine, you win. The young man fell silent for a moment, then had a flash of inspiration and simply took out an epic-grade heavenly sword. After all, it was just to meet the breakthrough conditions. It didn't necessarily have to be mythic-grade. As he spoke, he tossed out a whetstone, hoping to use this epic-grade heavenly sword to break through his cultivation bottleneck. The moment the whetstone landed near the heavenly sword, several bone-chilling sword chi whistled down, instantly grinding the precious spiritual material worth over 10,000 into powder. You look down on it too? Lu Huang's mouth twitched, but unwillingness blazed in his eyes. He gritted his teeth, mobilized the spiritual energy within his body, and reformed a rare-grade spirit sword. Silver light flowed along the blade's spine like water sliding over cold iron, producing a low, resonant sword hum. Taking out another whetstone, he carefully tossed it toward the spirit sword. The spirit sword rose from its sheath, rubbing back and forth against the stone's surface with sparks flying. Finally accepting this nourishment, Lu Huang secretly breathed a sigh of relief, reached out to grasp the hilt, his palm trembling slightly as he sincerely praised, "What a fine sword. From today on, you're the boss of this household. Those other two, consider them your evolutionary materials." His peripheral vision swept toward the heavenly sword and divine sword. The two legendary weapons remained completely unmoved, seemingly not taking his threat to heart. What followed was the consumption of whetstones one after another. The spirit sword's double edges grew increasingly sharp, its sword light cold as frost and bone-piercing snow. The barrier within Lu Huang's body that blocked his breakthrough was also continuously worn thin. A day and night passed in a flash. Boom! The spirit sword suddenly burst forth with endless cold radiance. The sound of cutting through air rolled like muffled thunder through the narrow cultivation chamber, and several sword chi blasted against the four walls, carving large scorch marks into the alloy surfaces. At the same time, Lu Huang's aura surged dramatically as he officially stepped into the early second tier, becoming a swordsman. With a thought, the spirit sword flew swiftly along the ground, responding to his will like an extension of his arm, striking wherever he pointed with perfect precision. It seems with my current strength, I can only perfectly control rare-grade spirit swords, he calculated in his mind. Though the heavenly sword, holy sword, and divine sword are terrifying, I cannot control them for extended periods. They can only save my life at critical moments. This was sufficient enough. In Songlin City, even fifth-tier powerhouses commonly used only rare-grade weapons. Though he was merely second-tier, he already possessed the capital to be invincible among his peers. With this thought, he threw himself wholeheartedly into cultivation, taking no breaks except for eating, drinking, and other necessities. Time flew by, and more than 2 days had passed since his awakening. Boom! The cultivation chamber's ceiling was once again torn open by mysterious light. A mythic-grade natal sword materialized out of thin air, instantly overturning the celestial phenomena. Above the continuous mountains and rivers of the 4 southwestern provinces, dark clouds gathered and dispersed, wind and thunder clashed, and countless high-tier powerhouses were simultaneously alarmed. In just 2 days, another anomaly appears. What exactly is happening in the southwest? Major organizations issued urgent orders. Continue investigating. Rule out all possibilities including weapon forging by artificers, treasure manifestations, and foreign race disturbances. Dozens of information streams shuttled through the Dragon Xia Nation's intelligence network, and numerous professionals lost sleep due to Lu Huang's disturbances. Lu Huang remained completely unaware of this, only feeling that with the enhancement of 2 divine swords, the spiritual energy within his body surged, and his cultivation speed increased several-fold. Swordsman cultivation differed greatly from sword apprentice training. Sword apprentices must temper their sword bodies with each minor breakthrough, while swordsmen seeking major breakthroughs needed to open their sword edge. Additionally, each minor stage still required continuous tempering, both honing the natal sword and using sword intent to refine oneself. Through years of accumulation, achieving unity of body and sword would allow further advancement. Lu Huang possessed excellent talent and quickly grasped the method. He circulated the Azure Thunder Sword scripture, drawing intricate thunder patterns to carve into his sword body. With each thunder pattern that lit up, his compatibility with his natal sword deepened by another degree. Sword light pulsed, thunder rumbled faintly, and his cultivation continued climbing steadily. Several hours later, boom! The realm barrier shattered once again, and Lu Huang's aura surged as he stepped into the middle stage of the second tier. He let out a heavy sigh of relief. This level of cultivation is more than enough to get into the 4 best universities in the Longxia Kingdom. Lu Huang finished his practice, slowly opened his eyes, and raised his hand to close the light screen that appeared on his wrist communicator. Glaring red text was flashing in the center of the screen. Candidate Lu Huang. Less than 2.5 hours remain until the Heavenly Practitioner College entrance examination. Please proceed to your local examination center immediately to avoid missing the exam. It's about time, he murmured to himself. He stood up, regulated his breathing, turned to lock the heavy alloy door of the cultivation chamber, then walked to the front courtyard of the villa. The vegetation in the yard swayed in the morning breeze, with dewdrops still clinging to the grass blades. With a thought, Lu Huang summoned an exquisite-grade treasure sword from his storage ring, its blade gleaming with cold light. In the next moment, he lightly tapped his toes and stood steadily on the sword's back. Channeling his spiritual power, the long sword shot through the air with a thunderous roar, leaving behind a white trail visible to the naked eye as it carried the young man straight into the sky. Songlin High School, Central Plaza. Under the blazing sun, Tens of thousands of candidates gathered in the plaza paved with dark gray stone bricks. Heat waves rose from the ground as conversations and laughter merged into a cacophony. We're about to be teleported to the examination site. I am so excited. Excited about what? We're only first-tier beginners. We'll probably just end up in community college. We're just here to make up the numbers. Sigh, exactly. The real protagonists are over there. Look, even the school administrators are hovering around them. Everyone's gaze followed to the other end of the plaza, where Zhang Yao and Lu Xinyao were surrounded by several fourth-tier, heavenly practitioner-level school administrators who were repeatedly giving them detailed instructions. Zhang Yao frowned impatiently. All right, my family has told me this countless times. No need to repeat it. Move aside, Xinyao, and I want to rest. Relying on his exceptional talent, he showed no courtesy to his teachers. In his view, becoming fifth-tier was only a matter of time, and when that day came, these former teachers would have to bow respectfully to him. The administrators wore awkward smiles and reluctantly stepped back. Zhang Yao's gaze fell on Lu Xinyao's graceful figure, and he couldn't help but swallow, thinking to himself, these past 2 days of closed-door cultivation, I haven't had any fun at all. Once the college entrance exam is over, I definitely need to indulge myself properly. With this thought, he smiled and said, Xinyao, which heavenly practitioner university do you want to apply to? Lu Xinyao flashed a sweet smile. Of course I want to go with brother Zhang Yao. So don't disappoint me, latter. It would be best if we could get into the same school. Ignited by this directness, Zhang Yao felt his heart burn with passion. He patted his chest confidently. Don't worry. With my abilities, I can pick any of the 4 top universities. Following me is definitely better than following Lu Huang. That waste probably hasn't even found his complete natal sword set yet. Haha. His laughter hadn't finished when the plaza suddenly erupted in surprised exclamations. Holy crap, who's flying here on a sword? That entrance is so cool. If I could fly on a weapon too, I'd definitely be the most dazzling person here. Dream on. Weapon flying requires at least first-tier advanced level. Do you have that cultivation? First-tier advanced. That's definitely first-class university material. Everyone looked up to see a sharp sword light cutting down from the sky. A black-clothed young man stood on the sword's back, sword-like eyebrows, starry eyes, upright posture, and a clear, cold temperament. The crowd fell silent for a moment, then collectively gasped. Zhang Yao and Lu Xinyao widened their eyes and almost simultaneously shouted that name. Lu Huang. Lu Huang, as the heartthrob of Songling High School, enjoyed considerable fame, and many people recognized him as he approached on his sword. His white school uniform billowed in the wind as he stood on a half-person-length green blade, descending from the sky. The sword light traced a sharp arc through the air, piercing into the crowd's field of vision like an arrow. Students and teachers looked up in unison, their admiring exclamations rising one after another. Lu Huang's aura is absolutely incredible. Does the Swordmaster profession come with a natural charisma boost? Of course, someone immediately responded. When your rank gets high enough, professional characteristics naturally alter your appearance. Look at chef-type awakeners who constantly taste food. Most of them are on the heavier side. Alchemists carry the scent of herbs, and fire element professionals even develop reddish hair. Amid the chatter, someone suddenly realized, don't just focus on his look, she can fly on his sword, which means his cultivation is at least high-level first rank. What's so surprising about that? His potential is great, and his late parents were 5th-rank professionals. He's got serious resources. But didn't Zhang Yao say on Awakening Day that he'd make sure Lu Huang couldn't buy a decent natal sword? Yet here he is flying around on one. That's at least excellent grade. Isn't that a slap in the face? The crowd's gaze turned toward Zhang Yao in unison, filled with mockery and anticipation for drama. Zhang Yao's face turned ashen as he stared at the gleaming sword beneath Lu Huang's feet. His jaw clenched so tight it might shatter. I can't believe this kid actually got his hands on a good sword. His parents weren't even sword-type professionals who helped him, he raged internally. When I find out, I'll make sure he pays dearly. After a moment of churning emotions, he suppressed his anger and forced a disdainful smirk. Just a high-level first-rank trash at that level. I could take on 10 at once. In his mind, Lu Huang's future cultivation resources would inevitably become increasingly expensive, ultimately limiting him to the 3rd or 4th rank at best, never catch up. This thought restored his confidence, puffing up like a proud rooster. If he dares enter the core zone later, I'll eliminate him on the spot and spare myself the eyesore. Zhang Yao looked away. On the other side, Lu Xinyao's gaze also followed Lu Huang, but she soon scoffed softly. Lu Huang, oh Lu Huang, how childish you are. Do you think flying over on a sword will catch my attention? She shook her head with amusement, seeing the young man before her as nothing more than a peacock showing off, eager to display his minor achievement. In Lu Xinyao's view, the Swordmaster profession had obvious flaws. Even if Lu Huang had awakened an early-stage powerful profession like Zhang Yao, he was merely a stepping stone she could discard at will during her climb to the top. A smile played at her lips as she thought. Men are nothing more than disposable tools. Ever since learning in childhood that her mother had been abandoned by her father in the depths of a secret realm, she understood that the only truly reliable person in this world was herself. Lu Huang landed and sheathed his sword, then began queuing for the entrance inspection, unaware of what others were thinking. He chose sword flight simply to save time and get better acquainted with his natal sword. Cold wind swept past his ears as Lu Huang's silver-white sword beneath his feet carved a sharp trajectory through the air, streaking like a beam of cold light along the clouds. Though this fine-grade treasure sword hadn't been personally forged by him, anything from the infinite sword domain automatically bore his essence, becoming an inseparable natal weapon. Unlike other awakened who had to expend great effort refining their weapons, he only needed a single thought to achieve perfect harmony with the sword spirit. At the horizon's edge, Songling City's massive examination plaza spread out before him. All examinees were arriving one after another, with crowds surrounding the stone platform at the center of the light barrier. The spectator stands formed concentric rings of ascending gray-white steps, capable of holding hundreds of thousands. The college entrance examination was an annual grand event throughout the Dragon Xia Kingdom, with every city treating this day as a festival. Songling City, with its population of millions, had drawn over 100,000 spectators, this time mostly wealthy, awakened with the leisure to make the special trip. The moment the audience settled in, the venue erupted. Quick, quick, quick! They're about to open the betting. Brothers, are you placing bets? What else can we do? Check the potential rankings. The top few are safest lower odds, but you won't lose. I'm asking about the score brackets. How many points can Zhang Yao get? Which tier should we bet on for the real thrill? In this world, public gambling wasn't illegal, though betting amounts were limited. Small wagers for fun, but high-stakes gambling that could ruin lives was forbidden. Anyone who bought a ticket could connect to the official betting site through their terminal, but with limited total amounts per person. Everyone wanted maximum returns within their quota, leading to endless noisy discussions. Man, this Lu Huang's odds are insane. Same strength potential, but his odds for every bracket are several times higher than the others. I want to bet on him. Save it. The odds are calculated by probability experts. His awakened ability has major flaws. How can he compare to the other two strengths? I think that kid has extraordinary bearing. Going all in. Lu Huang landed at the plaza's edge, quietly waiting for the examination to begin. The constant chatter from the stands reached his ears, stirring something within him. He raised his hand and activated his wrist-mounted personal terminal, causing a pale blue light screen to unfold before him. He logged into Songling City's college entrance exam betting site and quickly found his entry. Examinee, Lu Huang. Awakened class, Swordmaster. Potential, strength. Predicted final score, 300 points 1.1 to 1 odds. 400 points 1.5 to 1 odds. 1,000 points 100 to 1 odds. Individual betting limit, 10,000. Even second-tier beginners rarely reach 1,000 points, but for me it's not difficult, Lu Huang thought to himself. While 1 million wasn't exactly a fortune for his current cultivation needs, it was enough to acquire plenty of resources. He decisively placed his full 10,000 limit on the 1,000 points bracket. After confirming his bet, he glanced at Zhang Yao, who ranked first on the potential list. The core examination area allowed free combat, with defeated candidates losing all points. Given Zhang Yao's personality, he would definitely provoke a fight. On the betting board, Zhang Yao's 0 points odds stood at a striking 1 to 500. Lu Huang's lips curved slightly as he placed another maximum bet 10,000. If you really come looking for death, don't blame me for being ruthless. With all operations complete, he closed his terminal as a clear notification sound rang out. The chief examiner, draped in a deep blue enforcement robe, hovered at the center of the aerial amplification array, his voice resonating like a bell. I hereby declare that Songling City's Awakened College entrance examination begins now. At the chief examiner's command, formation masters stationed around the plaza immediately sprang into action. Spatial barrier formation activated. Spatial stabilization formation activated. Spatial coordinates locked. Teleportation array operating normally. With each clear report, intricate formation patterns emerged across the ground, streams of light rapidly spreading along the lines and instantly illuminating the entire plaza. In the next moment, whoosh, the figures of thousands of students stretched like shadows, first distorting, then completely vanishing. In midair, screens of light rose one after another, as if held by invisible hands, floating directly in front of the spectator's view. On the screens, the students had been transported into a lush alternate dimension. The sky stretched high and vast, the air was cool and crisp, vegetation grew wildly across the landscape, and strange creatures of various forms lurked everywhere. Above each student's head hovered an eye-shaped orb of light, through which the camera angles were projected to the outside world. Chief Examiner Hong Feng surveyed the dense array of light screens, raised his hand with a sweep, and announced in a booming voice, "Keep only the top 20 images from the score rankings, temporarily ordered by potential rankings." The formation masters moved efficiently, and the light screens quickly dimmed en masse, leaving only 20 displays hovering steadily, clearly visible to any spectator who looked up. Inside the examination space, the students quickly dispersed as soon as they found their footing, surging in all directions like a tide. Soon, various alien creatures appeared, and battles erupted among the tree shadows and grass. The images on the light screens switched rapidly, and the names on the score leaderboard continuously rolled and updated. Hong Feng and the school administrators were in no rush to watch the rankings, knowing full well that in a 3-hour exam, at least an hour had to pass before score changes would become meaningful. The alien creatures in the outer areas were mostly unranked or first-tier beginner level, worth at most a few tenths of a point when killed. Students with real strength weren't eager to compete for these creatures, as wasting their spiritual energy would make it difficult to perform later. The college entrance exams strictly prohibited the use of any recovery resources, so they had to calculate carefully and use their limited spiritual energy on high-scoring targets. Lu Huang looked around. The surrounding test takers were crowded together like a bustling newbie village in an online game, with barely any room to move. Unwilling to be trapped in the crowd, he directly summoned a fine-grade treasure sword, rose into the air on the blade, and sped toward the distance. Quite a few students who had reached first-tier advanced level frowned and whispered among themselves. That guy is way too showy, isn't he? Flying on his weapon at a time like this, doesn't he know to conserve his spiritual energy? Exactly. Save a little stamina, and you might earn one more point. With tens of millions taking the college entrance exam every year, 1 point can beat thousands of people. Most of them couldn't understand Lu Huang's approach. Meanwhile, Zhang Yao narrowed his eyes, his gaze cold. Is that Lu Huang kid running away first because he knows I'm going to make a move against him? Coward. A smile played at the corner of his mouth, but he had no intention of pursuing immediately. Before I've scored enough points, I won't waste my strength on such an idiot. He's just trash compared to my future. He's not worth mentioning. In his view, targeting Lu Huang was merely a trivial matter, and if it meant taking unnecessary risks, it wouldn't be worth it. His parents had taught him this principle. People can be bad, but they can't be stupid. Therefore, Zhang Yao didn't chase wildly on his flying artifact like some students did, but remained calm and spread out with the tens of thousands of other examinees around him. Let's go, Xinyao, straight to the inner circle to hunt monsters. He gestured to Lu Xinyao. I'm a warrior class with high speed, so I'll lead you to save trouble. Lu Xinyao covered her mouth and laughed softly, her voice sweet as honey. Thank you, Brother Yao, but my boots are excellent grade treasures, so don't worry about charging ahead, I won't fall behind. After speaking, green wind flowed beneath her feet, making her as light as a swallow. Zhang Yao awkwardly withdrew his hand, a flash of displeasure crossing his eyes, but he said nothing more and accelerated directly. Lu Xinyao pursed her lips slightly and also sprinted forward. The two worked in perfect coordination, instantly killing every monster they encountered along the way, reducing them to debris within a single exchange. In just a few minutes, their scores shot to the top of the leaderboard, opening a huge gap with second place. At the external monitoring hall, in front of the large screen, school leaders' discussions rose and fell. Looking at this momentum, Zhang Yao and Lu Xinyao might reach 800 points. If they succeed, our Songling City could send 2 people to the 4 prestigious schools this year. Someone sighed regretfully. It's a pity about Lu Huang also has level potential, but if it weren't for his parents' accident and awakening as a Swordmaster, we might have had one more spot. Just as everyone mentioned Lu Huang, someone suddenly exclaimed, Look, Lu Huang has entered the top 20. A new light screen lit up. The young man rode his sword, fingers pressed together, lightly pointing at a half-human hate-reedied rabbit. Whoosh! The iron sword wrapped in lightning arcs struck once and severed the head. It was a first-tier high-level beast. The monitor scored 5 points, and his ranking continued to climb. That rabbit was first-tier advanced, right? Lu Huang killed it in one move. Could he be at first-tier peak? Someone's eyes widened. Homeroom teacher Lu Jun couldn't suppress his joy. Yes, he must be at first-tier peak. Excellent. He has a chance at a key university. At this moment, a cold snort interrupted Lu Jun. The speaker was Zhang Liwan, a 5th-year professional Zhang Yao's father. This kid is squandering his energy too recklessly. Even with high cultivation, his score will look poor. Lu Jun recognized the private grudge between him and Lu Yuanshan and didn't respond. Another teacher chimed in. President Zhang is right. Lu Huang is too impetuous, not as steady as Zhang Yao. Before the words finished, exclamations erupted around them again. Holy crap! Lu Huang encountered a small beast horde. There are even 2 first-tier peak beasts. Serves him right. Flying so conspicuously on his sword off, course the flying beasts would target him. In the screen, buzzing filled the air as dozens of wolf bee beasts formed a sphere. With wolf heads and bee bodies, their sharp hooks gleamed menacingly. Even first-tier perfect examinees would struggle to break through. But Lu Huang didn't even raise an eyebrow. He simply circulated the Azure Thunder Sword scripture and summoned sword after sword 32 in total, exactly matching the 32 wolf bee beasts. With his current realm, controlling 400 wouldn't be a problem. This number was just a warm-up. Swish, swish, swish. Lightning arcs coiled as iron swords shot out from his sides. Amid the clanging of metal, the wolf bee beasts were torn apart by sharp sword energy, including the two first-tier peak ones that were instantly beheaded. The monitoring hall fell silent instantly, all eyes fixed on that young man. With a single thought, swords emerged to slaughter the beast horde. What level is this guy's cultivation really at? First stage perfection. Lu Huang had absolutely reached first stage perfection. Excellent, excellent. In the spectator stands outside the examination arena, homeroom teacher Lu Jun practically shot up from his seat, fists clenched tight, his face beaming with joy that seemed ready to overflow. He completely failed to notice Zhang Liwan's expression beside him, dark enough to drip water. Wang Yud, Zhang Yao's homeroom teacher, had been carefully observing both men's reactions. Seeing Zhang Liwan's ashen face, he immediately coughed to smooth things over. All right, Lu Jun, don't celebrate too early. Though Lu Huang has reached first stage perfection, that brutal fight just now drained him considerably. He'll definitely lack stamina going forward, so his final score will probably just reach the key university threshold at best. Wang Yud's words were like throwing Zhang Liwan a lifeline. Zhang Liwan's furrowed brow relaxed slightly, and he even cracked a cold smile. In contrast, Lu Jun, having been doused with this bucket of cold water, felt his chest swelling excitement instantly deflate, his expression inevitably showing traces of irritation. But reason quickly prevailed. He lowered his head in thought, forced to admit that Wang Yud's analysis wasn't entirely unreasonable. Lu Jun sighed inwardly. If I'd known Lu Huang possessed such ability, even at the risk of offending a fifth-tier professional, I should have found him a team of comparable strength. Alas, in truth, he had always admired Lu Huang. This student from a privileged background never bullied others with his status, nor had he ever been disrespectful toward teachers. However, when Lu Huang initially awakened as a swordmaster, a profession widely recognized as severely flawed, Lu Jun hadn't been optimistic about his prospects and hadn't dared rashly champion him. Who could have predicted that Lu Huang would single-handedly push his cultivation to first-stage perfection? Had he known earlier, he would have done everything possible to lend a helping hand. The gap between the 4 prestigious academies and ordinary key universities was like heaven and earth. Even the worst graduates from those 4 institutions could be considered outstanding at key universities. If Lu Huang could cross that threshold, the path of Swordmaster would surely extend much further. Thinking of this, Lu Jun's sighs grew even heavier. The school administrators on the observation platform shared Lu Jun's exact thoughts. Witnessing Lu Huang's performance, they felt both shocked and regretful. Cultivating one student capable of entering the 4 prestigious academies would mean far more for their achievements than 10 key university admissions. Unfortunately, with the examination having progressed this far, the overall situation had largely crystallized. Everything was too late now, leaving them only to clench their fists and sigh helplessly. Meanwhile, Zhang Liwan stared fixedly at the images on the giant screen. In the footage, Lu Huang's sword strike felled swarms of wolf wasps, shooting his ranking straight to first place in Songling City. Zhang Liwan's gaze quickly turned cold. Regardless of anything else, this boy would inevitably become a threat and must be eliminated when the opportunity arose. Of course, there was no rush for a youth of such exceptional talent to truly threaten him. Would take at least a decade. He needed to plan carefully and ensure no one could trace anything back to him. As these thoughts flashed through his mind, Zhang Liwan was already scheming various methods to eliminate Lu Huang. News of Lu Huang topping the rankings spread through the venue like wildfire, causing the crowd to erupt instantly. Holy crap, I told you Lu Huang was a dark horse. I just bet he'd break 500 points. I'm definitely going to make some money, someone exclaimed, slapping his thigh excitedly. A person nearby scoffed. You're not bold enough. I bet directly on him hitting 800 points. I'll make tens of thousands at least. Damn, aren't you afraid of losing everything? Others sighed and smacked their heads. Should have bet on Lu Huang. Much safer than betting on Zhang Yao or Lu Xinyao. Don't say that, came a cautious voice. Choosing Zhang Yao at least breaks even, might even earn a few hundred. As long as he performs normally, the losses won't be too bad. Yeah, just hope nothing goes wrong. The last person said bitterly. If I lose money, I'll curse his ancestors for 18 generations. While everyone was engaged in heated discussions, time flew by swiftly. In just a few moments, all the commotion in the waiting hall was captured by the 2 bold characters, Lu Huang. Everyone's gaze turned in unison toward the 2-meter-tall holographic screen, with cheers erupting one after another. Lu Huang has broken through 400 points. Lu Huang has broken through 500 points. Lu Huang has broken through 600 points. The numbers kept jumping, and the bright red score on the screen shot upward like someone had floored the gas pedal. Zhang Liwan stared at the screen, his face darkening inch by inch, while Lu Jun clenched his fists so tightly his knuckles turned white, sweat beads rolling down from his temples. Excellent. He's already reached the key university threshold. With a bit more effort, he might have a shot at the 4 prestigious schools. Lu Jun growled in a low voice, his tone filled with barely contained excitement. However, Wang Yud curled his lips, crossed his arms with a cold sneer, and once again poured cold water on the situation. Don't worry, this should be his limit. This kid has been going all out without any conservation. Even with his first-tier perfect cultivation, his energy and spirit are probably nearly depleted. Based on my years of experience, his final score won't exceed 800. Over the past hour, he had repeated similar conclusions almost every 3 minutes with his sarcastic tone. Lu Jun, who was naturally honest-tempered, was finally pushed to his breaking point and couldn't help but roar back. Wang Yud, can you just shut up? Can't stand seeing my student perform well. Can you? Wang Yud twisted his mouth, feigning innocence as he gestured to the surrounding teachers. Look, he's getting worked up. See how agitated he is. Can't even let people speak the truth anymore. Huh? Asked the other teachers, am I wrong? The other teachers exchanged glances, none wanting to get involved, and the 2 rows of seats instantly fell into awkward silence. Lu Jun's face flushed red with suppressed anger, and he could only grit his teeth and swallow his rage. Just as the argument subsided, Lu Huang's holographic screen suddenly trembled, and the scene changed dramatically. He had entered a strange, dim sky where over 100 crows with blood-red eyes shrieked as they swooped down. The smallest had a wingspan of over a meter, while the largest reached 4 to 5 meters, their black feathers cutting through the air with piercing whistles. Caught off guard, even the sword Lu Huang was riding wobbled slightly. Blood crow beasts, someone from the examination panel whispered, and synchronized data quickly provided annotations. Blood crow beasts' cries could disturb the mind, and among the group were even several first-tier perfect-level powerhouses. Even professional teams of the same level would often choose to avoid them when encountered. The audience gasped collectively. Damn, how is Lu Huang so unlucky to encounter blood crow beasts? Without the assistance of a mental-type professional, he probably can't even escape. I think it's very difficult. Last time our team encountered a blood crow beast flock in a secret realm, even with a mental-type professional's protection, we barely escaped. Seeing this scene, Wang Yud finally couldn't suppress the corner of his mouth, letting out a low chuckle that quickly turned into loud laughter. Huh? I told you your student would stop here, and you didn't believe me. Look, didn't it come true? In this situation, even if he manages to escape, he'll inevitably suffer soul damage. The Swordmaster profession already has major flaws, so he's probably... Before the sharp mockery could finish, Lu Jun had already rushed over, throwing a straight punch filled with fury at Wang Yud's face. Damn you to hell. I can't stand you anymore. As a teacher, when you see a student in danger, you're actually gloating? Do you have any professional ethics left? Caught completely off guard, Wang Yud immediately lost several teeth, blood mixed with tooth fragments splattering everywhere. Just as he was about to raise his hand to retaliate, a tremendous pressure descended like a mountain, freezing both men in place. This is a college entrance examination site. If you two cause any more trouble, then leave. The speaker was Hong Feng, a 5th-tier heavenly professional and the guardian of Songlin City, rumored to be just 1 step away from reaching the 6th tier. Throughout all of Songlin City, any expert of the same tier would fall silent as a cicada in winter before him, not daring to show the slightest insolence. At this moment, Lu Jun and Wang Yudetwo high school teachers with only 4th-tier strength who had been stunned into silence by a single remark, hastily lowered their raised fists. Lu Jun had gotten the better of the exchange without breaking a sweat, while Wang Yud had taken 2 punches for nothing, his right cheek swollen high and burning with pain. Covering his face with one hand and clenching his fist with the other, he cursed silently. Lu Jun, just you wait. Once my student Zhang Yao successfully gets into one of the 4 prestigious schools, I'll climb into the leadership of Songlin High School, and then you'll get what's coming to you. Before his inner thoughts had even finished, a sudden burst of exclamations erupted around them. Holy crap, what's going on with this Lu Huang? He's actually controlling so many swords at once. Even though they're all ordinary grade, this scale is absolutely terrifying. Everyone's gaze turned in unison toward the light screen. On the screen, Lu Huang appeared graceful and composed, standing on a flying sword with a calm expression. With a casual gesture, over 300 iron swords burst forth like a flock of birds escaping their cage, transforming into a torrent of steel that surged straight toward the blood crow beasts in midair. The dense array of cold gleams converged into a silver stream, and wherever it passed, the blood crow beasts exploded into clouds of blood mist. Blood crow beasts below high-level 1st tier couldn't withstand even a single sword strike. Those at peak 1st tier fell within 3 strikes at most. Even 1st tier perfect blood crow beasts were instantly dismembered under the continuous assault of over 10 iron swords, crashing down as chunks of flesh. Throughout this, the blood crow beasts continuously emitted piercing blood soul cries, attempting to disturb Lu Huang's concentration. The azure thunder sword scripture within Lu Huang's body circulated gently, electric arcs crackling around his form, thunder light forming a net that intercepted and crushed all the invisible sound waves. Thunder destroys demons and vanquishes evil. The sound waves were vaporized completely before they could even approach. Before him, these bloodcrow beasts were nothing more than living targets. In less than a minute, the battlefield had fallen into deathly silence, with only the lingering traces of sword light and blood mist remaining in the air. Dead silence. The audience seats were so quiet you could hear a pin drop, and after a few breaths, wave after wave of thunderous cheers erupted, shaking the entire viewing hall. With this wave of slaughter complete, Lu Huang's points skyrocketed, shooting directly into the 700-point range. Meanwhile, Zhang Yao and others who had previously held second place remained stuck below 500 points, the gap instantly widening. Wang Yud, who had been cursing just moments before, stared wide-eyed, his chest feeling as if something was blocking it, nearly unable to catch his breath. As a teacher who considered himself experienced and seasoned, he instantly saw through to the essence of this scene. Lu Huang's cultivation level couldn't possibly be first-tier perfect. In all likelihood, he had broken through to the second tier. Impossible, absolutely impossible. Wang Yud's throat tightened as he swallowed repeatedly, desperately denying what he saw. Yet his rational mind cruelly reminded him this was the naked truth. The young man before him was simultaneously controlling over 100 ordinary-grade natal swords, a hallmark that only second-tier swordmasters possessed. He wasn't alone in this realization. Many high-ranking professionals present had also noticed the telltale signs. Their extensive combat experience told them this was indeed second-tier mastery. Several school administrators exchanged glances, first shocked, then overjoyed. Second tier. This meant the student would definitely enter one of the 4 prestigious academies, and not just scrape by into regular classes, but advance directly to the elite program, graduating from their guaranteed, at least 6th-tier status. When that time came, everyone would have to treat him with respect and deference. Hong Feng, the guardian of Songling City and chief examiner for this test, nodded approvingly from the elevated platform. Student advancement scores reflected his political achievements, and if Lu Huang truly entered the elite program of one of the 4 great academies, potentially reaching 6th or even 7th tier in the future, it would bring him intangible benefits as well. He sighed inwardly. Lu Yuanshan had indeed left behind a remarkable son, though that old fellow was no longer among the living. He had repeatedly advised him against venturing into dangerous secret realms, but the stubborn man wouldn't listen. If he were still alive, he could have paved the way for his son, making his journey much smoother. Most spectators in the seating area were thrilled beyond measure, and even ordinary citizens couldn't hide their excitement. Having such a prodigy emerge from their own base city would be a source of pride and conversation wherever they went. However, not everyone was pleased. The most miserable person was undoubtedly Zhang Liwan. How could this be possible? How could this boy have reached the second tier? Had that bastard Lu Yuanshan stockpiled massive sword-type resources for him? If he truly achieved second tier, he must have refined rare-grade natal swords, possibly more than one. How had Lu Yuanshan managed this? Did he have prophetic abilities? Zhang Liwan's thoughts grew increasingly chaotic. To help his son break through, he had exhausted himself obtaining the expensive Heart of the Heavenly Wolf, barely managing to bring him to first-tier perfection, thinking it would be enough to surpass Lu Yuanshan. The two had been bitter rivals since childhood, continuing their feud well into middle age. When Lu Yuanshan was alive, he had consistently outshone him, and now that he was dead, his son was thoroughly trampling Zhang's own son underfoot. The older generation couldn't compare, and neither could the younger. A surge of frustration burned in his chest as Zhang Liwan clenched his fists, knuckles cracking audibly, roaring silently in his heart. There's still a chance, still a chance. Even if Lu Yuanshan had left resources for him, they should be nearly depleted by now. The swordmaster profession becomes increasingly resource-intensive as one progresses, and with no support, he'll definitely run out of steam. With this thought, the tightness in Zhang Liwan's chest eased somewhat. He turned his attention back to Zhang Yao's holographic screen. The young man moved steadily, his score climbing progressively, clearly approaching the 600-point threshold. As long as Yaoer makes it into one of the 4 prestigious academies, even just the regular program, combined with my behind-the-scenes maneuvering, reaching the 6th tier is within reach, and there's even hope of breaking into the 7th tier. The one who laughs last is the true winner. Lu Yuanshan, oh Lu Yuanshan, your bones are barely cold while I still live. That's the difference between victory and defeat. When my son reaches the pinnacle of the 6th tier in the future, your son will be left helpless and alone. Trapped at the 3rd or 4th tier, the Zhang family will still be the victor. Imagining this win-win scenario, Zhang Liwan couldn't suppress the smile spreading across his face. Time flew by in the holographic display as the examination venue scenes shifted. Inside the examination grounds, Zhang Yao was deliberately slowing his pace, his brow slightly furrowed. Why does it feel like there are fewer and fewer alien creatures in the inner perimeter? We haven't encountered any targets for over 10 minutes, right? To be precise, 12 minutes and 35 seconds. Lu Xinyao looked up at the Sky Eye surveillance device hovering above, which also served as a real-time score counter. Sky Eye, what's my current score? Candidate Lu Xinyao, current score, 601. In team mode, both participants share the same score. The cold mechanical voice echoed through the forest. With just over an hour left, if we want to reach 800 points, we need to advance to the core zone quickly. Lu Xinyao withdrew her gaze. Zhang Yao breathed a sigh of relief and flexed his wrists. I'm in good shape. As long as we don't run into a massive beast horde, 800 points is definitely achievable. Most people wait until the last half hour to enter the core zone for safety, but if we go in early, we can claim the points first. The core zone had denser, higher-level monsters, and failure meant elimination. While elimination wasn't fatal, serious injuries would still waste precious cultivation time, so no one wanted to take unnecessary risks. The two continued forward while maintaining their conversation. Our current score should be a clear first place, with second place probably only in the 400s. Zhang Yao called out. Lu Xinyao nodded slightly, then shook her head. Possibly even lower. This year's inner perimeter has far fewer monsters than last year. Are the examiners slacking off? They should have released more alien creatures. This is affecting my performance. Zhang Yao clicked his tongue, then suddenly thought of something and sneered coldly. This way, everyone else in Songling City will have their scores dragged down. Haha, that waste Lu Huang probably won't even qualify for a first-year university, right? His previous irritation instantly evaporated. Lu Xinyao pursed her lips and said coolly, Brother Yao, if you're aiming for the 4 prestigious academies, there's no need to worry about those irrelevant people. We're about to enter the core zone. Remember to lure the monsters over. Zhang Yao felt a surge of satisfaction and patted his chest confidently. Leave it to me. The two changed direction and stepped into the core zone. Thick tree roots twisted across the ground. The air carried a sickly sweet scent of decay, and suddenly, a chorus of roars echoed from the distance. Lu Xinyao squinted to identify the sounds. Fong rats, northeast about 1 kilometer away. No more than 30 of them. Strongest is only peak first tier. Let's go take them out. Their speed suddenly increased as tree shadows flashed past their ears. The roaring grew clearer, and soon a Fong rat half the height of a person leaped into view. With protruding front teeth and a comical posture, it nonetheless carried a fierce aura. Judging by its size, it was likely mid-level first tier. Watch this. Zhang Yao charged forward, raising his fist to strike. However, in the next moment, a sharp sword light swept in from the side, instantly severing the Fong rat's head. Hot blood splattered, covering Zhang Yao completely. Which bastard dares steal my kill? He roared, following the direction of the sword light. A white-robed young man stood upon a long sword, suspended in midair, his robes billowing, his bearing ethereally elegant. Compared to Zhang Yao, who was covered in blood and grime, the contrast was like heaven and earth. Close combat professions inevitably got messy, but at this moment, shame and anger churned in Zhang Yao's heart. Why does he look so graceful while I look like a beggar? Fury instantly consumed his entire being as he recognized that young face. It was his sworn enemy Lu Huang. At this moment, Zhang Yao's eyes burned with rage upon seeing Lu Huang, fury surging in his heart. Damn it, Lu Huang, you piece of trash. How dare you come to the core zone? Fine, you're here, but you actually dare to steal my monsters? Are you tired of living? His fists clenched with audible cracks, his gaze filled with murderous intent. Lu Huang stood on his flying sword, hovering in the air as he looked down and spat out 2 words, moron. Stealing your monsters? Why don't you just claim the entire exam arena belongs to you? Ugly and delusional. His expression 3 parts contempt, 3 parts coldness, 3 parts indifference pierced Zhang Yao's lungs like needles, nearly driving him to explosion. Son of a bitch. Zhang Yao knew he couldn't match Lu Huang in verbal sparring. Battle intent surged in his heart as he stepped forward, ready to charge. Damn it. Looks like you want to be eliminated. I'll make sure you don't even get into community college. Just then, Lu Xinyao spoke up. Enough, Zhang Yao, don't be impulsive. It's not worth sacrificing your future over him. Our priority is to reach 800 points. Instead of getting tangled up with this kind of person, we should focus on earning more points. We won't be living in the same world anyway, so why get angry over him? Lu Xinyao's advice helped Zhang Yao calm down somewhat. She then turned to Lu Huang, her eyes full of disdain. Do you think reaching the core zone proves you're strong? Then I'll think highly of you. Don't be naive, Lu Huang. People need self-awareness. Go back and farm points. Try to get into a decent university. And stop acting like you don't know your place. This is just the college entrance exam, so Zhang Yao won't bother with you. If this were outside, someone like you would have died 800 times over. Lu Huang's mouth twitched as he stared at her arrogant, self-righteous face and cursed. Was I blind before? How could I have ever liked a stupid pig like you? You ungrateful dog. How dare you insult me? Have the guts to say it again. Lu Xinyao's anger flared. Lu Huang shrugged. Oh, you have that kind of fetish? Then I'll satisfy you, stupid pig, stupid pig, stupid pig. If you haven't heard enough, I can curse you a few more times. Lu Xinyao gritted her teeth, speaking word by word. Good, good, good. I was trying to save you by stopping Zhang Yao, but you're not grateful. In that case, I won't interfere anymore. She turned to Zhang Yao. Brother Yao, just beat him up and leave him crippled. It won't take much effort. Leave him here to fend for himself with all these beasts around. He'll probably be eliminated soon enough. Zhang Yao's lips curved into a cold smile as he nodded. Sister Xinyao, you restrain him first. Don't let him escape. Lu Xinyao raised her staff as a magic circle lit up. Vine entanglement. A tea tree phantom appeared, its branches whipping out thick vines that wrapped around Lu Huang's flying sword with a whoosh. Perfect, Zhang Yao roared, his muscles bulging as a cruel smile spread across his face. Leave the rest to me. Just a trash sword cultivator, I'll blow you apart with one punch. With his angry roar, a phantom of a wolf-head human body appeared around him. Cold fangs overlapping with the blue wolf shadow. This was the characteristic of the Azure Wolf Warrior class. Then he pushed off the ground with his feet and leaped several meters high, charging toward Lu Huang. Whoosh! Just as he left the ground, an iron sword gleaming with cold light sliced through the air toward him. He raised his arm and threw a punch, sending it flying with a thunderous impact. A cold sneer curved his lips. A mere ordinary grade natal sword thinks it can touch me? Before his words faded, the sound of sword cries suddenly intensified beside his ear. Turning around, he saw nearly 100 identical iron swords transformed into a silver torrent rushing toward him. Such overwhelming force made both Zhang Yao and Lu Xinyao beside him change color simultaneously. How is this possible? He can actually control nearly 100 ordinary grade natal swords at once? This is a technique only a first-tier perfect Swordmaster possesses. Both felt their hearts sink heavily. If Lu Huang had truly reached this realm, then he likely still had rare-grade spirit swords hidden away. Those were genuine weapons of mass destruction. Even if they joined forces, they would inevitably suffer severe damage, directly affecting their upcoming college entrance exam scores. With this thought, Lu Xinyao quickly composed herself and spoke softly. All right, Lu Huang, stop now. I admit I underestimated you, and what happened before was my fault. Fighting now benefits no one. Why don't we turn swords into plowshares and work together for the college entrance exam to achieve higher scores? Lu Huang frowned slightly, sighing inwardly at how quickly this woman could change faces. One moment filled with towering resentment, the next moment all smiles like a sweet sister. He shook his head and said indifferently, let me first apologize to Zhang Yao. A flash of smugness crossed Lu Xinyao's eyes. As expected, with just a little manipulation, this fool was eager to prove himself in front of her. Men were truly easy to handle. However, her smugness lasted only half a breath before Lu Huang's voice came again. I was wrong to say he was ugly and delusional earlier. I didn't expect you, stupid woman, to be even uglier and more delusional. This sentence cut like a knife through her heart. Lu Xinyao was stunned, her eyes bloodshot, wishing she could tear his mouth apart on the spot. But she still forcibly suppressed her rage and squeezed out a smile. All right, Brother Lu, I know you're still angry. That was just to motivate you. Look, haven't you achieved success in cultivation now? As long as we join forces, we can easily enter the 4 prestigious schools, maybe even the elite class. Don't I deserve some credit for this? Without my encouragement, would you have worked so hard? She chattered on, her expression so sincere it seemed like genuine emotion. But Lu Huang only felt stronger disgust rising in his ear that had once again refreshed his understanding of the word shameless. Seeing his silence, Lu Xinyao pressed on, her voice becoming more coquettish. Come on, don't be angry. I'll apologize to you, okay? I'm sorry, you should be magnanimous, right? Damn it. Lu Huang could no longer endure it. He flipped his palm, and a fine-grade treasure sword suddenly materialized, wrapped in cold intent as it shot straight toward Lu Xinyao. Lu Xinyao hadn't expected him to actually strike with lethal intent. With a startled cry, she raised her staff, and a green vine shot out rapidly, wrapping around the sword blade and forcibly stopping it midair. Lu Huang, what the hell do you want? I've already apologized and humbled myself before you, and you're still not satisfied? Don't push it too far. Do you really think we can't take you on if it comes to a real fight? Can't you be more mature? Damn it. Lu Huang's expression was colder than the night wind. With a swift wave of his hand, 2 fine-grade treasure swords whistled through the air with sharp, piercing sounds, their blades carving a chilling arc of light as they shot straight toward Lu Xinyao's chest. The sword's momentum made Lu Xinyao's heart skip a beat. Almost instinctively, she activated her talent, and a third thick, dark brown vine burst from the ground, joining the previous 2 to wrap around the sword blades. The 3 vines twisted together with creaking, straining sounds. Controlling 3 vines simultaneously drained most of her spiritual energy. In an instant her palms grew sweaty, her fingertips trembled, and even her breathing became erratic. The treasure swords hummed and vibrated, their tips sparking with tiny fragments of fire, ready to break free at any moment. Seeing the sweat beading on Lu Xinyao's forehead, Lu Huang's lips curved into a cold smile. Panic rising in her chest, Lu Xinyao desperately called out to Zhang Yao in the distance. Brother Yao, help me quickly. At that moment, Zhang Yao was surrounded by dozens of ordinary-grade iron swords forming a sword formation. The metallic scraping sounds like death knells. His peripheral vision caught sight of Lu Huang and Lu Xinyao, and in a split second of weighing his options, he steeled himself and activated his last trump card, a fine-grade treasure artifact. A pale golden aura instantly spread from his body, forming an egg-shaped energy shield. With a series of clang, clang, clang sounds, all the flying swords were deflected. The shield pulsed gently like breathing, each pulse frantically draining the accumulated power within his body. According to the college entrance exam rules, candidates could carry high-quality weapons, but fully refining them within 3 days was no easy task. Even Zhang Yao, with his level potential, had only refined 3 fine-grade treasure artifacts, and each release of their power required a long cooldown period. But with the situation so dire, he couldn't afford to worry about future score gains. The moment the shield formed, wild joy flashed in Lu Xinyao's eyes. If Zhang Yao could hold off Lu Huang, she could catch her breath. However, the next moment, Zhang Yao's choice sent her plummeting into an icy abyss. Instead of rushing to her aid, he turned and fled under the shield's protection, his feet crushing the dead leaves and stones on the ground as he unhesitatingly distanced himself from the battle. Lu Xinyao's throat tightened, her chest aching with shock, and she roared in fury. Zhang Yao, are you even a man anymore? Zhang Yao looked back with a sneer, his voice carrying harshly through the forest wind. I'm not an idiot. You have your own trump cards, but won't use them. You just want me to take the fall for you, don't you? Humph. You two can play by yourselves. I'm going to farm some points. In his view, teaming up with Lu Xinyao wasn't just about her body, saw her more as an aid for high scores. Now he faced only 2 options, the woman or his future. Zhang Yao chose the latter without hesitation. In his mind, as long as he had good grades, women would come in endless supply. He wasn't about to be anyone's fool. After running barely 10 meters, he was still secretly congratulating himself on his decisiveness when a cold voice pressed in from behind. Want to leave? It's not that easy. Zhang Yao's face turned pale upon hearing the sound. He spun around to see Lu Huang approaching on his flying sword. The cold wind whipped at Lu Huang's robes as he casually pointed forward. 3 fine-grade treasure swords shot through the air like lightning, instantly shattering Zhang Yao's protective barrier into dust. Damn it! Zhang Yao gritted his teeth as both fists blazed with blinding light, fully activating the power of his fine-grade gauntlets. Bang! 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 He threw 3 consecutive punches, forcibly deflecting the incoming swords, though his expression remained grim. Lu Huang, we're both smart people. Why must we fight to the death? Zhang Yao said in a deep voice. For both of us, the college entrance exam is what matters most right now. Let's settle our grudges later. What do you say? Lu Huang hovered in midair and sneered. I don't think so. You overestimate yourself. Don't worry, the fish will die, but the net won't break. Before his words finished, 3 new swords materialized beside him, joining the original 3 in a menacing display of cold steel. Seeing 6 fine-grade treasure swords assembled, Zhang Yao's throat bobbed as a chill ran through his heart. He knew sword cultivators could refine their natal swords quickly, but he hadn't expected Lu Huang to produce so many fine-grade weapons at once. Had he known this, he would never have confronted him directly. Taking a deep breath, he suddenly roared, Lu Huang, don't push me. Even if I can't eliminate you, I can still severely damage your vitality if I fight desperately. Don't you want to score 800 points and get into one of the 4 prestigious schools? Lu Huang scoffed. Don't worry about me. In truth, his score had already exceeded 800, so he had nothing to fear. As his words fell, the 3 circling swords quietly moved behind Zhang Yao. All 6 swords struck simultaneously, their cold light forming a deadly net. Clang, clang, clank, clank. The sword edges continuously struck Zhang Yao's armor. His last treasure, the armor, was forcibly activated, barely blocking the first wave of attacks. Otherwise, he would have been skewered like a sieve. Madman, you've lost your mind. Zhang Yao roared while running frantically, trying to escape the sword formation, but the 6 treasure swords pursued relentlessly. When all his treasure's energy was depleted, the sharp sword tips suddenly pierced his flesh. Squelch! Squelch! Blood spurted as Zhang Yao's body instantly sprouted several bloody holes. Just as he neared death, the heavenly eye score counter above shot down a silver-white beam, freezing Lu Huang's swords in midair. Candidate Zhang Yao, you have been eliminated. Your score is reset to 0, and you will be teleported out shortly. The cold mechanical announcement echoed through the air. Hearing these words, Zhang Yao's heart filled with despair. His eyes blazed red as he glared at Lu Huang, his voice trembling. Bastard! You've ruined my future and destroyed my prospects. Lu Huang didn't even bother to look, turning to fly toward Lu Xinyao instead. The beam retracted, and Zhang Yao's figure vanished. Meanwhile, Lu Xinyao had just witnessed Zhang Yao's elimination and was trembling with fear. Gone was her former arrogance, replaced only by terror and pleading. Brother Lu, I was wrong. I truly know I was wrong. Please don't eliminate me, okay? As long as you spare me, I'll do anything you ask. Lu Huang smiled coldly. What could I possibly expect from an ungrateful bitch like you? Lu Xinya didn't dare breathe heavily and quickly nodded, forcing a flattering smile. Mm, I'm a dog. I'm willing to be your dog, Brother Lu. As long as you don't eliminate me, I'll do anything. The young girl Lu Xinyao's knees nearly touched the ground, her voice trembling with fear and pleading. Tears streamed down her delicate jawline, falling into the dust and creating tiny splashes. Brother Lu, you know I lost my mother when I was little. Becoming like this is all just for survival. She gasped, continuing to plead through her sobs. Please, don't eliminate me. Otherwise, I won't be able to survive at all. My family will treat me as a tool and send me to those powerful men. Lu Xinyao was indeed stunningly beautiful. Having just come of age, her graceful curves rivaled those of a voluptuous young woman, yet she radiated youthful vitality. Such an appearance would make many men feel protective. Unfortunately, the current Lu Huang was no longer the soft-hearted boy he once was. First page of the sword manual, no women in the heart. Second page of the sword manual, draw the sword and become naturally divine. He shrugged lightly, appearing completely indifferent. What does any of this have to do with me? If our positions were reversed, would you spare me? Would you pity me? Haha, I doubt it. So say goodbye to this world. Swish, 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 swish. 9 precious swords flew out simultaneously, their cold light weaving into a net. Lu Xinyao desperately tried to resist, but it was utterly futile. Her clothes were torn by the sword edges, and blood marks quickly appeared on her pale skin. The heavenly eye, above, suddenly lit up with soft white light. Candidate Lu Xinyao, you have been eliminated. Your score has been reset to 0, and you will be teleported out of the examination area. The system announcement sounded like a death sentence. Lu Xinyao's face turned deathly pale, as if she had fallen into an endless abyss. No. Ah! She screamed hysterically. Lu Huang, I won't let you go. I'll kill you. In the next instant, light flashed, and her figure vanished from the examination area. When her vision refocused, she was standing in the central square of Songling City. A large healing formation was set up here, with pale green formation patterns spreading like ripples, quickly healing the wounds on her body. Around her gathered many candidates who had been eliminated by exotic beasts, their faces equally filled with dejection. Not far away, Zhang Yao, who had been eliminated earlier, stood with vacant eyes and hands hanging at his sides, looking like he had lost his soul. Lu Xingyao's anger flared as she rushed to him. Zhang Yao? If you hadn't run away just now, we could have joined forces and had a chance to defeat Lu Huang. Why did you run? Zhang Yao remained wooden, only shaking his head and repeatedly mumbling. There was no chance, no chance. Even together, we couldn't have beaten him. What nonsense are you talking about? He just has more swords. We're all at the first-tier perfection level. How could we not beat him? Lu Xinyao refused to believe it, her tone sharp. Zhang Yao raised his hand weakly, pointing toward the scoreboard floating above the square. Lu Xinyao followed his finger and looked up, instantly freezing. How is this possible? On the scoreboard, Lu Huang's points had reached over 800. She and Zhang Yao had fought desperately together and only managed just over 600 points. Lu Huang had actually achieved such results single-handedly. This meant they had already secured a ticket to enter the 4 prestigious academies. Lu Xinyao immediately realized what this meant, her whole body trembling, her chest heaving violently. Could it be? Could it be that Lu Huang has already broken through to the 2nd tier? No. How could this be? How could he possibly break through to the 2nd tier? She muttered to herself, her voice hoarse with fear and unwillingness. His parents are dead. Where would he get the resources to break through to the 2nd tier? Lu Xinyao was utterly bewildered. Seeing Lu Huang's current achievements felt worse than death itself. The next moment, rage surged through her. This bastard had broken through to the 2nd tier and kept it from her. His parents must have stockpiled countless sword-type resources for him, yet he hadn't breathed a word about it. If she had known earlier, she never would have broken up with him before the college entrance exams. It was all his fault. All his fault. The more she thought about it, the more she regretted it. If she had waited until after the exams to break up, with Lu Huang's help, she would have easily gotten into the elite classes of the 4 prestigious schools. But now, her scores were wiped clean. She couldn't even get into a community college. At this thought, her eyes welled up with tears as she sobbed uncontrollably, cursing through her tears. Lu Huang, you bastard. Sooner or later, you'll be eliminated by the beasts. In the front row of the audience section, angry voices erupted from the leadership area. Commander Hong. Zhang Liwan shot to his feet, his gaze ice-cold. Lu Huang is vicious and selfish, disregarding the bigger picture by eliminating 2 of our Songling City's talents. He must be severely punished. From the moment his son Zhang Yao was eliminated, his killing intent had reached its peak. Beside him, Lu Xinyao's father Lu Chongqing gritted his teeth in agreement. Exactly. Lu Huang has cost Songling City 2 seeds who could have entered the 4 prestigious schools. Without strict punishment, it will break everyone's hearts. The 2 men worked in tandem, pressuring Commander Hongfeng. Hongfeng remained composed, turning to consult the other 5th-tier experts. What do you all think? These 5th-tier powerhouses either held important positions or controlled major guilds known, wanted to offend anyone. Disagreeing with Zhang Liwan and Lu Chongqing would anger these 2 top-tier 5th-rank warriors, but agreeing would mean making a mortal enemy of Lu Huang. Given Lu Huang's current performance, his admission to the elite classes of the 4 prestigious schools was guaranteed, and if he maintained this trajectory, he would reach at least the 6th tier. Offending a potential 6th-tier powerhouse was equally unwise. The scales in everyone's minds wavered, and for a moment, silence reigned. Just then, a fawning voice came from the 2nd-tier seating area. Zhang Yao's homeroom teacher, Wang Yud, stood up and bowed to Hongfeng. Commander Hong, I believe Lu Huang must be severely punished. He only broke through to the 2nd tier by luck lack staying power and will never achieve more than Zhang Yao and Lu Xinyao. Now that they've been eliminated by him, it's equivalent to destroying 2 future 6th-tier warriors, causing enormous loss at Songling City. Without heavy punishment, public sentiment will be hard to appease. Wang Yud's words reminded many of the 5th-tier experts. Indeed, Swordmasters required enormous financial resources in the later stages. Even if Lu Huang entered one of the 4 prestigious schools, he might not successfully climb to the 6th tier and could stagnate at the 3rd or 4th tier. In contrast, Zhang Yao and Lu Xinyao were already on the right track to the pinnacle. Weighing these factors, it seemed they should support Zhang Liwan and Lu Chongqing. Seeing everyone lost in thought, Wang Yud's lips curved in a satisfied smirk as he cast fawning glances toward Zhang Liwan and Lu Chongqing. The 2 5th-tier powerhouses were quite pleased with this old dog's performance. Zhang Liwan nodded. Teacher Wang is right. Everyone should consider Teacher Wang's reasoning carefully. Just as everyone was deliberating which side to support, sudden changes erupted again in the examination arena. After Lu Huang dealt with Zhang Yao and Lu Xinyao, he soared forward on his sword without hesitation. Eliminating 2 first-tier perfect cultivators was merely a trivial interlude for him, barely causing a ripple in his true essence. The mountains and valleys of the core zone swept rapidly beneath his feet as he roamed freely, encountering no beast that could withstand even a single strike. Over 100 flying swords circled around him like flowing light weaving a net, resembling a meandering silver stream. Wherever the blade tips pointed, beast heads were severed instantly, blood splattering across scattered rocks and withered branches, painting a striking crimson line. Meanwhile, his personal score skyrocketed, breaking through the 900 mark in the blink of an eye. In the spectator stands, the light screens suddenly flashed red as gasps of amazement rose one after another. How is it that Lu Huang has been fighting for so long, yet shows no signs of fatigue? Right, I have the same feeling. He looks so relaxed and carefree, like he's taking a stroll in his own backyard rather than participating in the college entrance exam. Do you think he has a chance of breaking through 1,000 points? Unlikely. Even geniuses from 2nd-tier base cities might not reach 1,000. Even if Lu Huang is at early 2nd-tier cultivation, 900 is probably his limit. Though reason told them that reaching 1,000 points was nearly impossible, the figure darting across the screen still sparked a faint hope in countless hearts. Perhaps Lu Huang could truly create a miracle. All eyes remained glued to the light screen. Even without hearing the actual sounds, they automatically filled in the details in their minds: the clear ring of swords like the prolonged chanting of metal and stone, the tearing of flesh and blood accompanied by stirring background music, as if they were standing in the center of the battlefield. The core zone far exceeded the outer areas in both the density of alien creatures and the strength of pack leaders. Lu Huang's unrestrained high-speed flight was naked provocation in the eyes of the beasts. Sure enough, the first wave of beast packs soon charged forward, raising clouds of dust with earth-shaking roars. Lu Huang raised his hand and waved, sending over 100 ordinary-grade natal swords shooting forth, their edges transforming into a meteor shower that brutally severed more than 100 alien beasts at the waist. Before the first wave had completely fallen, the second wave of beast shadows was already swarming from another valley. Lu Huang frowned slightly. Logically, beast packs each had their own territories, so how could he encounter 2 completely different groups at once? Before his confusion could be resolved, the 3rd and 4th waves of beast tides arrived in succession, with numbers rapidly breaking through the 500 mark. The audience before the light screens unconsciously held their breath, palms sweating, hearts seemingly lodged in their throats. This scale, even a normal early 2nd-tier cultivator at peak condition would have to retreat, right? Not to mention Lu Huang has been fighting continuously for over 2 hours. This is far too dangerous. However, the danger was far from over. From the aerial surveillance perspective, new dark tides were rolling through the forest seas among distant mountains, with more alien beasts being driven together by some force, their numbers still rising. Experienced cultivators immediately understood the cause. It's an elite beast. An elite bloodline has appeared only. They can transcend species boundaries and command all alien creatures across an entire region. But how could our Songling City's small-scale exam venue release an elite-grade creature? Isn't this the kind of challenge only found in major cities? Waves of confusion and shock overlapped, yet no one could provide an answer within the examination grounds. Lu Huang had to bear it all himself. Among alien creatures, there were also bloodline hierarchies. Ordinary, elite, commander. In terms of combat power at the same level, elite bloodline beasts are several times stronger than ordinary beasts and possess special bloodline talents. They're extremely troublesome to encounter. The examination ground suddenly erupted in chaos, and Chief Examiner Hongfeng's eyebrows shot up sharply. The examination configuration hadn't included any elite bloodline beasts at all. He quickly deduced the reason: autonomous evolution of survivors accumulated over many years. The overall level of Songling City students was limited, and they couldn't clear all the beasts from the grounds each year. A few survivors endured harsh years in the remaining mineral veins and medicinal fields. Though resources were depleted, their bloodlines occasionally broke through undertime's catalysis, giving birth to elite-level individuals. The high-ranking professionals on the platform all showed expressions of sudden understanding, though their thoughts varied greatly. Zhang Liwan and Lu Changqing had originally wanted to use this opportunity to pressure other families into taking sides. Now seeing the examination ground spiraling out of control, they exchanged glances, joy nearly overflowing from their eyes. No need to use favors and pressure anymore. With elite beasts appearing, even if Lu Huang was at early second tier with multiple rare-grade natal swords, he couldn't possibly escape unscathed. A swordmaster who couldn't enter university for advanced study wasn't worth their wariness. On the other side of the plaza, Zhang Yao and Lu Xinyao were equally delighted. Zhang Yao clenched his fists, cursing inwardly. Damn it, that bastard Lu Huang dared to show off in front of me. In the end, isn't he getting his comeuppance? So what if he reached second tier? Back to the same starting line, I'll surpass you immediately. Today's humiliation, I'll repay 100-fold. Lu Xinyao was also so excited her knuckles turned white. The dejection from being eliminated completely swept away. Lu Huang, you must be eliminated. You're nothing but a discarded pawn of mine. What right do you have to succeed? You don't deserve it. While hearts churned outside, Lu Huang at the center of the examination ground remained calm as still water. His gaze was sharp as a torch. Several iron swords spun rapidly around him under his control, forming a flowing sword curtain that intercepted the beasts attacking from all directions. Simultaneously, he extended his divine consciousness, constantly searching for the elite beast secretly controlling the herd. Capture the leader first. This was an iron rule he'd learned from textbooks. Elite bloodlines often possessed group enhancement talents. As long as he eliminated the leader first, subsequent pressure would be drastically reduced. But he wasn't a scout-type professional and couldn't probe bloodline information from a distance, unable to locate his target in a short time. The surrounding beasts grew denser. Under the elite beast's enhancement, their abilities resonated with each other, and semi-transparent energy armor spread from their fur. The armor's thickness increased with time, and a faint energy tide formed above the herd. Any attack touching the tide would be weakened by several degrees. This was the embryonic form of a beast tide. The larger the scale, the more terrifying the destructive power. Seeing the situation deteriorate, Lu Huang stopped wasting time searching carefully for the leader. Since you're hiding like a coward, I'll take you all down together. Lightning burst from his eyes as the azure thunder sword scripture within him operated at full capacity. Electric arcs surged along his meridians, wrapping around each iron sword with crackling sounds. Under the lightning's illumination, his black hair lifted slightly, his robes fluttering. Then he let out a low shout. Swords, come to me. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. One after another, exquisite grade treasure swords materialized, totaling a magnificent 30 blades. With Lu Huang's current cultivation level, he could simultaneously wield at most 400 ordinary iron swords. However, when the grade increased by 1 tier, the quantity had to be reduced to 1/10 of the original number. This meant that 30 exquisite grade treasure swords were far from his limit, but for the current situation, they were more than sufficient. Crackle, crackle. Electric arcs danced as the 30 treasure swords circled around him like coiling dragons. As Lu Huang channeled the Azure Thunder Sword manual with full force, the lightning on the sword blades grew increasingly intense, crackling and sparking. The sword momentum struck out in unison, sending waves of thunderous sword chi tearing through the sky, carrying violent roars as they descended upon the beast horde below. This was precisely the human-grade supreme sword technique that came with the first volume of the Azure Thunder Sword manual, Azure Thunder Slash. Rumble. The thunderous sword chi tore through the energy tide above the beast horde, then smashed into the beast formation with unstoppable force, instantly shredding the energy armor that had formed on the creature's surfaces. Several first-tier perfect exotic beasts couldn't withstand even a single exchange, being directly cleaved in half by the lightning swords, their wounds charred black with residual electric arcs still crackling and jumping. The powerful exotic beasts were the foundation of the entire beast tide. Once they were slain, the energy tide immediately crumbled, and the threat of the beast tide plummeted drastically. Lu Huang manipulated his treasure swords, harvesting through the beast horde like thunderous rain, with corpses falling one after another as blood mist was scattered and evaporated by the lightning. When this scene reached the spectators outside, the entire audience collectively gasped in shock, their faces filled with amazement. They never imagined that Lu Huang could break through the situation so effortlessly. A veteran awakener was the first to regain his composure, quickly discerning the key point. 30 blades, all exquisite grade. 1, 2, 3, a full 30 blades. To be able to control such a quantity of exquisite grade treasure swords during the college entrance examination phase, Lu Huang's cultivation level was probably not second-tier beginner, but rather second-tier intermediate. Holy crap, second-tier intermediate. In the entire history of Artsong Ridge City, even the strongest college entrance exam candidates never reached this level. This is fantastic. This means Lu Huang has a chance to compete for the provincial top scorer. Yizhou province had hundreds of base cities with nearly 10 million candidates each year. Competing for the provincial top scorer was incredibly difficult, but they saw hope in Lu Huang for the first time. The spectators had always yearned for their base city to produce strong warriors, and for a moment, the crowd was excited and their blood boiled with enthusiasm. However, for certain people, this was a nightmare. Zhang Liwan gazed at the 30 treasure swords circling around Lu Huang, feeling as if he had fallen into an icy abyss, his eyes filled with dejection and venomous resentment. Lu Yuanshan, you old dog, just how many resources did you obtain for your son? How long have you been preparing? Can't you just die properly? Even in death, you still cause me trouble. 30 exquisite grade treasure swords would cost hundreds of millions in price alone, not to mention that Lu Huang probably had rare grade spirit swords hidden away. Zhang Liwan, despite being a fifth-tier awakener, couldn't help but feel a chill in his heart. Swordmasters were indeed money-burning professions. Without enough high-quality natal swords, under equal conditions, they could only be dominated by other awakeners. If even a fifth-tier expert felt defeated, needless to say Zhang Yao and Lu Xianyao both had vacant expressions with chaotic thoughts. Lu Xianyao muttered to herself, her emotions nearly collapsing, like a consort banished to the cold palace. How can he be so strong? He shouldn't be this strong. What gives him the right to be so strong? Lu Huang, you bastard, if you're this strong, why didn't you say so earlier? Why didn't you say so earlier? Just as she was muttering, another sudden change occurred in the examination arena. Everyone who witnessed that scene felt their heartstrings tighten once again. Lu Xianyao, whose face had been ashen with despair, suddenly flushed with color and renewed vitality at the sight. Yes, go elite beast. Take him down. You must eliminate that bastard Lu Huang. She clenched her fists, her chest heaving with excitement as she pressed herself against the barrier. Meanwhile, Lu Huang continued his rampage through the low-tier beasts at the center of the testing ground. Suddenly, a thick, metallic scent of blood filled the air as a second-tier junior beast, its entire body crimson red, burst from the shadows with wings spread wide. The creature resembled a bat magnified several times over, but with a tiger's head, exposed fangs, and wings spanning 15 feet that created howling gusts as it swooped down with murderous intent. This was a tiger-headed bat, notorious for its bloodthirsty nature. Normally gray-blue in color, this one was completely stained red by a layer of blood energy. Lu Huang raised an eyebrow, sensing the creature's aura had reached at least second-tier intermediate level. His ordinary natal sword struck its wing, producing only sparks without even piercing the membrane. His fine-grade sword barely left shallow marks that were instantly healed by the crimson energy. After a brief exchange, he quickly identified an extremely dangerous parasite in his mind, the bloodspine worm. Bloodspine worms were parasitic beasts whose eggs, once inside a host, would lie dormant in flesh and blood before attaching to the spine and gradually consuming the host's blood. Most beasts would be drained dry within months. However, if the host was naturally bloodthirsty, like the tiger-headed bat, the parasitism evolved into symbiosis. The bloodspine worm would generate blood energy that coated the host's body, dramatically increasing defense and providing instant wound healing. Even second-tier advanced professionals would retreat when facing such a combination. In the arena, the tiger-headed bat used its blood energy to repeatedly assault Lu Huang's sword formation, seeking to tear open a gap and shred him to pieces. Without dozens of precious swords under his simultaneous control providing defense, he would have already fallen. During the brief stalemate, his eyes sharpened as he quickly formulated a new strategy. Whoosh, over 10 fine-grade precious swords flew out simultaneously, their silver light weaving together to trap the tiger-headed bat in midair. The sword edges interlocked, sealing all escape routes, yet held back from striking. In the next second, he unhesitatingly summoned his trump card, a rare-grade spirit sword. Flash. The moment the spirit sword appeared, all other precious swords and iron swords trembled in unison, their resonant hum vibrating through the air. With a sharp whistling sound, the spirit sword pointed directly at the tiger-headed bat's face. Though limited in intelligence, the beast instinctively sensed danger. It erupted with even denser bloodlight, forcibly breaking through several precious swords to escape through the gap. Too late. Lu Huang frantically circulated the Azure Thunder Sword manual, pouring thunderous power into the spirit sword. Crackle electric arcs coiled around the blade as its speed suddenly surged. Azure Thunder Slash. A brilliant arc of thunder sword energy sliced through the air, instantly severing the tiger-headed bat's head as its massive corpse plummeted to the ground like a deflated balloon. Witnessing this scene, the audience first erupted in joy, but the next moment gasped in shock. After the tiger-headed bat's head was severed, it didn't immediately plummet to the ground, but continued flapping its wings, thrashing about like a headless fly. The decapitated beast tumbled through the air, spraying blood everywhere, yet stubbornly refused to fight, a chilling sight that sent shivers down everyone's spine. The blood-spine worm hiding inside was clearly still alive, continuing to control the corpse. Before the crowd could recover from their shock, Lu Huang was already commanding his swords again. Over a dozen blades shot forth simultaneously, their gleaming edges crisscrossing as they instantly shredded the tiger-headed bat's carcass into fragments, sending chunks of flesh and blood raining in all directions. Through the crimson downpour, a metallic centipede-like creature plummeted like lightning. This was the blood-spine worm's true form, its carapace gleaming with a razor-sharp luster. It viciously burrowed into a peak first-tier Fong rat beast. In the next moment, the rat's fur turned dark red, its aura surging to first-tier perfection before it went berserk and charged into the distance. Damn thing's hard to kill. Lu Huang frowned, his sword light flashing once more. He pursued with his flying blades, striking repeatedly until the rampaging Fong rat was completely destroyed. The blood-spine worm burst out, attempting to flee again, but found itself locked onto by the sword's energy. Sword chi formed a net, sparks flying as it forcibly tore apart this elite second-tier blood-spine worm, shattering its armor plates and sending flesh flying. After considerable effort, the life-devouring parasite finally writhed its last and died completely. As the worm's corpse hit the ground, all the spectators finally breathed a sigh of relief. However, they quickly realized something and turned their gazes in unison toward the scoreboard floating in the air. Candidate, Lu Huang. Score, 1066. Over 1,000. 1,066 points. Lu Huang's got the makings of a provincial champion. Lu Huang's incredible. From now on, when we travel to other base cities for training, just saying we're from Songling City will be such an honor. I'll admit it's better looking than me. Sigh. Looks like I'll have to avoid crossing him for now. Brother, this for now might end up being forever, don't you think? In the leadership section, the assembled fifth-tier professionals who had been hesitating earlier now wore expressions of firm resolve. Someone spoke seriously. From what we just witnessed, Zhang Yao and Lu Xinyao attacked first. Lu Huang was merely defending himself. Even if he eliminated them, it's completely justified. Commander Hong, I see absolutely nothing wrong with Lu Huang's actions. Exactly. A talent like this must be nurtured and rewarded, not punished. I'm prepared to invest 10 million to have Lu Huang endorse our guild's new sword equipment line. Just 10 million for a provincial champion? How shameless. I'll offer 20 million all sword-type equipment endorsements in Songling City should go through us. The once dignified leadership section instantly erupted into chaos like a marketplace. Everyone understood that with the strength Lu Huang had just displayed, he had an excellent chance of claiming the provincial championship. If he entered one of the 4 prestigious academies, he wouldn't just make it into the elite class, likely become a genius seed candidate with access to vast resources. Even at worst, he'd graduate as a 6th-tier professional. Such a future was worth any faction's eager pursuit. Compared to this, offending Zhang Liwan and Lu Changqing was utterly insignificant. Many high-ranking officials beamed with joy, while Zhang Liwan and Lu Changqing, thrust into the spotlight, had already turned ashen-faced. Zhang Liwan ground his teeth, glaring at Lu Huang's face on the screen with bloodshot eyes that seemed ready to burst into flames. Lu Changqing's eyes darted about, clearly calculating his next move. Garrison Commander Hong Feng fixed his gaze on the 2 men, his expression profound. He slowly began to speak. President Zhang, President Lu Huang is a genius from our Songling City, and I don't want any accidents happening to him within my jurisdiction. You understand what I mean, don't you? Hong Feng's words were sharp as a blade laid bare before them. Hearing him take such a direct stance, Zhang Liwan's face turned ashen, but he could only nod with a stiff smile. Officer Hong, you worry too much. Songling City is so safe, how could anything happen to him? Lu Changqing appeared much more relaxed, laughing heartily. Haha, Officer Hong, you know me well. True geniuses should always be treasured. As for the little conflict between my daughter and student Lu, it's just children having a spat. Don't worry, I'll handle it properly. After speaking, he left his seat and walked into the depths of the corridor, beckoning Lu Xinyao to a secluded corner. The girl had barely stopped when she lowered her head, fear flickering in her eyes. Lu Chongqing's face showed no trace of a smile, his voice like cold wind sweeping across stone. Xinyao, you've caused the Lu family great trouble this time. Even if you wanted to break up, you should have waited until after the college entrance exam, or at least left some room for maneuver. You handled things so ruthlessly that day now look what's happened. Not only have all our resources gone down the drain, but we've also gained a potential enemy. How do you plan to repay this debt? Lu Xinyao bit her teeth tightly, took a deep breath, and said in a low voice, I'll accept whatever father arranges. Good. Lu Chongqing nodded, his tone brooking no argument. After the college entrance exam ends, no matter what method you use, at any cost, you must make Lu Huang eliminate his hostility toward the Lu family. Otherwise, you know the consequences. At the word consequences, Lu Xinyao's body trembled. She bit her lip hard and could only nod in agreement. Meanwhile, Zhang Liwan also called his son Zhang Yao over. Zhang Yao dropped to his knees with a thud, tears streaming down his face. Dad, I'm sorry. I've disappointed you. Zhang Liwan didn't scold him, only let out a long sigh. This isn't your fault. I blame myself for not preparing better resources for you. Remember, you and Lu Huang both have level potentiality not inferior to him. Fortune turns like a wheel, don't let anyone look down on you for being poor. Hope rekindled in Zhang Yao's eyes, but thinking about how he couldn't even get into university, despair crept back in. Don't be afraid. Zhang Liwan lowered his voice. Even though you were eliminated, there are other ways to get into university, even the 4 prestigious schools. Zhang Yao's head shot up. A flash of reluctance crossed Zhang Liwan's eyes, but he still revealed his plan. Become a study companion for wealthy family heirs? Isn't that just being a dog? Dad, I don't want to go. Useless. Zhang Liwan kicked Zhang Yao several meters away. True strong men must endure what others cannot. I only had a level potential and came from poverty, yet I've reached the peak of the 5th tier through sheer willpower. He thumped his chest, reminiscing. I served that fat woman for 20 years. Steel wool and toilet brushes were all whetstones. Just grit your teeth and it'll pass. What's a little humiliation? Zhang Yao cried with snot and tears flowing. But the one you found for me is a man. So what if it's a man? Skin is just external. Can't handle this little suffering. I can't do it. I have hemorrhoids. Perfect. More friction, that's exactly what they like. Where there's a pile, there's a way. While the Zhang father and son whispered about their future plans in the corner, Lu Huang had already charged into the exam venue under the stars and moon, facing the final stretch of the college entrance exam. After submitting his paper, he glanced at his final score and frowned slightly. Too bad there weren't enough high-level exotic beasts. I could have scored even higher. If anyone heard this inner monologue, they'd surely flip the table. His final score was 1,266. With such a high score, and he's still not satisfied? Lu Huang wasn't just showing off for him. This truly wasn't his limit yet. If there had been more magical beasts in the Songling City exam venue, he could have easily boosted his score by another 200 or 300 points. While the Swordmaster profession was frighteningly expensive, once you maxed out the investment, your combat power far exceeded most other professionals of the same tier. With his current 2nd-tier cultivation, when going all out, he could simultaneously wield 4 rare-grade natal swords. Even against peak 2nd-tier, or even perfect 2nd-tier opponents, he wouldn't feel intimidated at all. But for other sword masters, gathering multiple rare spirit swords at the 2nd tier was nearly torturous in difficulty. As their cultivation advanced, sword masters' requirements for their natal swords' quality plus quantity would only skyrocket after the 6th tier. Very few could achieve perfect matching. Even the most elite families in the Longxia Kingdom couldn't guarantee they could continuously feed this gold-devouring beast. More realistically, the same resources used to cultivate other professions often yielded multiple times the return. Therefore, regardless of which level they reached, sword masters always found themselves in dire straits. It was just that the better their background, the later this predicament would arrive. Lu Huang, however, didn't need to worry about this at all. He could fuse a divine sword in just over a day, on average easily hundreds per year. So many he couldn't even use them all. Having just left the exam venue, he casually glanced at his sword domain space, where the spiritual materials had nearly accumulated enough for another divine sword. Lu Huang temporarily suppressed his urge to fuse and looked around. The audience stands erupted in thunderous cheers. When his final score froze on the big screen, the entire venue exploded with wave-like cheering. Many graduating students swarmed over, their faces literally glowing with excitement. Lu Huang, Lu Huang, Lu Huang, first place, first place, first place. Lu Huang, you're my idol. You held me when I was little, remember? Brother Lu, don't you recognize me? When we were kids, you played at your house, and I played at mine. God Lu, can you give me an autograph? Please. Big brother Lu, I want to have your babies. Big brother Lu, I want to be your dog. Daddy, brother Lu, no one's home tonight if you come over. I'm all yours to do whatever you want with. No charge whether it's good or not. Facing this passionate siege from his peers, Lu Huang found it more overwhelming than dealing with magical beasts in the exam. Especially those uninhibited female classmates who pressed him directly into their chests, giving him a forceful face wash. If the chief examiner Hong Feng hadn't sent staff to rescue him to the leadership section, he probably would have been trapped in those youthful maiden claws. However, as soon as he stepped into the leadership section, those fifth-tier big shots surrounded him with equally fervent enthusiasm. They spoke without beating around the bush, all asking Lu Huang to endorse their guild products, offering quite tempting prices. Compared to making small talk with a bunch of old men, he clearly preferred going back to chat with the girls. But those offers were so attractive they made his heart race, leaving him hesitant. Just as Lu Huang was weighing whether to make a decision on the spot, Hong Feng cleared his throat as a reminder. Student Lu Huang, you've only just finished the exam. There's no rush to discuss endorsement deals. Your scores have been submitted, and we should soon have your provincial ranking. Lu Huang caught the underlying meaning in Hong Feng's words. The man was clearly hinting that the real negotiations would have to wait until the final rankings were announced. The endorsement fees for a provincial champion versus a city champion were in completely different leagues, especially since this year's top scorer in Yezhou province happened to come from a third-tier base city like Songling, which had sent the buzz through the roof. Lu Huang nodded knowingly, giving Hong Feng an "I get it" look, then decisively declined the invitations from the various executives. Several Songling higher-ups who had secretly conspired to grab a little advantage, all sighed simultaneously, casting resentful glances at Hong Feng. They hadn't intended to scam Lu Huang, they just wanted to use some clever tactics to maximize their own benefits. But Hong Feng's single reminder had shattered their schemes. For Hong Feng, this was a casual favor to Lu Huang, though small. It conveyed goodwill. Come on, Lu Huang, have a seat here. Hong Feng pointed to the chair beside him, then personally poured a cup of hot tea and handed it over. After such a long exam, wet your throat first. Lu Huang took the tea and drained it in one gulp, then plopped down in the chair with casual confidence. Thanks, Chief Examiner. His straightforward manner made Hong Feng raise an eyebrow, appreciation flashing in his eyes. You're just like your father, kid. Both of you have that free-spirited air about you. I like it. Hong Feng was originally a military professional, a special category within the heavenly calling, equivalent to contemporary soldiers, and had always appreciated straightforward people. When his father was mentioned, a flicker of complexity crossed Lu Huang's eyes. That carefree, unrestrained man had said before leaving home that he was going to forge a bright future for his son, but had vanished without a trace ever since. Despite Lu Huang's extensive searching, he could only discover that the information had been sealed from the top down, and with his status, he simply couldn't pry it open. He finally couldn't hold back. Officer Hong, may I ask what exactly happened to my father and mother? Hong Feng hadn't expected Lu Huang to be so direct. He shook his head with a bitter smile. Sorry, I can't say right now. Even if I told you, it wouldn't mean anything. If you really want to know the details, wait until you reach the 6th tier. He raised his hand and patted Lu Huang's shoulder encouragingly. Lu Huang smiled bitterly, but still wouldn't give up. After thinking for a moment, he asked again, then, is my parents' death confirmed? Is there any chance of a mistake? He had never seen his parents' bodies and had always held on to a thread of hope. Hong Feng sighed deeply and nodded with a grave expression. We've conducted a thorough investigation, and experts have done meticulous analysis. Your parents, along with all members of the Zhulu Guild, have been confirmed dead. There's no chance of survival. His words were cold and harsh, clearly unwilling to let Lu Huang harbor unrealistic fantasies. Lu Huang's chest trembled, but he still wasn't completely despairing. Needed to see the living or the dead. Lu Huang never believed anything completely unless he could verify it himself. I'll get to the bottom of everything. In that case, I'll focus on my training and strive to reach the 6th tier as soon as possible. The young man's eyes blazed with determination, sparks of resolve dancing in their depths. Hong Feng watched him and couldn't help but shake his head slightly. This stubborn streak was identical to Lu Huang's father's. Hong Feng sighed inwardly. This kid still hasn't given up, but so be it. Let this obsession fuel his drive. Hopefully, when he truly reaches the 6th tier, he won't charge headfirst into danger like that man did years ago. With Lu Huang's current abilities, even if he successfully enters one of the 4 prestigious academies, reaching the 6th tier would still take 4 or 5 years. There's no rush. With this thought, Hong Feng glanced at the personal communicator on his wrist. Earlier, he had already submitted Songling City's college entrance exam scores through the proper channels, and the data should have reached Yezhou Province's examination headquarters by now. At Yezhou Province's examination headquarters, several chief examiners worked busily in the spacious monitoring hall before holographic screens, reviewing materials from various base cities at 10 times normal speed for verification. Not bad at all. This year's top scorers from each city have generally improved, with much higher average scores than last year. It shows that Yezhou is truly thriving. Cut the chatter. If each generation were really worse than the last, wouldn't that make us leaders complete failures? Hurry up with the approvals theory waiting to hold the top score banquets. The review process was simple yet rigorous. Verify videos showed no signs of cheating, stamp with electronic seals on the spot, then send notifications back to the subordinate-based cities. Suddenly, one chief examiner burst into laughter. This year's Yezhou province overall top scorer has emerged. Everyone looked at the dazzling data displayed in the center of his screen. Candidate, Yang Yingfeng. Score, 1,201. Test site, Anyang Base City. Potential, rank. Class, Berserker Blade Warrior. Over 1,200? Did he take down an elite class beast? Everyone gathered around, watching on screen as the young man ventured alone into the wilderness. His blade fell, beast blood splattered, and he carved a path of destruction through the crowd like beast tide. In the end, he was cornered at death's edge, only escaping through teleportation the instant the exam ended. Berserker Blade Warrior truly berserker and fierce. Previous year's provincial top scorers got around 1,100. He's pulled ahead by dozens of points. This year's champion is secured. Everyone returned to their respective duties. Moments later, the examiner who had finished reviewing the second-tier base cities looked up. I'm done here. Anyang can prepare to receive their top scorer notification. Cross-verification was just a double safeguard. The cost of cheating was extremely high, making the probability of actual problems minimal. The other examiners nodded but insisted on reviewing all top score videos. You take your time. I'm heading out first. That examiner waved and left. Someone complained helplessly. Why is Yang Qinglong in such a rush? Obviously Yang Yingfeng is his nephew. Of course he wants to deliver the good news. Forget it. Let's not obsess over those few dozen third-tier base city videos. Let's input the scores first. Compiling the overall rankings is what matters. Agreed. Those small city top scorers won't make the top 20 anyway, so detailed review isn't that important. Keyboard clicks echoed continuously as data was compiled. Suddenly, one chief examiner froze his cursor, pupils contracting. Holy shit. This, how is this possible? Seeing the examiner's shocked expression, someone asked in confusion. What's wrong, old Lu? Did you catch someone cheating? Everyone knew that for a sixth-tier examiner to show such an expression, the most likely scenario was catching someone red-handed. The examiner, surnamed Lu, shook his head vigorously like a rattled drum, pointing at his floating holographic screen with a grave tone. Come see for yourselves. Several examiners exchanged glances, frowning as they gathered around. But when their eyes fell upon the score displayed on the screen, they all froze as if struck by lightning, their eyes wide as saucers. Holy crap, holy crap, holy crap. How is this possible? Is this score authentic? Quick, pull up the exam battle footage. On the holographic screen, battle scenes were rewound, paused, and magnified one after another. Several examiners scrutinized every frame, watching the footage 3 times from beginning to end. Finally, they looked at each other, their eyes filled with undeniable shock. It's real, not a trace of cheating. Incredible, the provincial top scorer actually comes from a third-tier base city. If this news gets out, won't Yezhou province explode? Someone began speculating. Is Lu Huang really a local from Sangling City? Could he be some wealthy family's illegitimate son? Another person shrugged. If he were any other profession, I might argue, but he's a swordmaster. We have swordmasters among this year's base city top scorers too, but the highest only scored around 900, nowhere near Lu Huang's level. No amount of discussion could change the results. After confirming everything was correct, several examiners quickly signed and stamped the documents, uploading the top scorer notification to the system. After sending the file, someone suddenly remembered. Yang Qinglong probably doesn't know yet. Should we tell him in advance? The examiners' gazes met, a hint of mischief flashing in their eyes. No need, someone chuckled. When we post the overall rankings later, he'll find out naturally. This Yang Qinglong came from a prominent family and was usually arrogant and domineering. With such a rare opportunity to see him humbled, everyone was more than happy to save their breath. With that, they continued reviewing videos from other third-tier base cities. After Lu Huang's precedent, no one dared to be careless. However, after reviewing everything, the results still matched expectations. Most third-tier base city top scorers had scores in the 900s, or even 800s, lower than many second-tier base cities' top 5. Fortunately, the Longxia Kingdom had preferential policies for underdeveloped regions. As long as students ranked in their city's top 3 and met the minimum admission requirements for the 4 prestigious schools, they could be accepted. While the examiners compiled the final rankings, Yang Qinglong, who had left earlier, was already outside. He eagerly pulled out his personal communicator and sent a message to his family group chat. It's confirmed. Our Yingfeng can definitely secure the top scorer position this time. As soon as the message was sent, the family group chat erupted. Everyone knew he was one of the chief examiners for this session, so his information was undoubtedly authentic. However, some high-ranking Yang family members still tagged him in the chat, asking, Qinglong, I see the top scorer rankings haven't been released yet. Are you certain about this information? Elder, don't worry, it's guaranteed. Yang Qinglong replied instantly in the group chat with unwavering confidence. I verified the top scorer results from all 3 first-tier base cities and 13 second-tier base cities in Yezhou province. Not one of them can shake Yingfeng's position. This time he's leading the second place by over 30 points, absolutely secure. After a flurry of read notifications flooded the chat, someone suddenly tagged him again. Qinglong, have you reviewed all the base cities? What about the third-tier ones? Yang Qinglong raised an eyebrow, his typing still respectful. Elder, you know as well as I do that the top scorers from third-tier base cities can't even match the top few from second-tier cities. No need to waste time on them. Rest assured, there won't be any problems. After a brief silence, a highly respected elder finally spoke. Don't spread the word yet. Wait for the official rankings. Let's be cautious. This message made Yang Qinglong grumble internally. These old folks were getting more timid with age. But he said nothing, only snorting privately. Fine, we'll wait. In the private chat group, other elders quietly exchanged opinions. Little 11, I think Qinglong's information is reliable. Should we start preparing the celebration banquet? Don't rush. You're only 80 years old, too inexperienced. Never pop champagne at halftime. Old 6 makes a good point. Let's just wait a few hours. The chance of an upset may be less than 1 in 10,000, but as long as it's not 100% certain, we must assume it could happen. Let's wait and see. Our Yang family has endured for 1,000 years. We can't let outsiders mock us. We must be cautious in word and deed. The Yang family was one of Yezhou province's few ancient clans, with a 1,000-year legacy. Every elder in the family was an 8th-tier powerhouse, the youngest nearly 100 years old, each one shrewd and calculating. Compared to Yang Qinglong, who was under 50, they were more accustomed to steady, methodical approaches. However, the news still exploded within the clan. Several loose-lipped young family members bragged about Yingfeng breaking through the 1,200 barrier everywhere, creating quite a Styra high school exam record that ranked among the highest in Yezhou province's history. Meanwhile, as soon as the exam ended, Yang Yingfeng returned to the family estate. The moment he stepped through the door, relatives and friends swarmed around him. Little Feng, congratulations on taking the provincial championship. 8th tier potential awaits you. 8th tier? Our little Feng has 9th tier potential. Come, let's celebrate with tea at my place. The vast family courtyard buzzed with voices and smiling faces forming circles around him. Faced with this flattery and fawning, the young man's eyes remained cold. He waved his hand dismissively, frowning. Don't block my way. I need to return to my cultivation. As his words fell, the air turned frigid. Everyone exchanged glances, their smiles freezing on their faces, but none dared speak further. They could only quietly step aside, clearing a path for him. Watching his retreating figure, quite a few people had complaints. What an attitude. By seniority, I'm at least his clan brother, yet he shows no courtesy whatsoever. Well, he's a genius after all. Having a bit of an attitude is pretty normal. Either way, we're all Yang family members. The higher his achievements, the better it is for us. Yang Yingfeng pushed open the alloy door of the cultivation chamber and casually shut it behind him, blocking out the noise from outside. He sat cross-legged on the spirit jade cushion, intending to immediately begin his cultivation technique, but found himself unable to focus his mind. He had thought he was calm enough, yet when the moment came to await the rankings announcement, that piece of destined good news still stirred his emotions. I still need to temper my mental state, he mocked himself silently, shaking his head with a sigh. But on second thought, this mindset wasn't unreasonable. It was like knowing you held the winning lottery numbers, but still feeling anticipation before the official announcement. If he could claim the provincial champion title, it wouldn't just be an honor, it would elevate his status within the Yang family and secure better resource allocation. The Yang family was full of geniuses, and the Dragon Xia Kingdom had even more. Only by securing the best resources at every step could he maintain his lead in competition with the world's elite talents. Forget it. I'll cultivate after the rankings are announced. No rush for this moment. Once I get the additional family resources, my cultivation efficiency will only improve. With this thought, he decided to give himself a little break. Yang Yingfeng raised his wrist to activate his personal communicator, logged into the Yezhou Province College Entrance Exam official website, and kept refreshing with his fingertips. At the same time, countless Tianji candidates across Yezhou Province were doing exactly the same thing. Minutes later, the web page suddenly lagged, and the screen burst into golden light. The rankings appeared with dragon and phoenix phantoms swirling and dancing, the special effects dazzlingly bright. So flashy, he muttered, his gaze quickly locking onto the rankings. The next moment, his whole body shuddered violently. Good news. He saw his name on the rankings. Bad news. He was ranked second. His fingertips trembling, he frantically refreshed the holographic screen, hoping it was just a system bug. But after refreshing several times, the scores and rankings remained unchanged. After completely giving up hope, he looked up at the first place. Who the hell is Lu Huang? He had memorized all the worthy opponents before the exam, yet had never heard this name. He clicked on the first place's personal information. Tianji, Swordmaster, origin, 3rd tier base city. His heart sank again, and a wave of defeat crashed over him. I actually lost to a commoner from a 3rd tier base city. Yang Yingfeng immediately searched for all information about Lu Huang, wanting to see what abilities this person had to surpass him. At this moment throughout Yezhou province, countless Tianji practitioners were doing the same as him, gasping in shock upon seeing the rankings, then frantically searching for Lu Huang. When the news first spread, many people simply didn't believe it. Even after personally confirming the rankings, they still looked incredulous. Forums even saw voices of doubt. Had Lu Huang cheated? Otherwise, how could a candidate from a 3rd tier base city possibly crush all the geniuses from 2nd tier and 1st tier base cities? 1266 points? That's way too exaggerated. Meanwhile, at the final grading review office, Yang Chenglong, who thought he was sitting pretty, had been calm and composed, but when the champion rankings came into view, he collapsed with weak knees. How is this possible? This has to be fake. With that, he turned and ran frantically back to the grading room. The other examiners happened to be coming out, and, seeing his panicked appearance, all showed mocking smiles. Serves you right. That's what you get for leaving early. Now you're getting your comeuppance, aren't you? Yang Chenglong rushed into the grading room and immediately opened the college entrance examination scoring system, searching for Lu Huang's exam video. When the red digits 1266 appeared before his eyes, his entire body trembled violently, and his fingertips froze on the light screen. The score was correct. There was absolutely no mistake. He forcibly suppressed his surging emotions as a thought flashed through his mind. The boy must have cheated somehow. Otherwise, how could a commoner's son from a 3rd tier base city trample all those aristocratic geniuses underfoot and even leaving so far behind? He quickly opened the full surveillance footage, fast-forwarding, rewinding, and slowing it down, his eyes practically glued to the screen. After watching it over and over at least 10 times, he still couldn't find the slightest flaw. Lu Huang's calm and composed demeanor became increasingly gray-tinged, was clearly the ease of someone in complete control, not the guilty conscience of a cheater. Even more terrifying was that this score of 1,266 had likely reached the upper limit of Songling City's exam question bank, rather than the young man's own limit. In a larger base city with more exotic creatures, his score would probably be even higher. Crack! His knuckles popped as he clenched his fists. After a long sigh, he stared at the young face on the light screen, his expression complex. Though Yang Yingfeng was his nephew, he had raised the boy himself and regarded him as his own son. He had thought the provincial top score was already in the bag, never expecting Lu Huang to emerge from nowhere. Yang Chenglong smiled bitterly and muttered to himself, if Zhou Yu exists, why must Zhuge Liang also exist? Yingfeng, you can only blame your unfortunate timing. With this thought, he calmed down again. Victory or defeat in the college entrance exam was only temporary. The Swordmaster profession had many inherent limitations his Yingfeng might not necessarily lose in the future. Conversely, Lu Huang's ability to claim first place had already demonstrated his talent. If properly courted, he could become a shortcut to strengthening the family's power. 6th-tier potential was rare, even in Yezhou province side, would be too wasteful to let such an opportunity slip by. His mind made up, he left the grading room and sent everything he had discovered to the family's senior leadership group chat. The elders first scolded him for being impetuous, then praised him for having a decent character and not letting personal feelings cloud his judgment of talent. Chenglong, this Lu Huang is worth recruiting. We're entrusting this matter to you. The family finally decided. With the task assigned to him, Yang Chenglong quietly calculated. Once the Tindui evaluation period ended, and it became public which of the 4 prestigious schools Lu Huang would enter and which tier of classes he would be placed in, that would be the right time to make a move and offer the most appropriate terms. In the Yang family estate shrouded by night, within a dimly lit cultivation room, Yang Yingfeng knelt on one knee, sweat slowly trickling down from his brow. It took him a long while to calm the surging frustration in his chest. When his eyes reopened, they burned with determined fire. A temporary defeat meant nothing. Only by facing failure heat-in could one truly transform. Lu Huang, I'll remember you. The next time we meet, I'll defeat you with my own hands. He whispered softly, his fingertips gently caressing the long sword suspended at his side, as cold light gradually crept along the blade's edge. A swordmaster? I heard this talent has significant flaws later on. I hope you can overcome them, so I won't feel empty when I defeat you. Lu Huang finished his inner mockery, then quickly composed himself and sank his consciousness into the ocean of sword light within his body, dismissing all distracting thoughts. The auditorium of Songling City's municipal training ground was brilliantly lit. While waiting for the final results to be transmitted back, Chief Examiner Hong Feng personally hosted the award ceremony, handing Lu Huang the 5 million yuan prize money, symbolizing the city's top scorer on the spot. This was just an appetizer. There were still generous enrollment rewards from the 4 prestigious schools ahead. plus the provincial champion prize money totaling 20 to 30 million, enough to cover that high-interest loan. However, Lu Huang didn't plan to repay it immediately. Though the interest was high, there was still a year left on the term. Converting all the money into cultivation resources was the key to maintaining his lead. After the ceremony ended, Hong Feng used his authority to ensure the city champion prize money arrived almost instantly. The terminal notification sounded, and the figure of 5 million danced on the holographic screen, dazzling, yet reassuring. Money in hand meant immediate use. Lu Huang quickly called up the projection interface and threw heavenly treasures, spirit pattern materials, and potion samples into his shopping cart, his fingertips moving rapidly. Just as he was getting into the swing of selecting items, he suddenly noticed a figure approaching. Hong Feng had come over directly, his gaze sweeping across the list before frowning and sighing softly. Seeing this, Lu Huang put away his terminal and clasped his hands in salute. Officer Hong, is there a problem with my resource allocation? Could you offer some guidance? Though Hong Feng wasn't from the sword cultivation path, his fifth-tier cultivation level spoke for itself. His practical experience and theoretical knowledge far exceeded any newcomers. He waved his hand to indicate relaxation and first smiled with praise. The proportions are fine. Your academic foundation must be excellent. After the compliment, his tone shifted. Unfortunately, the cost-effectiveness is too low. This amount of money simply isn't enough for your needs. Before the subsequent prize money arrives, there will be a gap period. Do you plan to rely purely on talent to get through that time? This hit the crucial point. Lu Huang scratched his head with a bitter smile, remembering those 3 days of college entrance exam preparation. Even over 10 million in resources wasn't enough to squander, and now a mere 5 million was even more like a drop in the bucket. With resources, cultivation was like a rocket filled with fuel. Without resources, it became scrap metal falling from the sky. Cultivation was like rowing upstream, not advancing, meant retreating. Although the divine swords could ensure his realm wouldn't drop, compared to the high speed achieved with abundant resources, the pace was tortuously slow. Thinking of this, he clasped his hands again. Officer Hong, no. Uncle Hong, please enlighten me. Hong Feng laughed heartily. Don't be so formal. Your father and I are of the same generation. Just call me Uncle Hong. The other fifth-tier examiners nearby exchanged glances and clicked their tongues silently. The Hong Feng of the past had always been strictly businesslike and unsmiling. But today that old fellow was practically beaming when facing Lu Huang, making no effort to hide his intention to curry favor with the young man. However, they could understand Hong Feng's mindset. For officials like Hong Feng who governed a region, what mattered most were talented individuals. The more geniuses in his territory and the higher their achievements, the more it would benefit his lifelong political accomplishments. Now, personally guiding Lu Huang would bring benefits both publicly and privately, killing 2 birds with 1 stone. Lu Huang didn't decline either. Standing straight, he called out crisply, Uncle Hong. Hong Feng nodded slightly, no longer keeping them in suspense. After picking up his hot tea and taking a sip, he said in a deep voice, cultivation follows a 4-character formula: wealth, companions, techniques, and location. Each one is crucial. If you have abundant wealth, you can solve many problems by simply throwing resources at them. But since money isn't plentiful, you'll need to work harder on the other 3 aspects. He set down his teacup, his gaze sweeping over Lu Huang once before continuing. I see you're practicing the Azure Thunder Sword Manual. It's a good technique, and your parents have prepared you well in terms of techniques, so that's one less worry for now. What remains most important is location. Lu Huang seemed to have an epiphany upon hearing this. Hong Feng raised his hand to activate his personal communication terminal, projecting a holographic screen in midair as various data rapidly scrolled past. Our world has only experienced spiritual energy revival for just over 1,000 years, so true cultivation treasures are rare, and you can't access them yet anyway. However, there are quite a few secret realm worlds, and there's one particularly suitable for you. The screen froze, and a line of large text appeared. Small Thunder Pool Micro Secret Realm, suitable for 1st to 3rd tier professionals. Since you're following the lightning-type sword control path, this place is practically tailor-made for you. Hong Feng sent over an extremely detailed resource list. Gather everything on this list, then venture inside. I guarantee that if you give it your all, you can advance at least 2 minor stages before enrollment. Given Lu Huang's current 2nd-tier realm and the fact that he had at most 10 days before reporting for school, reaching the peak of the 2nd tier within 10 days would be remarkably efficient. Lu Huang's eyes immediately lit up as he eagerly asked for more information about the secret realm. High school curriculum didn't cover secret realm knowledge in depth, so Lu Huang was particularly curious. Hong Feng held nothing back, sharing everything from the secret realm's history and terrain to the weaknesses of common demon beasts, combat techniques, and adventure experience. Lu Huang listened with rapt attention, hungrily memorizing every key point. When their conversation touched on companions from the wealth, companions, techniques, and location formula, Lu Huang suddenly asked, Uncle Hong, does companions refer to romantic partners? Hong Feng was momentarily stunned, then burst into laughter. It includes romantic partners and cultivation partners, but it's not limited to that. If two professionals have compatible natures, and their cultivation complements each other, for instance, a chef type and a devourer type, where one continuously cooks while the other constantly consumes, creating mutual benefit and exponentially increased advancement speed. But finding truly suitable cultivation partners is too difficult. So most people settle for forming well-coordinated teams, which also falls under companions. Lu Huang listened with fascination and couldn't help but ask, then what types of professions would match well with my sword controller? Hong Feng's lips curved upward as he teased. Boy, feeling the stirrings of spring. Lu Huang waved his hands and laughed. No, I'm just curious. Didn't you mention that complementary professions could trigger earth-shattering profession fusion techniques? Hong Feng nodded, his brow furrowing slightly as he pondered for a moment before suddenly clapping his hands. You know what? There actually is one type of profession that pairs quite well with your sword controller. Lu Huang's eyes lit up upon hearing this, his ears practically perking up with interest. Hong Feng spoke slowly and deliberately. You should know that Swordmasters must fuse a sword soul into their natal sword when they reach the 3rd tier, but what you might not know is that this sword soul can come from either magical beasts or humans. So, do you understand what type of practitioner is most compatible with Swordmasters? Before Hong Feng finished speaking, Lu Huang had already grasped the concept and immediately responded. Uncle Hong, you must be referring to soul-type practitioners, right? They can separate their souls from their bodies and transform directly into spiritual entities. Hong Feng nodded in confirmation. If you could subdue a soul-type practitioner and make them willingly become your sword soul, your natal sword's power would at least double. However, don't entertain this notion just yet. With your talent, ordinary soul-type practitioners wouldn't satisfy you, while truly powerful ones would never become anyone's subordinate. When you reach the 3rd tier, just honestly fuse with a high-quality beast soul. Once you enter university, you'll have more channels to select premium souls. Lu Huang nodded silently, though he was already making secret plans in his mind. The two then chatted casually about family matters and trivial affairs. The other 5th-tier experts around them remained quietly attentive. None leaving early. No one wanted to miss the official notification when the top scholar was announced. Although everyone was confident that Lu Huang's scores would dominate Yi State, until they saw the official seal with their own eyes, no one dared declare there would be no dark horses. Suddenly, Hong Feng's personal communicator vibrated. He immediately stopped talking and opened the message from his superiors. With just one glance, he couldn't suppress the smile spreading across his face. As expected, Lu Huang, provincial top scholar. The high-ranking experts of Songling City all gathered around, and after seeing the seal and contents of the official notice, they burst into laughter and offered their congratulations. Lu Huang cupped his fists in return, but unwilling to engage in small talk, he headed directly to the rest area beside the plaza with Hong Feng. Following the list Hong Feng handed him, he purchased cultivation resources worth tens of millions in one go. 5 million came from the city's top scholar prize money, while the remaining 10 million plus came from his winnings on the betting pool, where he had wagered that Zhang Yao and Lu Xinyao would be eliminated. With odds of 1 to 500, this single bet earned Lu Huang more than his 1,000-point achievement reward, which also revealed that the bookmakers never imagined these two would be eliminated. While waiting for the courier to deliver his purchases, an unexpected visitor arrived at his door first. Lu Xinyao stood at the entrance, hands tightly gripping the corners of her dress, legs pressed together, looking timidly at Lu Huang. She had changed into new clothes and deliberately dressed up, appearing quite attractive. Brother Lu, I was wrong, truly wrong. Please forgive me, I'll do anything if you'll just forgive me. After speaking, she reached out to close the restroom door and even locked the bolt. Then she content obscured, as if content obscured. It seemed content obscured would content obscured. Lu Xinyao content obscured. She then took delicate steps, swaying gracefully as she moved toward Lu Huang. She had barely taken 2 steps when a sharp sword cry suddenly pierced the air. Huosha flash of cold light, and a sword was pressed straight against Lu Xinyao's snow-white throat. The blade was merely an inch away from breaking skin, its chill seeping into her bones along her neck. Lu Huang's expression was ice cold, his brow furrowed tightly, his eyes filled with disgust. Take one more step, and I'll run you through with this sword. Lu Xinyao's delicate body trembled under the sword's threatening aura, yet she didn't retreat in the slightest. Instead, her pretty face took on a seductive expression, smiling with rippling charm. Fine, brother Lu Huang, you can run me through if you want. But I hope you won't use your sword, but rather. Damn, Lu Huang's sword trembled in his hand, nearly losing his composure at those words. Outrageous. Absolutely outrageous. He had to admit that the woman before him was definitely a master provocateur. According to common sense, when encountering such a person, his teacher had repeatedly emphasized in Class 1 should select appropriate equipment according to experimental needs, move slowly during the process, preferably using specific methods along certain directions. When finished, continue in the same direction to avoid causing injury. He remembered all these precautions crystal clear. But thinking of Lu Xinyao's previous outrageous behavior, he immediately lost interest and couldn't muster even half a bit of enthusiasm. Get away from me before I really lose my temper, he warned in a deep voice. Adults must take responsibility for what they've said and done. Lu Xinyao hadn't expected that even after swallowing her pride to make amends, Lu Huang would remain unmoved. She took a deep breath, struggling to maintain her smile. Brother Lu Huang, please. We had so many beautiful memories together, have you really forgotten them all? You once promised Auntie that you'd always take care of me. If you don't forgive me, my family will send me to those powerful men as a plaything. I don't want. Before she could finish, tears were already streaming down her cheeks. Lu Huang could tell she was genuinely desperate. He had long heard rumors about Lu Changqing's character. Though he'd been half skeptical before now, it seemed those rumors weren't unfounded. After a moment's contemplation, he asked bluntly, "Stop beating around the bush. What exactly do you want?" Lu Xinyao's eyes immediately brightened, thinking she saw an opportunity, and hurriedly said, "I've already lost my chance to enter the 4 prestigious academies, but if you help me, I can still get into a second-tier elite university." "How?" Lu Huang's frown deepened. "In a few days, teachers from the elite universities will come to Tsangling City for recruitment." Lu Xinyao spoke urgently, unable to hide her excitement. "As long as you agree to go with them and are willing to cultivate at that school, they'll definitely give me a special admission slot." Lu Huang could hardly believe what he was hearing. He stared at Lu Xinyao for a long moment, with only one thought in his mind. This woman was absolutely insane. She actually wanted him to give up his bright future to accompany her to a second-tier university? Holy hell, what nerve! "Get lost," he said, enunciating each word clearly, too lazy to waste more words. "Brother Lu Huang." "Ah!" A scream rang out as the sword shot forward, piercing straight through Lu Xinyao's shoulder, blood spattering. "Get lost. I don't want to say it a third time." Watching Lu Huang's murderous intent surge forth, Lu Xinyao finally felt fear. She dared not utter another word and fled through the door. Outside, Hong Feng had somehow already taken position. The figures drawn by the commotion hadn't yet dispersed, and he had heard every word of the conversation in the lounge. Clearly this room had never been equipped with soundproofing arrays. Lu Huang met his gaze, and the two exchanged helpless smiles. "If you don't want her pestering you anymore, I can contact Lu Changqing directly." Hong Feng spoke first, his tone steady. "I'll also have him provide compensation as an explanation to you. Consider it payment for emotional distress." Lu Huang pondered for a moment before finally nodding. He understood that given his current strength and status, this was the fastest and most secure solution. Hong Feng raised his hand and tossed over a red bead the size of a fingernail. The bead was crystal clear throughout, with a miniature phantom of Hong Feng suspended inside, its expression identical to the real person. "Soul blood bead," Hong Feng explained. "If you encounter trouble you can't handle in the secret realm, activate it directly. My soul blood avatar will descend immediately with power roughly equivalent to third-tier perfection, enough to keep you safe within the secret realm's rules." Lu Huang's heart trembled. Even for Hong Feng, a fifth-tier expert, extracting a third-tier perfection soul blood bead would cost enormous vital essence. This was no casual gift. He gripped the bead tightly, his face showing undisguised gratitude. "Uncle Hong, this." "Skip the formalities," Hong Feng waved his hand. "I'll have someone escort you to the Little Thunderpool secret realm shortly. I'm going to rest first." With that, he turned and left. Lu Huang looked down at the red bead in his palm, silently noting this kindness. He knew Hong Feng was more likely investing in his potential, but judging by actions rather than intentions, as long as someone helped him, he must remember that favor. Though the Little Thunderpool secret realm was only a micro-level secret realm, it still posed considerable risk to second-tier professionals. The soul blood bead was equivalent to adding an insurance policy to his life. Its significance was extraordinary. Lost in these thoughts, he waited patiently. Before long, the doorbell rang abruptly. "Express delivery, please sign for your package." A delivery worker stood at the door holding a sealed box and an electronic contract. "Mr. Lu, your rented rare-grade spatial ring has arrived. You need to sign the rental agreement. If the ring is lost, you'll need to compensate at full price." Lu Huang accepted the ring. Its surface was inscribed with intricate runes, and its internal space measured dozens of cubic meters, perfect for his needs. He quickly signed the contract. Renting for 1 day cost over 10,000 yuan, but purchasing an equivalent ring would cost at least 10 million. Had to make the practical choice. For secret realm explorers, spatial rings were essential tools. Rare minerals, herbs, and even beast flesh from secret realms could all be sold at high prices. Even the beast corpses he had obtained during his college entrance exam had been immediately transported by Sky to base cities for recycling. Nothing was wasted. After putting on the ring, Lu Huang organized his supplies. Soon, 3 third-tier professionals sent by Hong Feng knocked to signal departure. They boarded a specially modified truck. The entire vehicle was crafted by artifact refiners, enhanced by array masters and rune masters for power and protection. Though heavy, it moved swift as wind and thunder. Teleportation arrays consumed enormous resources and were rarely used unless necessary. So Lu Huang's group chose overland travel. After dozens of minutes, the convoy crossed mountains and valleys, peaks retreating rapidly outside the windows, until they reached the entrance to the Little Thunder Pool's secret realm. It was a spatial fissure over 10 meters wide and dozens of meters long, like a wound torn forcibly in heaven and earth. The edges of the crack constantly writhed, making one's scalp tingle at the sight. Deep within the fissure, dark purple lightning arcs flickered intermittently, illuminating another unfamiliar sky. This was the Little Thunder Pool's secret realm. Mr. Lu, we've arrived at the Lesser Thunder Pool's secret realm. Do you need us to accompany you inside? The three third-tier heavenly practitioners escorting him stopped before the barrier, and one of them spoke up. Lu Huang raised his hand, silently declining their offer. The man didn't insist further and handed over a pale silver scroll instead. This is a map of the secret realm, marking resource gathering points and beast colony locations. Though these change constantly, it can still serve as a reference. Thank you. Lu Huang cupped his hands in gratitude and tucked the scroll into his robes. Next, the man handed him a thumb-sized black signaling device. This will emit positioning signals at regular intervals, making it easier for us to track your location. If you encounter danger, just press it 3 times in succession and it will send out a continuous distress signal. However, the rules within the secret realm differ from the outside world, so we might not be able to reach you in time. If you sense trouble, Mr. Lu, please send the signal early. These heavenly practitioners were clearly extremely concerned about Lu Huang's safety was not only the top scholar of Songling City, but also the overall champion of Yezhou Province. If anything happened to him, they would bear heavy responsibility. Lu Huang thanked them again, and together they passed through the guard checkpoint and entered the Lesser Thunder Pool secret realm. A purple canopy suddenly spread overhead, with no sun visible, yet bright as daylight. The surrounding vegetation had a metallic quality, with electric arcs dancing between rustling branches and leaves, crackling audibly. After a brief observation, Lu Huang bid farewell to the heavenly practitioners and flew off on his sword toward the distance. Watching his figure disappear, one guard muttered under his breath, "The top scholar is only second tier. Going into the secret realm alone is still too dangerous. Any random third-tier alien creature here could put him in mortal peril." Another shook his head. "Don't worry. Since Commander Hong approved his entry, he must have given him some ultimate life-saving measures. If something really happens, Commander Hong would bear the greatest responsibility." True, the top scholar has always been prudent. As long as he doesn't venture into the heartland, there shouldn't be major problems. Come on, let's follow from a distance. If he really calls for help, we can provide immediate support. The three quickly reached consensus and began trailing him discreetly. Mountain ranges stretched endlessly with rolling clouds and mist. Lu Huang flew low on his sword, following the mountain contours, occasionally pulling out the scroll. Light and shadow flickered as a three-dimensional holographic map hovered before him. He zoomed in on the coordinates and locked onto his target. Not far from the Lesser Thunder Pool now. Accelerating once more, he stopped atop a peak that rose abruptly ahead. Before him, a pool of water flickered with electric light, slowly churning as intense energy washed over him. What flowed in the pool wasn't ordinary liquid, but a special energy substance called Thunder Essence. For lightning attribute heavenly practitioners, this was an exceptional heavenly treasure. However, this substance is difficult to store and quickly loses its potency when carried away in ordinary containers. Every region within the secret realm naturally generates these Thunder Essence pools, which serve as supreme nourishment for native creatures, making it inevitable that exotic beasts guard the pool sides. The Thunder Essence pool that Lu Huang had set his sights on was no exception. Hundreds of exotic beasts clustered densely around it, with the strongest having reached the peak of the second tier and possessing elite-grade bloodlines. These exotic beasts resembled wild bulls with knotted muscles and skin covered in purple lightning patterns. Tiny electric arcs occasionally danced between their horns. These were the Thunderhorn bulls, the most common creatures in the Thunder Pool secret realm. These beasts possessed mountain-moving strength and wind-like speed, with their horns being extremely valuable. Even the most ordinary first-tier horn could sell for over 10,000. Lu Huang observed the herd from across the hilltop, and after confirming his target, he soared skyward on his sword, scanning the surrounding area from above. There were no other people in the secret realm. Once he confirmed safety, he immediately summoned all of his natal flying swords. Dozens of sword blades appeared, each bearing azure lightning patterns and having advanced to epic grade. With his current cultivation level, attempting to simultaneously wield so many epic-grade flying swords in direct combat would instantly drain his spiritual energy, but this didn't mean these swords could only gather dust. During cultivation, they helped him temper his will, and in battle, they could manifest deadly techniques. With a thought from Lu Huang, dozens of epic-grade natal swords pierced into the ground in unison, arranging themselves in a circle. The second sword technique of the Azure Thunder Sword Manual, the Azure Thunder Sword formation instantly took shape. This formation combined three effects: attack, defense, and healing, but its requirements for sword quality and quantity were nearly harsh. It needed at least 9 epic-grade natal swords to barely function. Lu Huang decided to go all out, directly maximizing the formation's power with 81 epic-grade flying swords. The moment the sword formation thunderously closed, heaven and earth shook within several miles, and pure thunder tribute spiritual energy was drawn in like a tide. On the nearby hillside, the thunderhorn bulls that had been grazing or busy mating all raised their heads in unison. Amid the rumbling sounds, the leading elite thunderhorn bull snorted thick, white vapor from its nostrils and heavily stamped its front hooves, clearly viewing the sword formation as a provocation. Lu Huang paid no attention, focusing entirely on stabilizing the sword formation. The elite thunderhorn bull let out a deep roar, turned its head, and charged down the hillside first, with the herd following closely behind, a dark mass rolling with murderous intent. How terrifying was the charge of a thunderhorn bull herd! Even third-tier professionals wouldn't dare face it head-on, let alone with an elite leading the charge. Common sense dictated maintaining distance, flanking maneuvers, and defeating them one by one. Yet Lu Huang chose the most direct approach: frontal combat. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 81 flying swords rose from the ground, their sword light weaving into a silver-purple thunder river that crashed head-on into the charging herd. Lu Huang held nothing back, unleashing his maximum combat power. 200 standard iron swords, 10 fine-grade blades, and 1 rare spirit sword tore through the sky in a sweeping formation. Their edges shrieked against the air, a piercing roar no less fearsome than a stampede of Lei Jiao bulls. This was the terrifying confidence of a fully equipped Swordmaster dominating the battlefield. One person, equal to 1,000 troops. The flying swords fell like rain upon the herd. A casual stroke from a standard iron sword could cleave a first-order Lei Jiao bull clean in two. Second-order ones were tougher, and even fine-grade blades struggled to kill them in a single blow. Lu Huang had planned ahead, directing the swords to target the bull's legs. Hooves snapped, tendons tore, and the formation collapsed, quickly bleeding the charge of its momentum. The real problem was the elite Lei Jiao bull at peak second order. Riding the herd's remaining force, it sprayed lightning from its twin horns and pinned down the rare spirit sword under Lu Huang's control. He wasn't rattled. He intended to clear out the small fry first, then harvest the commander without an army at his leisure. The elite bull wasn't stupid and soon saw through his plan. It hammered the ground with all 4 hooves and broke free of the herd, charging straight at Lu Huang. Even without the shelter of an energy carapace and the herd's tidal force, its aura remained crushing, enough to make a third-order novice warrior class professional keep their distance. Lu Huang, however, looked delighted. If the beast dared to rush him, it saved him the trouble. The Songlei sword array had one flaw: it couldn't move, but once an enemy stepped into it, his combat power spiked to the extreme. In a flash, the elite bull was almost upon him. Lu Huang tapped a finger, and among the 81 epic heavenly swords encircling him, one burst into a ringing chant. Flash! A streak of sword light flickered, and the massive beast was cut clean in half before it could even let out a bellow. Lu Huang recalled the epic heavenly sword and exhaled a long, turbid breath. Though he had drawn on power stored in the array for that strike, merely mobilizing an epic sword still consumed a fair share of his vitality. Fortunately, the result was swift and decisive. The remaining bulls watched their leader die and scattered in panic. Lu Huang sent his remaining lifebound flying swords to pursue, taking most of their heads, with only a few slipping beyond his control. Gazing over the field of carcasses, Lu Huang was thrilled. At least 500,000, he estimated. If other professionals heard him, they'd curse him out. Who else could control more than 200 weapons at once? A typical second-order squad, even with careful planning and a brutal day of fighting, would only net 40 to 50,000 per person. After tallying the spoils, Lu Huang stored all the corpses in his spatial ring, rode his sword on the wind, and shot straight to the small thunder pool at the mountaintop. Touching down, he summoned the 81 epic heavenly swords again to seal the pool. Shedding his clothes, he laid out his cultivation resources and stepped into the waters. Blazing white thunder slurry slithered like living serpents across his skin and through his meridians, a tingling pleasure that almost drew a low moan. Lu Huang summoned 2 divine swords to orbit at his sides, devouring bolts of lightning in a frenzy, and his cultivation surged in response. Hours later, boom, Lu Huang shattered a minor barrier and advanced in one step to the high tier of the second order. Lu Huang sucked in a sharp breath and sighed inwardly. The pale purple lightning essence before him was still churning, yet the energy in his dantian had already reached near saturation. The absorption rate was so fast, it even startled him. This lightning pool was quite substantial, with walls soaked in lightning essence extending 10 zhang deep, while electric arcs danced across the charred black rocks all around, crackling and sparking. By normal standards, even a third-tier heavenly practitioner operating at full capacity would need several days and nights of continuous effort to drain all the lightning essence here. Yet with the Divine Sword's assistance, he had accomplished this in less than 2.5 hours. At this thought, Lu Huang's heart skipped a beat. If this cultivation efficiency could be maintained, he might reach the third tier before enrollment. After all, typical university graduates barely manage to step into the third tier. This would be truly exceptional. Strike while the iron is hot. I need to quickly find a few more lightning pools to stabilize my cultivation. He excitedly withdrew his sword formation. Dozens of flying swords swooshed back into his sword domain space, like silver butterflies returning to their nest, leaving only one fine-grade treasure sword that he lightly tapped with his toe. Blue light spread across the blade as he shot through the gray, misty secret realm sky like lightning, racing toward the next lightning pool marked on his map. But after rushing for several hours, he came up empty-handed repeatedly. The first lightning pool had dried up, leaving only a layer of sticky black mud at the bottom. The second had just been struck by lightning clouds, but was already drained by another team. The third didn't even have a trace of lightning essence. His previous successful haul was truly fortunate. He had to thank the Guardian Beast, a second-tier peak Thunderhorn Bull, which ordinary teams wouldn't dare challenge lightly. Moreover, that comprehensive official map was rarely possessed by others, so his luck had indeed been good. Lu Huang landed on the thick branch of a towering ancient tree, his robes fluttering in the wind and revealing the lightning-breaking talismans hanging from his waist. He wiped the fine sweat from his forehead, catching his breath while repeatedly comparing coordinates on his scroll. The inner perimeter has probably been swept clean. If I delay any longer, I'll really have to venture into the core zone. But third-tier magical beasts appeared too frequently there with his current foundation. Rashly entering would likely be a one-way trip. I'll search a few more places. If they're still empty, I'll change strategies. Having made up his mind, he took to his sword again. This time, luck didn't continue working against him. Half a day later, a lowlying area covered by thunderclouds appeared in his view, with stone walls covered in scorch marks and palm-sized lightning flashes occasionally erupting from the water surface. The guardian beasts were merely a group of second-tier, high-level mixed-blood thunder lizards with no elite bloodlines. Lu Huang didn't even bother setting up a formation. With a flick of his sleeve, flying swords fell like meteors, and within 3 breaths, those thunder lizards were reduced to charred corpses. Walking to the pool's edge, he bent down to look. The accumulated lightning essence was less than 1/10 of the previous pool, just a thin layer. But he still grinned and said, "Even mosquito legs are meat." Just as he was about to sit cross-legged and absorb it, a rough exclamation suddenly reached his ears. "Holy crap, Brother Xian. Looks like we've struck out again." Following the voice, 7 or 8 figures emerged from behind the trees, led by a burly young man wearing tactical goggles and carrying a mountain-splitting axe on his shoulder, his face written with frustration. From their clothing and age, they were clearly a university student team. The one called Captain, Li Zishuan, forced a bitter smile and spread his hands. "What can I do? I'm helpless too." The scout in the team twitched his nostrils. Then his eyes suddenly lit up, his voice lowered but unable to hide his excitement. "Brother Xian, I smell the aura of lightning essence energy. Could it be that those people didn't finish collecting all the lightning essence before leaving?" The others immediately perked up with excitement and turned their gaze toward the thunder pool. The water surface, blocked by several massive boulders, was now shooting forth brilliant silver lightning. They moved closer and peered through the gaps between the rocks to see the churning thunder essence within bright silver energy liquid rippling with surging electric arcs, and there appeared to be quite a substantial amount. Lu Huang felt rather disdainful, as his absorption efficiency was extremely high, making this quantity far from sufficient for him. However, for these ordinary second-tier awakeners, the thunder essence in the pool would be enough for several days of intensive cultivation. "Excellent. Quick, let's collect it before it goes to waste," someone exclaimed impatiently, grabbing an empty crystal vial and rushing forward. Li Zishuan quickly grabbed him and shook his head in warning. "Don't touch it. This is someone else's spoils of war. Perhaps they simply lack enough containers and will return to collect it later. If they discover we've taken it, we'll be in serious trouble. Let's go and not be greedy for small gains." Hearing this, the group could only sigh helplessly and abandon their collection plans. This small team consisted entirely of university students with decent moral standards, limited courage, and a strong aversion to trouble. None dared act on their own initiative. Before leaving, one team member couldn't help but say, "Brother Xian, we've been wandering this secret realm for 2 days with meager results. Why don't we sell that information? With our current strength, we'd need to wait until you break through to the third tier to claim that item. If someone else discovers it in the meantime, we'll suffer a huge loss." Li Zishuan continued shaking his head. "No way. Selling information, those guys would consider themselves generous offering 1 or 2 million. But if we claim it ourselves, we're looking at least 10 to 20 million as a starting point. Let's wait a bit longer and be patient." The group chatted as they turned to leave, while Lu Huang planned to wait until they were far away before sitting down to peacefully absorb the thunder essence. The team had barely taken a few steps when shadows flickered in the forest ahead, and several dark figures swept in swiftly, instantly surrounding them. The male student walking in front hadn't even reacted when he was kicked flying, crashing into the rock wall, with the piercing sound of cracking bones accompanying his screams. What do you want? We have no grudges against each other. Why are you attacking us? We're students from Tsangling University. If anything happens to us in this secret realm, the authorities won't let you get away with it. A team member cried out in shock and anger. A burly man with a scar sneered. Oh, university students? How impressive, looking down on us technical college graduates. With that, he raised his hand and slapped the student, sending him flying sideways. The attackers were all at the second-tier peak or perfection level, with the scarred leader having reached the early third tier. Their overwhelming presence left the university student team completely defenseless. What exactly do you want? Li Zixuan gritted his teeth, his voice low and tense. Money or items. As long as you don't hurt my teammates, everything is negotiable. The scarred man nodded. Smart. Don't worry, as long as you cooperate. We can't be bothered with killing anyone. I'll be direct. Tell us the location of that thunder spirit fruit vine, and I'll let you go immediately. Li Zixuan's pupils contracted sharply as he exclaimed, How do you know about the thunder spirit fruit vine? Ha ha. Naturally, your teammate told me. The scarred man replied without hesitation, pointing toward the bespectacled male mage in their group. He owes me 3 million and used this information to settle his debt. The latter jumped in fright and immediately began speaking timidly. You promised me you'd keep it secret, that you wouldn't tell anyone about my situation, didn't you? Before he could finish speaking, the scarred man Zhang Dedeo kicked the bespectacled man, sending him rolling several times across the gravel. He sneered coldly. Damn it. I despise scumbags like you who betray their teammates the most. Keep your secret? Keep your ass. The bespectacled man's ribs ached as he crawled back to Li Zixuan's side, sobbing uncontrollably. Brother Xian, I'm sorry. Xiaoyao's family wants 3 million for the bride price. I can't come up with that money, so she's going to break up with me and be with someone else. Li Zixuan's fists clenched with audible cracks. Being betrayed by a teammate he had personally chosen was the first time in his life he experienced such piercing pain. However, he quickly suppressed his emotions and looked at Zhang Dedeo. I can tell you the location of the thunder spirit fruit vine, but you must sign a contract on the spot promising not to harm me or my teammates. Zhang Dedeo threw his head back and laughed. Don't worry. Zhang Dedeo, only seek wealth, not lives. Besides, this kid still owes me 3 million in contract debt. If I really killed him, who would pay me back? Li Zixuan pulled out a stack of cream-colored parchment. The edges of the paper were adorned with light golden patterns. He channeled his mental power, and lines of terms quickly appeared. A third-tier contract, personally crafted by a lawyer profession. Those who violated it would suffer backlash, and even third-tier perfect heavenly professionals wouldn't dare take it lightly. Both parties pressed their blood prints, and the contract took effect. Li Zixuan immediately revealed the specific coordinates of the thunder spirit fruit vine. Zhang Dedeo beamed with joy and waved his hand, shouting, Retreat. Just as his companions were about to leave, one of them looked toward the nearby pool churning with electric arcs. Brother Dedeo, that thunder plasma hasn't been touched by anyone. It's worth 2 to 300,000. How about we take it as a bonus? Zhang Dedeo curled his lip mockingly. Look at your petty ambitions. Though he spoke dismissively, he still gestured with his hand. Go ahead. Go ahead. Then he turned back with a playful expression. Hey, college boy, I haven't touched your weapons and armor. Taking some resources isn't too much to ask, right? Li Zixuan snorted coldly. He knew very well that the other party didn't touch their equipment because those items were all rented, bearing the unique marks of weaponsmiths. If they appeared on the market, they would immediately be tracked by the authorities. Although secret realms were called lawless lands, the authorities explicitly prohibited unprovoked internal conflicts and killings. Unless the benefits were too great to refuse, no one dared to completely tear off the mask. This was one of the reasons Zhang Dedeo hadn't gone to extremes. As for the thunder plasma, it belonged to ownerless resources. Whoever had the stronger fist would claim it. Li Zixuan reminded them calmly. These things don't belong to us anyway. Before we arrived, the exotic beasts here had already been cleared out by another team. They might come back to collect them at any time. If you take them without asking, it's somewhat inappropriate. These words made Zhang Dedeo's group burst into laughter. One of them pounded the stone wall while laughing and cursing. Still a college student, already in a secret realm, and still talking about civilization and progress? Taking without asking? I'm taking it right now. Can you condemn me with morality? With that, the man picked up a wooden water bottle and walked toward the thunder pool, about to scoop up the plasma. At that moment, a lazy yet clear voice echoed from behind the rocks. I think he has a point. If you want to take my things, you should at least ask for my opinion first, right? Otherwise, it would indeed be quite rude. Everyone's hearts jolted as they saw a young man slowly emerge from behind the boulder. With sword-like eyebrows and starry eyes, handsome features, clear pupils, and an air of casual sincerity, he appeared completely harmless. The members of both teams were startled by Lu Huang's sudden appearance. What's with this guy? Has he been hiding there the whole time? That means he heard everything they just said. Scarface squinted, sizing up Lu Huang. His jacket was dusty, but his gear looked clean and efficient like someone who'd just emerged from exploring a secret realm. Having spent the past few days deep in the realm, he didn't recognize this young man. Seeing the youthful face, he relaxed. Just a student at most. From your accent, you're a college student too, right? Scarface tilted his chin up, his voice probing. Lu Huang thought for a moment and didn't deny it. More or less. Having just graduated high school, calling himself a college-bound student wasn't wrong. Lu Huang's straightforward answer made Scarface more confident in his assessment. Definitely just a college student. In Songling City, even seniors rarely had more than second-tier peak strength, third-tier beginner, at best hardly a threat. Besides, he had his crew with him while this guy was alone. Even if Lu Huang was third-tier intermediate, he wasn't worried. With that thought, he waved to his men casually. Break his arms and legs, and cut out his tongue. His goal was simple silence. In this era, as long as no one died, serious injury wasn't a major crime. Healing-type professionals could restore even severe wounds. It just cost more money and pain. Scarface didn't dare kill randomly, but he had no qualms about crippling someone. Nearby, college student Li Zixuan couldn't help but speak up. Stop. If you're worried about him leaking information, just sign a contract. Why go this far? Scarface snorted. Bullshit, contracts aren't free. They cost over 100,000 each. It's easier to just handle it directly. I'll pay for the contract. Li Zixuan gritted his teeth. Unable to bear watching Lu Huang get maimed, injuries could heal, but the pain would be just as real. Scarface laughed heartily. Well, aren't you the bleeding heart? Then he looked at Lu Huang. Kid, you're lucky saved yourself some suffering. He pulled out a contract paper, quickly scrawled some terms, and tossed it over. Sign it quick, don't waste my time. The contract was caught midair by Lu Huang's mental power and settled steadily in his palm. The writing on the paper was instantly erased, then new terms appeared. Lu Huang glanced at everyone, his voice calm. A contract does need to be signed, but not by maybe all of you. Everyone froze, then erupted. Damn, the world's turned upside down. Scarface's face darkened. Did my politeness make you think I'm some kind of saint? He was done talking and waved at his subordinates. Do it. Cripple him. Several second-tier peak lackeys had been itching for action and immediately lunged at Lu Huang. Swoosh, the sword sang like tearing silk. Cold light cut through the air as several sword flashes appeared and vanished instantly. Thud, thud, thud. The lackey's legs were cleanly severed, their bodies crashing heavily to the ground as blood immediately stained the sand and stone. My legs. My legs. Agonized screams echoed through the air. Witnessing this scene, everyone was shocked once again. Zhang Dedeo stared at the long sword radiating intense spiritual energy, his breathing immediately becoming rapid as he cried out in shock. A rare-grade spirit sword. You're a swordsman professional? No, wait. Swordsmen must hold their blottisserie, a sword controller. His experienced eye quickly made the assessment. Lu Huang's expression remained indifferent. Correct, but there's no prize. Zhang Dedeo's brow furrowed deeply. Rare-grade weapons were as scarce as phoenix feathers in Songling City, typically only possessed by 4th or 5th-tier powerhouses, yet this young man had casually summoned one. He understood all too well what this implied. Damn it, I've hit a brick wall. He cursed silently, quietly gesturing for his subordinates to stand down while forcing a smile. Little brother, I was rash just now. Please accept my apology. You lot, pick up their legs and move fast, we're leaving. He chose to retreat decisively. Dealing with such complicated characters often meant wasted effort and unnecessary trouble. The martial world wasn't just about fighting and killing, it was about understanding people and situations. This was his survival wisdom earned through experience. However, Lu Huang's voice pressed down like cold iron. You can leave, but sign the contract first. That simple statement rooted Zhang Dedeo's feet to the ground. The opponent's terrifying composure only convinced him further that Lu Huang had 5th-tier backing, otherwise he'd never dare be so domineering. But if he simply handed over the Thunder Spirit Fruit Vine, his hopes of reaching 3rd-tier perfection or even breaking into 4th tier would vanish. The scarred man's thoughts churned. He wasn't afraid of Lu Huang, just annoyed by the hassle. If truly pushed to desperation, he'd dare kill to silence witnesses. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Several streaks of light suddenly swept through the air, slashing down like torrential rain. Zhang Dedeo hastily blocked, but was still torn through by the blazing sword energy, his clothes and blood spattering together. Boss! His subordinates moved to charge Lu Huang, only to hear him roar. Everyone stand down. Clutching his wounds, he looked up to see 6 rare-grade spirit swords blocking all escape routes. His breathing nearly stopped. A mere second-tier cultivator controlling 6 rare-grade artifacts simultaneously. This background was unimaginably vast. Forget young people, even among 5th-tier experts, Those who could drive 6 rare-grade items at once were extremely few. Could this be Guardian Hongfeng's illegitimate son? Such a level was beyond his wildest imagination. Zhang Dedeo bowed his head in defeat, his tone as respectful as possible. I apologize, young master. I was presumptuous. I'm willing to sign the contract. Staying alive meant other opportunities remained. Death meant losing everything. He always remembered a certain rumor he'd once heard of family scions entering secret realms only to be murdered for their wealth by professional teams. Just a few days later, the entire Heavenly Duty squad was wiped out, and not a single member of their family survived either. This was the price of breaking the rules and killing indiscriminately. You might act without restraint, but there's always someone in this world who's even more ruthless than you. Lu Huang wasn't surprised by Zhang Dedeo's submission. He had already factored in the worst-case scenario if his opponent had resisted stubbornly. He would have unhesitatingly deployed his epic-grade Heavenly Sword and activated the Azure Thunder Sword formation. While that would have exposed part of his trump cards, it was within his acceptable range, especially since his sacred and divine swords remained deeply concealed. Being able to intimidate his opponent with minimal cost was naturally the best outcome for everyone. Zhang Dedeo signed the contract as agreed, cupped his hands toward Lu Huang, and turned to leave. Lu Huang suddenly remembered something and casually called out to stop him. "All right. You guys must have collected quite a bit of thunder essence, haven't you? I need that stuff, sell it all to me." In Lu Huang's view, this veteran squad had decent strength and had surely harvested more thunder essence than ordinary teams. The thunder essence would need to be sold eventually anyway, so rather than going through the hassle of dealing with it outside, it would be better to sell it directly to him, saving everyone trouble. But to Zhang Dedeo's ears, these words sounded like a naked threat, not only stealing their opportunity, but also robbing their harvest. Gritting his teeth, he ultimately endured it, pouring out a large pile of wooden vials from his spatial ring that clattered across the ground. The thunder essence in the bottles shimmered with flowing light, the quantity several times what Lu Huang had previously absorbed. After setting down the items, he left without a word, his face dark as he strode away. Lu Huang was stunned and called out loudly, "Hey, don't you want payment? Leave an account number, I'll transfer the money when we get out." Hearing this, Zhang Dedeo assumed Lu Huang still wasn't satisfied. How could he dare to linger? He led his teammates in what was practically a tumbling, crawling escape until they disappeared from sight. Lu Huang rubbed his nose and could only shrug. What a nice guy, selling stuff without even charging money. With that, he turned his attention back to Li Zixuan and the other college students. The young people were looking at him with faces full of admiration, watching a peer so effortlessly force back a veteran team with such composure and confidence was absolutely mind-blowing in their eyes. Li Zixuan quickly stepped forward, cupping his hands with shining eyes. "Boss, you must be a senior from the sword arts department, right?" Lu Huang had a good impression of these people and didn't hide anything. "I haven't even enrolled yet, so I'm not really a senior." Boom. Everyone felt as if thunder had exploded in their minds, and they all froze for a moment. After a long while, Li Zixuan finally managed to speak with difficulty. "Boss, you're a high school graduate?" "Yeah," Lu Huang nodded. "Just finished the college entrance exam and came here to cultivate a bit." Li Zixuan desperately swallowed his saliva, feeling both shocked and deeply ashamed. This person had such strength right after graduating high school, while he was almost done with college and still fell far short. It really was infuriating to compare yourself to others. Lu Huang didn't bother trying to figure out their psychology and simply pondered briefly before saying, "I'm planning to go look for the Thunder Spirit Fruit Vine in a bit. Since you guys discovered that place first, tell me what compensation you needn't hold back." Li Zixuan and the others were stunned again, not expecting Lu Huang to be not only powerful, but also so upright in character. The group exchanged glances, and the same thought arose in all their hearts simultaneously. What a good person. However, these few individuals weren't unreasonable people. The information about Lu Huang wasn't something they had voluntarily provided, but rather something he had seized from Scarface. How could they have the nerve to ask for compensation? Li Zixuan immediately shook his head, his tone earnest. "Boss, this opportunity was something you took from our enemy. You don't need to give us any compensation. As for our grudge with that guy, we'll settle it later." Lu Huang hadn't expected Li Zixuan to be so reasonable, and he still felt somewhat embarrassed. After a moment's thought, he simply retrieved all the beast corpses from his spatial ring, creating quite a pile. The blood was still fresh, emanating a faint fishy smell. "These things are worth around 800,000 to 1,000,000. They're troublesome for me to deal with anyway, so you might as well take them," Lu Huang said while inputting his communication account into the projection. "Consider this as me, Lu Huang, owing you all a favor. If you run into trouble in the future, contact me." Li Zixuan initially wanted to refuse again, but seeing the pile of beast corpses on the ground and thinking about how Lu Huang possessed such strength right after finishing his college entrance exams, with limitless future potential, he hesitated for a moment before accepting. "All right, then I'll thank you, boss." He smiled and cupped his hands, then lowered his voice to remind him. "But boss, be careful when you go to that place. We didn't dare venture deep inside there. Might be even stronger third-tier alien creatures in there. I suggest you break through to the third tier before going in. It would be safer. I'll be careful. Lu Huang nodded. After brief pleasantries, Li Zixuan left with his companions, their steps light, clearly viewing this new connection as a rare opportunity. After seeing everyone off, Lu Huang returned to the poolside and poured all the thunder essence he had taken from Scarface into the water. The milky white liquid immediately sparked with electric arcs. He set up a simple sword formation for protection, took out his spiritual materials and crystals, and sat cross-legged. Time flew by rapidly during his cultivation. Boom, boom, boom. Several hours later, the pool's radiance intensified dramatically, with thunder intent wrapping around him like silk threads. Lu Huang opened his eyes, his gaze sharp as a blade. His cultivation had once again advanced by leaps and bounds, reaching the peak of the second tier. Incredible. Absolutely incredible. All things considered, Lu Huang had been in the Lesser Thunder Pool secret realm for less than 2 days, yet his cultivation had skyrocketed, breaking through 2 minor stages in succession. If Hong Feng were here right now, his jaw would probably drop to the ground. Of course, such rapid progress also meant equally staggering resource consumption, a fact Lu Huang was well aware of. After a brief calculation, he quietly assessed his current combat strength could now simultaneously control 8 rare-grade spirit swords, and ordinary third-tier intermediate alien creatures simply couldn't withstand their edge. If he activated the Azure Thundersword formation, he could handle even elite alien beasts with ease. With resources running low, the best choice was to head straight for the Thunder Spirit fruit vines. With this thought, he took to his sword and shot through the air like a bolt of lightning toward the predetermined coordinates. After several hours, a vast chasm-riddled abyss came into view. Pitch-black ravines crisscrossed like jagged teeth, as if the earth had been torn apart by some giant beast. Following intelligence provided by Li Zixuan and others, Lu Huang identified an ear-shaped fissure and dove down on his sword. The crevice was over 4 to 5 meters wide, growing darker the deeper it went, with cold, damp air carrying wisps of electric arcs rushing up to meet him. The walls on both sides were covered with slender vines, their leaf surfaces traced with pale blue lightning patterns that flickered with dim light, casting an eerie, cold glow across his vision. By this faint illumination, Lu Huang could see clearly for over 100 meters. These ubiquitous plants were called thunder vines, of little value in themselves. But if they underwent mutation, they would transform into thunder spirit fruit vines. Their fruits contained pure thunder essence. Consuming just one was equivalent to an entire pool of thunder essence, and could also refine the body and remove impurities. In the outside world, they easily sold for over $1 million and were often priceless. Therefore, whenever Awaken discovered them, they would almost always consume them immediately to enhance themselves. After descending several hundred meters, Lu Huang finally spotted a fist-sized fruit hanging from the cliff wall, glowing like a small blue lantern. His spirits lifted, and he immediately released several ordinary iron swords to cut the stem and carefully carry it back. However, while the swords were still mid-flight, a black shadow suddenly darted forward with a sharp crack. Those iron swords were caught directly in the creature's jaws, spiderweb cracks instantly spreading across their blades. Looking closely, he saw it was a 4 to 5 meter long giant gecko covered in iron-gray scales, its gleaming fangs hard enough to bite through his bonded iron swords. This beast was called an iron rock gecko, possessing both metal and thunder attributes, capable of racing across cliff faces as if on level ground, with terrifying speed and defense. Judging by its size and the luster of its scales, its cultivation was probably at the early 3rd tier. Lu Huang didn't hesitate for a moment. 6 rare-grade spirit swords hummed into formation in his palm, slashing toward the gecko with ear-piercing sounds as they cut through the air. The spirit sword's deadly gleam made the iron rock gecko's heart race with fear. It suddenly exerted force, its 4 limbs pushing off the cliff wall as its form darted left and right like lightning, trying to evade the pursuit. But facing 6 relentlessly tracking spirit swords, there was nowhere to escape in the narrow space. Sparks flew from the cliff walls with a constant ding-ding clang-clang-clang, as swords clashed violently with scales, electric arcs, and stone fragments scattering everywhere, filling the air with the acrid smell of burnt metal and blood. After several minutes of deadlock, Lu Huang seized a moment when his opponent's movement slowed, locked onto its weak point, and controlled one spirit sword to thrust forward. Minutes later, Lu Huang finally found his opportunity and drove a sword into its eye. The sword energy rampaged through its skull, wreaking complete havoc inside. The iron rock gecko's remaining life force was instantly severed, and its massive body lost all support, crashing thunderously toward the bottom of the crevice. Lu Huang moved like lightning, commanding 6 spirit swords to catch the corpse, then wrapped it with his mental power and stuffed it into his spatial ring. 3rd-tier magical beasts were treasures from head to toe. And this iron rock gecko was particularly valuable. Its four claws could be crafted into war boots that would allow someone to walk on sheer cliffs, as if on flat ground. With the corpse completely intact, it was worth at least 1,000,000 spirit crystals. Calculating this unexpected windfall, excitement flickered in his eyes. Steadying his mind, Lu Huang continued deeper into the crevice. Cold winds howled through the rocky walls, but before him hung clusters of purple-blue thunder spirit fruits. A rough count revealed over 30 of them. To avoid alerting potential threats, he first sent out ordinary iron swords to harvest them remotely. Sure enough, several dark red tongues suddenly shot out from the depths of the crevice, wrapping around the iron swords and stuffing them into mouths with loud crunching sounds that cracked the blade surfaces. Though these iron swords could self-repair once returned to his sword domain space, he still winced at the damage. Unwilling to give up, Lu Huang immediately summoned dozens of fine-grade treasure swords, mixed with 2 rare-grade spirit swords, and sent them slashing toward the hidden iron rock geckos. However, ripples of gray-black energy emanated from around the geckos, significantly weakening the flying sword's power. Within a 100-meter range, dozens of iron rock geckos had clearly stirred up a gecko nest. Without hesitation, Lu Huang drew epic-grade heaven swords crackling with lightning from his sword domain space, embedding them diagonally into the mountain walls on both sides, instantly forming the Azure Thunder Sword formation. "Channel the Azure Thunder through the terrain," he shouted, and thunder attribute elements gathered with a roaring sound as if pulled by a giant hand. As the sword formation took shape, wind and cloud shattered, and electric serpents danced across the sky. Azure Thunder Slash. Hundreds of flying swords unleashed thunderous sword energy amplified by the formation. Weaker iron rock geckos were instantly cleaved in half, while the stronger ones were scorched by electric arcs until their skin split and flesh burned, filling the air with the smell of charred meat. Blood dripped into the abyss as corpses tumbled down. Seeing his potential profits about to go to waste, the ever-frugal Lu Huang manipulated ordinary iron swords to pin the corpses to the rock walls, planning to collect them all later. Surrounded by the sword formation, he became the tireless controlling core, with hundreds of flying swords frantically weaving through the air, locked in fierce combat with the beast horde. As time passed, Lu Huang gritted his teeth and persevered to the end, deploying rare-grade spirit swords to finally cleave through the skull of an elite iron rock gecko. Even with the formation's enhancement, he felt his true essence depleted and cold sweat beading on his forehead. His cultivation was still too low to fully exploit the sword formation's potential, though it had been sufficient for victory. Without dismantling the sword formation, he controlled his flying swords to harvest all 30-plus thunder spirit fruits one by one, storing them all in his ring. Then, somewhat impatiently, he sat cross-legged on a flying sword embedded in the mountain wall and began to cultivate. He summoned 2 divine swords. At this moment, Lu Huang's stock of lifebound swords was actually enough to fuse a 3rd divine sword. But to him, beyond divine swords, lifebound blades of other tiers had great potential as well, so he wasn't in a rush. At his current realm, 2 divine swords were already a clear boost. More would only be icing on the cake. With limited resources, even adding 1 more divine sword would raise absorption efficiency by only half. He activated the Tsonglei sword cannon, and, paired with various cultivation resources, began frantically refining thunder spirit fruits. Blazing arcs of lightning coiled over his skin as threads of black impurities were forced from his pores and burned to ash by thunder. Pure lightning-aspected energy coursed through his meridians, like electric serpents racing through his limbs and bones, tempering his organs inside and out. Several hours later, a muffled boom erupted within him. Lu Huang's cultivation broke through and settled firmly at Tier 2 perfection. A glance at his storage ring showed more than half the thunder spirit fruits remaining, more than enough to push for Tier 3. With that in mind, he didn't delay. He kept swallowing thunder spirit fruits and began sprinting toward the next layer. In the Swordmaster path, Tier 2 is called Swordsman, while Tier 3 is Swordmaster. The essence of Tier 2 lies in tempering the sword body, strengthening the physique, and deepening the bond with one's lifebound sword. A rare-grade spirit sword hovered at his side, reserved for breakthroughs. Each time his cultivation rose by a minor stage, a new lightning etched itself along the blade, and the storm-like patterns grew denser. By comparison, his other lifebound swords bore only a line or 2 of faint sigils, looking much plainer. Lu Huang could feel it clearly. This rare spirit sword resonated with him the most, like an extension of his body. In battle, a mere flicker of intent would send the sword light lashing out. Even without deliberate control, the blade could fight on its own. This was the true meaning of tempering the sword body. As thunder power kept pouring in, he aimed to hone this spirit sword to its limit, then ride the surge to smash the Tier 3 barrier. But something unexpected stirred. A faint spiritual chime echoed in his sea of consciousness, carrying a fierce yearning. It was asking for his aid to evolve. Lu Huang's mind moved in a flash. He drew the spirit sword back into his sword domain space, and, using it as the core, summoned his other life-bound blades. Sword lights flickered as 9 spirit swords merged one after another. Swish, swish, swish. When the 9th spirit sword fully fused, the entire blade shuddered, and a majestic heavenly might swept outward. Unlike the attributeless pressure of ordinary heaven swords, this newly born heaven sword radiated pure thunder, intent wild and razor-sharp. Though still epic grade, in sheer power, 10 ordinary heaven swords together couldn't match a single strike from it. What shocked Lu Huang even more wasn't the might, but the sudden, invisible lift in his realm's ceiling after his life-bound sword advanced. Wasn't this the fabled hidden realm? He had heard in secret records that a rare few with extraordinary talent, when time, place, and fate aligned, could touch tiers beyond the standard system. A Tier 2 swordsman who stepped into a hidden realm would be titled a great swordsman. The greatest boon of entering a hidden realm is widening the foundation. Cultivation is like stacking blocks. The broader the base, the more power each layer can bear. Build layer upon layer, and the gap later becomes a chasm. Stunned by his fortune, Lu Huang hesitated no longer and poured himself into cultivation. Thunder spirit fruits went down one after another as vast thunder force flooded his body. Resources in the sword domain space burned rapidly, converting into the purest energy. Time flew. After a full day and night, boom, Lu Huang finally shattered the barrier and broke through to the Tier 2 hidden realm, becoming a great swordsman. Happiness came so suddenly that Lu Huang felt dazed. Then a surge of intense excitement welled up in his heart. Grand Swordsman. He had truly stepped into the legendary realm of Grand Swordsman. True chi churned within his body, his bloodline ignited like wildfire. Lu Huang could clearly feel every inch of his bones, fascia, and meridians transforming. With a mere thought, 20 rare-grade natal swords whooshed through the air like silver threads, spinning rapidly around him. The interweaving sword light formed a dazzling curtain of radiance, resembling a flock of fluttering butterflies. Their number had doubled, and his control was refined to perfection. Lu Huang confirmed with delight that he could now wield an epic-grade heavenly sword without any strain. At this thought, he reached out and grasped at the void. Instantly, a long sword wreathed in electric arcs materialized in his palm, humming with power as lightning flowed along its blade, emanating an awe-inspiring celestial might. This sword was completely different from the epic-grade heavenly swords he used for formations. Its body gleamed bright purple, thunder patterns writhed like living creatures, and spiritual energy surged within it, as if responding to his every breath. To Lu Huang, other heavenly swords were merely cold tools, but this sword felt like a blood relative connected to his very essence. Lu Huang's mind flashed through countless biographies of powerful figures. Those legendary individuals who shook the world all possessed a weapon that accompanied them throughout their lives, their fame intertwined with their masters. Gently stroking the blade, he murmured softly, "Perhaps it's time to give you a name?" Among the 10 realms of sword masters, the higher stages required bestowing a true name upon one's natal sword. This was the crucial step truly recognized by heaven and earth, determining a sword master's future advancement. Lu Huang understood he couldn't yet complete the true naming ceremony, but giving it a name was now perfectly natural. Sensing his thoughts, the thunder sword trembled gently, its tips sparkling with fine purple light. After a moment of contemplation, Lu Huang declared loudly, "I cultivate the Azure Thunder Sword scripture, and you were born from it. So you shall bear the surname Azure Thunder. Thunder can destroy heaven and earth, yet it also nurtures life. Since your surname carries destruction, your given name should embody gentle growth. Therefore, you are named Awakening of Insects. When Awakening of Insects arrives, all things revive. Your name is Azure Thunder, Awakening of Insects." Buzz, buzz, buzz. The sword sang with a piercing cry as lightning exploded. Nearby spiritual energy was drawn into the blade like a storm, and the purple thunder patterns gradually condensed into a profound bolt of lightning. Lu Huang felt surging power flow back into his body, rapidly tempering his flesh and blood while his essence, energy, and spirit became as mighty as a tide. He knew that Awakening of Insects was absorbing the energy of heaven and earth while simultaneously nourishing its master. After a long while, the spiritual currents of heaven and earth returned to calm, but the Awakening of Insects sword now carried an indescribable mystical aura. Lu Huang gathered his thoughts and prepared to store Awakening of Insects in his sword domain space. But the blade trembled lightly, transmitting a weak, yet firm resistance. It wanted to remain connected to the external spiritual energy. Understanding its desire, Lu Huang retrieved a black gold scabbard from his spatial ring, gently sheathed Awakening of Insects, and slung it across his shoulder. This attire didn't look like that of a sword cultivator, but rather a swordsman. Lu Huang paid no mind to the misunderstanding caused by his clothing. With a thought, the several heavenly swords circling around him whooshed back into his sword domain space, and the sword's humming gradually ceased. He looked down at the cliff face, where over 10 iron rock geckos pierced by sword light hung high on the rocks, blood still dripping. In the next moment, he stepped onto his sword and descended toward the bottom of the cliff, activating his spatial ring along the way. Large swaths of gray-black beast corpses were swept up by transparent spiritual light and neatly stored in the ring. Though this fierce battle had left most corpses incomplete, the sheer quantity was impressive. A rough estimate suggested at least 3 to 4 million points worth of materials. The resources he'd brought into the secret realm were nearly depleted, and the Academy's reward money should be arriving soon. Perfect timing to restock. With this thought, Lu Huang controlled his rare-grade spiritual sword, accelerating at full speed toward the secret realm's exit. His figure transformed into a silver streak cutting through the mountains, with airflow exploding into a series of sharp whistles behind him. In a dense forest at the northwest corner of the secret realm, several military personnel rested beside their flying shuttle. One of them was dozing with his eyes closed when the locator in his arms suddenly vibrated violently, causing him to sit up abruptly. This top scholar really can't sit still, changing direction again. They were the guard squad Hong Feng had planted. Over the past 5 days, they had been chasing Lu Huang's signal in circles throughout the secret realm, leaving them utterly exhausted. After carefully comparing coordinates on the device, one military officer suddenly grinned. "Hey, looks like he's planning to leave early. I thought he'd stay the full 10 days. His companion chimed in. "The environment here is harsh, and he's just a student after all. 5 days is pretty good. Sleeping rough every day, how can that compare to city comfort? When I first entered a secret realm, I couldn't adapt to the conditions. Everyone assumed Lu Huang couldn't handle the hardship and wanted to retreat. After all, their mission was to follow secretly for 10 days, so no one thought much of it." The group boarded their flying shuttle and continued tracking the next signal. The locator refreshed positions every few minutes, which should have made it easy to lock onto their target. However, when the new coordinates appeared, the person holding the device gasped. "My God, how is he moving so fast? In just a few minutes, he's left us this far behind." Everyone gathered around, seeing the 2 red dots on the screen separated by a considerable distance. According to calculations, this speed had already exceeded the limits of most third-tier intermediate professionals. The squad leader's eyes flickered as he murmured to himself, "Looks like we underestimated the top scholar. He's probably not unable to handle hardship, but rather running low on resources and rushing out to resupply. With this kind of explosive power, his cultivation has likely advanced by leaps and bounds these past few days. He might already be at second-tier perfection. What? 3 minor stages in just 5 days. Damn, is this the true value of the provincial top scholar? I thought he'd lose steam, but he's getting faster and faster. I thought the same thing. Figured sword cultivators would slow down at higher levels, but this guy's ridiculously fast. I really envy men who are this fast." The group was utterly shocked and immediately picked up their pace to catch up. If these veteran third-tier professionals were left too far behind by Lu Huang, they'd have a hard time explaining themselves when they returned. They pushed themselves to their limits, finally catching up to that figure just dozens of meters from the secret realm's entrance. Lu Huang stood before the pale golden spatial ripples, restraining his aura as he turned to face the group with his signature gentle smile. "Thank you for your hard work, everyone." He raised his hand in acknowledgement, his tone calm, yet radiating undisguised composure. The several third-tier powerhouses had sweat dripping from their face guards, quickly waving their hands in response. "It's our duty, our duty." The third-tier senior military officer with slightly weaker cultivation was panting heavily, muttering under his breath. "Our top scholar is not only fast, but also has such endurance. Phew, if this secret realm world wasn't limited in scope, I probably wouldn't have been able to catch up. I envy men who are both fast and have such stamina." Hearing this comment, the others couldn't help but cough lightly to cover their embarrassment, while Lu Huang simply smiled without taking offense. Then everyone stepped out of the secret realm together, and as the golden light flashed and disappeared, the familiar air of the outside world rushed toward them. Outside the secret realm, a garrison squad had been waiting on standby. The squad leader immediately sent a brief message to Hong Feng, the garrison commander of Songlin City. "Lu Huang has safely emerged, in excellent condition." Meanwhile, Hong Feng was entertaining several visiting powerhouses in the city hall reception room. Upon receiving the message, a flash of delight immediately crossed his eyes, and his expression relaxed slightly. Songlin City had numerous complex affairs, but what concerned him most at the moment was which university Lu Huang would apply to. While the 4 prestigious schools were certainly attractive, he wanted to secure the greatest benefits for Lu Huang. So these past few days he had simply invited a group of key university admissions officers to the city government for repeated negotiations. Lu Huang's achievements were too dazzling, and all who came upon hearing the news were from top-tier institutions. Though their comprehensive resources were slightly inferior to the 4 prestigious schools, each had their specialties, with some programs even surpassing those of the 4 famous universities. The current group of teachers came from 3 institutions Hong Feng had carefully selected: Tianjin University, Tianyin University, and Tijan University. In the conference room, an intense talent war was raging. If you ask me, you should just stop competing with our Tianjin University. The Tianjin University teacher slammed the table. Who can compare with us in swordsmanship? Aside from the four prestigious schools, there's no second choice. The Tianjin University teacher sneered. The essence of sword mastery lies in the word control. Mental manipulation is the core. In terms of combat style, it clearly has higher compatibility with psychic systems. Our Tianjin University is the best destination. The Tijan University teacher crossed his arms. Fine, fine. As long as it's a combat-type profession, our Tijan University takes them all half tuition, double resources. You all step aside. Get lost. Don't try to muscle in. In just a few exchanges, the battle escalated, with the air almost scorched by the smell of gunpowder. However, no matter how heated it got, everyone kept their trump cards hidden. They knew they would ultimately have to face Lu Huang himself. Hong Feng then stood up, nodding courteously to the three. Gentlemen, please excuse me. I need to handle some urgent business. He hurriedly left the meeting. The teachers watched him leave, and their previously aggressive verbal sparring instantly died down as they exchanged glances. The barely concealed joy on Hong Feng's face indicated that the main character had arrived. Whoosh! The three almost simultaneously stood up and followed closely behind. Their fox-like observational skills meant they would never miss the opportunity for direct negotiations with Lu Huang. Seeing that he couldn't shake off these three, Hong Feng could only smile wryly and led them all the way to a sealed rest room deep within the city government building. The door opened, and under the lights, Lu Huang had just finished changing out of his combat gear. His simple black casual clothes outlined his lean frame, his aura restrained, yet deep as an abyss. Seeing the arrivals, he politely stood up. The three sixth-tier powerhouses had intended to exchange pleasantries, but their gazes simultaneously sharpened. That naturally sharp aura was completely different from 5 days ago. With just one look, they had already detected qualitative changes across multiple dimensions: physique, soul, and energy. Even Hong Feng couldn't help but click his tongue inwardly. This kid was only gone for 5 days, yet his entire transformation is too dramatic. For those blessed with divine vocations, as long as they don't deliberately reveal their cultivation aura, others find it extremely difficult to discern their true realm. However, one's temperament cannot be deceived. At this moment, Lu Huang stood with his sword on his back, his posture straight and tall, with sharp brows and bright eyes that appeared exceptionally handsome under the hall's lighting. Compared to 5 days ago, the tempering of blood and fire had added a touch of steadiness to him. After breaking through to the hidden realm of great swordsmen, an indescribable sharpness naturally emanated from him, making people secretly marvel. At first sight, this young man possessed the bearing of a future sword emperor. Hong Feng only noticed the external changes in this youth, while the three accompanying mentors from prestigious academies each caught different details. The mentor from Heavenly Sword University spoke first. His gaze was sharp as lightning, sweeping from Lu Huang's head to his toes before finally settling on the silent longsword. Even through the scabbard, he could clearly sense the sharpness accumulated within the blade. The keen judgment of a sixth-tier swordsman told him that this sword and the youth had achieved perfect unity between body and blade. In other words, Lu Huang possessed at least second-tier perfection cultivation. Thinking of this, he forcibly suppressed the shock in his heart and slightly lowered his head to hide the strange gleam in his eyes. I can perceive this because I'm a swordsman vocation. Those two definitely cannot see it. To reach this realm in just 5 days, the recruitment chips in my hand probably aren't enough. I need to immediately message that old fool of a principal to increase the offer. Meanwhile, the female mentor from Heavenly Mind University was also silently observing. Her mental power flowed like mercury, taking in every detail around Lu Huang. The youth's muscle lines were smooth, his potential not yet fully revealed, but already showing hints of becoming a powerhouse. More importantly, he kept his mental power tightly contained, indicating extremely high control over soul force and exceptional talent in telekinesis. But strangely, that long sword, which should be his lifebound sword, was actually placed outside his vocation space? Puzzled, the female mentor extended her mental power like fine threads toward the scabbard. Her control was so delicate that even the two sixth-tier experts beside her could hardly detect any fluctuation. Buzz! The Jingzhe sword suddenly resonated, instantly shattering that strand of mental thread. Lu Huang's brow furrowed as he almost instinctively reached back to grasp the sword hilt, and the sword's humming immediately ceased. His heart stirred as he caught the message of someone probing from the sword's feedback, then raised his eyes to look at the three mentors. The female mentor's expression had already returned to calm, and Lu Huang couldn't detect anything unusual, only noticing the gentle curves beneath her uniform skirt. In that split second, she had already reached a shocking conclusion. What lay within the scabbard was actually an epic-grade heavenly sword. This kid is hiding way too much. Weapons of this caliber are incredibly precious even to sixth-tier powerhouses. What truly made the female instructor gasp wasn't the sword's inherent value, but rather Lu Huang's level of mastery over it. Though she wasn't a sword cultivator herself, she understood the immense difficulty of this path. That brief demonstration alone was proof enough this epic-grade heavenly sword had completely merged with the young man's will. The problem was, Lu Huang was only second tier. A youth who had barely begun his cultivation journey could control an epic-grade natal sword with such precision, such talent, was simply terrifying. The female instructor knew well that unless one forged the weapon personally, the higher the weapon's grade, the exponentially more difficult it became to wield. Given Lu Huang's young age, it was impossible for him to have independently refined an epic-grade natal sword from scratch. The only possibilities were that it was forged by a high-tier weaponsmith or inherited from a senior sword cultivator. However, making someone else's sword willingly acknowledge you as master was even harder than winning over another man's wife completely. Unless you surpassed the original owner in every aspect, with absolute advantages in both length and technique, you couldn't truly conquer it. At this moment, in the female instructor's eyes, Lu Huang was exactly such a person. She immediately decided this matter must be reported to the principal at once. It would be best to secure more recruitment privileges, or even have the principal personally intervene. For a young man, the principal's appeal would obviously be far greater. The principal of Tianyin University was a renowned beauty and powerhouse of the Longxia Kingdom, possessing both strength and stunning looks, the goddess in countless young, middle-aged, and even elderly men's hearts. The female instructor believed Lu Huang absolutely couldn't resist the temptation of personal recruitment by the principal. In contrast, the teacher from Tianjin University appeared much more rugged. At first glance, he found Lu Huang handsome but overly refined, lacking the wild energy and dominance that seemed inconsistent with the title of provincial top scholar. If Lu Huang enrolled at Tianjin University, he was determined to significantly strengthen the young man's combat prowess. The three teachers, each from their professional perspectives, saw Lu Huang's hidden potential and felt pleased, yet none showed their emotions. After brief pleasantries, they all departed together, with not one mentioning enrollment benefits. Only then did Hong Feng sense something amiss. He closed the door, activated the soundproofing array, and asked gravely, "Lu Huang, have you broken through to second-tier peak?" Though only half the time had passed, those teachers clearly had sharper eyes than his own. While Lu Huang's disguise was flawless, their calm departure meant they either didn't care or cared too much. The latter possibility was obviously higher. In other words, Lu Huang had likely already crossed two minor stages consecutively. Facing his master's probing, Lu Huang didn't completely conceal the truth, responding calmly, "I should be able to break through to third tier in a few more days." Lu Huang wasn't lying with those words. He was currently at the second-tier hidden realm and would indeed break through to the third tier soon. As soon as he finished speaking, Hong Feng suddenly looked up, his eyes nearly bulging out. "Second-tier perfection. You're incredibly fast." 5 days ago, when Lu Huang first entered the assessment camp, he was only at the second-tier intermediate level. Hong Feng had originally estimated that reaching second-tier peak during the 10-day assessment period would be remarkable, but unexpectedly, with only half the time passed, Lu Huang had already reached second-tier perfection. Such speed made it impossible for the veteran instructor to remain calm, his voice filled with barely contained excitement. "In the next 5 days, you'll definitely break through to the third tier." After his excitement subsided, Hong Feng slapped the table and nodded emphatically. "Excellent, excellent, excellent. This way, I don't need to worry about you not getting into the big four universities. No matter how picky those schools are, they won't pass up a promising talent like you." Lu Huang raised an eyebrow slightly, confusion in his eyes. He had never worried about whether he could be admitted with his scores right there. How could the big four universities possibly reject him? Seeing his confusion, Hong Feng gestured for him to sit down and explained with a smile. "There's a lot more to this than meets the eye, so it's normal you don't know. You probably think that with your grades, getting into the big four is a sure thing. But you need to understand what you're going there for." After a moment of thought, Lu Huang answered without hesitation, "To become stronger." "Exactly." Hong Feng gave him a thumbs up. "The big four can make people stronger through their teaching resources and cultivation resources. But if they can't provide you with sufficient resources, what's the point of going there? By the same logic, if a top-tier university can offer you more resources, why insist on squeezing into the big four?" He gestured in the air, forming a mountain shape with his hands. "In terms of overall strength, top-tier universities indeed can't match the big four. But that doesn't mean students from top-tier universities are necessarily inferior. Among the 5th to 8th tier powerhouses in the Longxia Kingdom, more than half come from the big four. However, at the 8th and even 9th tier levels, the number of powerhouses who emerge from top-tier universities is quite substantial." Lu Huang had a moment of realization but still didn't understand. "But why would the resources the big four give me be inferior to those of top-tier universities?" Without pause, Hong Feng continued, "The big four may seem glamorous, but each has its own nasty problems." He held up one finger. "Xiajing University is exclusionary. They see everyone as outsiders, and even if you're stronger than them, they'll still treat you like a beggar. Unless you're extraordinarily powerful, don't expect them to give you a second glance. Cultivating in such an oppressive environment will mess with your mindset. A second finger went up. Haida University is equally exclusionary, but in the opposite way they see everyone as country bumpkins. They worship internationalization and foreign cultures and cultivation philosophies. They're even more enthusiastic toward foreign talents than domestic ones. Once you're there, you'll find yourself treated like a sparring partner. The third finger rose. Shiyu University values family background. Most students are from prominent families, forming cliques and excluding outsiders. There are spoiled rich kids everywhere, and the teaching resources are mostly sponsored by these families, so they prefer to cultivate talents from their own circles. Want to get resources from them? It's difficult, unless you marry into one of their families. Lu Huang had heard people joke about these rumors before, but hearing them from Hong Feng's mouth made them seem more real. Just as he was about to speak, Hong Feng picked up his teacup to moisten his throat, then set it down and continued. As for Tsangwu University, at this point, his expression grew serious, no longer joking but showing a hint of gravity. Its problems, compared to the first three, aren't disgusting, but they're frightening. The mortality rate of Tsangwu University students is the highest among the Big Four, so terrifyingly high that it equals the combined rate of the other three. The training room fell silent except for the ticking of the clock. Hong Feng looked directly at Lu Huang. You want their resources for cultivation, but what they want is your life. Hong Feng spoke eloquently, his concise and clear words helping Lu Huang quickly distinguish the characteristics of the four prestigious universities. When discussing the first three renowned schools, Hong Feng's expression subtly revealed disgust and dissatisfaction. However, the moment he mentioned Kangwu University, his gaze became as sharp as steel, filled with reverence. Lu Huang caught this detail and couldn't help but ask, Uncle Hong, could you tell me more about Kangwu University? Hong Feng nodded without any intention of being mysterious, his voice steady and clear. Kangwu University produces the most high-level powerhouses among the four prestigious schools. Many of the ninth-tier warriors currently in the Longxia Kingdom graduated from there. Their teaching method is survival of the fittest, and life-or-death training students are either killing monsters or on their way to kill monsters. However, it's also the fairest place among the four schools. As long as you're excellent enough and desperate enough, you can carve out a cultivation path through sheer determination. At this point, he sighed softly. Kangwu University students work most closely with our military, often joining us in hunting exotic beasts and exploring secret realms. I'm grateful to them from the bottom of my heart. But from a personal perspective, I don't want you to go there. Hong Feng looked at Lu Huang with the worry that only an elder could have. You have great talent. If you enter the other three prestigious schools and take a steady approach, you can safely cultivate to the 7th or even 8th tier. But if you enter Kangwu University, you might be able to reach the 9th or even 10th tier, but more likely, you'll die halfway through. He clenched his fists, his voice growing heavier. One general success is built on 10,000 bones. Kangwu University's teaching methods are too brutal. Lu Huang wasn't concerned about danger. He cared more about whether he could become stronger quickly, strong enough. So he directly asked the key question. Uncle Hong, if I enter one of the four prestigious schools, which one would give me the most resources? Hong Feng pondered briefly before giving his answer. If you can break through to the 3rd tier before the evaluation period ends, Beijing University, Haida University, and Western Region University will all provide you with decent resources. But if you want more abundant resources, you'll have to pay a price, either take sides or marry into a family. Otherwise, you'll only get the most basic portion. No one puts the truly precious things out in the open. Hearing this, Lu Huang sighed softly, feeling an instinctive resistance. Hong Feng continued, I recommend Western Region University. Although they value family background, they respect the strong even more. Nowadays, marrying into a family isn't necessarily a bad thing. There are plenty of high-tier warriors who rose to power by relying on their spouses. He suddenly grinned with a hint of playfulness. With your looks, many noble daughters would definitely compete to marry you, giving you plenty of choices. I heard that to ensure excellent offspring, women from the same clan sometimes serve one husband together. You might even enjoy the blessing of having multiple wives. How wonderful. These words weren't exaggerated. Among the bad habits of the three prestigious schools, Western Region University was indeed much better than the first two. And once Lu Huang successfully married into a family, those problems wouldn't be problems anymore. After all, he would be family then, and prominent families always generously support their own, as this was fundamental to continuing their bloodlines. Therefore, Hong Feng hoped Lu Huang would choose Western Region University. However, the latter asked, Uncle Hong, why don't you tell me about Kangwu University? Upon hearing this, Hong Feng's fingers holding the teacup paused slightly, and a bitter smile appeared on his face. I really can't recommend Kangwu University. Even if you manage to get in, don't expect them to lay out resources on the table for you up front. He raised his hand in a zero gesture and added, new students have to take internal assessments right after enrollment. The higher your evaluation, the more resources you get. Otherwise, you'll basically come away empty-handed. The wind chimes hanging in the room swayed gently as Hong Feng recalled some sensational examples from previous years. A few years ago, many top scorers from various base cities dove right in, only to receive mediocre assessment scores and barely any cultivation resources. They got so frustrated that they dropped out. On the flip side, some students with ordinary grades fought hard in those assessments and earned good evaluations, receiving even more resources than those top scorers. He spread his hands, his tone helpless yet tinged with admiration. Honestly, Kangwa's system is even fairer than the college entrance exam. The difficulty adjusts based on your cultivation level. As long as you're willing to go all out and push beyond your limits, they'll invest resources in you. Most who succeed are students with decent foundations but common backgrounds. With your current situation, there's absolutely no need to risk your life for this. This logical analysis quickly tipped the scales in Lu Huang's mind. His target became clear: Western Region University. He silently mused to himself. What's wrong with taking the easy path? Sometimes you can have your cake and eat it too. This world ultimately speaks through strength. As long as he became strong enough, those aristocratic families that once looked down on him would eventually bow their heads. Lu Huang understood that even with the infinite sword domain, breaking through to the 8th tier through personal strength alone would be incredibly difficult. The path of cultivation was fraught with obstacles, and leveraging others' power was the right approach. Those families with long-standing legacies could provide solid stepping stones. After thinking this through, he directly shared his thoughts with Hong Feng. Uncle Hong, I think your suggestion makes sense. I'm leaning toward Western Region University. Regarding marrying into an aristocratic family, do you have any suitable recommendations? Hearing this answer, Hong Feng visibly relaxed and said repeatedly, yes, yes. I thought you were determined to break into Kangwu no matter what. People your age are most afraid of backing down. Lu Huang smiled at him with a frank attitude. I'm not stupid. If I'd have to retake exams at Kangwu anyway, what's the point of fighting tooth and nail to be the top scorer? I admire their teaching methods, but they're not suitable for me. He shifted his tone, his gaze clear and resolute. Cultivation indeed involves killing, but not every moment requires it. I'd rather win people over with virtue and subdue enemies without fighting. This decision had been on his mind for a long time. With the infinite sword domain in hand, what he lacked was a steady stream of resources, not opportunities to dance on the edge of a blade. Given the choice, he'd rather be a carefree sword immortal roaming the world than a bloodthirsty sword god who only knew how to kill. Moreover, he carried another burden: uncovering the true cause of his parents' death. If he entered Kangwu University and spent years struggling on the brink of life and death, it would certainly temper his abilities, but those who often walk by the river will eventually get their shoes wet. He might actually die someday. Who would care about this matter then? Who would bother with the truth about his parents? Lu Huang wasn't afraid of death, but he valued his life. So he settled for the next best option and chose to enter the more secure Western Region University. Hong Feng wasted no time and raised his hand to activate his personal communicator. A pale blue holographic screen quickly unfolded before them, with rows of family data scrolling past like pages in a magazine. There are many prominent families at Western Region University, but if we're talking about the best option for marrying in, it has to be the Heelan family. Hong Feng tapped with his fingertip, and the Heelan family crest rotated and enlarged in the air. It's probably genetic. The Heelan family has more daughters than sons, so they offer the most positions for men marrying into the family each year. Next, he opened another entry. Second would be the Tuoba family, though unfortunately most of their daughters are quite fierce. If you prefer gentle types, you'd better think twice. The screen slid again, revealing the Murong family crest. The Murong family has some unique customs. If you marry into their household, not only will you enjoy the blessings of multiple wives, but if you're willing, you can also have man upon man. Hong Feng's fingers moved continuously, displaying information about a batch of established noble families before Lu Huang's eyes. The traditional elite families of the Western region have seen their fortunes rise and fall, but we can't ignore the emerging powers either. For instance, the Yang family from our Yezhou province shows great potential. While Hong Feng was explaining everything in detail, recruitment teachers from the 3 top national universities had already reported Lu Huang's unusual situation to their schools, immediately alerting the higher-ups. To show their sincerity, the 3 university presidents personally set out an unprecedented move. These were all 8th-tier powerhouses with renowned reputations worldwide. In the past, Lu Huang wouldn't have warranted such attention from 3 university presidents. Longxiao Nation produced dozens of provincial top scorers each year, and his college entrance exam results ranked only in the lower middle range. However, among all this year's provincial champions, only Lu Huang had reached the 2nd-tier perfection level within 5 days after the exam. At least for now, recruitment teachers dispatched by various universities had scoured the entire country and only received confirmed news of Lu Huang's breakthrough. For these prodigies, if they could break through during the evaluation period, they would never keep it located higher their cultivation level. the more generous their enrollment benefits. These few days marked the peak of the talent war among universities. Good performance meant better conditions. The three presidents came with full sincerity, knowing that if they could sign Lu Huang before the four prestigious academies made their move, they would profit handsomely. The three left their campuses discreetly, but their dual identities as eighth-tier powerhouses and university presidents were too conspicuous. Their absence from campus was immediately noticed by all parties. In Yezhou Province, Anyang Bay City, recruitment teachers from the three top universities had gathered in a reception hall. Three regional directors, all at sixth-tier perfection, sat in the seats of honor. As faculty members of prestigious schools, they were unwilling to frequently travel around recruiting people. Like other universities, such behavior seemed beneath their dignity. They only needed to send an acceptance letter, and talented individuals from various base cities would eagerly submit their agreements. More importantly, the three top universities had always avoided poaching from each other and refrained from competing privately for students. Such actions would only result in mutual losses and waste resources. With limited enrollment quotas, saving wherever possible not only conserved cultivation resources for the schools, but also reflected their personal performance. Therefore, the most efficient approach was to sit at the same table, openly exchange lists, and ensure everyone could recruit students they were satisfied with. Over the past 5 days, the top-performing students across Yezhou Province had been almost entirely divided among the three prestigious universities. Now only the top 10 provincial rankings remained undecided, with recruitment officers from all three schools still racking their brains to secure these exceptional students at the lowest possible cost. In an elegantly decorated lounge, three people sat around a Nanmu wood round table, with student lists and stacks of scholarship and quota budget sheets spread across its surface. To avoid the awkward situation of one high bid, two low bids, they had been locked in negotiations for 2 full days, still unable to reach a resolution. The representative from Xiaojing University was an elderly professor with graying hair, wearing a dark gray robe and a small cap, fidgeting with a pen in his hands as he spoke first. "Oh my, you too. If we follow my proposed plan, this matter would have been settled long ago. Whoever wants the provincial champion can only pick one more from the remaining 9. The other 4 students will be split evenly between the other 2 schools. How fair is that?" The female instructor from Haida University pushed up her black-rimmed glasses, stifled a yawn, and lazily stretched. "So you want to give us the overall champion, don't you? Your calculations are quite shrewd. That boy has limited future potential. You want to dump this hot potato on us while you reap the benefits." The old professor laughed heartily, spreading his hands and shaking his head. "Look what you're saying. This is the provincial champion we're talking about. How does it become trash in your mouth? Whether it's trash or not, don't you know in your heart?" The female instructor crossed her legs, her small leather shoe gently tapping the table leg. "If we really recruit Lu Huang into Haida University, my performance this year will probably tank. Besides, he's a country boy. If we don't offer him a high price, he might even hold a grudge against the school. I have no need to waste resources on him." However, she paused. "If you lower his rating by 1 tier, I wouldn't mind recruiting him at a low price, just as charity." The two went back and forth, both showing disdain for Lu Huang, the provincial champion. The male teacher from Shiyu University had been listening from the sidelines and finally straightened up. "How about this? I'll take a loss and accept this kid, giving him standards-level resources. The second place Yang Yingfeng will also go to me. His family is already an investor in our Shiyu University, so even without my intervention, he'd likely come anyway. Then, give me that 10th place civilian girl as well. You two can split the remaining 7. How does that sound?" The old professor and female instructor exchanged glances, silently weighing the proposal for a moment. Finding this distribution indeed the most convenient, they nodded in agreement. "Good, it's settled. All right, let's each send out the acceptance letters." The three reached an immediate consensus and promptly clicked send on their smart terminals, confirming that emails were flying toward the corresponding 10 talented students. However, the next second, all 3 communication devices vibrated almost simultaneously, with an email bearing the highest level encryption marking flashing at the top. The 3 exchanged glances in surprise. The sender was actually the president of each of their respective schools. They quickly opened the emails, finding the contents almost identical. The 3 eighth-tier powerhouse-level presidents would personally travel to Yezhou Province, having discovered extremely promising talent that they must secure at all costs. The email ended with a brief directive: "All current school plans are suspended." The news left the 3 momentarily speechless, with the same questions arising in their minds. What kind of promising talent could compel 3 eighth-tier powerhouses to travel such great distances to compete for recruitment? And who exactly was this so-called promising talent? At that moment, all 3 harbored countless questions, yet none let their confusion show. After brief pleasantries, the 3 recruitment officers each led their teams out of the conference room with hurried steps. The moment they stepped through the door, they barked orders at their subordinates: "Immediately deploy to all major base cities in Yezhou Province and investigate this strange matter thoroughly." Simultaneously, the three mobilized all their contacts scattered throughout Yezhou, gathering intelligence from every corner in their quest to find this potential, promising candidate. The three instructors were no fools. Their primary target was naturally the top students on Yezhou Province's college entrance exam rankings. Within hours, each had received feedback. The female mentor from Haida University stared at her terminal, unable to suppress a gulp as her chest heaved. How is this possible? How could it be him? The veteran professor from Xiaojing University slapped his forehead, muttering to himself. Good heavens, did I misjudge him? The instructor from Shiyu University, however, beamed with delight. So it was him all along. Better sweeten the deal, can't let those two interfere. The intelligence that shocked all three university representatives came from an adventurer named Zhang Dedeo. Days earlier, Zhang Dedeo had been intimidated by a single sentence from Lu Huang and forced to retreat, yet his mind had been churning ever since. Missing the chance at the Thunder Spirit fruit pained him like being flayed alive, but the contractual constraints prevented him from both personally seeking the fruit and revealing any information about it. After much internal struggle, inspiration struck. Thunder vine mutations typically occurred in chains where one Thunder Spirit fruit appeared. There were often more nearby. If he avoided Li Zixuan's original discovery site and tried his luck in the surrounding area, surely that wouldn't violate the agreement? With his plan set, he led his team into that fissure-riddled region. They had barely entered when thunderous battle sounds erupted ahead. Zhang Dedeo immediately signaled for his team's scout to investigate. The scout crept to the edge of the abyss and activated his reconnaissance skills, his eyes scanning like searchlights. In the dark depths below, flying swords surged forth with overwhelming might, shredding the iron rock lizard swarm into bloody mist. Following the sword light, the scout caught a glimpse of a young man's silhouette, but in the next instant, sharp sword energy tore through his vision, forcibly breaking his skill and nearly causing him to collapse in terror. It was the Azure Thunder Sword formation composed of 81 celestial swords, its pressure like a collapsing sky, far beyond his ability to observe. Lu Huang remained completely unaware of this spying. The scout scrambled back in retreat, his voice still trembling as he poured out everything he had witnessed. Though his words came in fragments, they were enough to send chills down Zhang Dedeo's spine. Without hesitation, he immediately ordered a full retreat, not daring to linger in the secret realm for even a moment longer. Only after bursting out of the secret realm did Zhang Dedeo finally exhale in relief, cursing under his breath. Damn it. What the hell is that kid's background? He doesn't look like a local. A mere second-tier cultivator slicing through third-tier beast swarms like vegetables. If we'd actually clashed with him, or if he'd discovered us and thought we were following him, we'd definitely have died in there. This kid might be the illegitimate son of some 7th or 8th-tier powerhouse. Who knows what got into his head, making him come to our backwater place. Zhang Dedeo leaned against the iron door of the abandoned warehouse, gripping his machete handle with both hands, his mind churning like turbulent waves. Ever since witnessing Lu Huang slice through a third-tier beast pack with a single strike in the wilderness, his head felt like it was filled with lead, and the more he thought about it, the more unsettled he became. Getting involved with descendants of such big shots never ends well. Just as this thought crossed his mind, his subordinate clicked on the communicator with a snap. The screen lit up and suddenly pointed at a news headline, shouting, "Damn, boss. This year's top scorer from Songling City looks really familiar." Zhang Dedeo was about to curse. "I'm already stressed out. Why are you bringing up some top scorer?" But when his peripheral vision caught the news photo, Lu Huang's smiling face in a school uniform, his knuckles gripping the blade instantly turned white, and even his breathing became erratic. That kid is actually a recent high school graduate? His Adam's apple bobbed as he walked 2 steps to the corner and spat out a heavy breath. Damn it. What kind of high school student can slaughter third-tier beast packs right after graduation? He had originally thought Lu Huang was a college student gaining experience, but now discovering the guy hadn't even entered university yet, this terrifying talent made Zhang Dedeo's knees feel weak. With a quick change of thought, he immediately ordered his teammates, "Don't tell anyone about our conflict with him." But words once spoken can't be taken back, and walls have ears. When his teammates were drinking and chasing girls, they couldn't keep their mouths shut and spilled everything about the terrifying power they'd witnessed in the secret realm. Though they didn't mention the conflict, they embellished the story about Lu Huang's second-tier combat ability and suspected powerful lineage to mythical proportions. Low-level awakeners loved showing off their experiences, and this gossip quickly spread throughout Songling City. The rumors escalated along the way. By the time it reached the ears of teachers from the 3 prestigious schools, the version had become, Lu Huang is the illegitimate son of a 9th-tier powerhouse who can single-handedly fight 4th-tier exotic beasts. Though the 3 teachers knew the information was exaggerated, they still used their experience to trace back to the original source and reached a conservative but shocking conclusion. Lu Huang had very likely reached second-tier perfection and was precisely that super prospect who had prompted the joint visit from 3 top university presidents. After confirming their target, They immediately sent emails to Tsangling City's garrison commander while each piloted their aircraft into the sky. Three differently designed silver-gray mecha vessels passed each other midair, their pilots nodding to one another before looking away, awkwardly yet tacitly accelerating. The teachers from Haida University and Xiaojing University had been reluctant about this countryside trip from the start. Prestigious schools personally traveling to recruit students in remote provinces like Yezhou seemed beneath their status. But since 8th-tier powerhouses had personally taken action, if they continued to make excuses, they'd face punishment upon return, so they could only bite the bullet and come along. Songling City. Lu Huang and Hong Feng quickly inventoried their secret realm spoils at the metal workstation in the Hunters Guild. After processing materials, cores, and weapons, they headed straight to the trading area for a shopping spree. The provincial top scorer prize money had just arrived, over 30 million, which he cheerfully converted entirely into cultivation resources, preparing to break through to higher realms. During this time, Hong Feng's smart brain chimed with a new email. After reading it, he looked up and shook his head with a helpless smile. The three prestigious schools really have sharp intelligence networks. They found out so quickly that you've broken through to second-tier perfection. There truly are no secrets in this world. He forwarded the information to Lu Huang and sighed. They're heading to Tsangling right now, asking you to wait here because they want to meet you personally. What do you think? Lu Huang pondered for a moment after hearing this, then said directly, forget it. There's no real point in meeting them right now. It would just be a waste of time. I'd rather focus on improving my cultivation. That's the real bargaining chip I need when dealing with them. Hong Feng beamed with delight and immediately voiced his support. Exactly. That's the right thinking. You focus on your cultivation and leave everything else to me. With that, Lu Huang left Songling City and headed for the Little Thunder Pool secret realm. A few hours later, teachers from the three prestigious universities arrived in Songling City and went straight to Guardian Officer Hong Feng, requesting a face-to-face meeting with Lu Huang, only to be told he had already entered the secret realm. Reception room. The female teacher from Haida University looked displeased and snorted coldly. This kid is so rude. We specifically instructed him in our email to stay in the base city. And what does he do? He just leaves. Do they really expect 3 6th-tier professionals like us to wait here for some junior? The elderly professor from Xiaojing University smiled, but his words carried a sting. Young people, you know, talented but arrogant. He needs to be taught some proper manners. Having talent without virtue is nothing but trouble. Hong Feng was extremely annoyed by their tone, but could only purse his lips and remain silent. The middle-aged teacher from Western Region University suddenly spoke up. Enough, you two. Earlier you said this student was mine, and you didn't want him. Now you're here, trying to compete for him. What's that about? The other two were momentarily stunned, but quickly understood this comment was clearly meant for Hong Feng to hear. So the message would reach Lu Huang's ears, deliberately painting them in a bad light. But they didn't. Kari was just some kid from a third-tier base city. As long as they offered enough, wouldn't he obediently comply? Even if they insulted him to his face, he'd have to take it. The world was full of geniuses, but very few ever reached the higher tiers. This was the confidence of the teachers from Xiaojing and Haidu. The Haidu University teacher grumbled inwardly. Little brat, making me travel all this way to a third-tier base city is embarrassing enough, and now you stand me up? Let's see what waves you can make in the next few days. The Xiaojing University professor also sneered to himself. Some country bumpkin who doesn't know how to respect his teachers and elders. I've seen plenty of geniuses, but this is the first one so lacking in manners. The Western Region University teacher, however, was calculating. These two are definitely going to compete with me for him, and they probably have just as many resources as I do. I'll have to win with a better attitude. I really don't understand them trying to recruit students while acting all high and mighty. Who can stand that? As he pondered, something felt off by his calculations. The principals of the three key universities should have arrived by now, but they were nowhere to be seen. Could it be that they had already gone directly to Lu Huang? At the entrance to the Little Thunder Pool secret realm, lightning flickered. 3 figures traveled together, entering the realm as one. These 3 figures were not their true forms, but rather weak avatars. However, this weakness was only relative to 8th-tier standards within this miniature secret realm. The slightest move from these 3 powerhouses pushed the world to its breaking point. The visitors were none other than the chancellors of 3 prestigious universities from the Longxia Kingdom. The first was Li Jianan, standing upon a 3-foot azure blade with his hands clasped behind his back, his long robes billowing as he glided through the air like a gentle breeze. In his youth, he had been a renowned sword prodigy, considered to have great potential to reach the 9th or even 10th tier. He now presided over Tianjin University. The second was Wang Badeo, a rugged man with abundant body hair and a thick black beard that nearly obscured his features, resembling a humanoid beast. After taking charge of Tianjin University, he had implemented sweeping reforms to the teaching methods, gradually aligning with the Kangwu approach. Unlike the extreme Kangwu University, Tianjin University's bottom line was train them to the brink of death, but not beyond. When students reached life-threatening situations, instructors would intervene to save them. Kangwoo University, however, followed the principle that only by facing death can one achieve greatness. And if students voluntarily sought danger, mentors would never interfere even if it meant death. Brutal as it was, the results were undeniable. Tianjin University had fallen out of Longxia's top 10, but returned to the first tier within just a few years, even showing signs of claiming the title of first among universities outside the Big Four. Many institutions tried to imitate this approach but failed to grasp its essence. Kangwoo pushed students to their limits while investing heavily in them. Tianjin trained students brutally while also pouring in resources. Other schools wanted students to work like beasts of burden while being unwilling to provide proper feed, naturally ending up with nothing to show for their efforts. The third was Hai Tianyue, a woman draped in elaborate ornaments with her face veiled in light gauze. She reclined lazily on a crescent moon-shaped flying device, her slender legs swaying gently, her graceful figure on full display like a fairy from the lunar palace. Hai Tianyue governed Tianjin University and was also a mental-type professional with unfathomable power. In terms of cultivation and status, all three ranked among Longxia Kingdom's elite, yet they had gathered in this secret realm to search for Lu Huang. However, upon entering the realm, they immediately faced a dilemma. Finding someone in this vast space with only their avatar's power was like fishing for a needle in a lake. Wang Badeo stood on his blood-red flying device and spoke first in his heavy northeastern accent. "Hey, I say, why don't we just wait at the entrance of the secret realm? Fumbling around in here is way too much trouble." Li Jianan brushed his sleeves and smiled beneath his sword-like brows. "Brother Wang makes a valid point. Shall we take our leave then?" A lazy yet sharp laugh drifted from the crescent flying device. Hai Tianyue's voice was clear as mountain spring water striking stone, yet carried an icy undertone. "You two old foxes, don't tell me you only sent one avatar in here. If you think you can trick me into leaving, it won't be that easy." For these high-level powerhouses, creating weak clones through certain methods wasn't particularly challenging, but most of them rarely chose to do so. The reason was simple: the moment a clone was born, it was equivalent to cutting off a piece of flesh from the main body and extracting a strand of origin essence. Even if they could refine and reclaim it later, various negative side effects were inevitable during this period. The physical body becoming contaminated with impurities, the soul gathering dust, internal energy being invaded by subtle foreign forces. Such losses deterred most powerhouses. However, for these three 8th-tier powerhouses, as long as the number of clones wasn't excessive and the duration wasn't too long, the impact remained within controllable limits. What made Hai Tianyue truly special was that her cultivation technique emphasized pure perfection. Even creating a single low-tier clone felt like a thorn in her back, with one being her absolute limit. In contrast, Wang Badeo and Li Jianan felt no psychological burden. Besides the 3rd-tier clones currently monitoring Hai Tianyue closely, they had already deployed over a dozen clones each throughout other corners of the secret realm, casting them like nets to search for Lu Huang. The 2 clones before her were merely insurance against Hai Tianyue getting there first. Hai Tianyue was well aware of all this. She raised her eyebrows slightly and sneered. "Want to follow me and pick up scraps? Dream on. Don't forget, you're just 3rd-tier clones." As her words fell, Wang Badeo and Li Jianan's clones simultaneously froze, as if suddenly understanding something. In the next instant, Hai Tianyue's figure faded like mist scattered by wind, disappearing in the blink of an eye as if she had never existed. "Damn, that was just an illusion," Wang Badeo cursed. "That little vixen really has some tricks up her sleeve." Li Jianan sighed with a bitter smile. Then he analyzed calmly. "Don't underestimate her just because she only bothered to create one clone. With her psychic foundation, she might actually find Lu Huang faster than us. For psychic powerhouses, clones only reduce quantity, but the quality still far exceeds ordinary 3rd tier. Searching with mental power sweeps is countless times faster than using the naked eye." Li Jianan's assessment was correct. At this moment, Hai Tianyue's only real 3rd-tier clone moved like a human radar, streaking across the sky above the lesser Thunderpool secret realm. Her mental power spread like a tide, and wherever it passed, weaker awakened ones felt a chill run up their spines to the crown of their heads, unable to suppress a shiver. "Holy crap, there's a fairy." Someone looked up and caught a glimpse of a breathtakingly beautiful silhouette streaking across the heavens. Hai Tianyue didn't pause. Her heart focused on one target: Lu Huang. Even with her terrifying search efficiency, using just one 3rd-tier clone, it took her a full day and night to finally detect Lu Huang's aura in the depths of the secret realm. What met her eyes was an open area littered with charred rubble. Lightning danced across the sky, and the air carried the scent of sulfur. Lu Huang stood on his flying sword, single-handedly facing a flock of over 100 iron feather chickens. Each iron feather chicken stood 2.5 meters tall, their glossy black feathers resembling metal armor, with thick crests on their heads parted to either side, like playful center-parted hairstyles. They flapped their wings, energy coalescing around them into phantom images of gray-black mountain peaks, as if massive mountains were rising from the ground, thundering toward Lu Huang. This was their bloodline talent, Iron Mountain Charge. Once this move connected, even same-tier warrior class awakened ones would be sent flying while coughing up blood. Lu Huang's expression was stern as he pressed two fingers together, controlling over 100 ordinary-grade iron swords like a school of fish, gathering them into a surging sword river. Blade edges interwove and cold light cascaded like a waterfall, meeting those mountain phantoms heat-in and intercepting and shattering these iron mountain illusions. For Lu Huang, who had stepped into the great swordsman realm, even wielding an ordinary iron sword produced terrifying power. Regular second-tier iron feather chickens would be cleaved in half with a casual strike, their iron armor instantly torn open as blood splattered across the grassland. Peak second-tier or perfected second-tier iron feather chickens could barely resist the edge of an ordinary iron sword, but still couldn't withstand the excellent-grade treasure sword Lu Huang wielded. As for third-tier iron feather chickens, he switched to rare-grade spirit swords to deal with them. This beast herd contained only 5 third-tier iron feather chickens in total, with the strongest being merely mid-third-tier, hardly worth Lu Huang using his Azure Thunder Sword formation. Hai Tianyue stood in the distance, her gaze following each flying sword as it traced cold arcs of light. She frowned slightly. Lu Huang's talent for controlling spiritual power was indeed decent, but his execution was terribly crude. If her spiritual power manipulation was like an embroiderer threading a needle with meticulous precision, then Lu Huang's technique resembled someone grabbing a handful of threads to play cat's cradle, only to tangle everything into a mess by the end, creating chaos for himself and wasting vast amounts of spiritual power. Prolonging battle in such a state would severely drain both his physical strength and mental energy. With this thought, she decided to offer guidance. Hai Tianyue channeled her spiritual power and transmitted directly. Your object manipulation technique isn't quite right. How about letting Big Sister teach you? The voice exploded in his mind from nowhere, startling Lu Huang. He immediately summoned several rare-grade natal flying swords, spinning them rapidly around his body while scanning his surroundings. Seeing no one, cold sweat beaded on his forehead. Anyone would be alarmed by a disembodied voice appearing in this wilderness. Could it be an illusion? Lu Huang remained vigilant. With his current realm, even a perfected third-tier expert approaching shouldn't be able to completely evade his perception. Just as this thought arose, a crisp laugh rang in his ears. Hee hee, little brother, don't be nervous. I mean you no harm. Following the sound, he saw a veiled woman sitting cross-legged on a crescent moon phantom, her slender legs folded, bare feet swaying gently. Silver bell ornaments dangled from her ankles, chiming in the night breeze like a seductive spirit. Lu Huang's pupils contracted sharply as he shouted, "Demon!" Over 10 flying swords transformed into streams of light, instantly piercing the moon shadow and figure full of holes. The phantom shattered into fragments of light. Watching her pierced projection, Hai Tianyue first froze, then exclaimed in surprise. This explosive power, definitely not perfected second tier. Yet she clearly hadn't sensed any third tier aura from Lu Huang's body. Her mind brightened as she vaguely grasped a certain possibility, though it still needed verification. She stopped beating around the bush and revealed her identity. Little brother, don't be afraid. I'm the principal of Tianyan University, Hai Tianyue. You should have heard my name, right? When Lu Huang shattered the phantom, he had already realized the opponent wasn't physically present. His mind locked onto the awakening of insects sword behind him, preparing to deliver a fatal strike once he found the real body. Hearing the name, Hai Tianyue, his movements hesitated slightly. I had heard this name from Hongfeng's mouth, but never expected her to personally seek him out. Nevertheless, Lu Huang didn't dare relax, his eyes fixed on the woman materializing before him again, unable to distinguish whether this was her true form or another illusion. Sensing his wariness, Hai Tianyue smiled bitterly and decided to fully demonstrate her power. She manipulated her avatar's spiritual force, suddenly pressing it down upon Lu Huang. Boom! A spiritual tsunami crashed over him. Lu Huang felt heaven and earth churning, as if a mountain had settled on his chest. The floating swords in the air hummed in resonance, their points turning in unison to aim directly at him. Lu Huang's natal swords had been forcibly controlled by this woman. This woman was not only devastatingly beautiful, but also terrifyingly powerful. The floating swords suspended motionlessly in the air were all Lu Huang's natal swords. Logically speaking, to forcibly control someone else's weapons, one's cultivation level would need to be at least a full major realm higher than the opponent's. Moreover, Lu Huang was a distinguished grand swordsman. Even a fourth-tier peak spiritual-type professional could at most disrupt his sword control rhythm, never completely seize control. Yet before this woman, his spiritual power felt like receding tide, unable to find purchase. No matter how hard he tried to channel it, his natal swords remained completely motionless. The feeling of being suppressed was unbearable for Lu Huang. He simply stopped trying to control his flying swords and suddenly drew the Jingzhe sword from his back. Plain cold light flashed as he slashed at the surrounding void. Swish, 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 several invisible sword energies instantly tore through the air, followed by the raging might of brilliant thunder. Bang, 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 the strands of spiritual power wrapped around his natal swords were forcibly severed, and control returned to Lu Huang's hands. The Jingzhe sword immediately pointed at the woman, and the numerous flying swords, like soldiers receiving orders, all turned their tips in unison to lock onto their target once more. Hai Tianyue's beautiful eyes flashed with confusion as she said softly, "Little brother, don't you believe me yet? I really am the Chancellor of Tianyin University." Lu Huang shook his head. With a slight mental command, he made his natal swords dispel their killing intent, and the Jingzhe sword slowly returned to its sheath. "I believe your identity, senior, but I can't stand being controlled by others." Hai Tianyue was stunned for a moment, then covered her mouth and giggled charmingly. "So little brother likes to take the initiative? Sister doesn't mind being controlled by you." Her voice was both ethereally cold and seductive, carrying tiny, viscous vibrations that drilled into his eardrums, making his blood surge. Lu Huang was secretly alarmed. What a vixen! This woman was naturally alluring, and with her dual professions illusionist and enchantress combined, even someone a full major realm stronger would find it hard to resist her influence, let alone himself, just an inexperienced young man. Fortunately, Hai Tianyue wasn't deliberately using her enchantment arts. Just standing there was enough to make one's heart race with desire. Lu Huang quickly steadied his mind and spoke to divert his attention. "Senior, you came here about enrollment matters, didn't you?" Hai Tianyue first nodded, then shook her head. "I did come to get you to enter my Tianyin University, but after seeing you, I've changed my mind. You're excellent material. Even if you don't enter my university, I still want to guide you." Lu Huang was surprised. He had originally planned to attend Tianjin University and had prepared excuses like, "My specialization doesn't fit your school," to politely decline, but Hai Tianyue's words left him with no room to refuse. While he was still in a daze, Hai Tianyue had already raised her hand to point at the nearby flock of iron-feathered chickens that were resting and recovering, her voice turning cold and clear. "I'll attach my spiritual power to the surface of your natal swords. You control me. Huh. Don't just stand there, go." Oh. Lu Huang hurriedly mobilized his spiritual power to capture the force that Hai Tianyue had infused. This feeling was very strange. The fusion felt as smooth as milk blending with water, so fluid that his very soul seemed to tremble, sending shivers across his skin. Lu Huang distinctly sensed the texture of Hai Tianyue's spiritual power, clear as an uncut crystal, while his own felt coarse, like rough masculine skin pressed against a woman's silky smoothness. The moment their energies merged intimately, every nerve in his body was caressed with exquisite delicacy. Hai Tianyue parted her crimson lips, her voice gentle yet precise as she imparted technique after technique for micromanipulation. As her words penetrated his ears, their spiritual wavelengths gradually synchronized. When Lu Huang controlled his flying sword, the blade fluttered like butterfly wings, rising and falling with perfect control, truly achieving sword follows heart, strike wherever you point. From angle adjustments to power modulation, he clearly felt his control improve by leaps and bounds, while his spiritual energy consumption noticeably decreased. Under her guidance, my technique has become more refined and enduring. Realizing this, Lu Huang felt genuine gratitude, his gaze openly showing his fondness for the beauty. "Thank you, senior. These spiritual power control techniques will benefit me for life." However, Hai Tianyue rolled her eyes at him. "Why call me so old? Call me sister." Lu Huang coughed awkwardly, his ears instantly burning. "Sister, you." Seeing him blush at just calling her sister, Hai Tianyue's smile deepened as she teased. "Oh my, look at you, still a virgin, aren't you?" Then, aren't you one too, sister?" Lu Huang blurted out, and even he was stunned by his own words. This question left Hai Tianyue speechless. The path of charm cultivation was widely perceived as sexually promiscuous, but she also practiced illusion arts, which required maintaining tranquility and preserving one's essence. For her, chastity was actually essential for reaching higher realms. In reality, her experience came only from images and books. She was theoretically perfect, but practically inexperienced. Hit in her weak spot by Lu Huang, she could neither say yes nor no. So she simply lifted her foot and gently kicked him with her soft instep. "Who told you to ask a girl such questions? How rude." Lu Huang scratched his head, realizing he'd been inappropriate, and quickly changed the subject. He looked toward the thunder pool guarded by iron feather beast flocks in the distance. "Sister, I need to cultivate. You don't have to join me, right?" Hai Tianyue giggled, lightly tapping his forehead with her finger. "Naughty boy, wanting to take a mandarin duck bath with someone right after meeting? Even though this is just an avatar, such things won't do. But if you join our Tianyin University, I might consider it." Lu Huang could only smile bitterly, unsure how to respond. Seeing this, Hai Tianyue stopped teasing him and waved her pale jade hand. Go ahead with your business. I'll protect you. She knew perfectly well that pressuring him for an immediate answer now would be tantamount to bullying. If she was truly sincere, she should wait for other universities to make their offers, then let the highest bidder win. The reason for approaching Lu Huang early was simply to build some goodwill and better understand him, making it easier to offer a more suitable price later. Beside the small thunder pool, Lu Huang sat cross-legged in meditation as lightning coursed through his skin and into his body. Hai Tianyue stood quietly nearby, a cunning glint flashing in her eyes. If those two see Lu Huang's true combat power, they'll definitely guess he's already entered the hidden realm. In that case, why not take this opportunity to help him advance past the third tier early? It would also help cover his tracks. With her strength, such manipulation wasn't difficult. Moments later, the thunder subsided. Hai Tianyue stepped forward with a gentle smile. Little brother Lu Huang, come walk with me. There are plenty of good things in this secret realm. I'll take you treasure hunting. Lu Huang's eyes lit up. He'd long heard about the human radar reputation of mental-type awakeners, and he'd personally experienced Hai Tianyue's formidable mental power. He immediately clasped his fists. Thank you, Sister Yu. Since you're calling me sister, don't be so formal. Hai Tianyue smiled and shook her head. Besides, it wouldn't be a waste of all the effort I put into creating this avatar. The two reached an understanding and began traversing the Thunder Pool's secret realm. Hai Tianyue's mental power swept the area, revealing underground spiritual materials, mineral veins and rock walls, and hidden lightning attribute crystal cores, while Lu Huang handled the digging and collection. During breaks from treasure hunting, she taught him techniques for circulating and refining mental power. As they spent more time together, Hai Tianyue grew increasingly impressed with Lu Huang. In terms of soul power, his comprehension was no less than that of professional mental-type awakeners. Many subtle manipulations that she barely explained, he grasped immediately and could even apply creatively. Finally, she couldn't help but speak directly. Little brother Lu Huang, why don't you just come to Tianyin University? I'll teach you personally. You can choose from any cultivation techniques or secret manuals on campus, and we'll provide you with no less than 3 billion in cultivation resources annually. These conditions were incredibly generous. Even provincial top scorers entering the 4 prestigious schools only received 3 to 500 million in annual benefits. Lu Huang's heart stirred, but Hai Tianyue added, don't rush to answer. I suggest you hear the offers from other schools before deciding. She laid the temptation bare. Tianyin University's secret techniques can at least double the number of swords you can control within the same realm. Think about that combat advantage against same-level opponents. Before she finished speaking, a leisurely laugh drifted over. Principal Hai, only mentioning benefits without discussing drawbacks isn't quite fair. Li Jianan arrived riding his sword, robes billowing elegantly. Secret techniques are good, but the higher a sword cultivator's level, the more demanding the requirements for natal sword quality become. Gathering so many top-tier natal swords is no small matter. Fortunately, this is something Tianjin University can solve. He pointed toward the distant void with confidence. Throughout history, most sword Dao masters have graduated from our school. The natal swords they left behind when they fell are stored in our sword pavilion. If young friend Lu Huang joins Tianjin University, he can freely access the sword pavilion. Epic heavenly swords, legendary holy swords, even divine swords are yours to choose from. What sword cultivator could resist the temptation of the sword pavilion? Li Jianan was certain the other party couldn't refuse. However, Lu Huang's expression remained calm, even indifferent, like a billionaire unmoved by supermarket egg discounts. Divine swords are indeed good things, he thought to himself. But I already have 2 divine swords in my sword domain space. It's been almost 10 days since my awakening, and aside from the essential natal swords I must use, I can still fuse with several more. Maybe I should find time to fuse with one. If Li Jianan knew what Lu Huang was thinking, he wouldn't know how to react. Should I just start cursing? You little bastard, showing off, huh? Think you're hot stuff with a divine sword? So what if divine swords are amazing? Fine, divine swords are amazing. Damn it. He would probably be roaring like this in his mind. But even though Li Jianan had no idea what Lu Huang was really thinking, seeing that calm and composed expression on his face still made him pause. Does this kid really not understand how incredible the sword pavilion is? He was about to elaborate when Hai Tianyue cut in first, her tone icy cold. Huh, you sure know how to make empty promises. You only offered to let brother Lu Huang freely enter the sword pavilion, but you didn't promise him any high-quality natal swords. Don't you realize how difficult it is to tame the ancient swords in the sword pavilion? You accuse me of only mentioning benefits without drawbacks, but I think you're even worse. Li Jianan smirked and shook his head dismissively. Principal Hai, you're underestimating young friend Lu Huang. He broke through to the second-tier perfection in just 5 days. His talent is crystal clear. With such talent, getting recognition from high-quality natal swords in the sword pavilion would be perfectly normal. Hai Tianyue scoffed. Nice words, but ultimately no concrete benefits. Since you're here, stop wasting breath and just give us your highest offer. Li Jianan spread his hands with a helpless smile and pondered briefly. I heard you're offering young friend Lu Huang 3 billion in resources annually, so I'll add another 2 billion 50 billion per year. Hai Tianyue nodded and turned to Lu Huang. Did you hear that? Lu Huang's gaze remained calm as he nodded slightly. Good. Since you heard it, let's go. Before the words finished, Lu Huang and Hai Tianyue suddenly faded from Li Jianan's sight. While on Lu Huang's side, Li Jianan similarly dissolved like ripples on water. Li Jianan's heart sank. An illusion? No, if it were just a simple illusion, Hai Tianyue wouldn't bother with this charade. A mirage. The mirage was a powerful secret technique of illusionist-class professionals, capable of projecting ongoing or past scenes to another party, with the projections possessing combat power. This technique required extremely high soul force, purity. Even fifth-tier illusionists might not master it. Yet Hai Tianyue had executed it with just a third-tier avatar, which spoke volumes about her true body strength. This woman is no simple matter. Li Jianan marveled inwardly, though he felt resigned. My offer is already high enough. Even if Lu Huang breaks through to the third tier in the next few days, I can't raise it further. So be it, let fate decide. Meanwhile, in another corner of the secret realm, Hai Tianyue dismissed her secret technique and explained to Lu Huang in detail. I used the mirage technique, so we were communicating with Li Jianan in real time just now. 50 billion in resources annually and free access to the Sword Pavilion. These terms are indeed generous. I dare say that even if you break through to the third tier in the coming days, the 4 prestigious academies couldn't unconditionally offer such lavish treatment. Hai Tianyue wasn't downplaying Li Jianan's offer. Instead, she was explaining the true value of his proposal. During Lu Huang's conversations with Hong Feng, they had discussed matters related to this topic. Hong Feng estimated that the top 4 prestigious schools would offer at most 20 billion per year in compensation. Even if one went to Western Region University and married into a prominent family, it would merely double that amount. Li Jianan's offer therefore appeared exceptionally generous. At this moment, Hai Tianyue noticed the subtle change in Lu Huang's expression and seized the opportunity to speak. Based on Li Jianan's offer, I'll add another 20 billion per year, 70 billion in resources total. She paused briefly, then added, I can also help you secure a spot at Heavenly Sword University, guaranteeing you access to the Sword Pavilion once per year. If you have trouble finding suitable natal swords later, I'll personally venture into other realms and make multiple trips to help you gather the most appropriate and highest quality natal swords. Once this price was announced, Lu Huang hesitated slightly, finally realizing that Hai Tianyue's earlier probing had merely been a setup. She had obviously set her sights on Li Jianan early on, deliberately throwing out those initial remarks to give him a direct comparison. Indeed, only after Li Jianan made his offer could Hai Tianyue's sincerity be fully revealed. Lu Huang's gaze unconsciously drifted downward, settling on Hai Tianyue's voluptuous curves. When you gaze into the abyss gazes back. This sincerity was truly heart-stirring. Seeing his wavering resolve, Hai Tianyue decided to speak plainly. Little brother Lu Huang, even if they knew you had broken through to the hidden realm, their offers absolutely couldn't exceed mine. Her eyes sparkled clearly, obviously having long since perceived his true cultivation level. Lu Huang was mildly shocked, privately reasoning that an 8th-tier expert living alongside him day and night would naturally see through his facade. He had originally planned to use this revelation to negotiate better treatment, never expecting that Hai Tianyue had already anticipated this move. However, her next words made Lu Huang feel as if he had fallen into an icy abyss. Regarding your breakthrough to the hidden realm, I don't recommend you make it public. This isn't alarmist talk. Once exposed, you'll be targeted by countless people. Foreign races are one concern, but more terrifying are those so-called allies, especially the old monsters who've been stuck at 9th-tier perfection for too long. Lu Huang was puzzled. I only broke through one hidden realm. How could that alarm 9th-tier experts? Hai Tianyue patiently explained. After your breakthrough, didn't you sense some kind of special power? No. Lu Huang scratched his head, truly having noticed nothing unusual. Everything felt the same as any ordinary breakthrough. Hai Tianyue shook her head helplessly, momentarily unsure how to describe that power, and could only say, I'll show you directly then. Prepare yourself. Show me what? Lu Huang's mind began to wander. Could she be planning to show him that? Before he could finish the thought, Hai Tianyue gracefully waved her delicate hand. The air shimmered slightly, and another Hai Tianyue appeared, identical to the first. This was her true form, the same features, yet radiating even more enchanting allure that could captivate one's soul with just a single glance. Lu Huang swallowed hard, while Hai Tianyue's true form smiled at him and produced an ancient bronze mirror, holding it carefully against her chest. Little brother Lu Huang, what do you sense from it? Both versions of Hai Tianyue spoke in unison, their identical voices echoing through the quiet courtyard. Lu Huang's gaze was drawn irresistibly to the bronze mirror. The mirror's surface was half an arm's length tall, its edges wrapped in dark golden patterns that gleamed with a gentle, cold light. He couldn't help but mutter, "This bronze mirror. It's so large and bright. Focus. Pay attention." Hai Tianyue rolled her eyes first. Then her tone became serious as she gestured for him to concentrate on sensing it. Lu Huang took a deep breath and focused his mind on examining the mirror's surface. "It feels somewhat familiar, yet I can't pinpoint where that familiarity comes from," he frowned and murmured. Seeing his expression, Hai Tianyue took the initiative to explain. "Are you sensing a mysterious, majestic, and powerful force emanating from it? This power is called divinity." She continued. "Normally, low-tier practitioners would find it difficult to perceive divinity. But since you've broken through to the hidden realm and carry a trace of divinity within yourself, you should be able to sense it." Hai Tianyue spoke eloquently, laying out the entire logic. Divine power typically only appears in divine artifacts, items of mythical quality, or in beings who have broken through to the hidden realm. The saying 3 feet above one's head dwells the divine doesn't refer to ordinary height, and the divine isn't some ethereal existence, but rather a realm achievable through cultivation. Our cultivation usually only allows us to move forward, not ascend upward. Only by entering the hidden realm and manifesting divinity can one truly climb higher. The more hidden realms you break through, the denser the divinity within you becomes, and the more obvious your upward momentum. Only when you reach the 9th tier perfection will you have the opportunity to continue cultivating, rather than merely gazing up at the heavens in despair. Lu Huang suddenly understood the source of that familiar feeling was the divine power emanating from the bronze mirror, similar to what flowed within his own body. "I'm familiar with this stuff," he thought to himself. The 2 divine swords in his sword domain space had already given him early exposure to divinity, which was why he hadn't felt any obvious changes during his breakthrough. After demonstrating the bronze mirror's power, Hai Tianyue casually waved her hand, and all the mirage-like illusions vanished. Her expression turned grave. "So now you understand why you cannot expose your breakthrough to the hidden realm, don't you?" Lu Huang's heart skipped a beat as he quickly connected this to a terrifying possibility. "Sister Yu, could it be that this divine power can be transferred?" Hai Tianyue nodded, her voice low and somber. "Exactly. Divinity can be stripped away. If news of your breakthrough to the hidden realm leaks out, it will inevitably attract those with malicious intentions. For certain people, a bit more divinity means another chance at ascending to godhood. Especially when they're just one step away from divine ascension, they'll stop at nothing." She patted Lu Huang's shoulder. "You're too weak right now. Remember, T-Sand, innocent man becomes guilty when he possesses a treasure. Even at my level, I dare not easily reveal my divine artifact. You must hide it well." Lu Huang nodded solemnly, his expression more serious than ever before. What he needed to conceal wasn't just his realm, but also that sword domain space. Only now did he truly realize what kind of temptation his ability to forge a divine weapon in just over a day would represent to the world. If people discovered that Lu Huang could create a divine weapon in just over a day, the upheaval it would cause was unimaginable. Even those venerable 9th tier powerhouses would likely emerge en masse, fighting tooth and nail for such an opportunity. And Lu Huang would become nothing more than a prize to be fought over, with the best possible outcome being captivity, spending eternity as their divine sword manufacturer. Without a doubt, Lu Huang didn't want to face such a desperate situation, and his desire to become stronger grew even more intense. This time, he wasn't just fighting to create a safe haven for his parents, but also to completely change his own destiny. Hai Tianyue's honesty filled his heart with gratitude. Coming from humble origins, he knew nothing about the deadly traps hidden within breakthroughs. If he hadn't always been cautious and kept a low profile, he would have already fallen into danger. After a moment of contemplation, the young man looked up and spoke solemnly. "Sister Yu, I'm willing to join Tianyan University." Upon hearing this promise, Hai Tianyue's lips curved upward, and relief appeared in her eyes. She had gone to great lengths explaining secrets, and even revealed divine artifacts, all for this one sentence. Yet she still restrained her impulse to sign the contract immediately, smiling as she waved her hand. "Having your word is enough. Don't rush, you can wait until all 3 prestigious schools Kinwu University never participates in recruitment battles have made their offers before deciding. If their conditions are similar to mine, I'll raise my offer. In fact, even if they can only offer half of what I'm proposing, I'm willing to keep increasing my terms." Her confidence and determination were undisguised as Hai Tianyue displayed her sincerity completely. Other universities, upon hearing Lu Huang agree, would have eagerly presented contracts immediately, even resorting to coaxing and deception. But Hai Tianyue understood that she wasn't cultivating an ordinary student, but a future core figure of Tianyan University. Genuine sincerity was the sharpest weapon. Lu Huang nodded gently without saying more. The two then continued traversing the little Thunder Pool secret realm. Hai Tianyue led the way, breaking through thunder restrictions, while Lu Huang followed closely behind, collecting the refined spiritual materials, thunder crystals, and rare minerals. With such cooperation, his harvesting efficiency increased several times over. During breaks from treasure hunting, Hai Tianyue took the opportunity to instruct the young man. Good. Use a bit more force. Go a bit deeper. Yes, you must reach the core point. The essence of heavenly profession cultivation is training spirit, energy, and soul. We mental-type practitioners use mental power as our pivot. It can control external objects and command both body and internal energy. Only by completely mastering oneself can mental powers might be multiplied. Your Swordmaster profession works on the same principle, but demands even stricter unity of body and mind. After confirming that Lu Huang would truly enter Tianyin University, her guidance became increasingly profound. Many of Tianyin University's core secret techniques and fundamental methods were shared without reservation. Lu Huang's exceptional talent showed as his cultivation advanced rapidly over just a few days, steadily approaching the third-tier threshold. Beyond cultivation, the two exchanged more subtle techniques. Lu Huang learned to channel divine power into his breathing exercises, thereby accelerating his energy circulation. This way, he no longer needed to summon his natal sword as before to increase his cultivation speed. With just a slight manipulation within the sword domain space, waves of divine power and spiritual energy from other natal swords began flowing into him one by one. The energy surged into Lu Huang's body like a tide, instantly refined by him. Hai Tianyue watched from the side, feeling that this young man was almost like a black hole. Any resources that entered were immediately devoured completely. This speed. She couldn't help but marvel. Few third-tier professionals possessed such absorption efficiency, and even fourth-tier powerhouses fell far short. Boom. 2.5 days later, his energy exploded upward as Lu Huang's cultivation broke through the barrier, officially stepping into the third tier. Fast. So fast. Lu Huang clenched his fists, his heart pounding like drums. I'd call myself a speed demon. The exhilaration of the breakthrough made his blood boil. It felt absolutely incredible, as if he'd instantly reached the peak of life. Hai Tianyue approached, making no effort to hide the admiration in her eyes. Excellent. I thought I'd need to intervene for you to break through to the third tier within these few days, but you exceeded expectations on your own. She paused before continuing. At this realm, you sword masters need to fuse sword souls to enhance your primary sword's combat power. I promise you within 1 year, I'll find you a suitable beast soul, at least king grade. King grade. Lu Huang's heart trembled as he immediately bowed in gratitude, his eyes filled with appreciation. Beast soul quality followed the same classification as exotic beast bloodlines: common, elite, commander, king, emperor, and imperial, 6 tiers in total. The higher the bloodline, the faster the advancement, and the more terrifying the final tier. King-grade exotic beasts started at the 7th tier upon maturity, commanding beast hordes of hundreds of thousands. When 100,000 exotic beasts moved together, even 8th-tier powerhouses wouldn't dare face them heathen. The sincerity of Hai Tianyue's promise was evident. Lu Huang had originally planned to spend money on a commander-grade beast soul as a temporary measure. Even commander-grade souls cost over 100 million, with higher-tier ones reaching several billion. Hardly street vendor goods. Most sword masters could only obtain elite-grade beast souls at best. Even so, stably fusing one into a natal sword required at least 4th-tier cultivation. 4th-tier elite exotic beasts typically commanded thousands of their kind, making them difficult for ordinary people to obtain. He thanked her again, and Hai Tianyue waved dismissively. No need for formalities. Afterward, the two continued wandering through the Thunder Pool's secret realm. Lu Huang's 3rd-tier cultivation rapidly stabilized after his breakthrough, and at this pace, he could climb another minor stage within 10 days to 2 weeks. Time passed. In Songling City, teachers from Xiaojing University and Haida University grew increasingly agitated. Over the past 2 days, they'd sent multiple messages to Hong Feng, receiving only one response. Lu Huang had not yet returned. The female teacher from Haida University flew into a rage, smashing a teacup in the guest house and shrieking, "Humph! This little brat has some nerve. In all my years, this is the first time a student has left me hanging like this. He's just a provincial top scorer even if he breaks through to the 3rd tier during the evaluation period. How far can he go without connections? Moreover, he's a sword master, a profession with such glaring flaws, yet he dares to be so arrogant." To be honest, if it weren't for orders from above, she never would have come to a backwater place like Tsang Ridge City and waited around for days. The female professor from Xiaojing University grew more furious by the hour, and her resentment toward Guardian Hong Feng kept mounting. She paced in circles through the narrow guest house corridor in her high heels, surrounded by peeling wallpaper and flickering fluorescent lights that made the place look even more shabby and pathetic. Thinking of the 5-star hotels back in the capital, her expression darkened further. This godforsaken backwater with its ignorant people was bad enough, but even the local officials had no manners. Kids being clueless was one thing, but Hong Feng hadn't said a word, leaving her stranded in this hellhole for days without so much as a heads-up. In contrast, the male professor from Haida University was equally frustrated but kept his emotions bottled up. only occasionally adjusting his glasses and muttering under his breath. He looked down on Song Ridge City just as much, but coming from a different background than the Xiajing professor, he had a somewhat steadier temperament. The third visitor, a professor from Western Region University, seemed more anxious than angry. He sat in his room, sipping weak tea while frequently checking his communication device. For days, he'd been sending people to gather intelligence from the Little Thunder Pool's secret realm. Reports kept flooding in. 1. A burly man had suddenly appeared in the realm, wandering around like a headless fly asking for directions. 2. This person had a generous nature and had already helped several teams of heavenly duty practitioners out of tight spots. 3. His combat power was astounding. 30 exotic beasts couldn't last a single round against him. 4. Nearly every team that entered the realm had encountered him. His appearance rate was ridiculously high. The professor's heart sank. This was clearly a clone of the Chancellor from Heavenly War University. If that figure had entered the realm, the other two must be inside as well. In other words, all three prestigious universities had already made their moves. If they really offered astronomical terms, should Western Region University try to compete? He hesitated, deciding to hold back for now and consult his superiors later. Just as he wavered, his communication device vibrated violently. An urgent classified report appeared. A few hours earlier, news from Xiajing Base City. This year's top scholar had broken through to the third tier. Haidu Base City simultaneously reported. Their top scholar had also broken through to the third tier. Both had originally been at the advanced second tier. Reaching second-tier perfection during the Tendui evaluation period would have been reasonable, but directly breaking through to the third tier meant they definitely received extremely powerful external assistance. The Western Region professor's eyes widened as his mind raced. These two prodigies both came from top local families and would surely be recruited by Xiajing University and Haidu University respectively. With them on board, Western Region University would face enormous pressure in this year's freshman competition. But on second thought, he relaxed. Perhaps this was actually good news for him. It meant that in the battle for Lu Huang, Xiajing and Haidu's resources and attention would be diverted to their respective top scholars, reducing the competition significantly. Western Region University placed extreme importance on Lu Huang. Even if insufficient resources later hindered his high-tier development, his talent and the explosive combat power of the Swordmaster profession would allow him to dominate his peers at least through the third and fourth tiers. For universities, he was a sharp blade for seizing early-stage resources, so even if they couldn't necessarily cultivate him to the peak, he was still worth fighting for. Meanwhile, Xiajing University and Haidu University had both received the same good news. Both professors smiled almost simultaneously. Excellent. Absolutely excellent. This way, even if that little brat doesn't come to our school, he won't be able to cause much trouble. The Haidu professor thought to himself, if not for this good news, he might have had to swallow his pride and offer Lu Huang astronomical terms for the school's benefit. But now, holding his own third-tier ace, there was no need to grovel before that kid. The Xiajing professor had the same calculation. Rude people never have good luck, serves him right. If he'd been honest and signed with me back at the base city, he could have at least gotten some resources. Now look what happened, Ed's lost everything. Just as both were secretly gloating, their communication devices rang simultaneously. The sender, Hong Feng. The message was extremely brief. Lu Huang is back. Upon receiving this news, though in different rooms, both professors sneered at the same moment. Perfect. After keeping them waiting for so many days, they'd see where he got his nerve. Regardless of whether they could recruit him, they had to vent their frustration first. Even if they couldn't recruit Lu Huang, they couldn't let him off easy. Lu Huang had initially thought that since he'd already agreed to Hai Tianyue's offer, there was no need to meet with the teachers from the three prestigious universities. However, considering that these people had waited for him at the secret realm's exit for several days, basic courtesy demanded that he at least show his face. Upon leaving the secret realm, he headed straight to the base city administration office to find Hong Feng. After receiving the message, Hong Feng immediately sent word to the recruitment teachers from the three prestigious universities about Lu Huang's return, while escorting him to the reception room. During the brief wait, the two men conversed in low voices. Hong Feng's brow remained furrowed, clearly troubled by something. Lu Huang, I have bad news, he said, lowering his voice. It's just been confirmed that the top scorers from Xiajing Base City and Haidu Base City have both broken through to the third tier. At this news, Lu Huang raised an eyebrow slightly. Though surprised, he didn't lose his composure. Upon reflection, he found it quite reasonable. Haidu and Xiajing were both among the four core base cities of the Longxiao nation, with resources and powerful foundations far beyond what ordinary first-tier base cities could match. To claim the top position there required not only exceptional talent, but also strong backing. In comparison, while he had the Divine Sword's enhancement, his resource supply was still lacking. If even he could reach the third tier during the assessment period, those two shouldn't face any obstacles. Seeing Lu Huang's calm expression, Hong Feng felt a surge of joy but still sought confirmation. You've also broken through to the third tier, right? Lu Huang nodded openly, making no attempt to hide it. With this confirmation, Hong Feng slammed the table and stood up, unable to contain his excitement. Excellent. To reach the third tier right here in Songling City proves your talent surpasses those two top scorers. It's just a pity. If you'd been born into a great family, the path ahead would be much smoother. After his excitement, he couldn't help but sigh, feeling sorry for Lu Huang's circumstances. Lu Huang merely smiled faintly, offering no explanation. With the infinite sword domain at his disposal, he was confident that as time passed, he would acquire more divine swords and greater advantages, making his cultivation prospects very promising. Hong Feng's concerns weren't entirely unfounded, and he quickly returned to the main topic, analyzing the situation for Lu Huang. With Xiajing and Haidu both having third-tier candidates, their competition for you will likely decrease. Not that we were planning to go with either of them anyway, but I'm more worried about Western Region University with less competition. They might lower their offer to you. There's another possibility though. Precisely because the other two prestigious schools have third-tier students, Western Region University might be even more desperate to secure you. Otherwise, they'll definitely lose in inter-university competitions, causing their ranking to drop, which means real financial losses. At this point, Hong Feng's eyes lit up with inspiration. Here's what we'll do. Don't rush to reply yet. I'll hint to them that the three top universities have made you very attractive offers. Then Western Region University will surely be willing to provide even better terms. Lu Huang had been about to tell Hong Feng that two of the three top universities had indeed made quite tempting offers. But before he could speak, the reception room door was suddenly blown open by a powerful aura. The recruitment teachers from the three prestigious universities stood at the entrance, their gazes locked directly on Lu Huang and Hong Feng. This entrance was quite rude, but the three seemed to have done it deliberately. A hint of helplessness flickered in the Western Region University teacher's eyes. He seemed somewhat displeased with his two colleagues' behavior, but said nothing. On the way here, he had reached some sort of agreement with the other two, so he simply looked away and didn't intervene. The door burst open as the female teacher from Haidu University strode in. Her heels clicked sharply against the floor as her piercing gaze locked onto Lu Huang, her voice sharper than steel needles. So you're Lu Huang? You're the one who kept three teachers waiting without a word of explanation? What do you take us for? The sudden interrogation left Lu Huang stunned, and Hong Feng equally bewildered. Neither had expected this teacher to be so aggressive from the start, showing not a trace of genuine recruitment intent, but rather the attitude of someone seeking retribution. Before Lu Huang could explain, the teacher from Xiajing University also spoke coldly. Being born in the wilderness isn't your fault, but your rudeness and lack of virtue certainly are. If someone like you were to enter one of the four prestigious schools for cultivation, you'd surely become a disaster for the billion citizens of our Longshan nation. As these words fell, Lu Huang's brow furrowed deeply, and Hong Feng's face turned ashen. He said in a low voice, "Honored seniors, if you're not here to recruit, then please leave. Why must you be so harsh toward a junior?" The moment he spoke, both teachers turned their cold stares toward Hong Feng. The Xiajing University teacher attacked again. "We haven't even addressed your issues yet. Your problems are even worse. We represent prestigious institutions, yet you, a mere garrison commander of a third-tier base city, dare to slight prestigious schools? Where does that leave our institution's dignity?" With the attack suddenly directed at him, Hong Feng was both shocked and furious. These people's arrogance hadn't improved, but had actually worsened. Making them wait a few days was part of a recruitment teacher's duties, yet it had provoked such an extreme reaction. Realizing further argument was futile, he said coldly, "If you two cannot speak civilly, then please leave. Songling City doesn't welcome you. Insolent. How dare you?" Two thunderous roars erupted simultaneously. The overwhelming pressure of sixth-tier heavenly professionals swept forth like two towering mountain walls bearing down on Hong Feng and Lu Huang. Lu Huang felt like an ordinary person facing a mudslide, his body instinctively tensing as if he might be crushed to powder at any moment. The aura of sixth-tier heavenly professionals was truly terrifying. It wasn't just pressure, but carried vast conceptual force. Fifth-tier practitioners could begin to comprehend concepts, but at the sixth tier, perfected concepts could even construct domains. Then, both teachers fully released their domain-like concepts. Hong Feng didn't dare underestimate them, immediately mobilizing his own conceptual power. A surge of warriors' valor spread out, temporarily blocking their assault. He shouted, "What are you trying to do? Attacking a base city's garrison commander in broad daylight? Where does that leave the laws of Longshan Nation?" Having just had accusations thrown at him, Hong Feng now threw them right back without courtesy. Unexpectedly, the two showed no fear, sneering in unison as they played off each other. "Attack? Which hand did we move? Which I saw us assault you? A garrison commander who can't even withstand mere, or are you really fit to guard a region?" Hearing these words, Hong Feng gritted his teeth. This was naked humiliation, but facing sixth-tier pressure, he knew in his here that truly had no recourse. In a sense, intimidating aura wasn't really an attack after all. It couldn't directly tear flesh and blood, only threaten one's spirit with invisible pressure, leaving psychological scars. At this moment, Lu Huang found himself under such crushing pressure, silently lamenting his inferior skills as he stood behind Hong Feng, enduring it all. Hong Feng spread his arms wide like an iron wall, shielding Lu Huang from most of the oppressive force. Behind this protective barrier, Lu Huang barely managed to lift his head, his gaze cold as ice as he stared at the two teachers before him, his voice sharp as a blade. Leave. I won't join Xiaojing University, nor will I go to Haida University. The moment he finished speaking, a flash of delight crossed the Western Region University teacher's eyes. This was exactly what he'd hoped for. He just hadn't expected the two prestigious schools' representatives to be so blatant and excessive. But before he could fully savor his satisfaction, Lu Huang's next words hit him like a thunderbolt. I won't join Western Region University either. Lu Huang wasn't stupid, could see right through their secret collusion. Hearing this, the teachers from Xiaojing and Haida universities exchanged glances, subtle smirks playing at their lips. This too was part of their plan, venting their disgust toward Lu Huang while stirring up the young man's resentment against all three prestigious schools. Only then did the Western Region University teacher realize what had happened. His expression changed as he frantically waved his hands in explanation. Young friend Lu Huang, don't misunderstand. I'm not with them. But Lu Huang paid him no more attention, his voice growing even colder. All three of you, please leave. The Western Region teacher wanted to explain further, but the Haida University teacher let out a mocking laugh, his words sharp and grating. You little brat. Who do you think you are? Telling us to leave? What gives you the right? Some country bumpkin who gets a little success and thinks he's hot stuff? We see dozens of students like you every year, and none of them dare act so arrogant. The Xiaojing University teacher joined in with a cold sneer. Kids from small places lack proper education. We won't hold it against you. Student Lu Huang, kneel down and kowtow to us three seniors in apology, and we'll let this slide. Otherwise, boom. He suddenly unleashed his aura, and the air compressed like steel plates. Hong Feng's body trembled, his knees nearly buckling as bloodshot veins spread wildly through his eyes. Lu Huang's gaze turned deadly cold, killing intent surging. In the next instant, his natal sword, Jingjia, unsheathed, its cold light like thunder as it struck directly at the two teachers. Crash! Thunder roared and heavenly might poured down, forcibly scattering their auras for a moment. All three teachers were shocked. This kid had actually broken through to the third tier, but their surprise was fleeting. The Xiaojing and Haida University teachers simultaneously erupted with even more violent pressure. In an instant, Jingjia was frozen solid in midair, unable to move. The Xiaojing University teacher sneered. Don't understand respect for teachers? Then let me teach you what manners mean. With that, he mobilized his domain, crushing down toward Lu Huang. Just as this overwhelming pressure was about to descend, an incomparably domineering aura burst onto the scene, directly shredding both men's momentum. Damn it, you two bastards. Bullying someone weaker, and you're still not done? Fuck. Before the words had even finished echoing, two resounding slaps struck the faces of the teachers from Xiaojing University and Haida University. Crack, crack. The sharp sounds exploded through the air as both men flew sideways like broken sacks, crashing into the hard alloy walls of the reception room. The walls dented inward, sending powder cascading down. Everyone only caught a blurred shadow, unable to see the movements clearly. Moments later, as their vision cleared, they finally saw the newcomer, wild black whiskers covering most of his face like overgrown grass, muscles bulging from his shoulders like a fierce beast emerging from a primeval jungle. It was none other than Wang Badeo, the chancellor of Tianjin University. The moment Wang Badeo's feet touched the ground, a voice sharp as tearing silk followed. You two are becoming more pathetic by the day. As seniors, you have neither strength nor dignity. If Longxia Nation had more worthless people like you, we'd truly be doomed. As his words fell, an unstoppable sword intent surged from outside the door, transforming into dozens of semi-transparent sword energies that whistled through the air and pinned themselves into the wall, firmly securing the two teachers' bodies. The sharp edges cut through skin and flesh, blood trickling down the wall in a horrifying sight. Aura transformed into swords. The teacher from Shiyu University's heart pounded wildly, cold sweat beading on his forehead. He could hardly believe Ito condense one's aura into sword form required what level of swordsmanship mastery. The next second, an elegant middle-aged man stepped into the room, his long hair flowing slightly, his robes fluttering. His entire being resembled an unsheathed sword, its edge restrained yet omnipresent. It was Li Jianan, chancellor of Tianjin University. Before the Shiyu University teacher could recover from his shock, a graceful silhouette glided in with lotus steps. The woman's gaze was cold as ice, her tone even colder. Respecting teachers and valuing education? Huh. Do you even deserve to be called teachers? You enjoy bullying the weak. You say he doesn't understand etiquette? Then let me make you see him as a god from now on, so you can learn what true etiquette means. As her words ended, two moonlight-like spiritual marks suddenly shot forth, silently penetrating the soul seas of the two sixth-tier teachers. In the blink of an eye, when they looked at Lu Huang again, he appeared to transform into a towering deity, magnificent and incomparable. Their contempt vanished entirely, replaced by bone-deep fear and reverence, wishing they could immediately kneel and kowtow repeatedly to find peace in their hearts. At this moment, just as Hai Tianyue had declared, they truly saw Lu Huang as a god. The arrival of three prestigious university presidents left Lu Huang and the others utterly stunned. Though daylight still lingered, the plaza fell silent as if struck by a massive boulder. The overwhelming aura of the three eighth-tier powerhouses descended like a crushing wave, instantly pinning the two previously arrogant elite school teachers against the wall like nails hammered by a sledgehammer, unable to move a muscle. To them, the arrival of these three presidents was like a foot casually stepping on ants, crushing them at will, striking without hesitation, the outcome never in doubt. Lu Huang had known Hai Tianyue would intervene, but he hadn't expected the other two presidents to act so decisively. Watching the two teachers slumped against the wall, not daring to make even a whimper, he gained the most visceral understanding of what it meant to be truly powerful. The three presidents didn't waste a glance on the defeated teachers, instead gathering around Lu Huang. Wang Badeo moved fastest, stopping half a step away and clapping the young man on the shoulder with a hearty laugh. Excellent. A third-tier daring to draw his sword against a sixth-tier. That courage perfectly embodies the spirit of Tianjin University. It would be a real waste if you didn't join us. As he spoke, he gave a thumbs up, then launched into lavish praise of his institution. In terms of life and death combat, we're second only to Kangwu University, but when it comes to student survival rates, we leave them in the dust. We take all the advantages and eliminate all the drawbacks. Absolutely perfect. Young brother Lu, you must have heard our school motto, right? Wang Badeo's tone was as warm as an old friend's, without a trace of superiority, a stark contrast to the two recruiting teachers from before. If one didn't know better, they might believe he was just an ordinary admissions officer. Lu Huang nodded readily. Senior, I've heard it. Tianjin University's motto is, if the training doesn't kill you, train until it does. As his words fell, Wang Badeo's face instantly darkened. The expression that had been beaming with joy moments before now looked like storm clouds gathering. Who spread such nonsense? How did it reach all the way here? Li Jianan beside him burst into laughter, while Hai Tianyue raised her hand to cover her lips, her shoulders trembling slightly. Their laughter struck Wang Badeo's ears like daggers, and he couldn't help but curse. What's so funny? Collecting himself, he straightened his robes and explained to Lu Huang with utmost solemnity. Young brother Lu, don't listen to such nonsense. Tianjin University's true motto is born fearless, fight to the final chapter. Huh? Lu Huang blinked, his mind still echoing with train until it does. He turned his questioning gaze to Hong Feng. Uncle Hong, is that right? Hong Feng had been stunned speechless since the three eighth-tier powerhouses appeared, and being called upon now made him jump. This uncle address made him extremely uncomfortable with all three presidents treating Lu Huang as an equal. Having a mere fifth-tier veteran like himself called uncle completely disrupted the hierarchy. He quickly coughed to mask his panic, thinking, don't call me uncle, you're the uncle here, but didn't dare show any disrespect. His voice rang out firmly. Ahem. Senior Wang is correct. Tianjin University's motto is indeed, born fearless, fight to the final chapter. This is also the creed we military personnel follow. As for that, if the training doesn't kill you, train until it does. Nonsense. It's just idle gossip and rumors. Not to be taken seriously. Not to be taken seriously. Seeing Hong Feng's earnest expression, Lu Huang couldn't help but recall the scenes where Hong Feng had described Tianjin University, gasping in shock as he talked about their brutal training methods. Are you sure you're not one of those spreading these rumors? He asked with a smile, though deep down he was already convinced that the academy was probably just as bloody as described. The gravity that flashed in Li Jianan and Hai Tianyue's eyes only reinforced Lu Huang's belief that this motto truly captured the essence of Tianjin University. The wooden door creaked open as Wang Badeo strode in. Without much ceremony, he pulled a wooden chair to the table, the chair legs scraping crisply against the floor as he sat down. The tea in the pot was still hot, so he poured himself a cup. Steam rose gracefully, casting shadows that made his resolute features appear even sharper. I couldn't find you in the secret realm these past few days, so I didn't get a chance to make my offer, he said, looking up at Lu Huang. Since these two have already made their bids, I won't beat around the bush either. 5 billion per year. He set his teacup gently on the table and held up 5 fingers, emphasizing the number. Plus the opportunity to study at Kangwu University. Don't worry, I guarantee you'll have access to all of Kangwu University's resources, and you won't die there. His tone shifted, becoming steady and powerful. More importantly, as long as you don't commit evil acts, I'll take responsibility for all the grudges and vendettas you encounter on your cultivation path. I have the confidence to back this up until you break through to the 8th tier. After speaking, he took a sip of tea, as if even the steam carried the scent of his confidence. As someone widely recognized as the strongest below the 9th tier, Wang Badeo's advancement to the 9th tier was merely a matter of time. With such credentials, his offer carried tremendous weight, causing even Hai Tianyue's eyes to flicker repeatedly, clearly shaken. An 8th tier powerhouse's word was as good as gold. They would never make promises lightly. Wang Badeo's pledge to protect you until the 8th tier was like a golden talisman in the cultivation world. After all, the path of cultivation was filled with unpredictable dangers, and no one dared guarantee they would wake up alive tomorrow. However, the greater the promise, the heavier the karmic burden. If Lu Huang truly perished before reaching the 8th tier, and the cause of death fell within Wang Badeo's controllable range, he would inevitably suffer backlash. Hai Tianyue understood this perfectly, her brow furrowing slightly as she silently weighed the loopholes. She keenly identified the underlying issue. Wang Badeo was domineering, but certainly not a protective nanny. If Lu Huang overestimated himself and courted death, Wang Badeo would likely bear little karmic consequence should something happen. Even if Lu Huang died at someone else's hands, as long as Wang Badeo eventually killed that person and settled the blood debt, the backlash would be significantly reduced. If it were Hai Tianyue herself, she wouldn't dare make such a promise easily. She also needed to cultivate and couldn't possibly stay by Lu Huang's side at all times. Moreover, her enemies might not fear her, and if she made similar claims, it might actually entice enemies to target Lu Huang, first killing him to break her spirit before turning on her. Such vicious tactics were not uncommon in the cultivation world. Therefore, the same words spoken by different people could have vastly different effects. Wang Badeo's reputation was as weighty as mountains, capable of deterring petty villains. If Hai Tianyue said the same thing, it might not be effective. Nevertheless, she had to admit Wang Badeo's promise was quite tempting. This could no longer be measured by money. Hai Tianyue silently put herself in Lu Huang's shoes, realizing that if she were in his position, she would also be tempted by Wang Badeo's offer. Lu Huang indeed yearned for a powerful protector that way. Even if the infinite sword domain was exposed, he wouldn't have to live in constant fear day and night. But he understood better than anyone that no one in this world could truly protect him. If there was anyone who could, it would only be his future, stronger self. Therefore, no matter how enticing Wang Badeo's recruitment was, he would never entrust his life and death to others. If the other party had ulterior motives, it would be seeking his own destruction. If the other party was sincere, he didn't want to implicate a good person. What Lu Huang wanted wasn't protection, but enough resources to make him rapidly stronger. Only this way, when his secret was exposed, would he have the power to fight back, and even when facing incredibly powerful enemies, he could still tear off a piece of their flesh. As for others, including Hai Tianyue, he didn't want to drag them into this. If there truly was a great calamity, he would bear it alone. With this thought, Lu Huang decisively refused Wang Badeo without explaining his reasons. Wang Badeo looked at him deeply, didn't try to persuade him further, just nodded slightly and grinned. You're quite interesting. Since you won't join Tianjin University, and since I'm already here, I must take something back with me. Can't return empty-handed. Before his words finished, he suddenly lunged forward, pressing a finger against Lu Huang's forehead. Overwhelming pressure accompanied by rolling, killing intent poured down, instantly pinning the young man in place. This sudden turn of events left everyone around speechless. Li Jianan frowned tightly, not knowing what Wang Badeo intended to do. Worry flashed in Hai Tianyue's beautiful eyes as she warned coldly. Wang Badeo, you'd better know your limits. If anything happens to brother Lu Huang, I'll never let this go. Both of them knew Wang Badeo's temperament wouldn't stoop to doing despicable things to juniors, but his favors weren't something everyone could bear. Years ago, when he traveled the world, he had kindly tried to open the meridians for several geniuses, only to end up breaking their bones, shattering their tendons, and nearly killing them on the spot. Some indeed benefited from the misfortune, but more geniuses never recovered, leaving permanent psychological scars. Now no one knew what he was doing to Lu Huang. What might seem like a tremendous opportunity to Wang Badeo might not be something Lu Huang could withstand. No one could say for certain. At this moment, from Lu Huang's perspective, he saw a legendary fierce beast charging toward him. The beast's entire body surged with malevolent energy, with mountains of corpses and seas of blood stacked behind it. Just one glance threatened to drag his soul into the 18 levels of hell. Kill! 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 Roars thundered from all directions, terrifying killing intent threatening to tear him to shreds. Lu Huang felt his soul being torn apart, as if he would be reduced to ashes in the next moment. No, I cannot die. The young man suppressed the fear in his heart, staring fixedly at the fierce beast. If you want to kill me, then I'll kill you, he roared in his heart. Sword come. Buzz. Faintly, a sword's cry pierced through the void, and a long sword materialized in his hand. Red patterns appeared on the blade, instantly stained completely with a blood-like luster. Lu Huang gripped the sword hilt tightly, stepped forward, his fighting spirit boiling within. Holding the long sword, he slashed fiercely at the fierce beast. In the next moment, the ferocious beast was suddenly shattered by Lu Huang's crimson sword, and endless killing intent scattered in all directions, threatening to disperse his very consciousness. In a flash, the sword trembled and transformed into what seemed like a bottomless pool of blood, devouring all the excessive killing intent. The rolling murderous aura was like flames tempering bone, and Lu Huang's soul was refined within it to crystal clarity, as if he had instantly experienced countless bloody battles. Boom. His consciousness snapped back into place, and he saw Wang Badeo's towering figure right before him, the man's thick finger pressed firmly against his forehead. Facing Hai Tianyue's questioning, Wang Badeo's lips curved slightly, his dense beard trembling gently, though his emotions remained unreadable. Don't worry. At most an hour, and regardless of success or failure, he'll wake up. If he doesn't even have this much capability, he wouldn't be worth our traveling thousands of miles for. Enduring the baptism of killing intent is a necessary path for the strong. I'm simply letting him cross this threshold early, so he won't face such dangers during future training. Hai Tianyue snorted coldly, her gaze sharp as a blade. How long has he been awakened? His cultivation is merely third tier. He has plenty of time in the future to nurture killing intent through combat. Why such impatience for quick results? Wang Badeo shook his head dismissively. My true purpose is to let him comprehend the seed of killing intent. At these words, Hai Tianyue's beautiful eyes widened, and Li Jianen's expression instantly grew grave. Hai Tianyue shouted in a low voice. Wang Badeo, have you lost your mind? He's only third tier, and you dare plant the seed of killing intent in him? This is forcing growth. Li Jianen also frowned. Brother Wang, this is indeed excessive. One careless move could ruin a promising talent. Quickly withdraw your intent. Wang Badeo continued laughing heartily. I know you're anxious, but don't be. He's already generated a trace of killing intent within his body. Even if he doesn't comprehend the seed of killing intent, he'll recover after 10 days to half a month of nurturing. It's a small matter, a small matter. Before he finished speaking, he suddenly discovered that the young man before him had clear eyes and was already awake, staring straight at him. Lu Huang caught Wang Badeo's words and couldn't help but be stunned, saying in a low voice, Senior, did I wake up too quickly? There won't be any problems, will there? The seed of killing intent. I don't think I saw it. He only remembered a beast filled with overwhelming killing intent pouncing at him. Then he drew his sword and struck, and everything fell silent. Could that beast have been the so-called seed of killing intent? Should he have not resisted for it to count as success? Wouldn't that mean he had wasted the senior's good intentions? Wang Badeo was also stunned, and brilliant light burst from his small eyes half hidden by his beard. How is this possible? I haven't withdrawn the killing intent, yet how are you already awake? Thinking of this, he immediately mobilized his soul power, preparing to withdraw the killing intent he had injected into Lu Huang's body, only to discover it was completely empty inside. Where's my killing intent? Where's that large mass of my killing intent? Wang Badeo stood frozen in place. Although that source killing intent was less than 1% of his own, it had been cultivated through countless life and death battles and the slaying of countless alien creatures. How could it mysteriously dissipate within a third-tier professional's body? Forget about third-tier cultivator 7 fifth-tier, ones couldn't withstand the impact of such uncontrolled killing intent. Wang Badeo's face turned deathly pale, cold sweat beading on his forehead. Seeing him in this state, Lu Huang's heart sank with a thud, increasingly convinced he had caused serious trouble. Perhaps the fierce beast had originally meant him no harm, yet he had struck it down with his sword. Now he had stirred up big trouble, but what was done, there was no taking it back. Hai Tianyue and Li Jianen had just arrived. Seeing that Lu Huang could awaken so quickly, they were first startled. Then, witnessing the usually arrogant Wang Badeo lose his composure to the point of incoherence, they were filled with even more confusion. After a brief moment of panic, Wang Badeo took a deep breath, forcibly steadying his emotions. He stared at Lu Huang and asked, Young brother Lu, have you already comprehended the seed of killing intent? I don't know. Lu Huang looked completely bewildered, having no idea what this seed of killing intent was. Wang Badeo decided to cut straight to the chase. Never mind that, just direct your killing intent at me. Lu Huang had thought that since he bore no ill will toward Wang Badeo, it would be difficult to generate killing intent. But who would have known that with just a slight shift in his thoughts, a fierce, bone-chilling aura surged wildly from his dantian. In the blink of an eye, it transformed into hundreds upon thousands of finger-length blood swords that whistled through the air, tearing it apart as they pointed directly at Wang Badeo. In that instant, the air seemed compressed by a crimson tide. For the first time, Wang Badeo felt his chest tighten. Hai Tianyue and Li Jianen also shuddered, unable to help but murmur under their breaths. Such powerful killing intent. This has already surpassed what the seed of killing intent could achieve, hasn't it? Wang Badeo gazed at those blood swords and shook his head with a bitter smile. Indeed, killing intent taking physical form means it contains a trace of true intent power. He glanced at Lu Huang, feeling both envious and troubled. Kid, do you have some special constitution? You've actually absorbed all the killing intent I infused into you and refined it into your own power. I originally intended to help you plant the seed of killing intent and slowly accumulate strength, but instead, you've skipped right past that stage half a step into the realm of slaughter intent. As his words fell, he slapped Lu Huang's shoulder hard, gritting his teeth. Having reached this point, if I let you go now, wouldn't I be taking a huge loss? Before Lu Huang could respond, Hai Tianyue snorted coldly and stepped in front of him. Hey, Wang Badeo, if you dare use force, I don't mind ensuring this avatar of yours stays here forever. Wang Badeo was momentarily stunned, then smiled bitterly. You saw through it? Hai Tianyue offered no explanation, simply saying coolly. In any case, you've made your offer. If little brother Lu Huang doesn't agree, then from now on he belongs to our Tianyin University, and no one else can try to snatch him away. Wang Badeo sighed helplessly and threw up his hands in surrender. Fine, fine, I won't compete with you. Do I, Wang Badeo, seem like the type of person who's unreasonable? At least this trip to Yezhou province wasn't entirely fruitless. He finally found someone with potential. Li Jianan was irritated hearing this and crossed his arms. So you two both got something out of this, and I'm the only one going home empty-handed? The two turned to look at Li Jianan in unison, their eyes full of disdain. Wang Badeo was blunt. You greedy old fool. Weren't the benefits you reaped in the southwestern region a few days ago enough? Li Jianan scoffed. That was my own skill. We all sense the same celestial phenomena, but I could draw more heavenly power than you could. Whose fault is that? At this, he proudly lifted his chin. Hai Tianyue couldn't stand it and sneered. Oh yes, you're so incredibly skilled. I suspect these two celestial anomalies are related to the way of the sword, which is why you've been able to repeatedly intercept the power of heaven. Otherwise, how could you possibly gain something every single time? Hearing Hai Tianyue's words, Li Jianan raised his hand to adjust his sleeves, a disdainful smile curling at the corner of his mouth. You're just jealous. Though he argued aloud, he was secretly pondering the same thing. Divine-level anomalies had appeared consecutively in the southwest region, and among those below the 9th tier, only he had gained the most benefits. This was clearly no coincidence, and was likely related to sword Dao power. If he could find the source, his swordsmanship would surely reach new heights. Lu Huang stood nearby, hearing their conversation crystal clear, and a trace of wariness flashed through his mind. It seems I can't casually fuse with divine swords in the future, or even if I do fuse with them, I must never summon them lightly. Every time my natal sword appears, the celestial anomalies alert countless powerful beings. Though the anomalies cover a vast area and others might not immediately pinpoint me, doing it too often will eventually expose me. Fortunately, even keeping my natal sword in the sword domain space still enhances my cultivation efficiency. He collected his thoughts and refocused his attention on the scene. Hai Tianyue suddenly raised an eyebrow and stepped closer to Li Jianan. You've gained such great benefits in the southwest region, so you should give back to the locals, right? Look at old Wang, see how many resources he's given to little brother Lu Huang. You can't just come empty-handed, can you? Li Jianan spread his hands with a helpless laugh, having known all along that Hai Tianyue wouldn't let him off easily. However, for him, something trivial would be enough to benefit Lu Huang for a long time, and it would establish a good relationship. After pondering for a moment, he looked toward Lu Huang with a gentle tone. You've already entered the 3rd tier and will soon need to fuse with a sword soul. I'll give you a secret technique for nurturing sword souls. As soon as he finished speaking, Hai Tianyue immediately scoffed with obvious disdain. A mighty 8th tier powerhouse offering just a sword soul nurturing technique? Does Tianyin University lack such things? Li Jianan snorted coldly. What do you know? You don't lack ordinary techniques, but you definitely don't have this one, the soul-devouring sword nurturing method, personally created by the soul-devouring sword saint. The soul-devouring sword saint. Hai Tianyue immediately fell silent. Everyone knew the fearsome reputation of that 9th tier powerhouse, who had once made the Ghost Clan flee in terror with his soul-devouring sword, keeping them from setting foot in Longxia for 100 years. Tianyin University indeed didn't possess this technique. She frowned again. This is Tianjin University's most guarded secret. You're just giving it away like this. I have no choice, Li Jianan waved his hand. This method carries too much killing intent, one wrong move, and it backfires. Ordinary people wouldn't dare practice it. But Lu Huang will be fine. Brother Wang has already laid the foundation for him. Wang Badeo's mouth twitched nearby, so his earlier intervention had become the groundwork for Li Jianan's favor. Li Jianan said no more and pointed with his finger. Soul fluctuations transformed into text and images, directly imprinting into Lu Huang's brow. The soul-devouring sword nurturing method instantly flooded into Lu Huang's soul sea. Young friend Lu Huang, remember never to leak this. If the ghost clan learns of it and develops countermeasures, it would be a great loss to our Longxia. Li Jianan warned solemnly. Then he looked toward Hai Tianyue. Please erase their related memories. Hai Tianyue nodded, her gaze sweeping around as pure and sharp mental power dispersed. The two teachers pressed against the wall, the mentor from Western Region University, and even Hong Feng all became dazed under this mental force. When they regained their senses, Hai Tianyue, Li Jianan, and Wang Badeo had long vanished without a trace, as if they had never appeared. Everyone's memories stopped at the moment of attacking Lu Huang. The two teachers on the wall channeled their power, their bodies sliding down. Accompanied by the flow of true qi and the soft sounds of bones realigning, their injuries quickly healed. In the sharp pain, the female teacher from Haidu University glared with fury, gritting her teeth. You little brat, you. Get lost. A single sentence struck like divine authority, causing both men to feel their very souls tremble. They looked up at Lu Huang, their previously arrogant expressions instantly crumbling, leaving only terror in their eyes. Their legs gave way as they collapsed to their knees with a thud, voices shaking. How is this possible? How is this possible? What have you done to us? Lu Huang was equally surprised and hadn't expected the restriction left by Hai Tianyue to be so domineering, but he couldn't be bothered to explain. He simply snorted coldly. I told you to get lost. The two men frantically kowtowed, scrambling and crawling out of the reception room, stumbling so badly they nearly knocked over the flower stand by the door. The teacher from Western Region University tried to maintain some dignity with a few face-saving words, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he met Lu Huang's icy gaze. The young man didn't speak, but his meaning was crystal clear. You get lost too. The teacher's mouth twitched, not daring to embarrass himself further, and slunk away with the others. After everyone had left, Hong Feng looked momentarily dazed. His memory hadn't been completely erased, and he still remembered the spectacle when the three prestigious schools competed for Lu Huang, as well as Lu Huang's decision to join Tianyin University. He felt somewhat regretful about this. Dragon Xia Nation's awaken generally harbored an obsession with the four prestigious schools, and while key universities were good, they always seemed to fall short somehow. But since it was a done deal, he ultimately chose to respect Lu Huang's decision. After chatting a bit more, they began discussing the specifics of leaving the base city. Hai Tianyue had only given half a day to pack, but Lu Huang didn't have much luggage to bring. However, he had one wish: to go home and take a look. Having grown up in Songling City, the sense of the streets and the calls of roadside vendors were all memory markers for him. No one knew how long he'd be away, and a faint reluctance welled up within him. He first wandered aimlessly through the city, the weathered gates of his elementary school, the middle school hallways where chalk marks still remained on the walls, even stopping by the stalls his parents used to frequent to buy a bunch of snacks to take with him. Finally, he pushed open the wooden gate of his family's small courtyard, laid down in the old rocking chair, and closed his eyes to savor memories of the past. Lu Huang was fortunate his parents loved each other, and their family's circumstances were considered quite good locally. This happiness had once made his peers envious. But now, that happiness was shattered. He laughed self-mockingly. Hey, it's just leaving home, right? Why all this melancholy? Maybe mom and dad are still alive. Collecting his thoughts, he silently vowed. For now, the only path forward was to become stronger as quickly as possible. With this thought, his consciousness sank into the sword domain space. There, tens of thousands of natal swords floated quietly. In the 13 days since his awakening, following the creation speed of one ordinary iron sword per second, the infinite sword domain had accumulated over 1.1 million ordinary iron swords. Fusing one divine sword required only 100,000 ordinary iron swords. In other words, if he wanted to, he could forge exactly 11 divine swords right now. Wait. Lu Huang suddenly clenched his fist. If I use these 11 divine swords and consume 10 of them for fusion, what would happen? Above divine swords, was there an even higher tier? At this thought, he unconsciously swallowed, a powerful impulse surging from the depths of his heart. Ever since that conversation with Hai Tianyue about divine power, he had been fixated on higher dimensional forces. Vaguely, he had a firm conviction. If he could quickly fuse a natal sword of mythical grade or above, it might bring him some unimaginable benefits. After all, it was just fusion within the sword domain space. What could possibly go wrong? What was there to fear? Lu Huang's thoughts flashed like lightning as his natal sword group instantly began circling within the sword domain space. Swish, 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 swish. Gold iron rang out as iron swords ascended to spirit swords transformed into heaven swords advanced to holy swords, and holy swords finally evolved into divine swords. With each evolution completed, the divine radiance on the sword bodies grew more intense, and thick divine might surged through the void. When the first divine sword was born, the divinity within his body resonated faintly. When the second appeared, the flowing light of divinity became more active. As the number of divine swords continued to climb, the spiritual energy of heaven and earth seemed to flow toward him of its own accord, nourishing his body continuously even without circulating any cultivation techniques. It seems I still underestimated the benefits of divine swords. If I had enough divine swords, I could cultivate just by lying down. However, this advantage only manifests after breaking through to great swordsmen and giving birth to divinity within the body. Without divinity, having countless divine swords would be useless. Conversely, the denser the divinity, the stronger the amplification from divine swords. In future cultivation, I must strive to break through hidden realms. While his thoughts raced, divine swords formed one after another. Soon, a full 11 divine swords floated in the air, their tips trembling slightly, divine might rolling forth as if ready to break through space itself. Lu Huang shouted in a low voice, "Divine swords fuse." Swish, 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 the 11 divine swords collided with each other, their edges interweaving, each fusion triggering a new storm of divine might. He had no idea that as this storm was brewing, the outside world suddenly erupted with deep, rumbling sounds. Ordinary practitioners felt nothing, but only high-level powerhouses felt their hearts shake. The great Tao was resonating. Throughout the world, powerful figures tore through space and emerged, their gazes piercing 10,000 miles, all locking onto the Dragonxia nation. Within Dragonxia's borders, countless experts were also startled, rising into the air one after another, all looking toward the southwest direction. It's actually the great Tao's resonance. Could it be that our Dragonxia is about to give birth to another guardian god? Above the 9th tier lies the 10th tier, the divine tier. Usually, only when a divine tier powerhouse emerges does it trigger the great Tao's resonance. While rushing southwest, the various powerhouses issued orders to investigate which 9th tier perfection expert had gone to that remote area to ascend to the divine throne. After intelligence was compiled, the answer was shockingly consistent. None of the Dragonxia powerhouses most likely to achieve godhood in the past century were currently in the southwest. This was normal. Most of them were touring myriad realms seeking opportunities, rarely remaining on Earth's star, let alone in remote backwaters. If they were truly going to achieve godhood, they would never do so quietly, but would definitely summon fellow practitioners to serve as guardians, preventing attacks from foreign races. Dragonxia's experts couldn't figure it out for the moment, much less foreign powers. Thus, large numbers of foreign race powerhouses gathered at the borders, attempting to spy on activities within Dragonxia's territory. Before they could approach, they were repelled by thunderous roars. Within Dragonxia's borders, foreign races are forbidden. Guardian after guardian stood firm at the border passes, with thick pillars of light continuously rising from their guarded territories, piercing straight into the heavens. The nation protecting grand formation rose from the ground, its heaven-shaking divine might spreading outward, forcing back each and every one of those who sought to spy. The alien powerhouses felt the roar of the Tao rolling out from within Longxia's borders, their eyes burning with bitter envy and frustration. In their view, if they could only hear that bell-like resonance up close, they would gain immeasurably, yet the chance had fallen inside Longxia. Normally, only when a living being ascends to godhood does the Tao stir and shake heaven and earth, and the very ground where it happens often becomes a blessed celestial grotto. Now it seemed Longxia had birthed another guardian deity. Why did fortune always favor them? The thought made the outsiders grit their teeth, hearts nodding with resentment. Within Longxia, the shock was just as great. High-ranking experts from every province surged forth, turning into streaks of light as they raced toward the southwest. Aerial radiance crisscrossed the sky, the rush of wind rising in waves, and the vast firmament thundered without cease. At that moment, the luckiest by far were Haitian Yu, Li Jianan, and Wang Badeo. Their true bodies were still in Yi Prefecture and about to depart when the roar of the Tao slammed into them. They shuddered. Which senior is ascending here? The same thought flashed through all three minds. Shoulder to shoulder, they soared up, gazes like arrows piercing 1,000 miles as they swept the southwestern skies again and again, yet they found no trace of any peak aura. If the Tao could be easily hidden, no one would hold an ascending god in such awe. Since the sky was empty, the only explanation was this. The roar of the Tao wasn't caused by a Tianji practitioner stepping into godhood. Their eyes met through the clouds, each seeing the shock in the other's gaze. What on earth had happened in the southwest? First a heavenly Tao omen, then the Tao itself roared. To hell with its eyes, the insight now. Agreed. This chance won't come twice. They exchanged a look and immediately stilled their minds, striving to grasp the fleeting opening. Whether a heavenly Tao omen or the Taoist roar, neither lasts long, and the window narrows by the breath. Compared to the powerhouses converging from all directions, they held the advantage of proximity, and couldn't help feeling a quiet gratitude toward Lu Huang. Without him, they would never have been here. In truth, most ordinary Tianji could only see the sudden shift in weather and grumble about how quickly the skies change. Only high rankers or those with special gifts could truly hear the roar and catch the opportunity. Now, above the southwest, 7th and 8th tier auras swarmed in, their owners greedily comprehending, while the roar's blessings spilled outward. Heaven and earth's spiritual energy spiked in an instant. Countless rare blooms and herbs burst from the soil, and even ordinary Tianji benefited. While all eyes turned that way, the real instigator, Lu Huang, sat alone in his cultivation chamber, eyes narrowed at the divine sword in his sword domain, a blade radiating boundless might. Information flowed. He now knew its grade. If his previous weapon could be called an ordinary divine sword, then this one was a supreme divine sword. Its divinity was so dense and pure that 10 ordinary divine swords couldn't compare. The moment he gripped it, the god force within him surged to life as never before. He drew Jingja from his back and, without restraint, cleaved at the chamber wall. Boom! Azure thunder cut erupted, thunderous sword chi lashing out, tearing through the heavy wall as shockwaves rippled away. Half his essence, energy, and spirit poured out in an instant. That strike could have one-shot a third-tier peak alien beast. Under normal circumstances, Lu Huang would never waste an epic-grade heavenly sword's power like this. It isn't suited for prolonged battle. Then surprise crashed over him. As his divinity resonated with the supreme divine sword, the outside spiritual energy flooded in like an ocean, refilling the essence head spent within a few breaths. Vitality surged through his meridians, even fuller than before the strike. Insane. Absolutely insane. Lu Huang's heart pounded. The supreme divine sword's might exceeded all expectation. It was terrifying. Feeling the benefits from that supreme divine sword, Lu Huang's heart surged with excitement. The powerful yet gentle energy flowed through his meridians like invisible armor, enveloping his entire body, dramatically boosting his combat strength. Once upon a time, a single ultimate technique would completely drain him, but now the same move could be fully recovered within just a few breaths. She felt vigorous and alive. Excellent. Truly excellent. This fusion was incredibly cost-effective, he muttered to himself. Glancing at his wristwatch and seeing the appointed time had arrived, he immediately sent a message to Hai Tianhua. However, after waiting for quite some time, the light screen remained silent with no response. At this very moment, Hai Tianhua was completely immersed in the great Tao's thunderous resonance, utterly oblivious to the outside world. At the edge of the firmament, countless rays of celestial light rolled like tides, accompanied by thunderous roars that generated rich Tao essence. Like a thirsty traveler discovering a spiritual spring, she plunged in and swam freely, absorbing the power she needed inch by inch. Seventh-tier heavenly professionals must comprehend the power of the heavenly Tao metal, wood, water, fire, earth, as well as darkness, light, slaughter, healing. All phenomena belong to the heavenly Tao. The more one absorbs, the greater one's strength becomes. However, upon reaching the 8th tier, one faces the tribulation barrier. The heavenly tribulation from 8th tier perfection to 9th tier is particularly terrifying. Many powerful cultivators dare not attempt it throughout their entire lives, as the slightest mistake means complete annihilation. To survive the tribulation, one must accumulate sufficient heavenly Tao power. Yet the heavenly Tao is formless and shapeless, making active collection extremely difficult. Only when divine treasures emerge and trigger heavenly Tao phenomena do those wisps of heavenly Tao power briefly manifest, allowing for comprehension and capture. If phenomena are merely trickling streams, then the great Tao's thunderous resonance is a torrential flood of 10,000 paths, countless heavenly Tao forces colliding with each other, weaving into brilliant tapestries where every fluctuation becomes distinctly clear. Hai Tianhua, Li Jianan, and Wang Badao, all three possessed exceptional talent and effortlessly locked onto their respective heavenly Tao origins. The trio worked in perfect harmony, steadily channeling and firmly grasping this precious opportunity. After several hours, they finally completely refined the power into their bodies. As that immense energy settled, all three faces showed undisguised excitement and elation. Li Jianan spoke first, his voice carrying barely contained joy. Why do I feel like this heavenly Tao power is much easier to control than before? Is it because we arrived early? Wang Badao curled his lip. Don't act modest when you've struck it rich. Come on, how many wisps did you actually capture? Li Jianan's face flushed red as he stroked his deliberately grown beard, chuckling. Humbly speaking, I obtained 13 wisps. Damn, Wang Badao couldn't help but curse. What kind of incredible luck did you stumble into? The moment I sensed this great Tao resonance was related to the sword path, I knew you'd hit the jackpot. Son of a bitch, why should you get all the luck? I only captured 9 wisps. While Wang Badao complained aloud, his heart burned with indignation. Li Jianan, however, remained immersed in joy, his beard practically pointing skyward. Neither noticed the flash of surprise in Hai Tianhua's beautiful eyes, clearly indicating her harvest was equally impressive. Wang Badao continued his grumbling. You old codger, you only captured 2 wisps each in the previous 2 times, but now 13 at one seat. Won't be long before you can undergo tribulation and step into the 9th tier, right? Li Jianan simply waved his hand dismissively. Hey, no rush, it's still early. Let's prepare for another decade or so before we talk about it. Wang Badeo waved his hand dismissively, then shifted the conversation away from the Sword Dao tribulation and turned to Hai Tianyue. So, Principal Hai, how was your harvest this time? Hai Tianyue shrugged with a hint of regret. Can't compare to you two. I only managed to obtain 8 strands of heavenly Dao power, but I'm satisfied with that result. Hearing this, Wang Badeo felt considerably better, at least someone had gained even less than him. The burden of being last wasn't his to bear, and his psychological pressure immediately lightened. In reality, however, Hai Tianyue had concealed the truth. What she had actually obtained was 18 strands of heavenly Dao power. She had already sensed that the great Dao's resonance originated from Sword Dao power. By all logic, Li Jianen's harvest should have exceeded hers, yet the opposite had occurred, which put her on alert. Hai Tianyue pondered silently. Could this great Dao resonance somehow be connected to me? Or does it relate to my mental type divine calling? Such opportunities were incredibly rare. She had only heard that when certain powerhouses ascended to godhood, they would gather blood relatives and close friends to witness the event, because the great Dao resonance brought by ascension had an affinity for those close to them. Even if their cultivation wasn't sufficient to directly touch the heavenly Dao, they could still benefit through exposure and lay a foundation. As an 8th-tier powerhouse and academy principal, countless people were connected to Hai Tianyue, but very few could trigger great Dao resonance, and she had already ruled them out one by one. As she contemplated, she couldn't help but think of Lu Huang, who practiced Sword Dao and had some connection with her. But on second thought, he was merely a 3rd-tier junior, and the possibility of him stirring up world-changing events was virtually nil. If she hadn't been traveling with Lu Huang frequently lately, she wouldn't have even considered him a suspect. Thinking of Lu Huang, Hai Tianyue's heart skipped a beat, and she immediately opened her personal communicator. A few hours ago, Lu Huang had sent several consecutive messages asking when she would depart. She cleared her throat softly, then bid farewell to Wang Badeo and Li Jianen, transforming into a blur as she raced toward Songling City. Watching Hai Tianyue leave, Li Jianen muttered under his breath, I have a feeling Principal Hai's harvest wasn't just 8 strands. Wang Badeo scoffed. What? You think someone with a mental type calling could harvest more than you with your Sword Dao? Li Jianen chuckled. The chances of her getting more than me aren't high, but if we're talking about more than you, well, that's quite possible. Damn, you old bastard, are you mocking me? Wang Badeo snorted coldly, then suggested. You made quite a harvest this time. You should definitely host a feast, and let me have a good drink. Drink what? Whether it's wine or tea, you're like a bull, you just know how to gulp it down mindlessly. Can you even taste anything? Damn. While the two were busy complaining about each other, Hai Tianyue had already arrived at Lu Huang's home. The young man had been waiting so long he was bored out of his mind, repeatedly entering his cultivation chamber to practice during the wait. Limited by the 3rd-tier cultivation resources at hand, his progress wasn't ideal, though this was only relative to his own high standards. Compared to ordinary 3rd-tier practitioners, even without any resources, the Divine Sword's enhancement made his cultivation efficiency remarkably high. Little brother Lu Huang, sorry to keep you waiting. A gentle voice came from the entrance. Hai Tianyue stepped into the courtyard, her slender waist swaying gracefully, her serpentine figure barely visible beneath her long dress. Though a veil covered most of her face, it couldn't hide her breathtaking radiance. Anyone who saw her would feel an uncontrollable fire, though this flame burned not in the chest, but lower in the belly. Lu Huang couldn't muster any resentment and casually asked, Sister Yu, what happened to delay you so long? Hai Tianyue explained the recent anomalies in the southwestern region and the resonating of the Great Dao, concluding, these matters are still too distant for you. What you need to do is focus on steady cultivation. When you reach the 7th tier, I'll help you resolve the issue of heavenly Dao power. She truly regarded Lu Huang as a core talent to cultivate for Tianyin University, having already planned everything for him. Lu Huang listened in amazement, so the outside world had been stirred into such turmoil because of him. He thought he'd been careful, deliberately hiding in the sword domain space to merge, yet the moment the Supreme Divine Sword successfully fused, he still couldn't conceal it. Hai Tianyue's warning confirmed his judgment. Merging ordinary divine swords in the sword domain space wouldn't cause phenomena. Only Supreme Divine Swords would disturb the Great Dao. It seems I can't casually merge Supreme Divine Swords in other places in the southwest anymore. Otherwise, wherever I go, the Great Dao's resonance will follow, and I'll eventually be targeted by those with ulterior motives, he noted silently. After chatting for a while longer, Hai Tianyue suddenly raised her hand, and a crescent moon appeared in the courtyard, flowing with silver radiance, and standing just over a person's height. She gently grasped Lu Huang's hand and pulled, and moonlight engulfed them both. In an instant, Lu Huang found himself in a different world within a small pale silver space where moonlight flowed like water. A pavilion built of warm jade stood tall, and several small spirits formed from condensed moonlight danced gracefully, bringing fragrant tea and pastries. Beautiful, isn't it? Hai Tianyue smiled charmingly. This is called the Moon Palace Flying Vessel, a legendary treasure. After you enroll and win the interschool tournament, I'll give you an epic grade 1. Flying vessels had complex functions and were more troublesome to forge than weapons, making them naturally expensive. An epic grade flying vessel started at over 2 billion, required commissioning from 5th tier or higher artificers, and waiting a year and a half was common. Even with high Tianyue's status, obtaining one required considerable effort. Lu Huang shook his head politely. It's beautiful, but doesn't quite match my style. Hai Tianyue nodded and said cheerfully, if you don't like this design, we can have one custom made. Flying vessels aren't just for long-distance travel, they also provide formation protection, absorb natural energy, and collect resources. They're practically essential for training in other realms. You'll need one eventually. Lu Huang pondered for a moment before finally nodding. Hai Tianyue smiled with curved eyes. I'll take care of this for you. But the old rule applies: first place in the interschool tournament, or the benefits will be significantly reduced. Although I personally recruited you into Tianyin University, if you want more resources, you still need to prove yourself with strength, otherwise it'll be hard to convince others. She gently patted Lu Huang's shoulder. Oh, and to help you build good relationships with your new classmates, I've already had the school prepare an entrance performance for you. You'd better perform well and not disappoint me. Hai Tianyue's red lips parted gently, words flowing out like pearls on a string, while Lu Huang could only listen silently, wearing a helpless smile. In the crisp morning air high above, cold winds howled as the two flew side by side on their swords. Hai Tianyue's face, which the outside world called aloof, now radiated a rare excitement. Her conversation jumped from memories of Tianyin University to her latest insights on illusion techniques, barely leaving room for anyone to interject. Lu Huang had neither the intention nor the need to interrupt, simply nodded occasionally to show he was listening. Had he not experienced it firsthand, he would never have believed that this mysteriously legendary beautiful headmistress could be so talkative. These few days of brief interaction had confirmed something for Lu Huang. Hai Tianyue spent most of her time researching illusion techniques and rarely communicated with outsiders. When she finally met a junior she could talk to, she simply let everything pour out. There was no awkwardness between senior and junior, they were more like siblings with completely different personalities. Lu Huang understood this relaxed dynamic perfectly. If it were any other student his age meeting a god-tier powerhouse, they would likely be trembling with nervousness by now. But he possessed the trump card of infinite sword domain, which gave him confidence someday he too would stand at the same height. So when facing the strong, he always maintained respect, but never fear. From Hai Tianyue's perspective, this neither humble nor arrogant demeanor was exactly to her liking. From others' viewpoints, this confidence was enough to prove Lu Huang's potential. No wonder Li Jianan, Wang Badeo, and others dared to negotiate prices with him while generously offering benefits. Eager to curry favor and build connections to become strong, one must first possess the bearing of the strong. The two continued flying through the morning sea of clouds toward Tianyin University, where the majestic outline of the campus was already faintly visible. Meanwhile, hundreds of kilometers away in Songling City, the moment of parting had also arrived. A silver aircraft shaped like a giant whale slowly ascended into the sky, with Lu Xinyao sitting alone in the cabin. Outside the window, the city's outline shrank to mere dots, but she paid no attention to the scenery, staring only at the holographic screen before her. Behind the screen, Ma Xiaorong, a female instructor from Haida University, was rapidly flipping through documents, her fingertips making soft, tap-tap sounds as they moved. Suddenly, she snorted coldly through her nose. Oomph, that damned little brat, that damned Hai Tianyue, Ma Xiaorong, will definitely have my revenge for today's humiliation. As her anger subsided slightly, she turned her gaze to Lu Xinyao. Under her instructor's scrutiny, Lu Xinyao instinctively tensed her shoulders, not daring to meet her eyes. Xinyao. Ma Xiaorong forced a smile and reached out to gently stroke her hair. Since I've specially recruited you, I must pave a bright path for you. But you must understand your mission, you must complete it at any cost, understand? Lu Xinyao straightened her back and nodded solemnly. Please rest assured, teacher. I will definitely follow your instructions. Ma Xiaorong nodded with satisfaction. That's right, I like obedient children. I pulled you out of the fire, you must remember this kindness. Lu Xinyao recalled how her father had nearly given her away as a gift to those powerful men, and a chill rose in her heart. Teacher Ma, I can never repay your kindness in this lifetime. If it weren't for you, I would have already. Oh, Ma Xiaorong wiped her red lips and leaned forward slightly. But what I'm asking you to do, frankly speaking, how is it different from being toyed with by others? Lu Xinyao shook her head, her voice soft but firm. It's different. Serving a girl my own age is still better than pleasing those disgusting men. Hearing this, Ma Xiaorong's laughter was low and deep as she lifted Lu Xinyao's chin with her finger. I hope you truly think that way. To help you complete your mission better, I need to train you in advance, to let you know the pleasures of grinding tofu. Her tone was light and cold, as if describing the most ordinary teaching project. At the same time, another aircraft was cutting through the wind. In the cabin, Zhang Yao held an electronic guide sent by his father, his face alternating between pale and flushed. The document's title boldly read, Deep Service Guidelines, with pages detailing specifics like how to make your sphincter more flexible. Zhang Yao's Adam's apple bobbed as he grimaced and turned to the next page. The cold text pronounced his future. To survive, he had to master these techniques thoroughly. This would be the foundation of his survival going forward, and he had to study it well. After all, he had only gained admission to Xiaojing University as a study companion, and if he didn't serve his charge well, that person could easily kick him out. The aircraft glided through the sea of clouds, its hull trembling slightly as Zhang Yao leaned back in his seat, scanning his surroundings. 7 or 8 students his age sat in the cabin, all assigned like him to serve as study companions for that young genius. But in his eyes, none of them were worthy of comparison to himself. I only failed due to a momentary slip-up. Under normal circumstances, I would have easily entered one of the 4 prestigious schools. Zhang Yao clenched his fists, knuckles cracking. And them? Mediocre talent, pathetic abilities. If they hadn't latched onto that boy, what right would they have to set foot in Xiaojing University? At the thought of his failure, Lu Huang's figure invaded his mind like a nightmare. Recently, the admission list for Songlin City had been announced. Lu Huang had been accepted by Tianyin University through special admission. Thinking of this, Zhang Yao let out a cold, bitter laugh. Damn Lu Huang. It's because of you that I'm stuck as a mere study companion, that I've lost all dignity as a man. I will have my revenge. Someday, I'll make you understand what it means to face utter defeat. On the same day, recruitment teachers from across the nation escorted new students back to campus as welcoming ceremonies commenced simultaneously at major universities. Energy light strips at school gates blazed day and night, while upperclassmen paused their cultivation and even returned early from secret realms, all eager to witness the new arrivals. The traditional sparring demonstrations between veterans and newcomers remained an essential program, designed to show the newly arrived prodigies that greater peaks lay ahead. Among the 4 prestigious schools, the 3 excluding Tianyin University admitted only the top prodigies from each base city, annually every one possessing Scrade initial potential. Scrade represented the pinnacle of human potential, yet with the Dragon Xia nation's population exceeding 10 billion, over 10,000 Scrade talents still emerged each year. Without sufficient opportunities and connections, breaking into those 3 elite institutions was nearly impossible. Consequently, during admission ceremonies, national media flocked to cover both news and seek golden opportunities. In this era of universal career transitions, top-tier powerhouses rarely endorsed products, making rising talents far more commercially valuable with rapidly updating market appeal. With severe product homogenization, major guilds seeking to crush competitors had to chase the hottest names. Anyone who could shine at the admission ceremony would find endorsement contracts, funding, and resources flowing their way. Inside the Moon Palace series aircraft, starlight pillars cast soft white illumination. Hai Tianyue stood with hands clasped behind her back, gazing at the azure sky beyond the window as she smiled and spoke to Lu Huang. I've already released news about your breakthrough to the 3rd tier, your rejection of invitations from the 3 prestigious schools, and your decision to join our Tianyin University instead. There will certainly be plenty of media covering this ceremony. If your performance is impressive enough, you could easily secure 4 to 500 million in short-term endorsements. She brushed her sleeve, her tone casual yet confident. Don't underestimate that figure. While rumors claim I allocate 8 billion in resources for you annually, that's distributed monthly just over 600 million per month. This wave of publicity from the admission ceremony could genuinely net 4 to 500 million in pure profit. However, Hai Tianyue's tone shifted as a smile spread across her lips. However, if you can leave everyone in the dust and completely outshine those 2 third-tier students from Xiaojing University and Haida University, stealing all the spotlight, your endorsement fee might exceed 1 billion. Hai Tianyue leaned against the wide porthole of the Moon Palace aircraft, her voice soft yet tinged with excitement. Just focus on performing well, and I'll handle the rest. Lu Huang nodded, his fingertips tapping against the metal armrest of his seat as he remained silent. Deep within the aircraft, runic light flashed briefly, and the massive vessel trembled gently. Well, we're home. Come on, let's go. Hai Tianyue's red lips parted softly. She rose first, her dress trailing a stream of light that illuminated the narrow corridor with a gentle glow. Outside the Moon Palace aircraft, the central plaza of Tianyin University was magnificent and imposing. Thousands of faculty and students had already assembled in formation, each one possessing extraordinary bearing handsome men and beautiful women with hardly an exception. Most academy students were mental-type professionals, and the mental discipline demanded near perfection in appearance. Aside from a rare few who pursued the unconventional, grotesque style, the vast majority had polished their image to absolute perfection. Around the plaza's perimeter, dozens of specialized professionals operated optical cameras, floating audiovisual orbs, and other equipment, with runes constantly flowing to transmit images and sound across thousands of miles. At the plaza's center, hundreds of freshmen stood in tense formation. By Tianyin University's standards, their talent potential was generally a grade, with most at first-tier perfection or even second-tier cultivation. Yet compared to the third-tier upperclassmen in the stands, they still appeared green. Mental pressure accompanied piercing gazes, making the freshmen's breathing unconsciously quicken. In the stands, upperclassmen conversed in low voices. This year's batch has poor psychological resilience, they don't even dare make eye contact. We'll have to toughen them up properly in the sparring matches. If you want to bully the newcomers, just say so. Hats this about toughening up? This is called training. Who didn't go through the same thing? Amid the chatter, someone changed the subject. I heard the principal spent big money to recruit a third-tier freshman. Is that true? Obviously. With all these media outlets here, it must be real. Should we go easy on them in the upcoming matches? If we make them cry, won't that embarrass the principal? For the principal's sake, let's hold back a bit. Hai Tianyue enjoyed tremendous popularity among students, beloved by both men and women alike, truly the source of fan frenzy. Just then, a student looked up and exclaimed as the silver-white aircraft in the sky descended slowly through the clouds, its moonlight-like beams illuminating the entire plaza. The cabin door opened, and Hai Tianyue gracefully twisted her slender waist, her jade feet touching the void as she seemed to emerge from the bright moon itself. Her figure was enchanting and supple, like a moon goddess descending to earth. Principal, 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 I love you like a mouse loves rice. The upperclassmen were already going wild, and while the freshmen initially maintained their composure, the moment they truly laid eyes on Hai Tianyue, their rationality crumbled instantly, their screams even more frenzied than the upperclassmen's. My God, the principal is even more beautiful than in the videos. Coming to Tianyin University was so worth it. Mommy, mommy, shut up. Someone called her that before, and the principal sealed their mouth for over 10 years with a single thought. Woo, I love gaming most, and calling people mommy second most. But now I can't do either. This is torture. Hai Tianyue merely raised her hand and waved lightly, quickly bringing the noisy commotion to silence. Immediately after, the Moon Palace aircraft's cabin door flashed again, and a figure stepped out steadily. Lu Huang stood tall and straight, reaching out to take Hai Tianyue's delicate hand, pale golden spiritual power supporting her to ensure she remained perfectly stable in midair. When they saw a man standing hand-in-hand alongside her, not only the students, but even the teachers erupted in chaos. For the young men and women watching, this scene hit them like seeing their dream lover walking out of a hotel with someone else. The playground erupted into chaos. Get away, get away. Take your filthy hands off our principal. One male student shrieked, nearly jumping out of formation. Scumbag. You worthless piece of trash. A nearby female student pointed at the sky and stomped her feet, her curses dripping with jealousy and hatred. No way. Dude, those hands shouldn't be touching her. You can touch anyone else, but not her. More students' anger flared up like ignited oil barrels. Students from across the nation watched with fury and anxiety, their gazes following Lu Huang like daggers. Someone recognized him and shouted a reminder. That guy seems to be the top scholar from Yezhou province that our principal specially recruited. Even if you want to promote him, this sacrifice is way too much. Sob, sob, sob. Our poor principal is being wronged. I remember that guy's name is Lu Huang, right? If this trash doesn't have real skills, I'll show him what's what. I doubt he has skills, but he definitely has something else. Traveling alone with the principal all this way. Who knows if he's defiled our pure and innocent principal. Damn. Shut up if you can't speak properly, or I'll kill you. Haha, look at my big mouth, always talking nonsense. If you ask me, even if Lu Huang really did something with the principal, given their power gap, at most it would just be, damn, I'll beat you to death. The discussions grew more heated and the atmosphere more volatile. Several senior students about to conduct the newcomer assessment had murderous intent practically crystallizing in their eyes. Captain, I really want to go all out later and break that kid's arms and legs. Me too. I can't stand it anymore. What gives this bastard the right? Does he even understand whose hand he's holding? The assessment team captain also had a dark expression, his fists clenching audibly, but he still lowered his voice. Too impulsive. The principal is doing this for Tianyin University's reputation. Don't let that kid lose too badly later, or we'll waste the principal's good intentions. We need to think of the bigger picture. High above in the sky, Lu Huang stood steadily on his flying sword. He naturally sensed the murderous aura below and felt a chill in his heart. He whispered to Hai Tianyue beside him. Sister you. Maybe I should fly on my own sword? Their looks could kill me. Since we'll all be studying at the same school, it might not be good to sour relationships before I even enroll. Hai Tianyue gently covered her lips, smiling charmingly as she leaned close to his ear and whispered. Don't be afraid, little brother Lu Huang. With your abilities, you'll be able to dominate the entire school in 2 or 3 years at most. Being targeted by them doesn't matter. This is exactly how to build your reputation. Even if your performance is similar to those from Xiaojing University or Haida University, you'll still get much more attention. As she spoke, her warm breath swirled around Lu Huang's ear, carrying a faint fragrance that made his ears burn. Lu Huang's face flushed red, and he instinctively looked down, only to meet the students' even more vicious stares. Within the assessment team, murderous intent surged again. Several team members looked at their captain in unison. The captain gritted his teeth and growled with suppressed rage. "I'm going to break that kid's hands later." "Captain, don't be impulsive, think of the bigger picture." "Screw the bigger picture right now, I just want to destroy that kid." The students reacted intensely, while the media's cameras followed relentlessly like an army of long and short cannons, simultaneously updating articles and videos across major forums and video platforms. The headlines grew more sensational by the hour. Shocking. Hai Tianyue, one of Longxiao Nation's 3 great beauties, enters private venue with mysterious man. Beautiful young woman does this to 18-year-old boy. Is this a distortion of human nature or moral decay? Age gap romance. Female university president Hai Tianyue of Tianyin University suspected of keeping pure male college student. Within minutes, countless professionals browsing the internet nationwide were forcibly dragged into the topic by these bold headlines. Opening the videos, they cursed the clickbait while unconsciously dragging the progress bar to the final frame. Pop-up ads filled the screens below the articles. According to Longxiao Nation's laws, advertising revenue must be shared with the parties involved in the incident. Given the current popularity, Hai Tianyue and others hadn't even had time to respond before millions in revenue shares appeared in their accounts. This wave of attention nearly overshadowed all university entrance ceremony live streams that day. For most institutions, few people paid attention to their entrance ceremonies anyway, so the losses were limited. However, for Xiaojing University and Haida University, whose annual entrance ceremonies typically generated hundreds of millions in traffic revenue, having their audiences stolen by Tianyin University turned their operations departments into frantic beehives. Publicity stunt. This is goddamn naked publicity. A lawyer-class professional from Xiaojing University's logistics department flew into a rage. Channeling his cultivation, his spiritual energy formed glowing characters in the air, completing a sternly worded lawsuit within seconds and sending it directly to Tianyin University's logistics inbox. Meanwhile, a keyboard warrior professional from Haida University snorted coldly. "Damn it. Assemble 3,000 internet trolls and bring down Tianyin University's popularity." Before he finished speaking, his 10 fingers moved like shadows, typing sounds dense as machine gun fire, flooding forums, video sections, and social media platforms with hundreds of manipulative comments per second. In this world of diverse professionals, comeback classes might shine brightest, but major universities equally needed lifestyle class experts for logistics support. In traffic wars like entrance ceremonies, they were often the most hidden yet decisive forces. Facing Tianyin University's sudden explosion in popularity, the logistics departments of both prestigious schools began manipulating public opinion while forcibly advancing their ceremony schedules, directly bringing out their most significant finale acts, their respective third-tier top scholars preparing to upload battle videos immediately. Xiaojing University's third-tier student was named Guan Shaoi, born into the famous 8 imperial clans of Xiaojing Base City. The 8 imperial clans were former dynasty nobility who, despite their kingdom's fall, still took pride in their pure bloodlines. In those ancient mansions, 10th-tier powerhouses held court, and high walls and deep courtyards cast shadows of influence. Learning that school leadership wanted him to appear early, Guan Shaoi's expression darkened slightly. The teacher who notified him was merely 6th tier in cultivation and was intimidated into not daring to raise his head after one stern rebuke. "What about all that trash supposed to go before me?" Guan Shaoi flicked his sleeves with an arrogant tone. "Without their build-up, how can I casually make my appearance?" Though the teacher's cultivation was high, he remained deeply wary of this imperial clan prodigy and could only bow with an apologetic smile, explaining Tianyin University's various operations in detail. So he could only patiently explain, describing everything Tianyin University had done. Guan Shaoxia let out a scornful laugh. A bunch of country bumpkins putting on a show with cheap tricks. Did they really think they could measure up to him? Suppressing his contempt, he strode onto the martial arts platform, ready for a sparring demonstration with the second-year assessment team from Xiaojing University. As the nation's premier institution, Xiaojing University only admitted students with at least S-level potential, gathering geniuses from across the country. After a year of systematic training, most second years had reached the peak of Tier 3 or beyond. When the students assigned to assess Guan Shaoxia saw him approach the stage, they immediately greeted him politely. "Hello, Junior." "We." "Cut the crap, you hicks." Guan Shaoxia interrupted with a cold snort that silenced the entire venue. "All you do is kiss up to the powerful. I can't stand you outsiders. Make your move and stop wasting my time." The scolded students' faces flushed red and white with anger, but they could only swallow their rage. During their year at Xiaojing University, They'd grown accustomed to such arrogance from Beijing's elite, though they hadn't expected a freshman to show such disrespect to upperclassmen. Considering his background and the school administration's instructions, they had no choice but to endure it. Besides, with their mediocre standing among second years, they weren't qualified to clash head-in with this genuine Beijing princeling. Worse still, they'd have to deliberately hold back without making it too obvious, ensuring Guan Xiaoxie could showcase his abilities to the fullest. That was their real test assignment. Meanwhile, Haida University noticed Tianjin University's online publicity blitz and immediately deployed Gu Qingxue. The girl was already famous, beautiful with delicate features, cold eyes, and phoenix-shaped pupils that looked down upon the world. Even on the martial platform, she remained elegantly dressed in a custom epic-grade evening gown battle robe embedded with gems, making her appear like a princess from a snow kingdom, proud and graceful. When the upperclassmen greeted her, Gu Qingxue didn't mock them, but merely nodded coolly. Her gaze carried the pity of a superior toward the weak, tinged with disdain. The top scholars from both major Bay cities began their demonstration matches almost simultaneously. Though both were only early Tier 3, they handled their peak Tier 3 opponents with ease, partly because the assessors deliberately held back, and partly because their own abilities were genuinely formidable. Guan Xiaoxie's class was Fire Shadow Boxer, his body encased in epic-grade combat armor, while his opponents wore only common-grade equipment to cooperate with the assessment, leaving them virtually defenseless. Each time Guan Xiaoxie's fiery punches struck, they left unhealable black burn marks on his opponent's armor. His flame-wrapped strikes forced several students to cough up blood and retreat repeatedly, creating a brutal spectacle. His battle footage, edited with stirring background music, immediately sparked heated online discussions upon upload. Next came Gu Qingxue's performance. Her class was Frost Mage, and with light waves of her crystalline staff, ice spells flew in sheets. Facing the assessment team's attacks, she never moved a single step from beginning to end, deflecting and shattering all offensives with mere sleeve gestures. Her elegantly poised figure, magnified through close-up shots, made every movement look like artistic stage performance, captivating countless viewers. The edited footage instantly surpassed Guan Xiaoxie's popularity upon release simply because the girl was too beautiful and graceful. In comparison, though Guan Xiaoxie's punches were thunderous, his inferior looks and temperament gave him far less public appeal. Their popularity soared, completely overshadowing Lu Huang's discussion metrics. Under the influence campaigns of both prestigious schools, the online criticism against Lu Huang intensified dramatically. Online, led by keyboard warriors from the two prestigious universities, waves of mockery and disparaging comments about Lu Huang dominated the top posts. Guan Xiaoxie is absolutely incredible. This is what a true genius looks like, unlike that Lu Huang from Tianjin University, who only knows how to create hype. Isn't the gap between elite schools and regular universities crystal clear now? What kind of trash is Lu Huang anyway? He's just a gold digger. I despise people like him. He's not even worthy of shining Guan Xiaoxie's shoes. Gu Qingxue is so beautiful. I think she has the potential to join the ranks of our nation Longxia's 4 great beauties. I absolutely adore Gu Qingxue, especially the way she looks at others like she's staring at rats in a sewer or goblins in a cave. This is exactly how a Haida socialite should carry herself. With Guan Xiaoxie and Gu Qingxue showcasing their absolute prowess, plus the online trolls fanning the flames, even their farts would be praised as fragrant. Meanwhile, Lu Huang continued dutifully following the enrollment ceremony procedures, occasionally glancing at his light brain to see nothing but harsh criticism flooding the screen. Hai Tianyu leaned over and gently blocked his view with her hand. Don't look at the hate comments. Lu Huang chuckled and moved her hand away. I already saw them. Don't worry, I can handle it. She withdrew her hand with a faint smile. Let the bullets fly for a while. The harsher they criticize now, the bigger the buzz will be when the tables turn. Lu Huang asked half-jokingly. Sister, you have that much faith in me? What if I perform mediocrely, or even worse than them? Hai Tianyu shook her head with conviction. Trust my judgment, and trust Li Jianan and Wang Badeo's judgment too. Do you think they left behind all those benefits just because you broke through to 3rd tier during the probation period? You possess many qualities of a strong warrior, perhaps you haven't even noticed them yourself. Besides, I've been with you day and night for several days now. I know your combat strength. Lu Huang listened calmly. It was just a casual question. To him, suppressing 2 same-tier geniuses was like an old saying, wild geese staying in the north come autumn instead of migrating south. He had long seen through the online mob mentality. Someone was deliberately stirring up trouble behind the scenes, attracting a bunch of ignorant trolls. What was more obvious was that these people only dared to insult him. Never touching Hai Tianyu, no one dared to test the fury of an 8th-tier top-level powerhouse. Even the 2 prestigious universities wouldn't dare provoke her lightly. The online outcry grew louder. Hai Tianyu gazed down at the martial arts arena below, her lips curving upward. The show can begin. Go show them the grace of a great swordsman. Lu Huang nodded. With a thought, A precious sword hummed as it left its sheath, hovering steadily beneath his feet. He stepped onto the blade and dove down through the air. In the martial arts arena, the freshman squad responsible for the assessment had just won several consecutive matches and was riding high on momentum. When Lu Huang landed in the arena, the upperclassmen in the audience stands erupted. During this time, Lu Huang had been standing side by side with Hai Tianyue above, the two whispering intimately with their heads close together, which had already ignited the fury of everyone watching. The moment the young man's figure landed, the audience erupted in excitement, with a group of senior students turning red with rage. Hey down there, break that punk's third leg too. Kick his ass. You've got to give him a good beating to vent the anger in my heart. Beat the hell out of him. Without needing any encouragement from the crowd, the freshman squad responsible for the assessment was already filled with righteous indignation, each clenching their fists, wishing they could beat Lu Huang into a pulp on the spot. The squad leader raised his chin and warned coldly. Lu Huang, you better watch yourself. Lu Huang nodded calmly, his voice gentle. Don't worry, I'll hold back. We're all classmates, so I'll try not to hurt you too badly. This seemingly mild statement was so arrogant it made people's teeth itch with irritation. The squad members were stunned at first, then fury shot straight to their heads. Damn it. What a show-off. Any reservations were instantly thrown aside, leaving only one thought: beat Lu Huang to death. The referee teacher waved his hand to announce the start. The close combat specialists charged forward first, their psychic armament abilities instantly activating as armor plates spread along neural links, transforming them into heavily armored warriors in the blink of an eye, thundering toward Lu Huang with earth-shaking steps. Before they could get close, a sharp sword cry exploded in their ears. Buzz, buzz, buzz. Over 1,000 natal swords emerged from the void, their edges gleaming coldly, forming a surging river of swords that crashed heat-in toward the squad. The previously rising and falling voices of condemnation in the audience suddenly ceased, everyone's breath catching. 1,000 swords spanning the sky, a spectacle so magnificent it made one's scalp tingle. Though these natal swords were only ordinary grade, under the amplification of Lu Huang's third-tier beginner cultivation, their power was still terrifying. They swept in like a swarm of bees, instantly engulfing the squad. Several assessment members roared as they mobilized all their cultivation, layering defensive skills upon defensive skills, trying to withstand this torrent. However, the numerical disparity was too overwhelming. After only a brief standoff, their defenses crumbled one after another, and the sharp sword tide completely submerged everyone. We surrender. We surrender. We give up. Amid the pleas for mercy, Lu Huang's mind stirred, and 10,000 swords stopped in unison, the sword river reversing as it roared back into his sword domain space. When the dust settled, the squad members were still trembling with fear, cold sweat soaking their foreheads. Only by experiencing it firsthand could they understand how dangerous that moment had been. They had essentially faced the simultaneous assault of over 1,000 third-tier beginner exotic beasts. Though lacking the energy resonance of a beast horde, Lu Huang's sword control was effortless, striking wherever he pointed, capable of locking onto multiple targets simultaneously, creating even greater pressure than a beast tide. The squad leader swallowed hard, his gaze toward Lu Huang now filled with awe. This sword master is terrifying. He's clearly only third-tier beginner level, yet his mastery of object manipulation far exceeds ours. I can sense he wasn't even using his full strength, otherwise we wouldn't have lasted nearly this long. These were all psychic-type professionals who had personally fought against Lu Huang, and they could all feel his overwhelming superiority in the intricate details of object manipulation. However, to the spectators watching from the sidelines, this gap wasn't so obvious. Especially when the recorded footage was uploaded online, keyboard warriors began stirring up controversy, with waves of criticism growing louder and louder. What's so special about this? Just winning through sheer numbers? Where's the skill in that? Exactly. He's just relying on his professional abilities. You can't even see Lu Huang's real level. Huh? You call that no skill? Do you think controlling over 1,000 natal swords is easy? I'm also a swordmaster, and I'm backing Lu Huang on this one. Damn, even trash swordmasters dare to speak up? Your profession doesn't even have a single 9th-tier expert, so what are you yapping about? The online flame war escalated rapidly. Lu Huang's popularity soared, but his reputation plummeted. Seeing this, the two prestigious academies immediately arranged interviews with Guan Xiaoxi and Gu Qingxue, posting them online at the first opportunity. Reporter, student Guan Xiaoxi, what do you think of that freshman champion's performance match at Tianyuan University? Guan Xiaoxi lifted his chin disdainfully and sneered. I really don't know what the upperclassmen at Tianyuan University are thinking. Are they actually treating the performance match as a real performance? They might as well switch careers and become actors. Anyone with half an eye can see how much water there is in that guy's battle video. A group of peak third-tier professionals couldn't break through a bunch of trash natal swords? Is that reasonable? Is that normal? All I can say is that Tianyuan University's upperclassmen are garbage, and as for that Lu Huang, He's garbage among garbage. These arrogant remarks were extremely provocative. The moment the video was released, it stirred up massive waves, and the online mockery of Lu Huang instantly escalated. The reporter then found Gu Qingxue. Gu Qingxue looked up indifferently. I have no interest in him. The reporter pressed further. But if you were to fight Lu Huang, who do you think would win? Gu Qingxue snorted coldly. His swords would only be frozen 3 feet away from me. Facing the overwhelming flood of comments, Hai Tianyue remained unconcerned, as if everything was under her control. Her voice echoed in Lu Huang's mind. All right, since they're so eager to speak up, it's time to truly begin your performance match. As her words fell, a 7th-tier instructor descended from the sky to the center of the plaza and raised his hand to tear open a spatial portal. The next moment, deafening beast roars rushed forth as hundreds of exotic beasts poured out fangs, scales, badger forms, wolf shadows, so densely packed they nearly filled the entire plaza. They looked around, and facing the sea of humans, fear flickered in their eyes. The 7th-tier instructor shouted sternly, "Kill this person, and I'll let you return." His words carried psychic power, so even with their limited intelligence, these beasts could immediately understand. The students and instructors in the audience felt the surging aura of the beast horde, and hearing those words, cold sweat instantly broke out on their backs. The leader of this beast group was elite level, with cultivation at the peak of the 3rd tier, yet it was being used to hunt down a freshman who had just entered the 3rd tier. Was this still a performance match? This was a complete life and death battle, having long departed from the scope of a performance match, or rather, this was performing with one's life on the line. Many students from Tianyin University who were watching Lu Huang's earlier performance harbored some doubts. From their perspective, while those 1,000 swords appeared mighty and imposing, they lacked the overwhelming pressure one would feel being there in person. This led many to suspect that the assessment team had deliberately gone easy on him. But after all, this was just an exhibition match. It wouldn't be realistic to fight fellow students as if they were mortal enemies. Since there was no real grudge between them, why take it too seriously? However, the current situation was completely different. The arena now contained real beast hordes, and for these iron-winged locust beasts, killing Lu Huang was their only chance of survival. They would fight desperately. Thinking about this, not only the new 3rd-tier students, but even many 4th-tier senior students broke out in cold sweat. Holy crap, isn't this going a bit too far? If Lu Huang couldn't hold his ground and the teachers had to intervene to save him, wouldn't that be a slap in their own faces? Don't worry, this must be on the principal's orders. The analysis makes sense, but I still feel uneasy about this. In the spectator stands, senior students whispered among themselves, their gazes filled with concern. Although everyone had long been annoyed by Lu Huang and Hai Tianyue's intimacy, they hadn't reached the point of wishing him dead. Moreover, with public opinion raging online, if Lu Huang truly failed, Tianyin University's reputation would also take a hit. Therefore, the vast majority of students genuinely hoped he could win this life-or-death battle. The university's media department wasn't idle either, capturing several high-definition photos before the battle even began and uploading them to major platforms. As soon as the news broke, the internet exploded. Holy shit, Tianyin University is this bold? Aren't they afraid their expensive genius recruit might die? Come on, one picture at the start, everything else is made up, right? Neither Xiaojing nor Haidu's top universities dare to do this. What gives them the right? If you've got the guts, broadcast it live. 1. Probably just marketing again. I used to love Tianyin because of Hai Tianyue, but now I'm just a casual observer. Skeptical voices flooded in, but the buzz only grew stronger. Meanwhile, Lu Huang finally stepped into the battle circle. Facing him was a group of over 100 iron-winged locust beasts, their shells gleaming dark green, compound eyes blood red, and iron wings producing a metallic grinding buzz when they flapped. Their speed, attack power, and defense were all top tier for their level standard balanced type pests. Hai Tianyue had chosen carefully, avoiding targets too strong for Lu Huang to handle, while also avoiding ones too weak that would invite ridicule. When it came to such matters, this sister Yu always had perfect judgment, as Lu Huang well knew. Now, he could no longer rely purely on overwhelming numbers. Earlier, when dealing with the assessment team, he had deliberately summoned thousands upon thousands of natal swords because he worried that using high-quality sword embryos might result in losing control of his strength and potentially killing the students conducting the assessment. His previous approach was driven by the fear that controlling high-quality natal swords might lead to accidentally using too much force and killing the assessment students. Facing such ferocious beast hordes with this approach would certainly give the enemy an opening for a fatal strike. Lu Huang was well aware that his weakness lay in close combat, and no matter how confident he was, he dared not let these iron-winged locust beasts get even an inch closer. With a single thought, he summoned hundreds of ordinary iron swords in the air, transforming them into a sleek, black river of iron swords that surged forward, howling towards the 100 or so iron-winged locust beasts ahead. The locust beasts had already formed a wedge-shaped formation, their wings buzzing loudly as their internal energy resonated, creating rippling waves that enveloped each beast like a shiny, silver-armored arrow. The distance between them quickly closed, and in the next moment, the river of iron swords collided head-on with the array of beasts, the sword tips grazing against the energy ripples, producing showers of sparks. However, the energy ripples acted like an elastic barrier, firmly blocking the iron swords from penetrating further. The river of swords barely scratched the locust beast's armor, and the momentum of the sword river was instantly halted, greatly diminishing its power. With their speed lost, the iron-winged locust beasts dove in, gnawing on the sword bodies with a crunch, causing the solid iron swords to crack and fragment. At this rate, in no more than 2.5 minutes, the sword river would be completely shredded, and the defense would collapse. Gasps filled the audience, everyone holding their breath for Lu Huang. At that moment, a higher-pitched and crisper sound of sword cries erupted from deep within the river of iron swords. Hidden among the hundreds of ordinary swords were dozens of exquisite grade swords. With a sharp sound, the exquisite swords sparked with blue lightning, instantly unleashing bolts of thunderous sword energy. The dazzling arcs tore through the energy ripples, blocking their path, fiercely slicing through the energy armor on the surface of the iron-winged locust beasts before penetrating flesh and shattering bones. In just a breath, more than a dozen beasts were severed in half, the fierce momentum creating a gap in their ranks. Cheers erupted from the stands as everyone was surprised that Lu Huang had such a hidden ace. However, before the cheers could settle, a violent flapping of wings tore through the air. Flap. The largest one, an elite iron-winged locust beast with metal green eyes, finally moved. It flapped its wings, causing the energy ripples around it to surge and swell, rapidly increasing the energy density around the exquisite swords, making it nearly impossible for the thunderous sword energy to penetrate even an inch. Immediately after, the surrounding ordinary beasts surged forward, biting down on the dozens of exquisite swords, their bloodline abilities activated, frantically devouring the lightning and spiritual energy from the sword bodies. The audience's hearts jumped into their throats, sensing the dire situation. At that tense moment, several silver-white afterimages suddenly streaked through the sky, like shooting stars, heading straight for the elite beast protected in the center. That was the rare spiritual sword Lu Huang had been charging up for. After all, the energy released by the resonance of the beast horde was limited, and the elite beast had just drawn power to suppress the exquisite swords, leaving a brief gap in the barrier surrounding it. This was the opening Lu Huang had been waiting for. Several spiritual swords gleamed with lightning, simultaneously executing thunder slash. The heavy energy ripples were forcefully torn apart, and bundles of thunderous sword energy violently cascaded down, carving scorched cracks into the armor of the elite locust beast. Yellow-green blood sprayed into the air, the stench overwhelming. Seeing this scene, the audience was exhilarated yet filled with immense regret. Unfortunately, Lu Huang's cultivation level was too low, falling several minor stages behind this exotic beast. If their realms had been equal, that single strike would have torn the elite beast to shreds on the spot. Having suffered a loss, the elite iron-winged locust beast learned its lesson and refused to spare even a fraction of its energy to support its kin, focusing solely on protecting itself. It stared at Lu Huang, who stood upon his sword in the distance, and let out a deep, menacing hiss from its throat, a sound of fury and an open declaration of war. With this commanding roar, the other iron-winged locust beasts immediately became frenzied, completely ignoring the sword river's blockade. They seemed willing to sacrifice their lives to break through the gap, charging toward Lu Huang like maddened creatures. This truly desperate assault caused the beast horde's threat level to skyrocket. In the wilderness, Lu Huang could have fought while retreating, but this was the examination plaza. He could not retreat, nor did he wish to. He stood steadily in midair, both feet planted on the sword's edge, motionless, allowing the exotic beast to break through the sword river's blockade and approach step by step. The audience held their breath, eyes wide with alarm. Has Lu Huang lost his mind? Why isn't he retreating on his sword? Is he really going to stand there and wait for death? Where can he run? The plaza is only so big. Fighting while fleeing would only let the beast horde break through faster. If he retreats, it's surrender. Surely surrendering is better than dying? It's just an entrance ceremony exhibition match. No need to risk his life. Humph. With all that online criticism, you expect him to back down? He'd never be able to hold his head up again. Fight it out. Even if he loses honorably, he'll show everyone he has backbone. I respect that. Exactly. Lu Huang's got nothing to be ashamed of. This guy's worth knowing. What? Who's worth? Amid the commotion, many students began to view Lu Huang with newfound respect, their earlier resentment instantly evaporating. That composure alone, remaining calm as Mount Tai while under crushing pressure, surpassed most of their peers. In their eyes, Lu Huang was making a last stand, with the outcome likely being an honorable defeat. Logic certainly supported this view. The iron-winged locust beasts charged forward one after another, being ground to pulp by his natal sword, paving a bloody path for the elite beast leading the charge. Students' nerves were on edge, and even the nearby teachers secretly focused their attention, ready to eliminate the enemies at a moment's notice if things went wrong. With their power, third-tier exotic beasts were merely a matter of raising their hand. At that moment, Lu Huang, who had remained motionless for so long, finally made his move. He drew the Jingzhe sword from his back, his arm trembling as the blade struck down. Boom! Thunder crashed, and lightning pierced through the entire Tianyin University. Many students who hadn't come to the ceremony and were discussing software hardening engineering with their boyfriends or girlfriends were startled by the commotion. Accompanied by the thunder, a brilliant blue sword chi poured down like a celestial river, carrying magnificent heavenly might as it slashed toward the elite beast. The energy ripples around its body proved as fragile as paper, its armor like water-soaked cloth, and its tough body instantly became as soft as tofu. In reality, everything remained as hard as before. It was simply no match for the thunderous sword chi. The sword chi broke through all obstacles, spraying yellow-green blood. The elite beast at the peak of the third tier couldn't last even a single breath before being instantly killed. The remaining force continued on, tearing apart several more third-tier peak beasts behind it. The scene was terrifying to the extreme. Only after Lu Huang manipulated his remaining natal swords to methodically clean up the scattered remnants did the crowd snap out of their shock. The audience fell into dead silence for 1 second, then erupted like a volcano in the next, bursting into thunderous cheers. Many students gazed at the ethereal young man standing gracefully on his flying sword, their hearts surging with intense excitement. The next second, an exhilarated shout shattered the brief silence. Lu Huang! The crowd seemed to ignite, erupting in a tidal wave of response. Lu Huang! Lu Huang! Lu Huang! Amid the exceptionally fervent cheers, even the teachers standing at the periphery and the media personnel responsible for filming couldn't help but applaud, their eyes filled with admiration. That sword strike had been clean and decisive. With tremendous impact, they were certain this young man deserved such acclaim. However, Lu Huang wasn't swept away by the heated atmosphere. To him, this small beast horde was far from pushing him to his limits. Mere moments after that sword strike, his spiritual energy had already recovered completely, swiftly returning to its peak. If another wave came, he would handle it just as easily. More importantly, he hadn't even deployed his Azure Thundersword formation, achieving such results with merely his natal sword's sharpness and the first technique from the Azure Thundersword manual. Killing intent flowed thickly through his meridians, and through the operation of the soul-devouring sword nourishment technique, he could clearly sense his natal sword had gained an additional strand of Azure soul power. The benefits from this battle far exceeded the superficial victory. A moment of restless excitement churned in his chest before he exhaled deeply, nodded to acknowledge the crowd, then soared into the sky on his sword. High above, Hai Tianyue reclined lazily on her crescent-shaped flying device, casually scrolling through comments on the light screen, unable to suppress the smile tugging at her lips. Seeing Lu Huang approach, she giggled, her voice brimming with delight. Excellent. Beautifully done. With this wave of popularity, you've completely overshadowed the prodigies from Xiaojing University and Haida University, absolutely gorging on traffic. Lu Huang opened his communicator. The battle video was already playing hotly across major websites, with comment sections reaching staggering levels of activity. The worse he'd been slandered before, the higher he was now being praised. The keyboard warriors from the 2 prestigious universities who had previously attacked him were now becoming laughingstocks for netizens. Meanwhile, the small group of netizens who had supported him from the beginning were now completely wild, frantically ng those haters across the internet. Damn it. I said from the start that Lu Huang's strength was genuine. Those few who chased me around with insults, all of you come out now. Why aren't you barking anymore? Come on, let's debate. Exactly. I just said Lu Huang's level was comparable to Guan Shaoxi and Gu Qingxue and got mobbed for it. I casually checked the ISOL from Xiaojing and Haidu. I suspect both prestigious schools are running bot farms. Wrong theory, not hiring them. The schools are raising their own. You're just finding this out. Forget all that nonsense. All I know is that among this year's freshmen, Lu Huang is the undisputed #1. Who agrees? Who objects? Some still raised objections. Actually, I think Guan Shaoxi and Gu Qingxue are also very strong. Lu Huang somewhat benefited from the advantage of sword cultivators having multiple weapons. Bullshit. Isn't having multiple weapons part of his strength as a sword cultivator? Despite scattered doubts remaining, most voices had firmly sided with Lu Huang. Hai Tianyue's goal was achieved, and various merchants were seizing the opportunity to submit contracts to Tianyin University's business department, with sponsorship deals offering quite substantial prices. The atmosphere at the 2 prestigious universities was utterly grim. What should have been a lively and celebratory enrollment ceremony had turned into a complete joke after news of Lu Huang's performance spread. In the business department office at Xiaojing University, Phones rang incessantly, while documents were scattered everywhere from being thrown around. Members of the department shouted angrily. Damn it! Those bastards were begging us for authorization just a second ago. But the moment they heard about Tianyin University's news, they immediately said they wouldn't cooperate. Asked him for a reason? He actually said he was going to work with Tianyin University instead. Didn't even bother pretending. Does he have no shame? The senior in charge of coordination slammed the contract onto the desk, took a deep breath, and suppressed his rage. Well, that's just how these merchants are. For them, profit is everything. Don't worry, we'll have our day. There will come a time when they'll be begging us. Someone nearby chimed in. Yeah, Guan Shaoxi is from one of the 8 imperial families after all. His future commercial value will definitely surpass that of Lu Huang. Let's just wait and see. At the same time, the business department at Haida University was experiencing the same situation. Many companies that had already signed half of the contracts suddenly withdrew at the last minute, either demanding immediate price cuts or outright refusing to continue the collaboration. For these 2 prestigious universities, it was nothing short of an insult. In previous years, it was these companies that sought them out for partnerships, hoping to gain benefits from the enrollment ceremony. Moreover, compared to ordinary college entrance examination top scores, this year's enrollment ceremony felt more like a hidden selection of the nation's top scholars, with the most outstanding performers being hailed as the uncrowned kings of national college entrance examination students. At Xiaojing University, Guan Shaoxi had just returned to his standalone villa, ready to shut himself in and train. The marble foyer gleamed, and he walked in with a confident smile. Once I collect this wave of endorsement fees, I can start pushing for the 4th tier. Within 6 months, I will definitely reach the 4th tier. Before he could finish, his communicator buzzed. Frowning, Guan Shaoxi opened the message, revealing a battle video sent by a clan member. In the next moment, his pupils constricted, and his fingers trembled. How is this possible? He slammed his fist onto the nearby mahogany table, producing a dull thud. The Longyang's sacred fire surged from his fist, instantly shattering the table into ashes. Damn it! Shit, what's with the show? It's just because they have more weapons. I still can't fully unleash the power of my epic gear. Once I reach the 4th tier, what the hell is a Swordmaster to me? Damn it! Damn it! Damn it! After several furious shouts, a wave of nausea surged in his chest, as if he had swallowed a fly. For him, this was not only a loss of wealth, but also a blatant humiliation. Damn it! A poor bumpkin from a backwater place. How dare he flaunt his power over me? I will definitely repay this humiliation tenfold. I'll take you down hard. But as his gaze swept across the screen, he suddenly paused. Lu Huang's handsome face made him ponder for a moment. Then, he muttered to himself. This kid looks decent. It would be a shame to kill him. I'll just take him down and make him kneel before me. Singing conquer. Thinking of this, Guan Shaoxi's mood lightened a bit. He immediately made a phone call, his tone dark. Where are my companions? Hurry and get them here. I'm really fired up right now. While waiting, he printed out Lu Huang's photo and plastered it all over the wall. The light illuminated the photos, and the desire to conquer burned in his eyes. I am blessed with the Longyang's sacred fire, and I will surely become a 9th-tier adept in the future. What are you compared to me? How dare you overshadow me? He cursed at the photos, his voice echoing in the spacious living room. Before long, several timid boys pushed the door open. The foyer's light fell on their anxious faces, and none dared to speak up. Guan Shaoxi glanced at them, a look of disdain evident on his face. Damn, what a pathetic bunch. Ugly as sin and weak as hell. In the spacious training hall, Guan Shaoxi's eyes gleamed coldly as he surveyed the row of newly arrived study companions before him. His crude insult left everyone hanging their heads in silence. He suddenly stopped in front of a reasonably well-built young man, raising an eyebrow with a sneer. What's your name? Your strength seems barely passable, and I heard you have S-level potential? From the crowd, Zhang Yao was singled out and immediately straightened his back, his voice booming. Reporting to young Master Guan, my name is Zhang Yao. Because of Lu Huang from Tianyin University, I failed my college entrance exams. Zhang Yao had also been surfing the internet, and naturally knew about Lu Huang's overnight fame. As one of Lu Huang's haters, he had been enthusiastically spreading negativity without getting paid a cent. Now he brought up this grudge to get closer to Guan Shaoxi. Having a common enemy meant the conversation would never run dry. The moment Lu Huang's name left his lips, Guan Shaoxi's fury exploded. He grabbed Zhang Yao and dragged him into the inner room. As soon as the door slammed shut, sounds of thwack, thwack, echoed from within, mixed with wails, roars, and profanity. Damn it, are you loyal or not? I'm asking if you're loyal. Are you my dog or not? I'm asking you. Can you take it? Eat around the edges. Master's assault. Through the door, the remaining study companions felt their scalps tingle and their backs go cold, frozen in place, not even daring to breathe loudly. Haida University. Under the night sky, the balcony was softly lit. Gu Qingxue wore an exquisitely tailored gown, elegantly raising her glass to sip freshly air-shipped wine. Beside her, Lu Xinyao stood respectfully like a personal attendant, though her eyes were filled with envy and admiration. Moments earlier, Lu Xinyao had confided her tragic background to Gu Qingxue. Losing her mother in childhood, being carefully groomed by her biological father like merchandise for a good price, being coveted by men during adolescence, and later being harassed and persecuted by that disgusting man who secretly sabotaged her during the college entrance exams. Yes, the disgusting man she referred to as Lu Huang. Gu Qingxue frowned with disgust mixed with some pity. Enough, enough. Stop mentioning that revolting man. I originally thought he was just some country bumpkin good at publicity stunts, but I never imagined his character would be so vile-like an uncivilized beast. She then looked up to scrutinize Lu Xinyao. Since you'll be following me from now on, get rid of those rural bad habits. Clean yourself up first and learn some aristocratic etiquette. Before she finished speaking, her personal communicator buzzed. Gu Qingxue looked down to see a video of Lu Huang's combat performance from today. In the footage, the young man swept horizontally with his sword, unleashing thunderous power. How is this possible? How can that disgusting man be so strong? Her elegance shattered instantly. Gu Qingxue's delicate hand gripping the glass suddenly tightened crack. The expensive wine glass shattered, spilling liquid across the floor. She sneered through gritted teeth. Disgusting lowlife, you have no right to step on me to climb up. You don't deserve it. Rage surging, she suddenly turned to Lu Xinyao, waving dismissively. Go take a bath and cover up that poverty stench on you. Then accompany me in cultivation. Lu Xinyao dared not delay and immediately went to bathe. Soon the sound of water filled the air, with element spiritual energy mixing with the steamy mist. Moments later, the two women entered the secret chamber and began their cultivation technique. Water nourishing wood, energy circulating endlessly through skin contact. As batch after batch of cultivation resources were consumed, the spiritual energy within Gu Qingxue surged layer by layer, her cultivation steadily climbing. Meanwhile, at Tianyin University, deep in the campus, an independent villa was brightly lit. Lu Huang dragged his luggage inside, and after receiving the first batch of cultivation resources distributed by the school, he sat cross-legged in the center of the training room. The supreme divine sword hovered above his head, its sword intent transforming into cascading silver light that instantly shredded and refined the spirit stones, pills, and spiritual liquids. Surging energy flowed from his limbs into his dantian like a torrent breaking through barriers, his aura rising steadily. His cultivation was also climbing in a straight line. Several days passed in a flash. During this time, aside from his daily cultivation routine, Lu Huang devoted almost all his remaining hours to endorsement shoots for Tianyin University's commercial department. The studio blazed with bright lights as backdrops changed one after another. Before the camera, Lu Huang wore flowing ancient robes with intricate patterns embroidered on the sleeves, standing atop a specially crafted flying sword that shimmered with colorful light. Facing the camera, he declared in a booming voice, "For swords, I only use Pure Yang brand. Pure Yang swords the finest blades in the world." As soon as that commercial wrapped, staff handed him an elegant jade bottle. Lu Huang switched to a cheerful smile and enthusiastically recited his lines. Men who want to X must drink XX. Instant enhancement that transforms you into XXXXX, making enemies cry out in defeat. 1 bottle refreshes the mind. 2 bottles eliminate fatigue forever. 3 bottles grant immortality. After shooting multiple commercials in just half a day, his mouth finally twitched uncontrollably. How can you accept just any advertisement? Doesn't this damage my image somewhat? The commercial department head offered no explanation, simply spreading the contract on the table and pointing to the 9-figure endorsement fee with a knowing smile. Damn, I've been played by capitalism. Lu Huang cursed inwardly, but faced with such astronomical compensation, he could only continue cooperating. After filming concluded, he clutched his hefty endorsement fee and headed straight to Tianyin University's treasury. As a prestigious institution, the treasury contained virtually all cultivation resources below the 7th tier. As long as you had money, shortages were never a concern. Following the conventional path of staying on campus and cultivating diligently for 4 years would guarantee reaching the 6th tier. Therefore, when upperclassmen invited him to explore secret realms for training, he politely declined them all. With money in hand, there was no need to take risks. Better to invest time in cultivation and genuinely improve his strength. With the Supreme Divine Sword's enhancement, his resource absorption efficiency was astounding. On his 5th day at the academy, the divine essence within him surged upward. Early 3rd tier, breakthrough. Mid-3rd tier, advancing a minor stage in just 5 days. Truly extraordinary. Lu Huang's heart raced with excitement. He had originally estimated at least 10 days, but had managed to cut that time in half. Let me set a small goal of reaching 3rd tier perfection within 3 months. With this target set, he continued his secluded cultivation. Mountains of spiritual materials, pills, and talismans rapidly depleted within his sword domain space, transforming into surging divine essence. He was like a seed nourished by rain, frantically absorbing nutrients while awaiting the moment to break through the soil. Another 7 days slipped by. Within his sword domain space, he now possessed over 10 more mythic-grade natal swords than before, each one resonating with the divine essence in his body. With a thunderous, surge-high 3rd tier. This is incredibly fast. Even he found it unbelievable. But seeing those newly born natal swords, everything seemed perfectly natural. For ordinary awakened individuals, higher realms became increasingly difficult to break through, requiring exponentially greater investments of resources and time. He should have faced the same limitations. However, Lu Huang possessed an unmatched advantage. His sword domain space birthed a new mythic-grade natal sword every day. The divine essence chain between sword and wielder kept his cultivation efficiency continuously rising. At this rate, reaching 3rd-tier perfection might happen even faster than I thought. During his rest periods, Lu Huang contemplated his transformation. However, he also recognized some of his own shortcomings. Lu Huang's natal sword contained abundant divine essence, but the divine essence truly belonging to him within his body remained sparse, causing the enhancement efficiency of his mythical-grade natal sword to show a visibly diminishing trend. To change this, he had only one option: continue breaking through the hidden barriers of a 3rd-tier swordsman and advance to become a grand swordsman. At this thought, a burning desire for challenge exploded in his chest. Lu Huang took a deep breath, summoned forth his natal divine swords with a flip of his hand, their edges crossing as sword songs echoed around him. He sat cross-legged, spiritual energy surging around him like a tide, once again throwing himself into the tedious and mechanical cycle of cultivation. For ordinary practitioners, cultivation meant operating the same technique day after day, repeating the same set of movements. After several hours, progress was often negligible, and the mind easily grew weary. But with Lu Huang, the situation was completely different. With every breath, he could feel small but solid improvements. With every breathing cycle, the divine essence within his body would quietly amplify along with his sword light. That instant positive feedback was like strong liquor, utterly addictive. He simply couldn't stop. 10 days passed in the blink of an eye. Boom. The realm barrier shattered, and Lu Huang smoothly broke into the peak of the 3rd tier. Continue. The hourglass between his fingers turned once more. Another 20 days. Boom. His cultivation broke through another level, reaching 3rd-tier perfection. Since enrollment, in less than a month and a half, he had reached heights that would take many practitioners years to achieve. This speed was undoubtedly absurd. But behind this astonishing cultivation speed stood equally astonishing expenses. By this point, he had burned through over 2 billion in resources. All the endorsement fees from the enrollment ceremony, plus 2 batches of cultivation funds allocated by Tianyan University, had been completely transformed into the divine essence and spiritual energy surging within his body. If this were a grade potential practitioner, this money would be enough to slowly build them up to the 5th tier. But cultivation had always been a trade of gaining speed early, walking hundreds of extra steps later. 20 billion would indeed offer better value if spent carefully, but it wasn't cost-effective for the long-term path. Lu Huang understood this principle well, so he never hesitated to invest in himself. Thus, a practical problem lay before him: was broke. The next batch of cultivation funds won't be distributed for over half a month. I can't just waste this time doing nothing, right? Lu Huang roughly calculated that even when the funds arrived, it would be less than 800 million, but breaking through to Grand Swordsman would require at least 2 billion. Honestly, he had thought the treatment Haitian you provided was already absurdly generous, never expecting he'd still worry about money. If Haitian you knew he was burning through resources this quickly, she'd probably be petrified on the spot. A normal 3rd-tier practitioner, even with scrape potential and the highest standard resource supply, would consume at most 3 to 500 million per month. But Lu Huang? He started at 1 billion per month. Even more absurd was that he wasn't even exchanging for the highest quality resources, just medium quality. High quality resources absorbed faster, but with his divine sword enhancement, he was already super speed, making medium quality the most cost-effective choice. While lower quality would save money, it would bring side effects like drug resistance and toxicity, unfavorable for long-term cultivation. In short, Lu Huang now had to make money. Perfect timing. His realm had improved so much recently that he hadn't mastered it through actual combat yet, so some real experience would be exactly what he needed. With this thought, Lu Huang stopped hesitating and went straight to the holographic terminal on his dorm desk, accessing the school's campus network and entering the mission system. Every college at Tianyan University issued training missions, partly to temper students, partly to collect various spiritual materials and intelligence for the school. Mission rewards were uniformly given as credits, which could be exchanged for cultivation resources, and were also a hard requirement for graduation. Lu Huang quickly browsed through the options, planning to pick 2 medium difficulty missions for training, when the system popped up a red warning. First-year student Lu Huang, you currently lack authorization to accept missions independently. You may only take missions under your mentor's supervision. Damn, I almost forgot I'm here to study, and I have a mentor. Lu Huang rubbed his temples, realizing for the first time that he hadn't even met his mentor yet. He opened his personal information panel. Name, Lu Huang. Student ID, S9527. Mentor, Yen Wuwei. Department, Imperial Edge Academy, Range Combat Division. Isn't the first thing you do in college supposed to be paying respects to your mentor? It's been over a month since enrollment, and I haven't even seen his shadow. This teacher won't be angry, will he? A quick search for Yen Wuwei brought up reviews that were almost all complaints about him being strict and cold. Even worse, he wasn't just the dean of Imperial Edge Academy, but also a formidable 8th-tier powerhouse. Offending such an important figure would definitely not be wise. Whatever, I should go pay my respects first. Lu Huang immediately got up, threw on his school robe, and quickly left his quarters. Meanwhile, in the 3-story detached villa at the center of the faculty residential area, in the spacious living room, 5 young men and women sat around a coffee table, but the atmosphere was anything but relaxed. This Lu Huang is absolutely outrageous. A buzzcut man slammed the table, splashing tea everywhere. I could understand him being too busy with endorsements to visit our mentor in the first few days after enrollment, he said through gritted teeth. But it's been almost 2 months, and he still hasn't shown up. What does he take our mentor for? Another man with earrings leaned back on the sofa, adding with a cold laugh. I'll admit his talent is strong, but getting this arrogant at just 3rd tier? Does he expect our mentor to personally go see him? They were all Yen Wuwei's students, each with exceptional talent, and among the elite, even among peers of the same realm. So naturally, they didn't think much of a mere freshman. Stop wasting time. A short-haired girl stood up. Let's go find him and get this straight. If this kid really is that arrogant, we'll teach him a lesson. At these words, everyone rose to their feet, about to head out when suddenly, Student Lu Huang here to pay respects to my mentor. A clear voice came through the door intercom. The 5 exchanged glances, and the tall, thin youth Wu Cheng's lips curved into a mocking smile. Perfect timing. Let me go meet him. At the villa entrance, Wu Cheng pushed open the door, hands clasped behind his back, his gaze sweeping Lu Huang from head to toe, his tone icy. So you're Lu Huang? I didn't attend the entrance ceremony, but I heard your abilities are decent. However, I can see you're missing something character. Lu Huang frowned slightly. Who are you? Wu Cheng, enrolled a year before you, student of Mentor Yen. The tall youth lifted his chin, his tone condescending. Lu Huang nodded. Coming to visit my mentor so late was my mistake. I'll explain to my mentor in person. Explain? Wu Cheng snorted coldly. Let's hear it. Lu Huang patiently replied. I've been absorbed in cultivation recently and lost track of time. Before he could finish, Wu Cheng burst into laughter, turning to shout to his companions. Did you hear that? Absorbed in cultivation, who's he trying to fool with that excuse? Couldn't spare a few hours? Fine. I want to see what results you've achieved from all this cultivation these past few days. As his words fell, he flicked his wrist, and a gleaming throwing knife appeared suspended above his palm. The blade was entirely dark silver with scale-like patterns, its rare-grade weapon inscriptions releasing fine blue light. Wu Cheng, a 4th-tier heavenly professional even without full power, this rare-grade throwing knife still carried the sharp whistle of cutting through air as it instantly shot toward Lu Huang. Even a newly advanced 4th-tier heavenly professional might not be able to withstand this attack. Lu Huang's brow furrowed deeply as he immediately drew the Jingzha sword from his back, slashing fiercely toward the flying blade. Clang cold steel met steel with a thunderous crash as the flying knife was violently deflected, trembling and sparking in midair. Humph, showing off just because you have a good weapon? Wu Cheng stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his gaze ice cold. Let's see how many swings you can manage. As his words fell, he swept his arm forward. True essence surged, and 9 identical flying knives materialized in the air, their edges gleaming with deadly light as they spun rapidly around him. Wu Cheng formed hand seals again, and pale blue soul light burst from his fingertips. The 9 blades' aura instantly exploded, their blade energy sweeping outward like rippling waves. Several classmates behind him shifted uneasily, and one girl whispered urgently, Wu Cheng, don't go too far. Wu Cheng nodded, replying coolly, don't worry, I won't kill him. I'll just teach him what it means to respect his teachers and elders. Whoosh, the 9 flying knives shot through the air, tearing the atmosphere apart as white streaks aimed directly at Lu Huang's throat, heart, and limbs. Excellent, a numbers game? A cold glint flashed in Lu Huang's eyes as he thought silently. Swords, come. Humming at his mental command, rare-grade spirit swords shot forth from his spatial ring. The long swords gleamed with dark blue light, their spines inscribed with glowing runes as they suddenly formed a torrent of blade light. 81 swords in total. In an instant, an impenetrable sword net closed in on the 9 flying knives. The sword tide roared, cold air rushing forward. Wu Cheng and the others were stunned by this display, their faces changing color in unison. Those spirit swords alone are worth over $1 billion. Someone murmured quietly. For ordinary third and fourth tier awakened, this was an astronomical sum. Wu Cheng quickly recovered from his shock, snorting coldly. So what if you have more weapons? Can you even control them? Let me show you quality over quantity. Soul of intent. His shout exploded as soul power surged around his body. The 9 flying knives trembled violently, runic patterns blazing on their surfaces as sharp blade energy swept outward, forcing back the approaching flying swords layer by layer with endless metallic clanging. From an omniscient perspective, though awakened follow different paths in cultivation, all roads lead to the same destination. Third-tier sword masters must fuse with the sword soul, while other professions must awaken their soul. Only by successfully awakening one soul can they wield soul power and have a chance at breaking through to the fourth tier. As the flying swords were forced back, Wu Cheng's lips curved into a mocking smile. Is this the result of your recent cultivation? I don't sense even a trace of soul power from your natal sword. You haven't even fused a sword soul, yet you dare claim to be cultivating? Lu Huang stared at the terrifying pressure from the 9 flying knives, knowing his opponent had struck at his weakness during this time. He had only focused on improving his cultivation level and hadn't concentrated on soul fusion. Once a sword master successfully fuses with a sword soul, their combat power skyrockets, far easier than other professions' soul awakening. Many third-tier peak awakened are stuck at this soul awakening bottleneck, unable to break through to the fourth tier. Under mounting pressure, he dared not be careless and commanded again. Swords, come. Swish, swish, swish. Another 81 rare spirit swords burst forth, connecting with the previous sword formation and nearly covering half the sky. That mental power is too outrageous. Nearly 200 swords, someone cried out in shock. Didn't he say he hasn't fused a sword soul? I don't know much about the swordmaster profession, but I've dealt with them before. 200 spirit swords should already be at the control limit for third-tier mastery, right? Several sophomore veterans huddled together, exchanging opinions in hushed but urgent tones. Some speculated that Lu Huang had already broken through to third-tier mastery, while others immediately refuted, bullshit. How many days have passed? You think he could break through to third-tier mastery? Do you think cultivation is child's play? Eventually, they reached a relatively reasonable guess had likely used some kind of secret technique to temporarily boost his spiritual power. Wu Cheng's gaze remained locked on Lu Huang. He suppressed his initial surprise and sneered coldly. What? Still trying to win through numbers? You think one trick can really work everywhere? Come on, I'd like to see if you can break through my defense. As his words fell, he pressed his fingers together, and his body armor instantly glowed with a dark light. This rare-grade armor had long been enhanced with soul of thought, creating layers of light barriers around him like tightly surrounding shield walls. Hearing this, Lu Huang simply uttered one word. Fine. The next instant, he flicked his sleeve, and the spirit swords fell to the ground, their tips piercing the earth as they formed a circle. As the sword formation took shape, lightning danced between the blade edges with crackling sounds. He could clearly feel his essence, energy, and spirit surging within like a barrel with springs carved into it, the spiritual liquid flowing endlessly, enhanced by divine swords, almost bursting his chest. He raised his hand and pressed down. Azure Thunder Slash. 81 spirit swords shot skyward and struck down in unison. Each sword chi carried brilliant blue lightning arcs, pouring down from the heavens straight toward Wu Cheng. The calm expression on Wu Cheng's face instantly froze as he cursed inwardly. Damn it. Where does this kid get so much essence, energy, and spirit to drive so many sword techniques at once? He knew well the terrifying output of sword masters, as well as their equally terrifying consumption. Deploying nearly 100 spirit swords simultaneously would drain even an early 4th-tier practitioner. Lu Huang was merely early 3rd tier. How could he sustain this? There was no time to find answers as the thunderous sword chi poured down like rain. Boom. Wu Cheng hastily summoned 9 flying daggers, their blades spinning like lightning as they shattered the thunderous sword chi in all directions. With each sword chi destroyed, the dagger's light dimmed by a third. After 64 sword chi were completely destroyed, the daggers had lost their luster and could no longer continue. The remaining dozens of thunderous sword chi crashed into his armor with tremendous force. The light barriers cracked, he groaned and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth, the contempt in his eyes instantly vanishing. Though he had acknowledged Lu Huang's strength in his heart, Wu Cheng still refused to show weakness. Oh? This is your confidence? Heh, nothing special. Lu Huang seemed to have anticipated his stubbornness, simply nodded, and raised his hand again. The 81 spirit swords regrouped, the same sword formation, the same lightning, and once more, Azure Thunder Slash. The essence, energy, and spirit that had just begun to recover were drained again, transforming into thunderous sword chi that descended from the heavens once more. Holy shit. Wu Cheng's pupils contracted sharply, his breathing seeming to scatter under the thunder. Are you fucking cheating? Where does a 3rd-tier professional get so much essence, energy, and spirit? Damn. Just as the curse left his lips, he no longer dared to be verbally defiant, almost instinctively activating his trump card as a fourth-tier professional. Soul resonance. Buzz, buzz, buzz. The 9 flying blades, which had lost all their power, suddenly surged with tremendous force as if they'd been energized and were instantly revitalized. This time, he managed to intercept those sword energies without major incident. The flying blades collided with the sword energies midair, sparks and the clashing of metal erupting simultaneously, nearly compressing the air in front of the hall's entrance into thunder-like roars. Wu Qing knew perfectly well in his here that had lost. To save face, he insisted on using third-tier power to bully Lu Huang, secretly consoling himself. I was this strong the moment I broke through from third-tier perfection to fourth-tier back then, so this naturally counts as third-tier. But the facts were right before his eyes. She had now employed genuine fourth-tier methods, and even if he won, it would only bring complete humiliation. Thinking of this, he glared viciously at Lu Huang, recalled all his flying blades into his professional space, and left behind a cold snort. Fine. You're impressive. For men, you're impressive was almost the highest acknowledgement they could voice. Lu Huang simply nodded and reminded him indifferently. Wipe the blood from the corner of your mouth. Wu Qing's face instantly burned bright red. Earlier, he had been overconfident and used his third-tier cultivation to forcibly withstand Lu Huang's strike. Though he maintained his dignified appearance, his internal organs were injured, requiring at least several days of secluded recovery. The other senior students exchanged glances, their faces equally awkward. They had originally intended to intimidate their junior, only to be outmaneuvered instead. They had witnessed Lu Huang's formidable strength with their own eyes. Gentlemen, may I now be taken to meet the mentor? Lu Huang spoke calmly. Wu Qing snorted coldly again. Now you want to see the mentor? Where were you earlier? Just because you want to see the mentor doesn't mean the mentor wants to see you. He knew his mentor's eccentric temperament best when encountering problem students, like Lu Huang. Leaving them waiting for months was commonplace. Before he finished speaking, a deep male voice came from the depths of the villa. Let him come in. Wu Qing's expression froze, and he had no choice but to fall silent. The others led Lu Huang along the corridor inside, where behind heavy wooden doors lay a spacious hall. The sandalwood floor gleamed like a mirror, with an ancient, simple long table positioned along the central axis. Behind the table, in the seat of honor, sat a middle-aged man wearing iron armor, the metal plates gleaming coldly under the lights, making him appear like a silent iron general. Lu Huang had expected a mental-type mentor to have a scholarly appearance, but this attire was more befitting a warrior charging into battle. Lu Huang, you're quite remarkable, truly remarkable. The man's voice was deep. Upon hearing this, the students' expressions immediately became subtle. They were all too familiar with their mentor's habit of speaking sarcastically when angry, and usually someone was about to suffer. However, Lu Huang didn't catch the undertone and respectfully bowed. Thank you for the praise, mentor. Yin Wuwei was stunned for a moment, and the surrounding students were equally bewildered. This kid couldn't detect sarcasm? The next second, Yin Wuwei burst into laughter, then his gaze swept sharply back and forth over Lu Huang, as if trying to see through him completely. I watched your battle just now. Your cultivation has already reached third-tier perfection, hasn't it? The students' hearts trembled. They had only speculated based on the battle earlier, but now that their mentor had stated it directly, it was almost certainly true. Lu Huang nodded frankly without any concealment. Upon receiving confirmation, several students drew sharp breaths. This cultivation speed was ridiculously fast. Haha, very good, quite remarkable. Yin Wuwei's laughter suddenly ceased, his expression abruptly turning serious. However, aside from your cultivation level, you're absolutely terrible in every other aspect. Your sword isn't fast enough, ruthless enough, or sharp enough. As he spoke, he stood up, his overwhelming presence rushing toward Lu Huang like something tangible, making the air suddenly cold, as if a demon were whispering in his ear. The first tier requires honing the sword's edge. The second tier requires tempering the sword's body. Did you cultivate through these two realms with your rear end? Why is your sword edge so dull, your sword body so crude? He suddenly stepped forward, his armor clanging, his deep roar echoing through the hall's vaulted ceiling. Look into my eyes. Answer me. When Yin Wuwei spoke these words, his presence was as overwhelming as the ocean itself, making Lu Huang's scalp tingle with shock. The violent pressure crashed against Lu Huang's mind like relentless waves, causing him to furrow his brow as he pondered the accusations. He couldn't shake the feeling that there was something deliberately contrived about the criticism. If Yin Wuwei had only questioned his sword edge techniques at the first tier, Lu Huang might have hesitated to disagree. But for him to dismiss even Lu Huang's second-tier sword tempering was simply absurd. After all, Lu Huang was now a distinguished second-tier grand swordsman. Both his blade refinement and physical conditioning were unmatched among his peers. As a sword master, his physique now rivaled that of warriors of the same realm, which was precisely the natural advantage that came with reaching the grand swordsman level. Though inwardly dismissive, Lu Huang maintained a respectful expression and nodded, offering. Your words, Minter, are accurate, pertinent, and hit the mark perfectly. The man before him was an 8th-tier powerhouse. A direct confrontation would clearly be unwise. Yin Wuwei seemed to see through his reservations and burst into hearty laughter, his rough voice booming through the air. It seems you're quite unconvinced, aren't you? Lu Huang's lips curved slightly as he responded politely. Not at all, not at all. I think what you've said makes perfect sense. Come, follow me inside. Yin Wuwei gestured with his hand and turned to stride forward. Several second-year students nearby exchanged glances and quietly swallowed hard, their gazes toward Lu Huang filled with pity. This kid was about to suffer. They knew that unless the mentor was truly angry, he would never drag someone into the training chamber on their first meeting. Lu Huang followed closely behind Yin Wuwei, passing through the corridor and entering a training chamber spanning several hundred square meters. Array patterns crisscrossed throughout the room, spiritual lights spreading like a spider's web, with each step landing on mystical formation foundations, as if entering another realm entirely. Yin Wuwei glanced at the long sword on Lu Huang's back. That sword you're carrying, that's your completed primary blade, isn't it? Draw it and give it everything you've got. Let me see its sharpness. A Swordmaster's lifebound swords were divided into primary and secondary weapons. Lu Huang's primary sword was named Jingjia, while all his other lifebound swords served as secondary blades. After a moment's hesitation, he drew the sword, twisted his wrist, and struck with full force. Hum! Thunder crashed as silver-blue sword energy surged like a rushing river, tearing through the air before crashing down with tremendous force. If Wu Cheng had been standing nearby at that moment, he would have broken into a cold sweat. He would have realized that Lu Huang had held back considerably during their fight, or his defeat would have come even swifter. A flash of surprise crossed Yin Wuwei's eyes. With a mere thought, he instantly froze the thunderous sword energy in midair, perfectly locking its energy flow in place, creating what looked like a living specimen suspended in space. Lu Huang was secretly alarmed at the sight. 8th-tier powerhouses were truly terrifying. His full-strength strike had been stopped with nothing more than a thought. Yin Wuwei walked over to the specimen and beckoned to Lu Huang. Come here and take a look. Your sword energy, isn't it rather crude? Lu Huang paused, then approached for a closer examination. He saw the thunderous light twisting and churning, but couldn't detect any major problems. I didn't tell you to look with your eyes. Yin Wuwei scoffed. Lu Huang suddenly understood and let his spiritual power flow over it like water. Instantly, countless details became crystal clear. The sword energy's surface was covered in crisscrossing ravines, its patterns chaotic and disorderly, like the uneven marks left by a whetstone. However, he still couldn't perceive any obvious flaws and could only silently raise his eyes to look at Yin Wuwei. The latter snorted coldly. I told you, your sword body is too rough, and the sword chi you unleash is equally crude. This shows that when you were sharpening your blade, you were completely misusing the whetstone. In the spacious training hall, bright lights illuminated the space, and the air still carried subtle vibrations from where sword chi had sliced through it. Lu Huang stood frozen in place. Gripping his natal sword had indeed only followed the instruction manual when sharpening his blade, never imagining there could be such intricacies. Since Yin Wuwei had struck right at the heart of the matter with a single sentence, there must definitely be a problem. He simply sheathed his sword and cupped his fists, humbly seeking guidance. Then, instructor, how should the whetstone be used to avoid misuse? Yin Wuwei looked Lu Huang up and down from head to toe, then suddenly blurted out. You're still a triple X, haven't touched a XX, right? Huh. Lu Huang's eyelids twitched, completely unable to grasp the connection between the two matters. She wasn't some kind of triple X after all. Yin Wuwei raised his hand to gesture, his tone as serious as if delivering an academic lecture. Let me give you an analogy. Your weapon is like your XX. You can't just randomly use the whetstone. You need to know which areas to polish to make your natal sword's edge sharper, and which areas to work on to improve the energy circulation efficiency within the sword body. In short, you must find your natal sword's energy convergence core point, and keep it constantly at the peak of energy collision. Do you understand? Lu Huang's mouth twitched. Instructor, are you really talking about sword sharpening? What else would I be talking about? Yin Wuwei replied nonchalantly, reaching out to touch Lu Huang's forehead. Spiritual power surged forth, and a vast inheritance of memories was instantly branded into Lu Huang's mind. These are my years of polishing insights. Study them carefully. In the memories, techniques for refining natal weapons flowed clearly, alternating tension and relaxation, never applying excessive force. Only then could the patterns become clear, energy input smooth, and output powerful when the time came. He really is talking about weapon refinement, Lu Huang assessed silently. Yin Wuwei continued his commentary. Your sword body strength is decent, and the damage from your previous haphazard polishing is still within acceptable limits. Pay more attention in the future, be gentler with your natal sword, and only then can you maintain a harmonious relationship between you two. Having said this, he glanced at the terminal screen. I just saw you applying for missions in the back end. Are you planning to go to secret realms for training? Lu Huang nodded. My cultivation has been advancing too quickly. I'm worried about an unstable foundation, so I want to consolidate it through actual combat. Yin Wuwei hummed softly in acknowledgement, approving of this decision. I heard from Ayu that Wang Badeo planted a seed of killing intent in you early on, and Li Jianan taught you the soul-devouring sword nourishment technique. From these 2 points, you indeed need to venture out for training regularly. Rapid cultivation progress is good, but it's not entirely beneficial. Cultivation emphasizes the balance of tension and relaxation to just bury your head and sprint forward. Appropriate relaxation, shifting focus, and easing tension are what allow you to maintain fierce progress long-term, rather than being just a sprinter who only excels in early bursts. Persistence requires playing the long game to be meaningful. Yin Wuwei spoke earnestly, but the more Lu Huang listened, the more he felt the undertones were peculiar. He should be talking about cultivation, right? Despite the strange analogies, Lu Huang still gained considerable information. This senior had a close relationship with Hai Tianyue, otherwise he would never have revealed the secrets about Wang Badeo and Li Jianan. More importantly, ordinary university students had to seek out and pass tests to find mentors themselves, yet his mentor had been assigned to him early on. Clearly, this was Hai Tianyue's arrangement. However, the other party hadn't specifically informed Lu Huang about this, which was why Lu Huang had delayed visiting Yin Wuwei for so long. At this moment, standing in the cultivation room covered with metallic patterns, the young man studied the middle-aged man before him, whose expression remained calm and composite, showed neither anger nor any air of superiority. If he were truly furious, there was no way he would have shared this sword-tempering technique so generously upon their first meeting. With this thought crossing his mind, Lu Huang couldn't help but ask, Mentor, what's your relationship with the principal? She didn't tell you. Yin Wuwei frowned. Seeing Lu Huang nod, he clicked his tongue and muttered a curse. That little brat. Well, no harm in telling you I'm her father. What? Lu Huang let out a soft exclamation, surprise flashing briefly across his face. Upon reflection, though, it made perfect sense during those few days he'd spent with Hai Tianyue, her words and behavior had been quite like that of an old veteran, constantly making suggestive remarks. This mentor Yin shared certain similarities with her in some aspects, so being father and daughter was actually quite normal. It was only their different surnames that had prevented him from initially guessing this connection. Yin Wuwei waved his hand dismissively, his tone flat, yet brooking no argument. Go find Wu Cheng and the others. They're responsible for taking you into the secret realm for training. All right, thank you, mentor. Lu Huang cupped his hands in salute and left through the door. Watching the young man's figure disappear at the end of the corridor, Yin Wuwei's lips curved slightly upward as he murmured to himself. That girl, you really picked a fine seedling. No wonder she was willing to risk hunting alien royalty. Little fellow, I hope you can truly live up to her expectations and uphold Tianyan University's reputation. In the villa's living room, several senior students were chatting quietly. Seeing Lu Huang emerge from the cultivation room unharmed after such a short time, they all froze in unison. That fast? It really was quite fast. Is the mentor not performing well today? Just as the whispered discussions began, Yin Wuwei's dark curse suddenly echoed from deep within the villa. You're quite bold, aren't you? If you really want to be thoroughly drilled, we'll discuss it after you return from the secret realm. Everyone immediately felt their scalps tingle, stopped their chatter, and dragged Lu Huang outside to the courtyard. Boom. A mechanically styled flying armor unfolded, steel cables wrapped around everyone, and with trailing flames, they shot into the sky. Inside the cabin, 6 unfamiliar faces were clearly outlined under the light. A tall, gentle senior sister spoke first. Junior Lu, I'm Fangya. The team's support I can both enhance and heal. Lu Huang raised an eyebrow. I saw on the forum that everyone in our Yufeng Academy has offensive type abilities. How come there's healing too? As his words fell, Wu Cheng snorted coldly. How ignorant. The Feng in Yufeng Academy means sharp edge who says support can't have a cutting edge. Lu Huang's eyebrow twitched slightly as he replied coolly. Did I ask you? Why are you butting in? Watch your tone, kid. Wu Cheng's eyes flashed dangerously. Don't think I'm afraid of you just because I conceded earlier. If I went all out, could you really win? I'm 4th tier, and no matter how strong you are, you're still only 3rd tier. Lu Huang chuckled, his tone half genuine, half mocking. 4th tier? Impressive, truly admirably a 4th tier expert already in sophomore year. His sarcastic tone made Wu Cheng's blood boil, his face flushing red. Only then did he remember this young man had leaped from early 3rd tier to complete 3rd tier in just over a month. At this pace, he'd break into 4th tier in 2 or 3 months at most. In another half year, he'd probably match his own cultivation level. If Lu Huang could hear Wu Cheng's thoughts, he'd probably shrug and give him a response. Not even that slow. If he really wanted to break into 4th tier, he'd only need to purchase a beast soul, and within a week, he'd definitely break through. However, for Lu Huang, this held no significance. Setting aside the fact that he couldn't afford any decent beast souls at the moment, his more pressing concern was breaking through to the third-tier hidden realm. Even if everything went smoothly, reaching the fourth tier was merely a matter of time. Just as the tension between the two began to escalate, Fanya immediately raised her hand to interrupt. Enough, Wu Cheng. Why are you still picking fights with Junior Lu? With that, she turned to Lu Huang with a gentle smile. Junior Lu, Wu Cheng has a straightforward temperament. He's our team's vanguard, speaks without thinking, but he means no harm. We've been waiting for you to meet with your mentor, and the secret realm mission has been delayed because of it, which is why he's frustrated. Lu Huang felt his face flush with embarrassment and could only spread his hands with a helpless smile. This is indeed my fault. I've caused trouble for everyone, and I apologize. Fanya waved dismissively, indicating he needn't take it to heart. Among fellow disciples, clearing the air is enough. However, Lu Huang could still sense that while the others hadn't expressed it as openly as Wu Cheng, they harbored some resentment. Fanya also picked up on these subtle emotions and continued to address Lu Huang's earlier confusion. Junior Lu, since you're new to the academy, it's natural that you're unfamiliar with the Blade Mastery Institute. The institute specializes in controlling all manner of sharp objects, including these. As she spoke, a row of silver needles as fine as hair appeared in her palm, gleaming coldly under the light. Don't resist, let me test their effectiveness. Lu Huang nodded in cooperation. The silver needles, guided by her will, penetrated his skin as if sinking into water, leaving no trace. The next second, a surge of warmth flooded through his limbs, his blood energy churning, and his entire being felt invigorated, as if his meridians had been unblocked. Fanya smiled warmly. My profession is called acupuncturist. These silver needles can attack, defend, and heal ailments, including certain men's little problems. If Junior Lu ever has such needs, feel free to come find me. Her playful remark lightened the atmosphere slightly. Lu Huang quickly waved his hands. I've crowned myself the invincible little prince, so I won't need that. After introducing herself, Fanya gestured toward her teammates. This is Wu Cheng, a blade thrower. This little one is Zhou Ru, a water controller. And that big guy over there is Yin Tai, an armored warrior. 2 men and 2 women, these were the sophomore students under mentor Yin Wuwei's command. Compared to other mentors who typically had teams of over a dozen, these 4 were few in number, but their talents were exceptional. As sophomores who had already reached the 4th tier, if they could graduate successfully, they were almost guaranteed to touch the 5th tier, which would place them among the upper echelons of 3rd-tier base cities throughout the Longxia Kingdom. With introductions complete, Fanya steered the conversation back to business. Junior Lu, first add us as friends on Campus Connect. I'll send you a mission invitation shortly, and you just need to click accept. Everyone pulled out their personal terminals and added each other as contacts on Tiannan University's proprietary internal communication software, and the mission invitation promptly appeared. Lu Huang opened it. Mission objective, collect black soul grass. Mission requirements, no limits on quantity or quality, academic credits awarded based on results. Mission location, Black Mountain Secret Realm, small scale. Lu Huang accepted the team invitation, his gaze lingering for a moment on the word small scale, following the secret realm's name. He had studied the relevant knowledge and knew that secret realms were classified into micro, small, large, and giant categories based on factors such as their scale and the cultivation levels of native creatures. Alien creatures in micro-secret realms typically wouldn't exceed the 3rd tier, while small secret realms might harbor 5th-tier beings. With Lu Huang and his teammates' current strength, encountering a 5th-tier alien creature in a small secret realm would pose a deadly threat. Seeing Lu Huang carefully reviewing the mission briefing, Fanya smiled with pursed lips. I originally wanted to find you a 3rd-tier squad first, so you could transition in micro-secret realms for a while, but the mentor vetoed it. The old man said that with your abilities, micro-secret realms offer no challenge and would only hinder your growth. Lu Huang understood clearly that Yin Wuwei had long wanted him to venture into secret realms. For most awakened, combat was the fastest path to growth. Continuous closed-door cultivation would quickly saturate the body's energy absorption. Experiencing real battles at this point could not only rapidly restore capacity, but also thoroughly refine residual energy accumulated within the body. This was precisely why Kangwu University was filled with powerful experts. Their students were all forged into uncut gems through trials of blood and storm. Fang Ye's expression grew serious. Junior Lu, small secret realms are dangerous for all of us. You must stay close to the team and never fall behind under any circumstances. Don't worry, senior sister. I know my limits. Lu Huang nodded solemnly. Fanya smiled again and continued explaining the forbidden zones, common routes, and supply point locations within the Black Mountain secret realm. About an hour later, a gray-black military aircraft landed steadily at the entrance to the Black Mountain secret realm. Compared to micro-secret realms, the spatial rift here resembled an inverted canyon, with checkpoints arranged in rows, steel watchtowers, and energy barriers forming a continuous line. guarded by military warriors whose steady auras clearly indicated superior cultivation. Before the entrance, awaken formed a long queue, each person requiring identity verification and equipment inspection before entry. Since the Black Mountain Secret Realm had a low development rate, its resources and opportunities were more abundant, drawing awakened from dozens of nearby base cities in an endless stream. Some carried alloy cases on their backs, others pushed floating cargo containers, creating a winding queue hundreds of meters long. As Lu Huang and his group joined the crowd, they suddenly heard an exclamation from ahead. "Hey, isn't that this year's national champion?" "Oh, Champion Lu. I'm your fan, could you sign something for me?" Someone nearby immediately deflated the mood. "Weren't you one of his haters? Just yesterday I saw you posting memes about him online saying Champion Lu only became powerful because he latched onto some high-tier wealthy female expert, relying on certain favors to become a top student. Wow, what do you know? That's called natural progression through deep connection. Your wife is so plain and boring, but I don't see any benefits from that." "Oomph, you don't understand anything. You can't see the benefits when they're happening. Wait, that's not right. My wife has such fair skin. How can you call her plain? What's plain about her?" The crowd whispered among themselves, and more people looked over upon hearing the commotion, immediately recognizing Lu Huang. His online popularity had been extremely high recently, and with only a month having passed since the enrollment ceremony, being recognized was perfectly normal. Perhaps in a few more months, such situations might not occur as frequently. Many people lit up their communicators, eager to take photos with Lu Huang as mementos, creating quite a lively scene. Several teammates exchanged glances, suddenly remembering that this person before them was actually a celebrity. Although they all shared the same level potential, none of them could match Lu Huang's college entrance exam scores or the attention he garnered at the entrance ceremony. Watching the crowd surrounding him now, they felt a complex mix of emotions. It would be a lie to say they weren't envious. In this era, popularity equaled fame, fame meant wealth, and wealth often translated to faster growth. The old saying, "tall trees catch the wind," posed no real threat in today's base cities. The protective networks established by various professionals were impenetrable, and anyone who harmed a celebrity within the city would quickly be caught. Even in secret realms, if a famous person died under suspicious circumstances, it would trigger a thorough investigation. If killed by alien creatures, people would merely sigh. If killed by fellow humans, it would become a major incident. In an age of invasion by myriad races, humanity would have perished long ago if they continued endless infighting. Not to mention a genius like Lu Huang, if he died under mysterious circumstances, the consequences would be unthinkable. In short, the benefits of fame far outweighed the drawbacks. However, Lu Huang was now experiencing firsthand the only real downside. People constantly approached him for photos and autographs, and the noise was driving him crazy, forcing him to wave them away. Several rejected students immediately scowled and muttered under their breath about him acting like a diva. Fanya noticed his predicament and quickly pulled him to a quiet spot, handing him a pure white mask. "Your popularity hasn't died down yet. Why don't you wear this for now?" Lu Huang had always disliked masks. They felt stuffy, but after weighing his options, he put it on. Fanya then retrieved a white-based long robe and a fake hair bun from her spatial ring. "I love cosplay, so I've collected quite a few outfits for both men and women. This set goes perfectly with the mask." Lu Huang changed into the clothes and tightened the belt. The lightweight fabric conformed to his body shape, automatically adjusting while being stain-resistant, dust-proof, warm in winter and cool in summer. Clearly an excellent grade treasure. Though it had no combat attributes, it was worth millions. For a fourth-tier professional, this was no small sum. Yet Fanya seemed completely unconcerned. "Senior, let me transfer you the money." Lu Huang opened his account. Fanya waved her hand. "No need. My mom's a tailor, so the cost is nothing, and it's not even combat equipment." The robe carried a faint scent of cosmetics, and Lu Huang believed she wasn't lying. But he still transferred 1 million pocket change for him, and it saved him from owing a favor. The money was quickly returned. Fanya put her hands on her hips and glared at him. "What's this supposed to mean? Don't I have any say as your senior? We're all from the same sect, so consider it a welcome gift from me. Okay." Lu Huang smiled helplessly and could only nod in agreement. "All right then, I won't be polite," he said as he accepted the equipment Fanya handed him. Though he couldn't help but reflect inwardly. He really didn't have much of a relationship with Fanya and her team. Although they all shared the same master, Yin Wu-wei, what truly mattered in university were the Awakener squads you formed or joined. Only those with compatible personalities and abilities had the chance to explore secret realms together and grow side by side. After graduation, these teams would most likely join the same guild as a unit, like a mature startup team being absorbed wholesale by the guild, and it wouldn't take long before they started generating profits. However, Fanya's team was somewhat special. Yin Wu-wei had very few disciples to begin with, and they happened to have officially formed a team within the school, naturally making their bonds tighter and deeper. Fanya led Lu Huang back to the group. When the others saw Lu Huang in his new gear, his ordinary military training uniform replaced by a sleekly tailored combat suit, with a psychic energy canister hanging at his waist, looked several levels more handsome, and they couldn't help but marvel. Wu Cheng especially had envy, jealousy, and hatred written all over his face. Zhou immediately recognized it as Fang Ye's own clothing and quickly channeled her psychic power to transmit privately. Captain, why did you give him your combat suit? Are you trying to recruit him into our team? Fang Ye shook her head and replied through psychic transmission, you're overthinking it. With this guy's potential, even if I wanted to recruit him, I couldn't keep him. But since we're fellow disciples, building good relationships can't hurt, and this suit isn't worth much money anyway. Hearing this, Zhou was still somewhat dissatisfied and complained through transmission. Humph, our mentor too, making us babysit this guy. Wu Cheng's anger isn't unreasonable, right? No matter how talented he is, that's his business. What does it have to do with us? I didn't need his family's rice. Honestly, I'm a bit annoyed with him too. Fang Ye could only soothe her again. All right. Even if you're annoyed, don't show it on your face. Junior Lu isn't petty, but if we really offend him badly, he'll have plenty of ways to get back at us later, and then you'll only be more annoyed. Zhou giggled with an ambiguous tone. According to the captain's logic, if we make him happy now, will he make me happy in the future? Ugh, you little minx. Fang Ye replied with exasperated amusement. Amid the laughter and banter, the group passed through the entrance inspection and officially stepped into the secret realm. Space suddenly twisted, like a scene being kneaded by giant hands, instantly stretching and contracting. Lu Huang felt the scenery before his eyes tumbling, and when he opened them again, the sky was as gloomy as a lowered iron curtain, with dark brown mountain ranges stretching endlessly in the distance, while cold winds howled carrying sand and gravel. The Black Mountain secret realm, they had arrived. Gazing at the dark, lightless world and the endless stretches of Black Mountain ranges, Lu Huang couldn't help but marvel at how perfectly fitting the name of this secret realm was. After entering the Black Mountain secret realm, the group boarded their waiting aircraft to venture deeper into the territory. The chaotic spiritual energy here suppressed their flight speed to half of what it would be in the outside world, though it was still several times faster than traveling on foot or flying with spiritual instruments. The aircraft's interior spanned roughly 100 square meters, with metallic walls gleaming coldly and scattered instruments and light screens giving the vessel a distinctly technological atmosphere. Fang Ye stood before the main control screen, her 10 fingers dancing rapidly as data and images continuously switched across the display. Moments later, a string of red dots appeared on the screen, and she smiled slightly. Junior Lu, there's a pack of third-tier black armored beasts 3 kilometers ahead. The strongest individual is a 4th-tier perfect elite bloodline. I'll leave them to you. Lu Huang understood that Fang Ye had specifically selected this target for his training. He nodded lightly, and as the cabin door opened, he leaped out. In the howling mountain wind, a spirit sword steadily supported his feet, carrying him forward like a streak of light. As the cabin door closed, Fang Ye continued issuing orders. Wu Cheng, patrol the perimeter and don't let any 4th-tier beasts break through. Zhou, Yin Tai, keep an eye on Lu Huang and provide immediate support if he can't handle it. Wu Cheng felt displeased and snorted coldly. Do we really need to be so cautious over a mere pack of 3rd-tier beasts? If he can't even handle this level of opponent, what's he doing out here training for? Despite his harsh words, he still mounted a flying blade and rushed out of the cabin. Zhou, with her twin ponytails, shrugged and followed along with the burly Yin Tai, each riding their own magical instruments. Fang Ye, remaining in the aircraft, shook her head and double-checked the radar formation's coverage range. All spiritual energy fluctuations within a 10-kilometer radius were under her surveillance, allowing her to issue warnings at the first sign of any anomaly. Meanwhile, Lu Huang was already sword-riding through the mountain ranges. In the distance, a grayish-black swarm of creatures crouched among the cliff faces and shrubs, their carapaces reflecting tiny glints of light like scales. Black armored beasts were insectoid creatures with armor-like shells and giant pincers that gleamed with cold light. This pack numbered over 500, with nearly 400 having cultivation below the 3rd tier, while the remaining 100+ had all reached the 3rd tier. A warning cry suddenly pierced through the forest. A scout black armored beast hidden in the dense woods was the first to lock onto the intruder, its sharp insect call instantly echoing throughout the valley. Black armored beasts with armored wings on their backs took flight one after another, their wings creating a deep humming sound in the air, with energy resonance producing visible ripples. Go! Upon reaching the optimal distance, Lu Huang showed no hesitation. With a flick of his sleeve, a river of swords thunderously materialized. Over 2,000 iron swords surged like a torrential wave, cascading down from above and instantly engulfing the entire black armored beast pack. Sparks flew as blades clashed against carapaces, the continuous ringing of metal against metal echoing like 2 small armies locked in fierce battle. Despite the weakening effects of the energy ripples and energy armor, Lu Huang's iron sword still possessed formidable power, capable of delivering fatal threats to black-armored beasts below the third tier. However, when facing true third-tier black-armored beasts, the sword's edge appeared much dimmer, with a single strike barely able to penetrate their defenses. Lu Huang simply spread both hands wide, and nearly 100 fine-grade treasure swords whistled forth, merging into the sword river constructed of iron blades. Amid the clashing of metal, the sword river surged toward the beast tide with thunderous force. Ordinary third-tier advanced exotic beasts found their shells cracking and blood spattering under the violent sword chi, unable to resist even without Lu Huang employing additional sword techniques. Yet this was merely the beginning. Several rare-grade spirit swords emanating faint spiritual light lurked in the depths of the sword river, occasionally breaking through the surface, occasionally weaving and circling. Each flash of cold light was accompanied by sharp screams. Even third-tier perfection elite black-armored beasts would writhe and howl in pain under the spirit swords. In the high sky behind, Zhou Ru and Yin Tai arrived just in time to witness this shocking spectacle. They say once a Swordmaster takes shape, their same-tier combat power is terrifyingly formidable. The burly man Yin Tai widened his eyes, unable to help but sigh. I didn't believe it before, but now I'm truly convinced. Beside him, the little girl opened her cherry-like mouth wide, her face full of excitement. He's killing so satisfyingly. If I could control this many ice spikes at once and shoot them all out in one go, it would definitely be amazing. Yin Tai glanced at her. Swordmasters consume much less mental energy when controlling their natal swords. If you want to control this many ice spikes at once, you'd probably need to reach the 5th tier, right? Zhou Ru shook her head, gently swaying her ponytail. 4th tier perfection would be enough. My mental power has already been amplified by other abilities within the same tier. While the two conversed, Lu Huang continued his massacre. Yin Tai crossed his arms and shrugged with a sigh. Looks like we don't need to help. This guy alone is worth a small squad. No, an entire legion. His group slaughter ability is simply outrageous. Zhou Ru pulled out a lollipop, tore off the wrapper, and put it in her mouth, the candy stick sliding into her throat as she sucked on it delicately. As the sweetness spread, her voice was muffled but couldn't hide her curiosity. I'm more interested in knowing how many natal swords he can control at most right now. Yin Tai surveyed the dense sword river and made a quick mental calculation. According to Swordmaster conventions, if they're all ordinary iron swords, he could simultaneously control at least 10,000. No wait, possibly 20,000. He recalled Lu Huang's battle with Wu Cheng, when his opponent had simultaneously wielded nearly 200 rare-grade spirit swords. Before he finished speaking, Zhou Ru shook her head again. Once the numbers go up, you can't simply calculate it as 10 times the mental consumption. 100 iron swords might equal the burden of one spirit sword, but the consumption of 10,000 iron swords is far greater than 100. Reminded of this, Yin Tai scratched his head and suddenly understood. Oh right, controlled objects also interfere with each other's mental power consumption. I've never controlled over 100 items. No wonder I had no concept of it. Yin Tai's profession was that of an armored warrior, and he only controlled 32 layers of armor. Each additional layer greatly increased his defensive power, which explained his misjudgment of Lu Huang's true strength. Zhou Ru's calling was as a water manipulator, and the techniques and skills she learned at the Blade Academy were all related to sharpness, so when she controlled water to form ice and shaped it into ice spikes, it was also about quantity. Because of this, she understood the relationship between quantity and mental energy consumption better than anyone. Little Zhou, what do you think is the maximum number Lu Huang can control? While watching Lu Huang's sword manipulation, she slowly sucked on the lollipop in her mouth, her tongue swirling around the candy surface. After a moment, she gave her conclusion. I think his limit is probably around 4,000 swords. Zhou Ru already held Lu Huang in high regard after all. Most third-tier perfection sword masters could only control about 2,000 ordinary natal swords. However, she still underestimated him. Lu Huang possessed the special enhancement of the great swordsman realm, giving him mental power far beyond his peers. Combined with high tenuous training, he had reduced waste and gained technique in his mental energy usage. If he went all out, he should be able to simultaneously control over 7,000 flying swords. But Lu Huang wasn't satisfied. My goal is 10,000 swords. I need to pull off a 10,000 swords return to origin to feel satisfied. He calculated in his mind. If he broke through to third-tier great swordsman and his sword control could leap directly to 10,000, he could perform a budget version of 10,000 swords return to origin. As his thoughts churned, the flying swords swept like a raging tide, completely annihilating hundreds of third-tier black armored beasts. From beginning to end, not a single black armored beast broke through that sword river. The battle was a one-sided slaughter, so clean it lacked any danger. Witnessing the entire process, everyone recalled their own performance at the third tier. Even if several of them joined forces, they could never achieve such overwhelming dominance. At this moment, all eyes carried envy. Even Wu Cheng, who had been quite critical of Lu Huang, fell silent, feeling as if his chest had been struck by a heavy hammer. This kid is too fierce. If I really offend him badly, I'm afraid there'll be no good outcome. Forget it. Let him have his moment. I, Wu Cheng, am not someone who likes to compete for the spotlight anyway. I'll avoid his edge. He reluctantly found himself an excuse. When the battle ended, Fanya controlled the aircraft to land. The cabin door opened, and she released hundreds of football-sized mechanical puppets, scattering them into the mountains to collect black soul grass. Taking advantage of the break, Fanya called out to her teammates, "See that? This is the value of a national champion." Then she looked at Lu Huang. "Junior Lu, your combat ability puts me at ease. Now I dare to take you deeper into the secret realm." Lu Huang nodded. He knew this was Fanya's test, so he hadn't held back otherwise. Even with just 100 rare-grade spirit swords, he could still easily wipe out this beast horde. Actively revealing part of his strength was telling his teammates, "I don't need babysitting, and I won't be a burden." No amount of words could be as convincing as actual combat. The change in Zhou Ru and the others' attitudes was the best proof. Previously, this little girl had only politely given Lu Huang a brief smile and couldn't be bothered to say much. Now she actively approached him, smiling as she discussed object manipulation techniques. "Little Junior Lu, wasn't that just amazing? I'm so envious of you, controlling so many at once. Teach me. I don't believe you can achieve such scale just through calling characteristics alone." Lu Huang felt like her words weren't just about sword control, but he couldn't find fault with them had indeed controlled many swords simultaneously and densely. So he could only explain his insights step by step, breaking them down for her. How much she could comprehend would depend on the little girl's fortune. The mechanical puppets quickly filled their storage compartments. Fanya recalled them, and everyone boarded the aircraft again, speeding toward their new target. This time, it would be real training. A mechanically styled aircraft pressed forward relentlessly through the gloomy sky, sweeping over ridge after ridge of desolate, barren mountains. Scattered signs of alien creature activity were swiftly marked by radar, and just as quickly dismissed by the aircraft. Their levels were too low, and stopping to hunt them would only waste precious time. Secret realms operate by their own laws, making it impossible for human awakeners to remain for extended periods. Take the Black Mountain Secret Realm, for example. Awakeners who linger too long experience rapid vision deterioration, eventually developing night blindness. Experts attribute this phenomenon to realm rejection and solemnly advise everyone not to dawdle in secret realms. For those short on cultivation funds, they suggest renting out spare properties or purchasing high-quality eye protection potions. The internet's unanimous response to such advice is always the same. Experts, please stop giving suggestions. Precisely because of these time constraints, maximizing gains within the shortest possible time frame has become the ultimate challenge for every awakener. Wu Cheng and the others' previous dissatisfaction with Lu Huang was related to this very issue in their eyes. Regardless of his talent, Lu Huang was ultimately just a third-tier cultivator who would inevitably drag down a fourth-tier team. However, after witnessing his true capabilities, such concerns instantly evaporated. Based on Lu Huang's performance, even if placed in a same-tier team, he could contribute more than an ordinary fourth-tier beginner. Among the 4 team members, Fanya possessed the highest cultivation at fourth-tier peak, while Wu Cheng, Hai Tianyue, and Zhang Xiao were all fourth-tier advanced. Lu Huang's current level roughly equated to fourth-tier intermediate. While not decisive in determining victory or defeat, he certainly wouldn't be a burden. Based on their current combat strength, Fanya set their sights on a relatively weak, fourth-tier beast horde. It should be noted that virtually all alien beasts capable of reaching the fourth tier possess elite bloodlines. Even the weakest fourth-tier beast horde poses a far greater threat than third-tier colonies, because each additional fourth-tier beast means another elite bloodline individual. In unknown combat, same-level elite beasts aren't particularly frightening. Even Fanya, who leaned toward support roles, could easily slay them. However, when multiple elites form a horde and possess higher cultivation levels, humans can only temporarily avoid confrontation. The aircraft cruised at low altitude along the continuous Black Mountains with its concealment array fully activated. As long as they didn't actively expose themselves, most fourth-tier alien beasts couldn't detect its presence. This was one of the reasons Hai Tianyue had initially emphasized to Lu Huang that aircraft are essential for expeditions. Relying solely on artifact-assisted flight made it extremely easy for beasts to spot them first, inviting encirclement and unnecessary complications. Moreover, aircraft possessed numerous functions, with concealment being just one of them. After 2.5 hours, Fanya's tense expression finally broke into a smile. Clear data appeared on the light screen projected by the radar array. Species, Black Armored Beast. Total count, 1,236. Fourth-tier count, 18. Strongest individuals, 5 fourth-tier intermediate. This beast horde was both formidable and manageable, falling perfectly within the team's safe operational parameters. The only variable was how many resources they would need to expend. With their target confirmed, Fangya began outlining their tactical approach. Same old strategy. Wu Cheng takes point. Yan Tai handles the heavy lifting. Zhou Ru goes for the kills. And as for Lu Huang, just adapt as needed. As Fangya finished speaking, she activated her cultivation technique, and over 1,000 hair-thin silver needles instantly slid from her sleeves. The needle tips shimmered with pale blue energy, falling like glowing rain as they all penetrated into Lu Huang and the others' bodies. In an instant, Lu Huang felt as if countless springs had opened throughout his limbs and meridians, with waves of vital energy surging higher and higher, his speed, reflexes, and perception amplified several times over. He estimated silently that if he were to control his flying swords now, he could manage at least 1,000 more blades. What incredible enhancement abilities! Lu Huang looked up, meeting Fang Ya's gaze directly, the shock in his expression completely undisguised. Zhou Ru noticed his surprise and leaned against his shoulder with a light laugh. How's it feel getting buffed by Sister Fang? This is just a basic enhancement. If Sister Fang used her 19 divine needles and filled every one of your acupoints, you'd be absolutely flying high. Let Sister Fang buff you a few more times and you'll see. Lu Huang glanced at her, feeling like these people's way of talking was inappropriately suggestive, and he couldn't be the only one thinking that. He shook his head irritably, figuring his own mind might not be entirely pure either, and decided not to dwell on it. The aircraft's cabin door opened, deck wind pressure hitting their faces as they flew out one by one on their artifacts. Wu Cheng charged ahead, his expression radiating barely concealed arrogance. His gaze seemed casual but deliberately swept over Lu Huang as he thought coldly. Humph, now I'll show you Wu's true strength. I just need to show off a little to blind your titanium eyes. The group flew through the air on their artifacts, quickly reaching the airspace above the black-armored beast horde. Wu Cheng was first to unleash 9 rare-grade flying daggers, their blade light crisscrossing as they slashed downward. Compared to the beast horde Lu Huang had encountered before, this group of black-armored beasts was clearly stronger. Over a dozen 4th-tier black-armored beasts resembled moving mountains, nearly 10 meters long, their back armor wings creating turbine-like roars when they vibrated. Under their leadership, over 1,000 black-armored beasts beat their wings in unison, spreading vast invisible energy ripples that instantly annihilated any 3rd-tier or lower-ranged attacks that came near. Lu Huang had already released all his natal flying swords, forming a sword river that rushed downward, but upon touching those ripples, the swords seemed to sink into a swamp. Their speed drastically reduced. Even when they hit, they could barely scratch the creature's shells. Wu Cheng had already noticed this scene and kept his expression neutral, though he was secretly delighted. He had deliberately waited for Lu Huang to attack first so the comparison would highlight his own prowess. As soon as the thought formed, his 9 flying daggers shot through the air, several sharp blade energies tearing through the energy ripples and forcibly cutting open a gap. The daggers maintained their momentum, drilling into the beast horde for repeated kills, instantly shredding several black-armored beasts to pieces. With the situation broken open, before Lu Huang could follow up, Zhou Ru had already seized the initiative. She raised her hand, sending over 1,000 prepared ice spikes cascading down through the path the flying daggers had carved. The ice spikes shot left and right along the way, piercing through the shells of black-armored beasts on both flanks. 3rd-tier and lower black-armored beasts struck by several ice spikes instantly froze solid, then shattered into fragments upon hitting the ground. The 3rd-tier black-armored beasts, pierced by several ice spikes, had their speed drastically reduced and movements became sluggish, with the energy circulation within their bodies significantly weakened. The 2 fighters' attacks connected almost seamlessly, their coordination meshing like interlocking gears. Before the black-armored beast leaders could react, over 200 of their subordinates on the outer perimeter had already fallen. Roar! Several deafening roars erupted. The black-armored beast leaders forcibly activated their bloodline talents, and crimson patterns began glowing across their outer shells, with the hardness of their armor visibly surging. Immediately after, they shattered the ground beneath them and charged toward the group with fierce momentum. Zhou Ru and Wu Cheng had just exhausted their first round of skills, and their bodies entered a brief period of fatigue, forcing them to retreat. At this moment, Yan Tai suddenly stepped forward, positioning himself in front of the 3. His entire body surged with vital energy as blood-red armor plates emerged like scales, quickly embedding into his muscles to form overlapping protective layers. The next moment, he plunged into the beast horde. Incredibly, all the black-armored beasts seemed drawn by a magnet, uniformly turning their direction to attack him frantically, while completely ignoring Lu Huang and the others behind him. Nearly 1,000 black-armored beasts struck simultaneously, yet Yan Tai remained unmoved, forcibly withstanding the impact. Lu Huang couldn't help but be secretly amazed. This defense was simply monstrous. However, another question arose in his mind: wasn't the Imperial Edge Academy known for its sharpness? What connection did Yan Tai's tank role have with being sharp? The answer was soon revealed. Yan Tai, who had been merely taking hits, suddenly erupted with blood-red radiance throughout his body, with each piece of blood armor transforming into sharp spikes that burst forth in all directions. He became like a spinning sea urchin, directly piercing through over 100 black-armored beasts. Quick, follow up the attack, or old Tai won't be able to hold on. As soon as Zhou Ru finished speaking, Lu Huang deployed over 1,000 of his natal swords, swarming through the gap that Yin Tai had torn open. The energy ripples created by the spikes left a brief vacuum, allowing the flying swords to penetrate the beast horde unobstructed, forming a brilliant silver sword river that slaughtered wildly. This time, Lu Huang deployed over 2,000 natal swords, with over 100 being excellent-grade treasure swords and more than 10 being rare-grade spirit swords. Such a configuration was still within his control range, allowing him to precisely manipulate each one. If the number increased further, while the power wouldn't drop suddenly, the mental burden would be too great, making him vulnerable to mental-type enemies' counter-control and prone to friendly fire in chaotic battles. So Lu Huang rarely went all out. At this moment, with his firepower suppression combined with Zhou Ru and the others' coordination, this beast horde seemed vulnerable. The instant the sword river charged in, over 300 black-armored beasts were instantly dismembered, like a blade cutting through vegetables. By the time the other black-armored beasts reacted, the sword river was already surrounded and trapped in fierce combat. Lu Huang could clearly sense his mental power consumption skyrocketing, and the sword edges were rapidly wearing down. Fourth-tier beast hordes were indeed troublesome. If he faced them alone, even if he ultimately won, he would lose more than half his flying swords. Ordinary sword cultivators, even with his level of output, would need days of rest after such a battle. Fortunately, Lu Huang had ample sword reserves. Losing one batch meant switching to another, which wasn't a major problem. Moreover, his teammates didn't give him much chance to struggle. The flying swords were surrounded for only an instant before Wu Cheng tore open the encirclement with 9 flying knives. Immediately after, Zhou Ru manipulated ice spears to pierce through, and the black-armored beast numbers plummeted. More than 10 minutes later, the battle finally ended, with gray-black beast corpses scattered across the ground telling the tale of carnage. All four breathed a long sigh of relief, exhaustion and excitement coexisting as knowing smiles appeared on their faces. Fanya piloted the aircraft down slowly, and the communicator's holographic screen popped up, automatically generating the battle report. Come on, guess who the MVP is this time? Upon hearing Fanya's words, everyone's eyes immediately lit up. Wu Cheng straightened his back at once, casually shrugging his shoulders while keeping his peripheral vision locked firmly on Lu Huang. As the team striker, his damage output was consistently maxed out in nearly every match. Normally, either he or Zhou Ru would claim the MVP title never went to anyone else. To compete with Lu Huang, he had secretly messaged Zhou Ru before this battle, asking her not to steal his kills. Zhou Ru readily agreed, leaving almost all the final strikes to him. While the aircraft's combat scanning system considered multiple factors when determining MVP, kill count carried the heaviest weight. In other words, who else could claim this round's MVP but him, Wu Cheng? He tilted his head to a 45-degree angle, as if admiring the cabin's lighting, though his mouth couldn't help but stretch into a grin that nearly reached his ears. The thought of showing off in front of Lu Huang made his heart race with excitement. Even his breathing felt lighter than usual. On the other side of the cabin wall, Zhou Ru and Yin Tai immediately pulled up the electronic battle report. The screen flickered with blue light as the two exchanged glances, their eyes filled with surprise. Wu Cheng deliberately didn't rush overcharging up to check the data, now would be beneath him. Excellent students always handled their report cards with casual indifference. This was the demeanor befitting the strong. Still, he caught his teammates' stunned expressions from the corner of his eye, making his heart bloom with joy. My performance this time must have been absolutely explosive, right? Even they're shocked by me. No matter how talented Lu Huang is, he'll have to step aside. Wu Cheng's mind quickly painted the scene. Lu Huang humbly calling him Senior Wu Cheng, while he generously shared some combat insights. How magnanimous, how graceful. The thought of this conversation nearly made him laugh out loud. However, what reached his ears next was like a thunderbolt. Wow, Junior Lu, you're amazing. Zhou Ru's eyes shone like 2 light bulbs as she pressed her fists against her chin, completely transformed into a fangirl. I was so busy slashing those black armor beasts that I didn't even notice your huge contribution. No wonder the kills felt so easy. Turns out you'd already cut them down to half health with your natal sword. Yin Tai nodded emphatically. Exactly. While you two were focused on damage output, I nearly got ambushed by black armor beasts several times, but brother Lu Huang blocked them all. Though those minor injuries wouldn't have been fatal for me, avoiding them is obviously better. It saves potions and gets me back into fighting condition faster. Though he spoke calmly, his words hit Wu Cheng like a thunderclap. Previously, both Zhou Ru and Wu Cheng had assumed that with Yin Tai's defense, taking a few hits wouldn't matter much, so intervention wasn't necessary. But Yin Tai was still flesh, and blood pain didn't disappear just because his skin was tough. He'd always been quiet and reluctant to mention such trivial matters, afraid of being called dramatic. Over time, no one paid attention anymore. It seemed everyone treated the tank position as pain immunity. But that wasn't the case at all. During the recent battle, Yantai had nearly been ambushed by the frenzied black-armored beasts several times. In the past, he would have chosen to tough it out alone. Just as the heavy black armor was about to reach his back, a silver sword curtain woven from over 100 natal flying swords would slice through the air in time, blocking fangs and claws. It was Lu Huang's sword formation, orbiting around Yantai like protective satellites, needing only to hold for a moment before Yantai could turn and swing his axe, splitting the attacking black-armored beasts into bloody pieces. After the battle ended, with dark red beast blood still steaming on the ground, Yantai suddenly realized he had emerged almost completely unharmed. Usually after such encounters, he would have at least a few terrible claw marks on his body, but now he couldn't find even a scratch on his skin. For a moment, he felt both unaccustomed to this and filled with warmth from being quietly looked after. The usually taciturn man spoke his thoughts directly, his voice even carrying a hint of grievance. No one ever looked out for me before. Finally, I don't have to tough it out alone. Zhou heard him clearly and immediately set aside her usual cheerfulness, switching to a gentle tone. I'm sorry, Brother Tai. I'll definitely pay more attention from now on, and make sure you don't get hurt again. Yantai grunted in response, saying no more, afraid that talking too much would make him seem overly sentimental. Instead, he raised his hand and gave Lu Huang's shoulder a hearty pat, flashing his trademark bold smile. I owe you a drink. Lu Huang smiled faintly and nodded slightly for him. Deploying his flying swords to protect teammates was just a natural action. He hadn't expected such a small gesture to earn such direct friendship from Yantai. Sometimes, the distance between people closes quietly through such small details. Meanwhile, Fanya wiped her staff while checking the electronic battle report, a gentle smile playing at her lips. A single battle had been enough for their teammates to accept Lu Huang, and she felt genuinely happy about ithermony among classmates was always a good thing. However, she soon noticed something seemed missing from the atmosphere. Wu Cheng, who usually loved to talk and show off, was now silent as if someone had pressed his mute button. Fanya turned her head to see Wu Cheng with his back to everyone, shoulders trembling slightly, his toes gripping the flying blade beneath his feet so tightly that the edge hummed and vibrated, as if it might shatter at any moment. Wu Cheng wanted nothing more than to find a crack in the ground to crawl into, his mind frantically repeating, damn, this is so embarrassing. Social death, social death, social death. Hopefully no one noticed, right? Thank God I didn't speak up earlier. Shit. While everyone was praising Lu Huang, he had snuck a glance at the battle report. His personal kill count was higher than Lu Huang's, but his team contribution score was far behind. In the final overall rating, Lu Huang had steadily surpassed him to claim MVP. Wu Cheng had focused entirely on racking up kills, only to turn around and find, wait, Lu Huang got MVP. The feeling was both sour and bitter. But he also understood the electronic battle report's algorithm looking only at kills without considering the bigger picture would be dismissing his teammates' contributions. Yantai tanking in front, Fanya providing buffs and healing from behind. Everyone's contributions were clearly recorded in the data. After calming down, he had to admit this battle had been ridiculously easy, had never harvested black-armored beasts so effortlessly before. Fine, you're good. Wu Cheng took a long look at Lu Huang, but said nothing more. Making provocative remarks at this point would be rather impolite. Wu Cheng wasn't some hothead, nor had his intelligence been compromised. Certainly wouldn't be foolish enough to completely antagonize Lu Huang. While the group discussed tactical details, Fanya had already brought the sleek silver-gray aircraft to a steady landing. The hatch opened, and dozens of mechanical puppets gleaming with metallic luster filed out, in orderly fashion, some wielding plasma-cutting blades to dismember beast carcasses, others shouldering armored cases to collect herbs and minerals. Soon they had the debris-strewn battlefield organized and spotless. Lu Huang, Zhou, and Wu Cheng leaned against the aircraft's hull to rest. The air still carried the mingled scents of charred flesh and blood, but all three were in high spirits, quietly comparing their respective gains. Fanya worked rapidly on her holographic terminal to calculate their earnings, her voice bubbling with barely contained excitement. Excellent. After deducting costs for potions, pills, and equipment wear, our net profit is nearly 30 million. Combat against exotic beasts always came at a steep price. Battle stimulants consumed, recovery pills used, equipment cracks, and even runic wear all had to be immediately repaired, or they'd face serious problems in the next fight. Previously, when facing beast hordes of similar scale, Fanya's squad not only fought much harder, but barely pocketed 20 million. Now with Lu Huang added to their ranks, they'd earn nearly 10 million more, while expending less than half their usual energy. A difference in returns was obvious to all. Everyone understood perfectly, and their gazes toward Lu Huang carried genuine warmth. Little Zhou remembered how she'd initially worried about having to babysit him, her cheeks burning with embarrassment. Thank goodness she hadn't been mouthy back then, or she would have offended a truly formidable fighter today. She secretly pondered Fang Ye's earlier words about keeping Lu Huang happy, so he'll keep you happy. Suddenly finding them deeply meaningful, she hadn't even made him happy yet, but he'd already left them all thoroughly satisfied. At this thought, the girl shivered, goosebumps rising on her arms as even her earlobes grew slightly damp. During the distribution phase, Fang Ye decisively announced, Junior Lu, you take 10 million. Your natal sword suffered the most damage and needs funds for repairs. The teammates voiced their agreement in unison, and Lu Huang gladly accepted. In truth, his natal sword bore only a few fine scratches along the edge, which would self-repair once placed in his sword domain space. Even if the next battle came too soon for full recovery, he had countless substitutes within his sword domain. A brand new natal sword was born every second, making it nearly impossible to run out of options. For Lu Huang, money was merely a side benefit. The truly priceless gain was growth and combat power. Each swing that claimed a life, each drop of blood essence that stained his blade, deepened his killing intent. The soul energy released by dying beasts was completely absorbed by his soul-devouring sword-nurturing technique, converting into his soul power reserves. The third realm of sword mastery required fusing with the master sword soul, while auxiliary swords beyond the master sword needed only simple soul nurturing. The more abundant the soul power, the stronger the auxiliary swords became. Upon reaching the fourth realm, a swordmaster could perform soul resonance, causing 10,000 swords to vibrate in harmony and unleash world-destroying symphonies. Lu Huang examined his sword domain space internally. Over 1,000 iron swords now bore a faint soul radiance along their blades. More than 100 treasure swords showed denser soul power, their spines seemingly shrouded in dark mist. Most striking were the 9 spirit swords, around whose edges swirled the phantom images of black-armored beasts. These soul shadows writhed like smoke, their claws and fangs alternately coalescing and dispersing as they circled above the sword bodies, though they had yet to fully take shape. Once fully formed, these natal swords would gain additional attributes based on their sword soul types, such as increased speed or enhanced defense. Lu Huang wasn't in any rush, only by first selecting the most compatible sword soul for his primary sword, then infusing his auxiliary swords with similar soul types, could he squeeze out their maximum potential. For now, he focused on accumulating soul power to prepare for the upcoming soul fusion. Over the following days, Lu Huang and his teammates traversed the Black Mountain secret realm. Scaling jagged ridges and navigating through pitch-black canyons, they hunted various exotic beasts while collecting their mission target, black soul grass. The grass had blade-sharp leaves that were completely black, blending almost seamlessly with the soil in the dim environment, nearly impossible to distinguish without exceptional eyesight. In just a few days, their storage pouches were filled with thick bundles of black soul grass leaves. The trials of real combat proved immensely beneficial to Lu Huang. Each sword strike, each dodge, silently accumulated killing intent and soul power. His control over his natal swords grew increasingly refined, and the number of swords he could simultaneously command increased dramatically with just a thought. Cold light would streak through the air with trajectories so precise they seemed naturally carved into the atmosphere. Once again, the battlefield proved to be the fastest forge for tempering combat prowess. Another development filled Lu Huang with growing excitement. His cultivation was steadily advancing, bringing him within half a step of the mysterious, grand Swordmaster realm. During his previous seclusion, large amounts of residual energy had accumulated in his body without being fully absorbed now. Through continuous battles, this energy was finally being extracted. He estimated privately that if he maintained the right pace, he might actually have a chance to break through to the Grand Swordmaster realm before leaving the secret realm. Of course, Lu Huang understood this was merely wishful thinking. Advancing to Grand Swordmaster required complex resources, and relying solely on combat to exhaust his body's residual power had its limits. If only he could obtain suitable cultivation resources from the Black Mountain secret realm, just like he had in the Little Thunderpool secret realm. This thought flashed through his mind, and he immediately asked Fang Ye if she had any relevant leads. Fang Ye pondered for a moment, then delivered surprisingly good news. You know what? You really shouldn't say that. There actually are third-tier cultivation resources suitable for sword cultivators in this Black Mountain secret realm. Her tone shifted as she shook her head with a bitter smile. But those places are far too dangerous for us with our current strength. We might not make it out alive. Lu Huang frowned slightly. Sister Fang, could you elaborate? That area produces not only black soul grass, but also a mineral called iron soul stone. I don't need to explain how valuable that is to you sword cultivators, do I? Fang Ye got straight to the point. Lu Huang nodded. Iron soul stones comprised a major portion of the resources needed for third-tier sword cultivators. They could strengthen sword bodies, nourish sword souls, and enhance the cultivator's own advancement. He understood this all too well. Fang Ye continued. The real trouble lies with the exotic beasts guarding the mining area. They're most likely fourth-tier peak level, With herds numbering at least 3,000. Our small team could handle the leader, but once we're exhausted, the remaining beast tide would swarm. You see, even ants can devour an elephant. Lu Huang understood what this meant. For ordinary practitioner teams, assassination wasn't difficult. The challenge was surviving the retreat afterward. For him personally, the sheer number of beasts wasn't an absolute obstacle. The real test was whether he could eliminate the leader in the shortest time possible, suppressing the overall combat effectiveness from its source. He lowered his head in contemplation, weighing the pros and cons, his eyes flashing with cold light across the shadowy mountain walls. After several breaths, he raised his head with unwavering determination. Senior Fanya, I think we can do this. His eyes blazed with intensity, as if he could already envision vast quantities of iron soul stones transforming into nourishment for sword souls. The bigger the waves, the more valuable the fish. Huh? Who are you planning to take on? Me. Fanya was stunned at first, then realized Lu Huang was talking about taking on the exotic beasts. Her delicate eyebrows furrowed as she immediately waved her hands to stop him. No way. That's way too dangerous. That beast horde has a fourth-tier peak exotic beast leading it. It's completely different from anything we've encountered before. The cold lighting inside the aircraft cast harsh shadows, while clouds churned outside the portholes. Zhou Ru and the other teammates heard the commotion and gathered around. Zhou Ru's voice was grave as she agreed. Junior Lu, Sister Fong is right. We're in way over our heads here. Let's stick to what we can handle. The rewards are already high enough. She turned to point at the surveillance footage outside, memories flooding back. You haven't seen what it looks like when over 3,000 exotic beasts swarm together. Don't think it's just double the numbers. When quantity reaches its limit, it becomes a qualitative change. If we really try to force this, we could be completely wiped out. Lu Huang nodded to show he understood, but his tone remained calm. But what if I could guarantee to hold back all the exotic beasts below fourth tier? At these words, Fangya and the others exchanged glances. Zhou Ru stared at Lu Huang, wondering to herself, has this junior gotten cocky from our recent victories? How could he possibly hold back over 3,000 exotic beasts by himself? That's a terrifying torrent that could crush our entire squad at any moment. She decided to be direct. Junior Lu, I know you can fire a lot, but even if you launched 4,000 flying swords at once, you couldn't stop over 3,000 exotic beasts. One sword per beast, it doesn't even sound realistic. The energy resonance from the beast horde would weaken your firepower, and flying swords have far less sustained combat ability than they do. Lu Huang's lips curved slightly, but his tone remained casual. If 4,000 isn't enough, what about 8,000? The words exploded like thunder in the cramped cabin. Even Wu Cheng, who had been pretending not to care while actually eavesdropping, couldn't help but look up, his eyes flashing with deep shock. Lu Huang could deploy 8,000 flying swords simultaneously? 8,000 flying swords unleashed at once might not instantly annihilate over 3,000 exotic beasts, but it would definitely be more than enough to buy time. The question was, could he control them all? Even if he could, how long could he sustain it? Would he burn out in 3 seconds? Zhou Ru thought about this, and when she spoke again, her voice was slower. 8,000. Even a fourth-tier professional couldn't sustain that kind of consumption for long. Can you guarantee you'll last? You're not going to be a 3-second wonder, are you? Facing the doubt, Lu Huang remained as calm as ever, simply saying, don't worry, I can guarantee my endurance. His expression was so confident it didn't seem like empty boasting. The group remained skeptical, but with opportunity came risk, and they finally decided to take the gamble. The aircraft continued racing toward the coordinates, its engines humming like drumbeats against their hearts. Along the way, they quickly finalized their battle plan. Lu Huang would handle frontal suppression of all exotic beasts below 4th tier, while the rest would provide mobile support, focusing on high-tier targets, and retreat immediately if the battle line collapsed. Several hours later, dense clusters of red dots appeared on the aircraft's display, with streams of information scrolling past. Species, Blackhorn beasts. Count, 3,211. 4th tier count, 88. Highest cultivation, 3 at 4th tier perfection. 3 at 4th tier perfection. This is going to be tough. Fangya stared at the data screen transmitted by their aircraft, her delicate eyebrows furrowed, clearly lacking confidence for an immediate battle. Wu Cheng, who had remained silent, suddenly stepped forward with his chest puffed out. Captain, leave these guys to me. Are you certain? Fangya's gaze was sharp. Wu Cheng nodded firmly. I can use that technique. Taking down 3 4th tier perfection beasts won't be a problem. Fangya knew full well that while the technique was terrifying, it would leave Wu Cheng weakened for at least 1 to 2 hours, only to be used in life or death situations. Seeing Wu Cheng's determination, Zhou Ru also patted her chest armor, causing her treasures to quiver slightly as she declared boldly, I'll handle the 4th tier peak and high-level beasts. Yen Tai quickly nodded. Leave the 4th tier beginner and intermediate ones to me. With that, all 4th tier beasts were assigned, leaving the remaining 3,000 plus blackhorn beasts below 4th tier naturally falling to Lu Huang. Though lower in level, their sheer numbers made them equally troublesome. Everyone felt uneasy, and even Fangya decided to personally leave the cabin to provide support, adding another fighting force. Before the battle, Fangya made the first move. Her fourth-tier peak aura erupted powerfully as over 1,000 silver needles spun and gathered energy in her palm, then dove like silver fish into everyone's bodies, flowing through their meridians and acupoints. In an instant, everyone felt their spirit and energy surge dramatically, their overall strength forcibly enhanced by half a tier. Lu Huang also benefited, with the number of flying swords he could simultaneously control suddenly increasing to 9,000, his confidence soaring accordingly. Everyone exchanged glances and left the aircraft together. Lu Huang charged ahead, reaching the nearest mountaintop. With a flick of his sleeve, countless rare-grade spirit swords shot through the air, instantly forming the Azure Thunder Sword formation. Lightning crisscrossed, creating 100-meter thunder pillars that pierced the clouds. Though its upper limit couldn't match epic-grade heavenly swords, it was the most manageable within his control range. The mountains trembled as nearby lurking blackhorn beasts were attracted by the sword formation and burst from the ground. Unlike black armor beasts, these insect creatures had no limbs, only gaping maws filled with sharp teeth and pointed horns on their foreheads. They loved burrowing underground, riddling the entire mountain range with holes like a leaky sieve. Driven by their leader's piercing shriek, blackhorn beasts came writhing forward at high speed. Their jumping ability was astonishing. Each leap could cover over 10 meters, with the black horns on their heads gleaming coldly. Anyone struck by them would surely be pierced straight through the abdomen. Lu Huang floated at the center of the sword formation, his aura surging around him as he chanted the sword incantation in a deep, resonant voice. Sword formation, rise. Azure thunder, awaken. Swords come forth. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. Space itself seemed to tear apart as flying swords burst forth like a raging tide. 1,000, 2,000, 7,000, 8,000, 9,000. 9,000 flying swords converged into a brilliant river of blades that stretched across the sky, creating an absolutely breathtaking spectacle. Fangya and the others stood slack-jawed in amazement. I feel like there are more than 8,000. Junior Lu is incredible, unleashing so many at once. Amazing. Brother Lu Huang is simply divine, and he still has energy left, invincible. I'll admit he's impressive. The sword river roared like a cascading galaxy, colliding head-on with the charging herd of blackhorn beasts. Though the beasts charged with fierce momentum, they were held back 1,000 meters away, creating a brief standoff between the two forces. The moment has come. Attack. Fangya commanded. The team members instantly scattered and charged forward. Wu Cheng led the assault, 9 rare-grade throwing knives circling around him as he streaked through the sky like lightning, targeting several fourth-tier peak leaders. Soul of Thought. Cry of the Spirit. 9 consecutive slashes annihilate 1,000 armies. Swish, swish, swish. 9 blade energies wove together into a net, each strike faster than the last. The leaders roared, attempting to rally their herd's resonance to weaken the blade energy, but the sharp blade light tore through the energy ripples, piercing armor and flesh. Several fourth-tier peak beasts fell dead on the spot. A smile played at Wu Cheng's lips, but his strength was depleted, and he nearly plummeted from the sky. Fangya swept over, and without hesitation drove a silver needle into his crown chakra, forcibly revitalizing his energy to barely maintain his flight. Next came Zhou Ru's assault. Over 1,000 ice spikes filled the sky for thousands of meters, precisely targeting the beast herd. Meanwhile, Yan Tai leaped into the center of the beast tide, his armor manifesting as he transformed into a several-meter-tall giant of blood energy, covered in iron spikes as he charged through and completely disrupted their formation. Frontline decapitation strikes, rear-line blockades. Lu Huang controlled thousands of flying swords to cut off reinforcements while the thunderous sounds of battle echoed for dozens of miles. Nearby teams of heavenly duty practitioners turned their attention to the commotion. Someone's taking on the blackhorn beasts on that mountain. Could there be a 5th-tier expert backing them? Most likely otherwise. What 4th-tier team would dare go head-to-head like that? Wasn't it just a few days ago that the Heavenly Talisman University team failed there? Are they making another attempt? Probably, but whatever, let's focus on our own business. In the gloomy sky, an aircraft sped through the air. Inside the cabin sat 3 men and 2 women, with the pilot staring intently at the light screen. We're almost there. That iron soulstone vein is ours for sure this time. A rare-grade mineral vein. To encounter such fortune in the outer regions of the secret realm, even 5th-tier teams might not stumble upon this. There aren't many 4th-tier teams that can reach this area. Only elite students from our Heavenly Talisman University have what it takes. What incredible luck. The resources they could claim would be worth at least over 1 billion, and their excitement grew with each word, their breathing becoming rapid. However, within moments, the pilot's expression changed drastically as he cried out in alarm. Oh no, someone beat us to it. On the man's light screen, countless red dots were scattered across the display, along with several green ones. The red dots represented exotic beasts, while the green dots marked the ordained. Damn it! Who the hell dares to steal our prey? Are they looking for death? The muscular brute in the team let out a furious growl, reaching into his ordained space to pull out his natal talisman and slapping it onto his chest. The talisman activated, golden light spreading along his muscle fibers as they transformed into steel and iron, reflecting a cold metallic sheen. Tianfu University was renowned for crafting and wielding talismans, with every student specializing around their natal talisman. The brute clearly followed the close combat defense path, serving as the team's tank, responsible for drawing fire and absorbing damage. The other team members also drew their natal talismans, ready to ignite battle mode at any moment. The man controlling the aircraft, the squad leader, raised his hand, signaling them to stop. He was lean, wore gold-rimmed glasses, and his eyes gleamed with cunning intelligence. Don't get worked up. He pointed at the energy detector. The data shows they don't have any fifth-order members. A fourth-order squad thinks they can take down that pack of blackhorn beasts? They'll most likely fail. We'll wait for them to collapse, then move in. Why charge in recklessly? Everyone paused, then calmed down. The brute grinned and nodded. Captain's right. Even we couldn't handle those bastards last time, they sure as hell can't. Remembering their humiliating retreat from the blackhorn beast pack, the group felt a chill. If they hadn't spent a fortune in credits to rent an epic-grade talisman from the university treasury this time, they wouldn't have dared return. Epic-grade items were scarce resources at all major universities, typically only accessible to wealthy prodigies. Even fifth-order ordained might not possess one. Such items were always in demand, but rarely available, requiring extremely stable and equivalent resources for exchange. The aircraft continued approaching the battlefield. The camera activated, displaying the scene on screen. The next second, everyone gasped in unison. The view was filled with crisscrossing sword shadows. Flying swords clashed with exotic beasts in midair, sparks flying in chaotic yet magnificent displays. This, a Swordmaster? The brute's eyes widened. How can a fourth-order Swordmaster control so many flying swords at once? Did the detector malfunction? Could he be fifth-order? The bespectacled captain stared intently at the masked figure in white robes on screen. The man's long hair flowed in the wind, one hand behind his back, the other forming hand seals, while a river of swords surged behind him like thousands of troops obeying his command, as graceful as an immortal sword deity descending to earth. This guy is fucking awesome, the brute couldn't help but exclaim. Captain, is he really not fifth order? Another member quickly asked. Yeah, I remember even fourth-order perfection swordmasters can barely control this many flying swords simultaneously, right? The key issue is that even if a fourth-tier swordmaster had such ability, they wouldn't have the financial resources for it. How much would all those natal swords cost? Several students from Tianfu University crowded around the monitoring screen, unable to help but gasp in amazement. In terms of experience, they prided themselves on being well-informed, yet they were still left stunned by the sea of flying swords before their eyes. In midair, countless sword lights poured down like a torrential downpour. Although most were ordinary iron swords, even at a few thousand each, the total was astronomical. More realistically, such a scale could never be forged individually by the sword master himself. Purchasing was the only option. Each sword cost at least tens of thousands, plus daily maintenance and tempering expenses, easily breaking 100,000 per blade. A rough estimate showed that this batch of ordinary iron swords alone would cost over $1 billion. Such extravagant investment was simply unimaginable for fourth or fifth-tier professionals. Only those from well-established family bloodlines could barely afford such money-burning methods. Captain, what do we do? Looking at their momentum, they'll probably devour this entire beast horde. Our iron soul stone mine will be lost. Not making a move? That's the capital needed to advance to fifth tier. Besides, we rented an epic-level talisman. If we return empty-handed, the money will be wasted. The students looked at each other, finally turning their gazes to the bespectacled man, waiting for his decision. The bespectacled man stared intently at the monitor, his fingertips pressed against the light screen, his gaze locked firmly on Lu Huang. In the image, Lu Huang stood suspended in midair, his robes billowing. With a sweep of his fingertips, hundreds of flying swords arranged themselves into formation, directly disrupting the entire battlefield. On the ground, Fangya and others acted in perfect coordination, seizing the opportunity to eliminate elite beasts of fourth tier and above. In mere moments, the core fighting force of the beast horde was completely uprooted, and their momentum instantly collapsed. The ordinary beasts, having lost their leadership, became chaotic, their attack rhythm completely disrupted, reduced to scattered sand ready for slaughter. Seeing this, everyone felt a weight lift from their hearts. They just needed a brief respite to finish off the remaining stragglers. However, the next second, the communicator on Fang Ya's wrist suddenly vibrated. The watch-like metal ring lit up with red light, and her expression immediately changed. The aircraft has detected other professionals approaching. The news hit like a bombshell, and everyone's faces darkened in unison. They had just played their trump card against the beast tide, and were at their most vulnerable moment. If a fourth-tier team in perfect condition arrived now, their hard-earned victory could very well be stolen. In the secret realm, such scenarios were all too common. Though laws were strict and killing carried severe consequences, robbing wealth without taking lives existed in a gray area. If someone actually died, the authorities would certainly investigate thoroughly and use special methods to interrogate all professionals active in the secret realm. But if only property was stolen, with traces slightly covered up, victims could only swallow their grievances in silence. Therefore, when treasure hunting in secret realms, finding rare materials was important, but protecting one's gains was the true path to survival. Wu Cheng's eyes turned bloodshot as he growled through gritted teeth. Damn it! If they dare steal our spoils, I'll fight to the death and tear off a piece of their flesh. Zhou Ru also snorted coldly. We worked hard for this harvest, and there's no reason to just hand it over to someone else. Even if it's a fifth-tier team, I won't back down. Wu Cheng gripped his long blade, anger practically blazing from his eyes. Beside him, Li Yi, his armor splattered with beast blood, nodded firmly, clearly sharing the same stance. Compared to their agitation, Fanya remained much calmer. She raised her hand to soothe her teammates and said quietly, "Don't worry, we have a prestigious university backing us. Even those notorious awakener squads have to show our school some respect. At worst, they'll extort some benefits from us. As long as their demands aren't too outrageous, we can accept it." Hearing this, Wu Cheng and Li Yi, though still furious, nodded silently. They weren't reckless people, and as long as the situation remained manageable, they were willing to make limited concessions. Before she finished speaking, a thunderous roar tore through the sky above the secret realm. A turbine aircraft gleaming with metallic luster dove down from the clouds, as if ripping the air apart. The cabin doors opened, and several young men and women leaped out in succession, each covered in talismans that glowed with flowing light, making them look like mobile weapons platforms. Boom, boom, boom. Without saying a word, these people plunged directly into the blackhorn beast herd below. Talismans flashed brilliantly, energy and thunder fire intertwined, creating continuous explosions. The already scattered beast herd was instantly cut into several segments. The blackhorn beasts wailed continuously as blood splattered and corpses fell everywhere. High in the air, Fangya and her team's faces instantly darkened to the extreme. The newcomers were uniforms with university emblems, clearly also college awakeners, yet they acted so decisively without even a greeting, brazenly stealing kills. This behavior was tantamount to open provocation. Wu Cheng seemed to have a firecracker lit under him and was about to shout angrily, but Fangya pressed him down. Don't speak, and don't attack yet. Focus on recovering your energy first. She quickly transmitted a message to Yan Tai, who was still fighting below, and Lu Huang, who was guarding the front. Stop fighting immediately, rest up, and prepare for battle at any moment. Hearing the order, Yan Tai immediately rolled away from the combat circle. His heavy body cultivation technique surged within him as he pulled out pills and swallowed them, sitting cross-legged to circulate his true qi. Lu Huang frowned slightly, and with a thought, dozens of flying swords whistled back, hovering in his azure thunder formation. He didn't rush to take pills, instead quietly recovering his energy through the resonance between his thunder sword array and the divine sword within him. At this moment, Lu Huang looked up to assess the newcomer squad. Their combat style of layering multiple talismans intrigued him greatly. He carefully observed the flashing runes and their attack rhythm, secretly comparing the overall combat strength of both teams without himself as a variable. Fangya's side would indeed be outmatched. The ground battle ended quickly. The thick smell of blood permeated the forest as black horn beast corpses lay scattered, their mottled horn blades reflecting the talisman light. Several students from Heavenly Talisman University rose into the air on their artifacts, stopping at the same altitude as Lu Huang's group for an aerial standoff. The leading man with glasses pushed up his frames, his tone gentle yet tinged with arrogance. Everyone, to be honest, we had our eyes on this blackhorn beast herd long ago, and we've already hunted here once before. As soon as he finished speaking, Wu Cheng exploded, pointing at the opposing side and cursing. What you're saying is absolutely ridiculous. What do you mean you saw them first? By that logic, I could say I had my eyes on all the exotic beasts in this entire secret realm, so should everyone else just stay away? The man with glasses merely smiled slightly, gently pushing his glasses with his fingertip. He ignored Wu Cheng completely and instead addressed Lu Huang. Hey there, brother, you're their captain, right? I've got a business proposition I'd like to discuss with you. The crisp voice rang out clearly in the valley where gunpowder smoke still lingered. The young man with gold-rimmed glasses stepped forward, dusting off his sleeves while sizing up Lu Huang. From his initial assessment, whether it was Lu Huang's composed killing intent or his naturally commanding presence even with his blade sheathed, everything pointed to him being the core of this small team. Lu Huang merely smiled faintly and pointed toward Fangya, who stood not far to the side. She's our captain. Fangya was crouched beside a freshly killed rock-armored rhinoceros, confirming the beast was completely dead. Hearing this, she stood up. Blood trickled down through the rock crevices, making her boots gleam even brighter. The man with glasses paused for half a second, as if surprised by his misjudgment, then quickly adjusted his frames. His smile switched almost seamlessly. "Hello, miss. I'm willing to pay for these beast carcasses and all the resources on this mountain. Since we did lend a hand just now, could you perhaps offer a discount? How much are you offering?" Fanya looked directly into his eyes, her tone calm, yet carrying an almost imperceptible note of inquiry. 400 million. How does that sound? You wouldn't need to spend several more hours slowly collecting resources, and I could skip the middleman process. It's mutually beneficial. The man smiled warmly, his harmless expression forming a stark contrast to the sharp skills he displayed when charging into the beast horde earlier. He added, "My family owns a beast material processing factory. These raw materials would be very useful to me." Fanya's heart stirred slightly, not because the price was low, but because his offer was surprisingly spot on. It was enough to make them pack up and leave immediately, yet not so high as to arouse suspicion. If they stayed and worked for several more hours, they might earn an extra 10 to 20 million at most. That small difference could easily be made up by hunting another beast pack. This man had charged into the beast horde with overwhelming battle intent, displaying formidable strength that commanded wariness. Yet now he was only making a modest request. Even though he'd given what seemed like a reasonable explanation, Fanya's instincts were screaming warnings that something was wrong. She composed herself and let her mental energy spread outward like ripples, quickly scanning the surrounding mountain peaks. Everything within sight appeared normal, ordinary rocks and broken trees, with no hidden troops or ambush spiritual pressure, only the lingering scent of blood in the wind. The urge to refuse surged in her heart, but she couldn't find an absolutely solid reason if it came to a fight. Their side probably wouldn't fare well. Rather than making the decision unilaterally, she turned her gaze to Lu Huang. Before she could communicate telepathically through mental energy, Lu Huang seemed to read her hesitation and spoke slowly. "I disagree. If you have nothing else, please leave." The moment those words were spoken, the atmosphere became instantly tense. Fanya never expected Lu Huang to refuse so decisively, as if he didn't consider those people worth his attention at all. The moment Lu Huang finished speaking, the faces of several companions standing behind the man with glasses darkened, their eyes flashing with obvious hostility. The muscular man was the first to snort coldly, his toes tapping the ground as if he was about to charge forward at any moment. "Since you won't agree, then let's fight. Whoever wins gets everything here." Lu Huang raised an eyebrow, his lips curling into a mocking smile. "These things were ours to begin with. Why should we fight you to decide who gets what?" The muscular man was about to shout again, but the man with glasses raised his hand to stop him. The latter put on a gentle smile again and turned his attention back to Lu Huang. "Brother, if you think the price is too low, I can add more. No amount of money will make me sell." Lu Huang's voice was calm, but left no room for argument. "If I answer like this, you won't try to rob us, will you? According to Longxia's laws, we have unlimited self-defense rights when facing robbery. You'd better think carefully if we accidentally use excessive force in self-defense. That would be troublesome. Although we're all trying hard to live, if I use too much force, I can't guarantee whether you'll survive." These words were tantamount to a public provocation. The teammates behind the man with glasses tensed their muscles, their faces flushed red, staring intently at Lu Huang as if they might pounce at any moment. Seeing the situation turning bad, Fanya secretly warned through telepathy, "Junior Lu, if we really have to fight them, try to stall for time so we can recover more." Her words filled with helplessness, essentially telling him, "Don't be so confrontational." Lu Huang calmly replied, "Don't worry, there won't be a fight. If they really wanted to rob us, they wouldn't have shown themselves so openly." Fanya thought about it carefully and realized his analysis made perfect sense. If the other party truly intended to rob them by force, they could have waited until after the battle with the exotic beasts to emerge and clean up the aftermath, and there would be no need to come out and flex their muscles. Moreover, none of them had even bothered to conceal their identities, indicating they never planned to fight. So what exactly were they wary of? Fanya observed secretly and recognized that the group was from Tianfu University, another prestigious institution. Tianyan University's background wouldn't be enough to make them hesitate, so the only explanation was they were wary of Lu Huang. Perhaps these people had already recognized Junior Lu and were reluctant to easily offend such a promising talent. Meanwhile, the Tianfu University group was also communicating through telepathy. "Captain, this guy won't budge. Why don't we just take him down? What are we afraid of? Yeah, we can't just let them walk away with billions worth of resources. This is our growth capital. Let's just do it. Worst case, we take the resources and go into seclusion until we reach 5th tier before coming out." The man with glasses, annoyed by the chatter, lowered his voice to silence them. "Enough. If I were 100% sure we could win, would I waste so much time talking? That kid can control so many natal swords. His background is definitely extraordinary, and he's probably holding an epic tier heavenly sword. I bet that one on his back is exactly that. If we really go head-to-head with him, we'd be making an enemy of a genius from a major family for no good reason, and we might not even come out ahead. What's the point? Don't forget, we came here to make money, not to pick fights. On the clearing halfway up the mountain, bloodstains from exotic beasts and black smoke still lingered among the charred vegetation, while the air reeked of blood and gunpowder. After the captain finished his hushed reprimand, several young men gripped their weapons so tightly their knuckles turned white, but they still forced their anger down. They had to admit the captain was right. If this really escalated to mutual destruction, not only would they make no profit from this trip, they might even lose their lives. The man with glasses on the other side fell silent for a moment, still wearing that gentle, polite smile, as if he had just paused for a breath before planning his next move. He adjusted his frames and spoke slowly. You're joking, brother. How could this be called robbery? First, we had our eyes on this mountain first, and we left some preparations here that greatly weakened these beasts, otherwise you couldn't have fought so easily. Second, we also joined this battle, so we deserve a share of the spoils. Even if this goes to the tribunal, we have our reasons. As his words fell, Fang Ye and the others flushed red with anger. Wu Qing cursed. You've got some nerve. We could have handled this easily without your interference. Who asked for your help? The man with glasses shrugged, his smile still harmless. Regardless, we did help, didn't we? Wu Cheng was about to continue his tirade when Lu Huang raised his hand to stop him. The young man held his sword at a slight angle, his gaze ice-cold. Enough. If you think you can gain anything from me with these disgusting tactics, you're sorely mistaken. I'll say it one more time, please leave, or get lost. Boom. Thunder roared as cold light exploded. The Jingzhe sword behind Lu Huang suddenly unsheathed itself, its tip pointing forward as electric arcs crackled along the blade. The epic-grade heavenly sword unleashed overwhelming divine might that pressed down on the mountain forest, causing all the grass and leaves to bow down. The young men's hearts trembled, but the man with glasses remained composed. As if he had anticipated this moment, he calmly pulled out a sandalwood box. When the lid opened, intense thunder essence burst forth, silver light flowing across the talisman as it collided heated with the heavenly sword's edge, showing no sign of weakness. Brother, if you think you can intimidate us with force, I can only say you're the one who's mistaken. The man's smile deepened, though he was secretly pleased. Heh, this is what you call social skills and dark psychology. I'm a wolf in sheep's clothing, a smiling tiger gentle on the surface, but deeply cunning. Remaining calm even when Mount Tai collapses before you, that's the key to intimidation. Fang Ye and the others felt their chests tighten under the thunder might of that epic-grade talisman, their expressions growing increasingly grim. Although their side also had epic-grade weapons, they clearly understood the nature of Swordmaster's Lu Huang's natal sword's power was closely tied to his own cultivation level. The man with glasses opposite them was at the peak of the 4th tier, and controlling this epic-grade talisman was enough to directly overpower Lu Huang's heavenly sword, which was currently only at the 3rd tier. However, they detected not a trace of panic on Lu Huang's face. The young man curved his lips into an ambiguous smile. Oh? So this is your confidence? Epic-level talismans are indeed valuable treasures, and dealing with them is no easy task. Using just one heavenly sword simply isn't enough. Hearing Lu Huang's casual remark, the bespectacled man across from him felt inexplicably guilty, his scalp tightening. He stared at the half-smile playing on Lu Huang's lips, feeling as though Lu Huang was mimicking his own usual social manipulation tactics, dark psychology, and even man-eating tree methods, yet somehow performing them more convincingly and more unnervingly than he ever could. Then he finally understood why. The space beside Lu Huang twisted as if being folded, and flying swords began sliding out from the void, their blades gleaming like snow, their spines crackling with lightning, each one carrying overwhelming heavenly might. 1 sword, 2 swords, 8 swords, 9 swords. A full 9 epic-level heavenly swords. The air froze instantly. Fang Ye and her group held their breath, having assumed Lu Huang only possessed that one natal heavenly sword, only to discover that his casually revealed trump card consisted of 9 divine artifacts of the same tier. Even if Lu Huang couldn't fully activate them at the moment, just the slightest leak of their heavenly might would be enough to instantly kill a newly advanced 5th-tier professional. This is the kind of foundation only top-tier families possess. Someone in the bespectacled man's team transmitted secretly, their voice trembling. We can't provoke him, Captain. If we really cross him, we might not even get a chance to join a major guild after graduation. Even the teammates who had previously held prejudices against Lu Huang fell silent as cicadas under the might of the 9 swords, let alone the always cautious bespectacled man. He maintained a stiff smile while cold sweat beaded on his forehead, had long suspected Lu Huang came from wealth, but never imagined it reached such heights. To be able to produce 9 epic-level heavenly swords at once at this age and cultivation level indicated a background that could be counted on one hand throughout the entire nation. Even if we wanted to rob him today, we couldn't pull it off. He thought anxiously. On Lu Huang's side, after Fang Ye and the others recovered from their shock, they felt invigorated. Wu Cheng, who had been holding back his anger, finally found an outlet and mocked the bespectacled man coldly. Hey, glasses guy, why don't you smile? What happened to your smile? Were you born without a sense of humor? The bespectacled man paused awkwardly, quickly suppressing his emotions and forcing on the most sincere smile he could manage. Sorry, I just wanted to show everyone the quality of this epic-level talisman. My apologies for the spectacle, brothers. Since you've seen it, we'll take our leave now. As he turned to go, Lu Huang said coolly, Wait, since you're here, why the rush to leave? Tell me, why are you so interested in this particular mountain? At those words, the bespectacled man's heart sank, knowing he couldn't hide the truth. If they hadn't voluntarily revealed the talisman, a fourth-tier team would never be so persistent about an ordinary mountain. Any place worth their risk to defend must hold special secrets. Sigh, you would have figured it out sooner or later anyway, so I'll stop pretending and lay my cards on the table. He dropped his fake smile, flew up on his artifact, and led everyone to a hidden depression on the mountain. With a gesture, a rare-level talisman flew out. As the talisman's light faded, the previously blurred space rippled like water, revealing the true scene beneath it was a rare-level concealment talisman whose effectiveness increased over time. Without his voluntary removal, even a fourth-tier peak expert would struggle to detect the anomaly. As the talisman dissipated, waves of rich energy immediately gushed forth, rumbling like muffled thunder in everyone's ears. Fang Ye's eyes widened as she pointed toward the cave entrance and exclaimed, There's a rare-level mineral vein inside. The quality classification of natural treasures follows the same system as weapons and equipment. A rare-grade mineral vein indicates that the extracted mineral resources have a high probability of reaching rare quality. The iron soulstone vein before them could strictly be called a spirit mine, making it a treasure among treasures for any fifth-tier professional. Fang Ye and the others immediately understood why the glasses-wearing man's group had refused to budge earlier in their position. They probably wouldn't have given up easily either. At this moment, they could only marvel at their incredible luck. Spiritual energy surged from within the cave entrance. Lu Huang sensed it briefly and couldn't help but gasp in amazement. He had always believed that abnormal situations must have hidden reasons. For the glasses-wearing man to make such a big fuss, it couldn't possibly be over some trivial profit. Since his own strength was sufficient to handle the opposition anyway, he had simply refused the earlier deal, never expecting such a generous reward. On the other side, the glasses-wearing man gazed at the mineral vein with repeated sighs, finally waving his hand helplessly to signal his companions to leave. What I gain is my fortune, what I lose is my fate. Let's go. His teammates were reluctant to leave, but understanding that a forced confrontation would only result in mutual destruction, they gritted their teeth and followed. Watching their dejected figures, Lu Huang felt a pang of sympathy. If their roles were reversed, he would feel the same way. After weighing his options for a moment, he called out, Hey, friends, how about we make a deal? You guys have decent skills. Why don't we team up to hunt higher-level beast packs? That thunder talisman of yours perfectly complements my heavenly sword's attributes. Working together would double our efficiency. The unexpected olive branch left the group stunned. Their team communication immediately erupted. Captain, should we agree? Of course. It's great when these wealthy family heirs are willing to set aside grudges. And what he's saying makes sense too. The glasses-wearing man, who prided himself on his social skills, dark psychology knowledge, and man-eating tree philosophy of survival, answered almost without hesitation. Since you're willing to let bygones be bygones, we won't be pretentious either. I, Zheng Tsongming, agree to cooperate. What's your name, brother? Lu Huang. Lu Huang replied concisely. Zheng Tsongming nodded, but suddenly frowned and muttered to himself. That name sounds familiar. A girl in the team suddenly clapped her hands and exclaimed, Are you Lu Huang from Tianyin University? This year's national top scorer. Everyone had a moment of realization, followed by even greater shock. Wait, weren't you only third tier a month ago? How did you reach fourth tier so quickly? Did you rocket through your cultivation? Holy crap, brother, are you really that incredible? Even Viagra wouldn't make someone this fierce. Before the exclamations had fully died down and Lu Huang could respond, Wu Chang threw back his head and laughed. Look at those expressions like you've never seen anything before. If I told you Lu Huang only just reached the third tier and already has this kind of combat power, you'd probably all collapse on the spot. As his words sank in, everyone's faces indeed changed dramatically. This revelation was far more shocking than mere cultivation speed. After all, the world was full of hollow young masters who relied on pill-popping to advance their levels, achieving high realms, but possessing combat abilities as flimsy as paper, easily crushed within 3 seconds. Yet Lu Huang, while still in the third tier, could unleash fourth-tier pressure. Even accounting for his weapons' quantity and quality, it was astounding, not to mention his cultivation speed wasn't slow either. Realizing this, several of them secretly felt relieved they hadn't crossed Lu Huang earlier. Provoking such a formidable character would definitely end badly. They were all proper university students from legitimate institutions, unwilling to follow the path of those wild practitioners who entered society early, risking their lives for immediate gains. After all, as the saying goes, the martial world isn't about fighting and killing, it's about relationships and social dynamics. With this in mind, the bespectacled Zheng Songming immediately adjusted his glasses, his face full of flattery. Brother Lu Huang is truly amazing. With your combat power, you'll probably steamroll all the freshmen in the upcoming inter-university tournament. The rookie championship is in the bag. At the mention of inter-university tournament, everyone's eyes lit up. This was the annual, prize-rich major competition limited to enrolled students, considered alongside the college entrance exam and enrollment ceremony as one of the three great events of student life. Lu Huang remained calm, showing no interest in boasting along with the topic, simply turning to say, "Senior Zheng, could you help me extract this rare-grade mineral vein?" He chose to cooperate with Zheng Songming not only because the man played by the rules, but also because mining veins was time-consuming work. Having one more reliable helper could multiply their efficiency. Fellow university students at least had some principles. If it were a team of independent cultivators who'd been struggling in society for years, facing such temptation, they might not know when to back down. Understood. Zheng Songming said no more, waving his hands as several mechanical puppets crashed to the ground, joining the mining operation. With each rise and fall of their hammers, iron soul stones radiating dense energy were transported to the aircraft deck, their crystalline patterns gleaming under the lights. Lu Huang greeted Fang Ye and the others, selected some high-quality iron soul stones, then turned and entered the aircraft's temporary cultivation chamber, sitting cross-legged to absorb them. His movements flowed like water, as if he wouldn't waste even a minute. Watching Lu Huang seize every moment to cultivate, Zheng Songming couldn't help but whisper in admiration. This brother Lu Huang is truly admirable. Cultivation is so tedious, yet he never slacks off. No wonder he's achieved what he has today. Wu Cheng immediately chimed in. Of course. In my opinion, Lu Huang's success today is entirely due to his hard work. Zheng Songming looked at Wu Cheng with interest. From your tone, you have a good relationship with Lu Huang? Haha, naturally. He and I have been strangers since childhood. I played at my house, he played at his. Wu Cheng spoke with brimming confidence, while Zheng Songming's mouth twitched as he chose to ignore the fool. The rare-grade mineral vein before them was massive in scale. Even with over 100 mechanical puppets working simultaneously, it would take at least a full day and night to completely excavate. Stay alert, everyone. We could have unwanted visitors at any moment. Fang Ye surveyed the area and gave brief instructions before handing the newly collected iron soul stones to Lu Huang. Zheng Songming led the patrol team, and Lu Huang didn't let their efforts go unrewarded, paying their fees on the spot at market rates. With their capabilities earning them millions per hour, everyone was naturally satisfied. For them, this money was just pocket change. The real prize would be the upcoming joint operation to eliminate the fourth-tier beast horde, which promised truly substantial rewards. Events soon proved Lu Huang's decision to keep Zheng Songming's team was exceptionally wise. During the mining operation, several teams of freelance awakeners arrived intermittently, attempting sneak attacks. Zheng Songming and his team struck with ruthless efficiency, driving off the attackers within just a few moves. Watching those petty thieves flee in disgrace, he sneered coldly. Like hyenas, drawn by the scent of blood. With two teams securing the area, everyone felt confident, and Fang Ye was particularly grateful for Lu Huang's decision. If only their team remained, they might have been able to defend the resources, but it certainly wouldn't have been this effortless. However, just as everyone began to relax their guard, a team had already been lurking in the distance, observing through special means for quite some time. "Boss, we've gathered the intel," a teammate reported in a low voice. Two university teams, one from Tianfu University, one from Tianyin University. None of them have reached fourth-tier perfection. The trouble is they have an epic-grade thunder talisman. Hearing this, a seemingly honest-looking middle-aged man's lips curved upward. University students, perfect. I love dealing with university students the most. Damn it, if I couldn't get into university, can't I at least get on top of university students? We'll wait for them to finish mining, then strike. Bloodlust flashed in his eyes as his teammates also grew eager for battle. This was a rare-grade mineral vein. If they could seize it, it would be enough for the entire team to break through to the fifth tier. They were experienced in robbery, knowing how to eliminate traces and handle the aftermath. In this secret realm, as long as no lives were lost, everything else was trivial. Without the talent of university students, they relied on ruthlessness. This was their way of survival. The group remained silent as wolves, watching their prey intently, waiting for the perfect moment. Time flew by, and the mineral vein was soon depleted. "We can withdraw now." Fang Ye breathed a sigh of relief and called for everyone to board the aircraft. Quosha blazing white energy beam suddenly shot forth, striking the aircraft with precision and causing it to lose control momentarily. Immediately after, several figures wearing blood wolf masks descended from the sky, emanating intense killing intent, each at fourth-tier perfection. Seeing those familiar masks, both Fang Ye and Zheng Tsongming felt their hearts sink. The infamous Blood Wolf Squad of the Black Mountain Secret Realm. This team had cultivated seeds of killing intent in advance, allowing them to instantly comprehend the slaughter domain upon reaching the 5th tier. Even at the 4th tier, they possessed overwhelming combat superiority. Fierce killing intent, almost tangible, instantly locked onto everyone. Zheng Tsongming immediately reached for the epic grade talisman, but was momentarily stunned under the oppressive force of that terrifying killing intent. In the next instant, a blood-red shadow swept along the ground to his side, and cold light flashed. Blood gushed forth as the hand holding the sandalwood box was severed clean off. Ah! Zheng Tsongming's eyes turned blood-red as he let out an agonizing scream, only to be kicked down by his attacker. Debris scattered across the ground as Zheng Tsongming rolled several times in the dust, while the enemy wearing a blood wolf mask couldn't help but sneer coldly. Captain, the muscular man roared in fury. Talismans appeared across his body's surface, gleaming with metallic luster as he charged toward the enemy formation like he was clad in battle armor. However, a towering figure stepped sideways, and two hands like iron clamps precisely gripped his shoulders. Sharp knuckles tightened, tearing flesh clean off. TSK, all that flashy training. The blood wolf masked man weighed the flesh in his palm, his tone mocking. Dead muscle built in training rooms looks good, but useless. Young man, you need to be tempered by blood and fire. The muscular man endured the excruciating pain and threw a punch, only to have it caught by his opponent's single hand. Heh, too weak, the opponent taunted with a dismissive wave. At that moment, a brute force charged sideways, sending the blood wolf masked man staggering. In his place stood the armored strongman Yen Tai, who remained silent as he charged toward the other enemies. Well, I have to say, you college students have some guts. Another blood wolf masked figure surveyed the group, his tone frivolous. Unlike those previous teams, they were scared witless the moment we made our move. Could only let us toy with them. Hee hee, I like that. It's more fun when they put up a fight. Someone nearby chimed in, his voice equally brazen. I like it too. We'll have to have some real fun later. They say college students are tender. I want to see just how tender. Hearing these words, the female student from Tianfu University trembled all over. You thugs, this is illegal. The tribunal won't let you get away with this. A snicker came from beneath the blood wolf mask. Little sister, of course we know it's illegal. Don't worry, we won't leave any evidence. After we have our fun, we'll clean you up nice and tidy, leaving no trace. The maniacal laughter mixed with killing intent pressed forward, draining all color from the girl's face. The freely released murderous aura struck her heart like a heavy hammer, making her legs go weak. In comparison, the few from Tianyin University barely managed to stay steady. They specialized in mental power vocations and had some resistance to killing intent, but they knew they couldn't hold out much longer. Fang Ye gritted her teeth and transmitted her voice quietly. These lunatics, we can't let anything happen to Junior Lu Huang. Later we'll break through together and get him out. Wu Qing nodded, his gaze sweeping over the damaged aircraft not far away, but his expression grew increasingly grave. Lu Huang still hasn't come out. Could something have happened to him? We can't worry about that now. I'll push the aircraft to its limits and get him out of here first, Fang Ye said, taking a deep breath. She understood that while their opponents might not necessarily kill them, there was no guarantee they wouldn't suddenly develop even more cruel intentions. After all, this group's mental state could spiral out of control at any moment. There was always the possibility they might lose their minds and do something completely unexpected. Protecting Lu Huang was a task assigned by their mentor, and combined with their recognition of his abilities, regardless of their underlying motivations, they all wanted to get him out of danger first. Following their pre-planned strategy, each member unleashed their most powerful techniques. Violent spiritual energy erupted instantly, forcibly driving back the Blood Wolf squad and tearing open a brief escape route. Immediately after, Fang Ye slammed her palm on the control panel, pushing the aircraft to its limits. The hull shuddered violently as it transformed into a shooting star, rocketing skyward with a long trail of flames. However, the Blood Wolf squad was seasoned in combat and had anticipated this move. In the next second, their aircraft lit up with blazing white beams, firing armor-piercing rounds that struck with deadly precision. Fang Ye's aircraft was hit midair, its power core pierced through. The protective shield shattered, and the burning wreckage plummeted to Earth, creating a massive crater upon impact. Before the dust had settled, a towering figure appeared before Fang Ye, suddenly gripping her slender throat. Behind the Blood Wolf mask, a voice dripped with malicious mockery. Little sister, we told you not to struggle pointlessly. Those things are expensive to fire. You're not being obedient. Since you forced us to waste an extra armor-piercing round, maybe later my brothers can have some extra fun with you? Haha. Facing the cold, killing intent, Fang Ye's heart turned to ash. Her eyes filled only with despair. Just then, a familiar voice suddenly burst into her ears. "Damn it, you bastard." Boom. Thunder roared as a shadow streaked through the air. A flash of cold light followed, and a flying sword pierced precisely through the man's skull, blood mist exploding outward. From where the sword came, a figure in white robes stood upon his blade. Lu Huang's garments fluttered in the wind as he hovered in midair like a banished immortal. The surroundings fell into complete silence. Sixth brother. The remaining members wearing blood wolf masks cried out in shock, their eyes turning crimson red, their killing intent almost taking physical form. The middle-aged leader's face contorted like a beast's behind his mask as he glared at Lu Huang, grinding his teeth in a low growl. "I'm going to tear you apart." All members of the Blood Wolf squad turned simultaneously, their fierce gazes locking onto Lu Huang, ignoring everyone else. They had fought their way to this point relying on ruthless determination and brotherhood. Now that their brother had died before their eyes, only the enemy's blood could serve as tribute. No matter what your identity or background, you must die today. Everyone here must die. The middle-aged man's voice was hoarse, yet each word was ice cold. Killing intent surged around the group, blood mist swirling as it instantly condensed into blood-red wolf head phantoms above their bodies, the manifestation of their slaughter intent. Those at the fourth stage perfection could manifest such imagery, a foundation sufficient to crush peers of the same level. Cloud-like pressure descended overwhelmingly, even causing Fang Ye and the others to turn pale, their souls trembling as if gripped by sharp claws. "Little bastard, you're going to die horribly." The middle-aged man sneered coldly. "I'm going to tear your flesh off piece by piece, pull out your bones, drain your blood, and use you as sacrifice for sixth brother." As his harsh words ended, he received only Lu Huang's contemptuous sneer in response. "Idiots. A bunch of idiots." The Blood Wolf members burned with rage, all leaping forward together. The Blood Wolf phantoms bared their fangs as killing intent thundered forth. However, before they could close in, several flying swords suddenly appeared around Lu Huang. Lightning coiled around the blades as they swept across with magnificent heavenly might, forcing all of them back. How is this possible? The middle-aged man leading the group's face changed dramatically, never expecting Lu Huang to possess so many epic-level natal swords. After a brief moment of shock, he quickly composed himself and sneered viciously. "So what if they're epic weapons? I won't even give you the chance to draw your sword." Blood Wolf, Soul Howl, attack. As his words fell, his teammates acted without hesitation, Blood Wolf phantoms simultaneously appearing above their heads. The wolf shadows howled toward the sky, carrying waves of chilling, bloody killing intent that instantly swept toward Lu Huang. If this killing intent struck its target, even a newly advanced fifth-tier professional would fall into brief disorientation. And on the battlefield, even a single second of confusion was tantamount to a death sentence. The onlookers couldn't help but break into a cold sweat for Lu Huang, their hearts seemingly jumping into their throats. However, before the killing intent could approach, a blood-red longsword suddenly materialized beside Lu Huang, the entire blade seeming to be forged from pure murderous aura. Lu Huang snorted coldly. "A bunch of trash. How dare you act so arrogantly? Break from me." The blood-red sword trembled violently, crimson sword light pouring down like a torrential rain, instantly shattering the blood wolf phantoms above the men's heads. My manifestation. How is this possible? You're so young. How can you have such intense killing aura?" Excruciating pain tore through their minds as they felt their consciousness being split in half, blood seeping from their 7 orifices in a most pathetic sight. Lu Huang showed no sympathy whatsoever, his lips curving into a cold arc. "Just a bunch of dead men anyway. Knowing too much is useless. Since you're so eager to die for your teammate, then go meet him together, die." Buzz, buzz, buzz. Several epic-level heavenly swords shot out from behind him, cutting through the air with sharp whistles. The men desperately tried to dodge but couldn't hold out for even a moment before being decapitated by the sword light, their corpses crashing heavily to the ground, silent forever. This was actually Lu Huang's first time truly killing people, yet he felt no discomfort whatsoever. For such trash, even if he killed 10,000, he wouldn't feel the slightest mercy. What truly annoyed him was that he had been in the midst of productive cultivation in the training room when the protective array was suddenly destroyed, nearly causing him to suffer chi deviation. Just as he stabilized his mind, the aircraft shook violently again, forcibly disrupting his blood and chi. The moment he stepped out of the aircraft, he saw Zheng Tsongming's severed arms spraying blood and witnessed Fang Ye being strangled. With barely a moment's hesitation, he made an instant decision and killed that man with a single sword strike. The opponent's killing intent intimidation was meaningless before him after all. Lu Huang carried within him the seed of killing intent, personally planted by Wang Badao. Who was Wang Badao? A mighty 8th-tier powerhouse, hailed as the most promising candidate to advance to the 10th-tier war god realm. A seed of killing intent personally planted by such a figure, how could ordinary methods compare? Moreover, Lu Huang had long since absorbed all the killing aura infused within it, condensing his own manifestation, the Sword of Slaughter. This Sword of Slaughter usually lay dormant, and today was the first time it truly revealed its edge. What delighted Lu Huang even more was that the killing aura remaining on the enemies he had slain was completely absorbed by the Sword of Slaughter. Strictly speaking, the Sword of Slaughter had actively devoured their killing intent. Such a thing is unheard of, but it's definitely an enormous benefit. Lu Huang pondered silently, the killing intent in his eyes growing even deeper. This Sword of Slaughter is clearly not a manifestation I could have condensed through my own power alone. Some of its characteristics are extremely similar to the natal swords in the infinite sword domain. If this is truly the case, can I not only devour souls to nourish swords, but also consume others' killing aura to help it grow? At this thought, his lips curved slightly upward as he gripped the blood-red longsword tighter, killing intent boiling within his heart. Lu Huang felt a slight tremor of excitement. If this was truly the case, then comprehending the killing intent would be as easy as eating or drinking for him. By continuously hunting down enemies who had already cultivated intense murderous aura, the intent seemed to flow endlessly into his body. As for whether things were really as he imagined, he knew he'd need more real combat to verify it, preferably encountering a few more blind fools like the ones just now, which might accelerate his accumulation of killing intent even further. Snapping back to reality, he glanced at his companions. Everyone was still staring at him with burning gazes, their shock lingering for a long time. Wu Cheng in particular wore a bitter smile. Lu Huang. No, brother Lu. Just how many trump cards do you have? Previously, he could still maintain some pride in front of Lu Huang based on his cultivation level, but that battle had made him realize completely. In a real life-or-death fight, he probably couldn't even withstand a single move from Lu Huang. The others felt the same as Wu Cheng, but Lu Huang merely smiled faintly. Not many trump cards, just a tiny bit. If all those holy swords, divine swords, and supreme divine swords in the infinite sword domain don't count as trump cards, then what would? Changing the subject, he pointed to the corpses on the ground. But let's not talk about that first. Will killing these guys cause trouble? Zhang Songming had just reattached his left arm, which was still bleeding slightly, but he endured the pain to explain. Don't worry, brother Lu. They're all on the official wanted list. They just disguised themselves well and rarely left evidence of their crimes, so the authorities could never catch them. I recorded the entire battle. The cause and effect are crystal clear. With complete evidence, not only are you fine, but you can also claim the bounty. Hearing this, Lu Huang's anxious heart finally settled. After everyone finished recuperating and simply repaired the damaged aircraft, they resumed their journey, continuing to hunt exotic beasts in the depths of the secret realm. The entire battle was secretly recorded by several teams of heavenly duty practitioners lurking nearby and quickly spread throughout the Black Mountain secret realm. When people learned that the notorious Blood Wolf Squad had been completely wiped out, countless teams cheered on the spot, with some even beating gongs and drums in celebration. At a temporary outdoor gathering site, excited voices rose one after another. Damn, this news is so satisfying, it's cause for universal celebration. Shit, last time we finally took down a mountain peak, and the Bloodwolves not only stole our spoils, but also violated my brother. Those beasts deserve to die. What? They didn't even spare men? I only heard they harmed girls, didn't know they were so inhuman. They deserve hell even in death. I heard they were taken down by a university student team. Are today's college students this fierce? Must be people from the 4 prestigious schools. Curses, laughter, and exclamations mixed together, adding a sense of public grievances finally resolved to the Blood Wolf Squad's destruction. However, Lu Huang remained completely unaware of the outside world's reactions. He was immersed in the cycle of cultivation and hunting. To him, this was merely a small episode on his path of growth. In the following days, he hunted exotic beasts with his teammates while consuming various resources for cultivation. The abundant energy from the rare-grade iron soulstone vein made his cultivation soar like a rocket. Hidden Realm Breakthrough Progress 30, 40, 90, 110. Finally, on the 25th day after entering the Black Mountain Secret Realm, Lu Huang broke through the shackles of 3rd-tier perfection and stepped into the 3rd-tier Hidden Realm, becoming a Grand Swordmaster. In that instant, he seemed to resonate with heaven and earth itself, and through the haze above, he glimpsed a celestial pathway stretching toward the heavens. Light transformed into steps that wound upward from beneath his feet, leading to divine thrones forged from sacred gold floating at the summit. Upon these thrones sat deities clad in flowing radiant armor, their gazes surveying all creation below, their boundless divine pressure crashing down like collapsing mountains, proclaiming their absolute dominion over the laws of the universe. Through Hai Tianyue's explanation, Lu Huang learned that this celestial pathway was called the path to godhood. Without even a trace of divinity within one's body, no matter how diligently one cultivated for a lifetime, The path of cultivation and the path to godhood would remain forever parallel lines that never intersect. However, if one possessed even a sliver of divinity or borrowed the divine essence of sacred artifacts, the cultivation path would begin to incline upward. Through continuous practice, when these two paths finally converged, that would be the day of ascension to godhood. Awakened practitioners in the world numbered in the hundreds of millions, as countless as fish crossing a river. Even in special regions like the Earth-star world, those who could truly achieve godhood were rarely seen, even once in several decades. Yet Lu Huang had barely stepped onto the path of cultivation when divinity was born within him, and his cultivation path had already begun its upward shift. This meant that as long as he didn't perish along the way, he was destined to become a god. Moreover, having awakened just one day ago, he had already received the aid of several divine swords in succession. Even those great families with ninth-tier powerhouses at their helm might not be able to provide divine artifacts to all their direct descendants from the start. Perhaps only first-generation children would have such opportunities. The eighth-tier powerhouse Hai Tianyue herself didn't dare casually reveal her divine artifacts, yet Lu Huang could monopolize numerous divine swords ahead of time. If outsiders knew of this, they would surely go mad with envy. As his understanding deepened, Lu Huang increasingly grasped the stakes involved. He silently warned himself. The divine swords would be exposed sooner or later, so rather than being overly cautious, it was better to focus entirely on growing stronger. As long as he had sufficient power to suppress all enemies, there would be no need to fear any covetous gazes. With this thought, the excitement from his recent breakthrough to Grand Swordmaster was quickly replaced by urgency. Being merely a Grand Swordmaster was far from enough. Having been away from home for so long, he decided to return to school. As Lu Huang traveled, he speculated, had Sister Yu already purchased a suitable beast soul for him? If she couldn't acquire a king-level beast soul soon, he couldn't delay any longer. Third-tier swordsmen must fuse with sword souls to break through and advance to fourth-tier spirit swordsmen. Now that he was already a Grand Sword Master, in just one more month, he could shatter the barrier. If there was still no king-level beast soul by then, he planned to use a commander-level beast soul as a temporary measure. Sword souls were only responsible for enhancing combat power, and with his two hidden cultivation levels, even without fusing a sword soul, his battle strength far exceeded others of the same tier. Once he stepped into the fourth tier, his overall strength would surge dramatically. Weighing both options, breaking through early was the most advantageous choice. As for replacing the sword soul later, that would merely require some extra effort in the future. With his thoughts reaching this point, Lu Huang had made his firm decision. Within 1 month, he must fuse a sword soul and break through to the fourth tier. He left the cultivation chamber and entered the spacious lounge of the aircraft, where Fanya and the others had already gathered in a circle. Seeing him appear, smiles spread across their faces. How did it go, Junior Lu? Did you break through to the fourth tier? Fanya was the first to ask. Lu Huang shook his head slightly. Hearing the negative response, disappointment flickered across everyone's expressions. Zhou immediately approached him, placing a hand on Lu Huang's shoulder with her usual exaggerated yet sincere tone. Junior Lu, don't rush. These things can't be forced. The more you rush, the harder it becomes to break through. You need to take it slow, find the right point in your realm, gently work at it, softly push through it, and gradually things will start to change until only a thin barrier remains. When that moment comes, you just need one gentle push to break through that final layer. As she spoke, her chest happened to press against Lu Huang's shoulder, the soft pressure accompanied by a floral fragrance that made Lu Huang's mouth twitch. He could only silently tell himself, what she's saying should indeed be the principle of cultivation breakthroughs, right? It should be. The others nodded in agreement. Exactly. The barriers between major realms are much thicker than those between minor stages. You've only been at third-tier perfection for less than a month. Attempting fourth tier now would be too hasty. Going too fast isn't necessarily good. Right. Cultivation requires steady progress. Junior Lu Huang. Even if you don't reach fourth tier for another month, you'd still be the fastest among your cohort. I'd call you the speed master. Everyone teased and comforted him simultaneously, as if trying to smooth away all his disappointment. But Lu Huang felt no sense of loss. Though he hadn't entered the fourth tier, he had quietly broken through to the hidden realm of the third tier. This achievement was far more significant than simply advancing to the fourth tier. He didn't explain, instead changing the subject and looking at everyone. How long until we can leave the secret realm? Fanya raised her hand and brought up a holographic screen. Based on their route, the screen automatically generated a map of the Black Mountain secret realm. She casually explained that once these maps were uploaded to the official website, they would receive rewards based on exploration detail, and the officials would then compile data from various teams to create more complete maps for sale to other professionals. At full speed, we can leave in a day and night, Fanya assured him. I've calculated the timing will definitely make it back for the inter-university tournament. They wouldn't be careless about this. Everyone needed to participate themselves. Even if they couldn't secure commercial endorsements in the tournament, The school would award credits based on performance, and no one wanted to miss that opportunity. Good. Lu Huang nodded, then left the lounge and boarded the other aircraft flying alongside them, seeking out Zheng Songming. Senior Zheng, about the money for helping excavate the Iron Soul Stone vein, I'll transfer it to you once we're out. Zheng Songming waved his hand without hesitation. Brother Lu, that's too formal. It's just 10 or 20 million in pocket Changino, need to pay it back. After more than 20 days of fighting side by side, they had reaped rich rewards. Each squad member had earned at least 300 million. Though it couldn't compare to the total value of that Iron Soul Stone vein, it was already a massive profit compared to the past. If Zheng Songming still fixated on that small amount, it would seem rather petty. After all, if Lu Huang hadn't invited them to collaborate, even with that epic-level talisman, this operation would have been break-even at best. The rental fees leaked away like sand through an hourglass, tens of millions per day. Factor in ammunition, potions, and temporary formation arrays, and they'd be thanking their lucky stars just to cover costs. If renting high-quality equipment guaranteed profits, everyone would be blindly hauling epic weapons into their warehouses. The reality is that equipment only delivers true value when it matches the user's capability range. Take Lu Huang, for example. Having just broken through to third-tier Grand Swordsman, he could barely unleash 30 to 40% of the epic Heaven Sword's power. Theoretically, the most suitable weapons for third to fourth tier users were actually rare grade. For cash-strapped professionals, this was the correct answer. However, for those with shocking financial power, cost-effectiveness simply wasn't in their vocabulary. Even if rare grade could score 90 points while epic grade only managed 30, they'd still choose the latter. After all, when you can afford better, who wants to compromise with their wallet? After brief pleasantries, Lu Huang left the aircraft. By the porthole, Zheng Songming watched that retreating figure, his heart filled with admiration. Lu Huang's a good guy worth befriending. Through these days of fighting side by side, he'd come to recognize both Lu Huang's strength and his character, not a trace of arrogance despite his talent, only carefree and graceful composure. Zheng Songming secretly marveled. This was true social finesse, psychological mastery, and predator-level mentality. If he himself were wielding a bunch of epic weapons, he'd probably be strutting around with his nose in the air. Snapping back to reality, he patted his teammates' shoulders. Remember, don't go spreading word about Lu Huang's business, and definitely don't leak his combat capabilities. Got it. Everyone nodded in unison. Don't worry, Captain. We're not gossips. Right? Spreading this information wouldn't benefit us at all. I'll definitely keep it secret. I'm still waiting to watch him demolish Xiajing University and Haidu University at the collegiate tournament, hehe. The team thought Zheng Songming was worried about offending Lu Huang, but he suddenly smiled. Besides not wanting to make enemies, you're missing the most crucial point: information advantage. The collegiate tournament always had betting pools. This time, as long as they kept quiet and brought in friends and family to bet everything on Lu Huang, it was guaranteed money. The group was stunned at first, then suddenly understood, their expressions like they'd discovered a gold mine. Captain, that's brilliant. How brilliant. 2 or 3 stories high. Everyone excitedly planned betting details as time flew by in heated discussion. The aircraft landed smoothly at the Secret Realm exit without incident. They first went to the Secret Realm Management Office to settle all fees, then submitted complete footage of eliminating the Blood Wolf Squad at the registration window. The Blood Wolf Squad was notorious, and officials had long since added this group to the wanted list. After Lu Huang and the others submitted bodies and battle records, multiple specialized professionals conducted verification. The videographer confirmed, no editing traces in the footage. The coroner verified, body wounds matched the description. Other appraisers provided supporting evidence from energy residue, timeline, environmental details, and other angles, ultimately signing off unanimously. These support class professionals weren't skilled in combat, but they were irreplaceable in society's chain. With procedures complete, the Black Mountain Secret Realm administrator smiled and nodded. Thank you all for your hard work. You've eliminated a major threat, and we express our gratitude from now on. Whenever you enter Black Mountain Secret Realm, regardless of how long you stay, all residence fees are waived. We'll also provide priority access to internal intelligence. Additionally, the Blood Wolf Squad bounty totals 230 million, including additional rewards from the management office and multiple professional teams, which will be transferred to your accounts immediately. The process was smooth without any complications. The management office knew Lu Huang and his team's background, so they delivered the benefits properly. Even if everyone transferred their bounty shares to Lu Huang, the remaining benefits were satisfactory enough. After bidding farewell to Zheng Songming's group, Lu Huang and Fang Ye's team boarded the school aircraft back to Tianyin University. Just as he stepped through the school gates, he saw Yin Wuwei approaching with a grave expression. Hai Tianyue is in trouble. As soon as Lu Huang and Fang Ye returned to the academy, they went to see Yin Wuwei. The moment the principal's office door was pushed open, before the group could even steady themselves, Fang Ye rapidly poured out everything they had encountered in the secret realm. Thunder, roars, and life-or-death details filled the entire office, but Yin Wuwei merely nodded slightly throughout, his expression remaining calm to the point of indifference. When the report ended, he raised his hand to dismiss everyone except Lu Huang, leading him through the corridor into a secret chamber behind an alloy security door. The room was dimly lit, the air filled with a faint scent of spiritual medicine, and runes flickered faintly on the walls. Lu Huang, how long do you think it will take you to break through to the 4th tier? Yin Wuwei asked with his back turned. Sensing something unusual in his mentor's mood, Lu Huang answered honestly, at most 1 month. Good. Yin Wuwei turned sideways to look at Lu Huang. Within a month, I'll find a way to get you a king-level beast soul. A king-level beast soul? Lu Huang's heart jolted as he immediately caught the unease hidden deep within those words. Mentor, has something happened to the principal? Yin Wuwei fell silent for a moment before finally saying in a low voice, she's trapped in the 10,000 Beasts secret realm and can't get out for the time being. The 10,000 Beasts secret realm? The massive secret realm in the southwest. Lu Huang blurted out. The giant secret realms within Longxia territory could be counted on one hand, and even ordinary people had heard of them, let alone university students like them. Lu Huang recalled the online course materials. That place was vast in territory, with endless plains coexisting alongside ancient mountain ranges, where 9th-tier alien races stood guard, and even 8th-tier powerhouses had to proceed with extreme caution. Lu Huang's heartbeat quickened. Mentor, can you tell me what danger the principal has encountered? Yin Wuwei's gaze was profound, though he tried to keep his tone steady. Don't worry, my main body has already rushed over there. She won't be in mortal danger. He sighed. You went to the territory of the Thunder Beast clan and broke into their soul tomb. Lu Huang recalled his textbook knowledge. Soul tombs are alien burial grounds where the powerful go to sit in meditation before death, and where younger generations enter to undergo trials and obtain bloodline inheritance. Yin Wuwei nodded and continued, exactly. You took an emperor-level soul from the Thunder Beast clan soul tomb, and afterward was pursued by the Thunder Beasts and trapped in their forbidden land, the 9-layer Thunder Pool. Lu Huang's mind conjured the textbook illustration, 9 thunder waterfalls cascading from the clouds, with purple lightning churning at the bottom of the pool, where a single misstep would turn one to ash. The 9-layer Thunder Pool is the Thunder Beast clan's ancient inheritance ground, forbidden to ordinary beings. To venture deep inside, one must either master profound Thunder Dao or possess supreme Thunder bloodline. Yin Wuwei explained. Yu used her heavenly authority to transform into a Thunder Beast ancestor using that Emperor-level soul as a foundation, hiding in the deepest part. He sighed. Those Thunder Beast powerhouses are already standing guard outside. Once Yu's heavenly authority time limit expires, they'll swarm her. Lu Huang's brow furrowed sharply. Wouldn't it work if the principal returned the Thunder Beast soul? Yin Wuwei let out a cold laugh. Within the 10,000 Beast secret realm, the Thunder Beast clan has always been opposed to us Longxia people. Now that Yu has taken their ancestor's soul, it's an insult and provocation to them. How could these creatures possibly let it go? Moreover, with Yu entering the 9-layered Thunder Pool, this presents an excellent opportunity for them to kill one of Longxia Nation's 8th-tier warriors, so they're even less likely to agree to any reconciliation. Yin Wuwei maintained his composure on the surface, but his fingertips gripped the table's edge, betraying the deep worry he couldn't hide. Lu Huang stood silently to the side. Conflicts at the level of the 9-layered Thunder Pool were far beyond his ability to intervene. You don't need to worry too much, Yin Wuwei said with a sigh. Longxia Nation has already mobilized all Thunder Element experts to rush to the 10,000 Beasts secret realm. They have the ability to enter the 9-layered Thunder Pool and should be able to bring Yu out. Despite his words, his voice clearly lacked confidence. The 9-layered Thunder Pool was the Thunder Beast's home turf. Even fellow Thunder Element practitioners would inevitably face restrictions at every turn, and venturing too deep could lead to being surrounded. In a real battle, it would be a fight to the death. Apart from Yin Wuwei as a father, probably no one else would be willing to risk their own life to save Hai Tianhua. After a brief exchange, Yin Wuwei patted Lu Huang's shoulder with earnest words. All right, go rest now. These aren't matters for you to worry about. For you, there's only one thing that matters most: becoming stronger. Lu Huang nodded and left, returning to his assigned quarters. He intended to calm his mind and cultivate, but chaotic thoughts filled his head. Sister Yu entered the 9-layered Thunder Pool because of me, and now she's trapped in danger. Can I really only stand by and watch helplessly? The young man clenched his fists, his eyes filled with unwillingness. Unable to calm his emotions, he simply opened his terminal and searched for the latest news about the 10,000 Beasts secret realm. The results surprised him. News of Hai Tianhua being besieged by the Thunder Beast clan had already spread rapidly across the internet, with war correspondents even infiltrating the front lines of the secret realm for real-time reporting. War correspondents had limited combat abilities but excelled at concealment and survival, making them crucial for information flow between human and alien battlefields. Since Hai Tianyue was also a renowned 8th-tier warrior of Longxia Nation, the news immediately exploded online. Damn it! These Thunder Beast bastards dare to besiege Goddess Tianyue? Brothers, follow me into the secret realm to hunt Thunder Beasts. Right? If we can't kill the high-tier ones, can't we handle the low-tier ones? Let's slaughter them until blood flows like rivers, until their bloodlines are extinct. Countless fans left excited comments, organizing teams one after another. The incident had continued for several days, with people already returning from the secret realm to report back, posting photos of their Thunder Beast kills, making public opinion increasingly heated. As Lu Huang browsed through this, he suddenly caught sight of deliberately inflammatory comments targeting him directly. Brothers, what are you all getting worked up about? Is this really something for you to worry about? After all, I heard that Goddess Tianyue was besieged by the Thunder Beast clan because she was looking for a beast soul for that guy called Lu Huang, and I don't see him speaking up about it. The person above is right. What a shame. I heard that Goddess Tianyue had gained considerable power from the Heavenly Tao recently, and she's someone who could step into the 9th tier at any moment. If something goes wrong because of some worthless, talentless guy, he deserves to die 1,000 deaths. Online, such posts were changing by the minute, with bandwagon comments flooding in like a tide. Exactly. This Lu Huang is nothing but an ungrateful wretch. Goddess Tianyue gave him so many benefits, and now he's acting like a coward. I think he's inferior to Guan Shaoxi and Gu Qingxue in both character and talent. That's right. The inter-university tournament is about to start. Lu Huang will definitely show his true colors then and get beaten to a pulp by Guan Shaoxi and the others, huh? Similar comments were numerous and growing more intense. Anyone with eyes could see that someone was fanning the flames behind the scenes. With the inter-university tournament approaching, regardless of their motives, ruining Lu Huang's reputation first would bring nothing but benefits. First, public opinion could disturb Lu Huang's mental state, causing him to perform poorly in the competition. Second, even if he won first place, being covered in mud would make merchants hesitant to cooperate with him. What a despicable business war, someone lamented on the forum. However, it was precisely these cold mockeries and sarcasm that sparked an idea in Lu Huang's troubled mind, allowing him to catch a glimpse of hope. I've got it. He suddenly stood up. Even though his current strength wasn't enough to directly help Sister Yu deal with the Thunder Beasts, he could still take an indirect approach, find a way to further enhance Hai Tianyue's combat power. He recalled the day before enrollment when he first fused with the Supreme Divine Sword. That sword's emergence had brought tremendous benefits to Hai Tianyue, even significantly accelerating her progress toward the 9th tier. In that case, I'll fuse another Supreme Divine Sword. Then he shook his head in denial. No, I can fuse more than just one. Nearly 3 months had passed since his last fusion. Based on his current resources, he only needed less than 12 days to gather the materials for one Supreme Divine Sword. Even setting aside some natal swords as reserves, he could still fuse at least 6 more. At this thought, Lu Huang's chest surged with hot blood, and he immediately picked up his communicator to call Fangya and the others. Senior Sister Fang, lend me the aircraft. I'm going to the 10,000 Beasts secret realm. At that moment, Fangya and the others were also browsing the forum and naturally understood Lu Huang's intention. Junior Lu, don't pay attention to those keyboard warriors, Fangya said with concern. The inter-university tournament isn't far away. You'd better focus on cultivation. Besides, going to the secret realm won't help with the Thunder Beast war zone. The others also tried to dissuade him, but Lu Huang remained resolute. The principal has been good to me. No matter what, I have to make this trip. At least killing a few Thunder Beasts will ease the hatred in my heart. Everyone thought he was affected by the public criticism. Seeing they couldn't persuade him, they could only say, then we'll go with you. Lu Huang had wanted to act alone, but since Fangya and the others were equally stubborn, he had to agree to travel together. The aircraft they used was only rare grade, so its speed wasn't top tier. Fortunately, Tianyan University wasn't far from the southwest, and the base city where the 10,000 Beasts secret realm was located was even closer. In less than 10 hours, they arrived at the entrance to the 10,000 Beasts secret realm. The area bustled with crowds, as heavenly duty practitioners from all corners of the realm came and went in endless streams, many drawn here specifically because of Hai Tianyue's situation. The administrative center had long been decorated with colorful lanterns, with stalls, supply stations, and weapon shops lined up in neat rows, while the constant sounds of trading rose and fell in waves for them. This was exactly the kind of prosperity they had been hoping for. Heavenly duty practitioners seeking to train in the 10,000 Beasts secret realm needed to spend money on everything from food and lodging to equipment and information, which was enough to make the entire border city's economy run even more vibrantly. Because of this, Lu Huang and his group spent almost no time completing their registration and smoothly entered the secret realm. The sky of the 10,000 Beasts secret realm was cloudless for thousands of miles, and looking up, one could see that crimson sun hanging high in the firmament. like a piece of scorching red gold radiating visible energy ripples. The day and night cycle here was extraordinarily unique. During the day, there was a blood sun, and once night fell, it transformed into a blood moon. Legend had it that whether blood sun or blood moon, both were the eyes of the beast god, who needed only to blink once to drive the entire world through its cycle of day and night. But Lu Huang had no mind to appreciate this eerie and magnificent scenery. The moment he stepped into the secret realm, he couldn't suppress the urge to immediately fuse with the supreme divine sword. Once that treasure manifested in the world, it would surely trigger celestial phenomena, and the slightest carelessness would draw the attention of those with ulterior motives. Wait a little longer, wait a little longer. He repeatedly warned himself, forcibly suppressing the restlessness in his heart, and joined Fang Ya and the others in the squad hunting thunder beasts. In fact, this action by the heavenly duty practitioners of the Longxia Kingdom posed virtually no threat to the Thunder Beast clan. Thunder Beasts valued bloodlines above all else, and the noble bloodline groups only operated in core territories, never appearing in the outer regions. As for Thunder Beasts with ordinary or even elite bloodlines, even if hundreds of millions died in a short period, it might not alarm the clan's upper echelons. The hunting by Lu Huang and his companions was more like a helpless form of self-consolation. Fang Ya and the others naturally understood the gravity of the situation, but they also knew that if they did nothing, Lu Huang would never find peace of mind. So without saying much, they simply accompanied him silently as he searched throughout the secret realm and slaughtered low-tier thunder beasts, watching him use combat to dispel his anxiety. Time passed, and after a full day and night, Lu Huang could no longer suppress the worry in his heart. Although he knew that Hai Tianyue, as an 8th-tier powerhouse, could not be defeated overnight, the thought of "it's not the likely outcome, but the unlikely one you should fear" continued to occupy his mind. After weighing his options repeatedly, he decided to immediately begin fusing with the supreme divine sword. Meanwhile, on the other side of the 10,000 Beasts secret realm, within the territory of the Thunder Beast clan, a vast and boundless thunder pool stretched across the continuous mountain ranges. Rather than calling it a pool, it would be more accurate to describe it as an entire thunder sea, spanning dozens of miles in all directions, with electric light surging like boiling water. The surrounding mountain walls pierced straight into the clouds, with even the lowest peaks rising over 1,000 meters high. Lightning serpents danced between the peaks, and the sky was completely shrouded in heavy dark clouds, making day appear as dark as night. The thunder pool was filled with thunder essence that was azure blue like water, yet viscous like syrup. Its purity was so high that even the shallowest surface layer could instantly inflict fatal burns on ordinary 3rd or 4th-tier beings. To the strong, it was energy to be absorbed. To the weak, it was deadly poison that meant instant death upon contact. Even more terrifying was that this area beneath their feet was merely the first layer of the thunder pool. With each deeper layer, the purity, pressure, and danger of the thunder essence would multiply exponentially, until reaching the 9th layer, where even 8th-tier beings had to proceed with extreme caution. Above the 9-layer thunder pool, imposing figures faced off in midair. On the left were the Heaven's Duty practitioners from the Longxia Kingdom, with Yan Wuwei among them. On the right were similarly humanoid figures, but their bodies were covered in dense beast fur. These were the transformed Thunder Beast powerhouses. They were tall and robust, with both males and females wearing minimal clothing that only covered vital areas. Their exposed skin was covered with lightning patterns of different hues, with electric light occasionally leaping from these markings. Longxia humans, how many times must this king tell you get lost immediately? A Thunder Beast male bared his fangs slightly, his tone arrogant. If you don't leave, prepare to die here. Yan Wuwei's gaze remained indifferent, not bothering to respond. The other Longxia Kingdom powerhouses remained equally silent, focusing only on the movements deep within the thunder pool. Their companions were conducting a search and rescue operation inside, and everyone was waiting for that team to return. The Thunder Beast male, ignored once again, felt his chest burning with rage that almost materialized as actual lightning. Fine, if you want to wait, then wait. You'd better wait until all your clansmen in the thunder pool are dead, and then it'll be your turn. With that, he snorted 2 arcs of electricity from his nostrils. At this moment, only 3 8th-tier thunder beasts remained on guard outside, while the opposing Longxia humans had 5. In a real fight, they would have no advantage, so he could only suppress his killing intent for now, leaving his harsh words to echo in the air. At this time, deep within the 9-layer thunder pool, several lightning-type Heaven's Duty practitioners had struggled to reach the 6th layer. Thunder essence continuously splashed overhead, with electric arcs lashing their protective spiritual light like thin whips, while the intense thunder intent made everyone's skin ache. No good. If we continue descending, we'll surely die. A woman surveyed the surging electric plasma around them, her voice hoarse. Those Thunder Beast powerhouses must have tampered with something. The thunder energy seems specifically targeted against us. If we go deeper, we'll all be buried here. Several companions hesitated. A man took a deep breath of the scorching thunder chi and sighed. Teacher Yin has shown us great kindness. If we can't rescue Sister Tianyue, I'll have no face to meet him. Let's try one more time. Yes, let's enter the 7th layer and see. Agreed. These 8th-tier powerhouses were either juniors personally mentored by Yin Wuwei or old acquaintances who had received his favor, making them particularly invested in rescuing Hai Tianyue. Everyone steadied themselves, forcibly suppressing the surging thunder energy within their bodies, and charged together toward the deeper thunder essence. However, fate was not on their side. After entering the 7th layer of the thunder pool, they were attacked by thunder beast powerhouses. Although they were all 8th-tier beings, the thunder beast warriors held an inherent advantage within the thunder pool. Over 100 thunder beasts shed their disguises as their shells cracked open, allowing lightning to surge wildly into their sinews and flesh. In the next moment, they transformed into colossal azure shadows towering thousands of meters high, their fangs, lightning horns, and massive tail whips stirring up thunderous waves of lightning plasma. They rampaged back and forth through the 7th thunder pool, whipping the plasma into thick electrical lashes that exploded with deafening roars, like 10,000 volcanoes erupting simultaneously. The shockwaves penetrated the thunder pool's layered barriers, spreading simultaneously toward the depths of the 9-layered thunder pool and its outer perimeter. Beyond the 9-layered thunder pool, Yin Wuwei and other Longsha powerhouses immediately detected the disturbance, their faces instantly darkening. Their comrades were trapped inside. The observing Thunder Beast clan on the opposite side clapped and laughed, while a Thunder Beast male clad in silver blue armor mocked shrilly. Do you feel it? I can already hear your Longsha humans wailing. You reckless fools who dare trespass on our sacred grounds didn't expect to leave alive. Yin Wuwei intended to ignore the provocation, but suddenly a completely different aura wafted from the 9-layered Thunder Pola sacred presence, so pure and overwhelming that it remained clearly perceptible even through layers of lightning plasma, causing involuntary trembling in one's heart. This sacred aura belonged to a 9th-tier being. The universal covenant of all realms clearly stipulated. 10th-tier beings are gods, and gods do not descend to the mortal realm. 9th-tier beings are saints, and saints do not battle mortals. Whether gods or saints, their destructive power is too terrifying. Thus they are absolutely forbidden from interfering in conflicts among lower-tier beings. Now that sacred aura had erupted, could it be that a 9th-tier powerhouse from the Thunder Beast clan had personally entered the fray? Yin Wuwei demanded coldly. Do you wish eternal war with our Longsha human race? The Thunder Beast male casually shrugged and snorted. I thought you'd gone mute. What's wrong, scared? Sensing this sacred aura, do you really think one of our saints has manifested? Yin Wuwei narrowed his eyes. Don't tell me a mere sacred artifact could produce such overwhelming pressure. While sacred artifacts did carry sacred aura, it would be impossible for one to remain so intense across multiple Thunderpool layers. The Thunder Beast male laughed heartily, his face full of contempt. Humans are so clever. That's right, this is indeed the power of a sacred artifact. The Longxia crowd erupted in fury. Bullshit. What sacred artifact could possess such overwhelming presence? The opponent unhurriedly stroked the armor across his chest, declaring proudly. Naturally, it's a natal sacred artifact personally nurtured by our clan's prodigy, the Xianlei Emperor. This single statement made every Longxia powerhouse's heart sink. Human heavenly professionals could indeed forge equipment, but the vast majority lacked combat ability, making it extremely difficult for others to fully utilize such equipment. Only a rare few special heavenly professionals who could both fight and self-nurture equipment could achieve perfect resonance with their weapons. The same principle applied to other races. If the Xianlei Emperor had truly nurtured this artifact day and night with his own thunder blood and thunder soul, then this sacred artifact would be equivalent to a part of his body. In other words, if the opponent had personally nurtured a sacred artifact and could perfectly unleash its effects, this Thunder Beast prodigy's combat prowess would rival that of an ordinary 9th-tier powerhouse. Yin Wuwei and his companions hid at the edge of the first thunder pool, their hearts growing cold with dread. Meanwhile, deep within the 9-layered thunder pools, several experts responsible for rescuing Hai Tianyue were locked in desperate battle. Thunder plasma surged around them as purple and blue lightning wove into nets, while the acrid smell of burnt blood filled the air. They were entangled in fierce combat with several Thunder Beast warriors when suddenly, a giant wreathed in black lightning burst through the waves. His skin was like dark iron, his eyes blazed like thunder lamps, and he gripped a massive black halberd in one hand. With a casual swing of the weapon, violent thunder currents transformed into a black tornado, sending several Longxiao warriors flying along with their armor. The black lightning clung to them like venomous ants, crackling as it crawled across their bodies before instantly boring into their flesh. Their internal organs were charred on the spot, and pained groans echoed one after another. Upon seeing that black lightning figure, the other thunder beasts bowed in unison, speaking in their tribal tongue as they shouted. "Greetings to His Majesty the Dark Thunder Emperor." The Longxiao warriors immediately recognized his identity. It's the Dark Thunder Emperor. How is the sacred weapon in his hands unleashing such terrifying power? Sacred might rolled forth, no less imposing than a ninth-tier, true form descending. Everyone's hearts shook with terror as they turned to flee from the thunder pool. The Dark Thunder Emperor smiled wickedly, his voice rumbling like muffled thunder. "Human scum, since you've come, don't think about leaving." Before his words finished, he charged forward with his halberd, directly colliding with a thunder warrior. The warrior's protective thunder armor exploded instantly, and he was sent flying dozens of yards, spitting blood into the thunder plasma where it hissed and evaporated into gray mist. "Damn it!" the severely wounded thunder warrior roared through gritted teeth. "You guys go. I'll stay and hold them off." He knew well that without someone to cover their retreat, none of them would escape. His remaining companions' eyes flickered with guilt and survival instinct. But within moments they reached a silent understanding. Instead of retreating, they advanced. "Screw it, why run? Let's fight." "Oomph, I'm not backing down either. Let's get him." 5 or 6 figures simultaneously unleashed their trump cards, spiritual light interweaving with thunder fire as they surrounded the Dark Thunder Emperor. The Dark Thunder Emperor cackled maniacally. "Interesting, the human race of Longxia does indeed have some backbone. I quite admire you all. So after I kill you, I'll extract your souls and hang them in my palace as decorations." With those words, his halberd struck down furiously. Both sides clashed fiercely in the ninth thunder pool, each collision raising 100-yard-high waves of thunder plasma, causing even the surface of the first thunder pool to surge violently with continuous thunder explosions. However, the gap in cultivation was impossible to bridge. After dozens of breaths, several eighth-tier powerhouses were successively shattered, their blood staining the thunder pool red. "Weaklings!" the Dark Thunder Emperor disdainfully shook his halberd. But in the next instant, his expression changed drastically. There wasn't a trace of soul remnants in the blood mist. "Damn it! It's that woman's illusion technique again," he roared. "I can't tell the difference. I really can't tell anymore." During this period, he had repeatedly hunted Hai Tianyue, thinking he had killed her time and again, only to be fooled by illusions repeatedly, nearly driving him to madness. Taking a deep breath, he forcibly suppressed his agitation and swept his cold gaze in all directions. "Humph. So what if you save them? You've all been marked with my thunder seal now. You can't leave this place. You'll all die eventually. You shouldn't have come looking for me." Now everyone bears the thunder marks left by the Thunder Emperor. Only by staying within the thunder pool can you remain safe. The moment you step even half a foot outside, you'll instantly trigger the ninefold divine thunder formation here, and you'll be reduced to ashes. Hai Tianyue explained the situation with a grave expression, then let out a helpless smile after finishing. "Fortunately, the thunder marks within you aren't deep. I can barely remove them and send you away shortly." Everyone exchanged glances, keenly sensing something amiss. "Tianyue, what about yourself?" someone asked in a low voice. Hai Tianyue didn't evade the question and sighed softly. "I've fought the Thunder Emperor too many times. The thunder marks have penetrated my very bones. There's no escape for me." She revealed a tragically beautiful smile and took out a crystal-clear orb resembling a soul crystal, placing it in their hands. "This is the imperial soul of the Thunder Beast clan. Please take it out and deliver it to my student, Lu Huang." With that, she channeled her true essence, moonlight flowing from her fingertips as she began removing the thunder marks from everyone's bodies. The technique lasted for a long time, and her complexion shifted from pale to deathly white, her aura growing increasingly weak. "Go now? I can't hold on much longer." The group felt conflicted, unable to voice any words of comfort. Hai Tianyue led them toward the edge of the thunder pool, ascending layer by layer. Just as they reached the third level of the thunder pool, the Thunder Emperor's figure suddenly tore through the thunder clouds, black lightning rolling as it sealed off all directions. "Trying to escape? Think you can get away? All of you die!" the Thunder Emperor roared furiously. Sinister thunder instantly covered most of the area, the air seeming to shatter under the pressure, making everyone's chests feel tight. Hai Tianyue raised her hand, and a moon wheel leaped from her palm, white light sharp as a blade, directly tearing through the barrier formed by black lightning. "Go!" Her voice was hoarse, but still powerful. The group dared not linger, seizing the opening to rush through the black lightning, then joining forces to break through the encirclement of other Thunder Beast powerhouses, fighting their way out of the thunder pool. Seeing them emerge unharmed, Yin Wuwei and the others breathed sighs of relief. However, in the next moment, everyone's hearts sank again. Hai Tianyue had not come out with them. At this moment, deep within the thunder pool, Hai Tianyue was entangled by thick black sinister lightning that clung to her bones and corroded her flesh, frantically destroying her internal organs. Heart-wrenching pain assaulted her as she gritted her silver teeth and wielded her moon wheel to forcibly carve out a foothold. Divine might erupted from the moon wheel, its quality surpassing sacred power, yet it was gradually losing ground in terms of quantity, slowly being devoured by the Thunder Emperor's sinister thunder sacred power. The Thunder Emperor flapped his wings, hovering high above with a condescending sneer. Woman, you are strong and beautiful. Submit to become this emperor's consort, and I shall spare your life. Hai Tianyue scoffed, raising her eyes with disdain. My man must ascend to the divine throne. A mere foreign emperor like you, are you even worthy? Seeing the undisguised contempt in her eyes, the Thunder Emperor felt humiliated, rage surging. Since you refuse the toast, then become this emperor's puppet, to serve me for all eternity. Black lightning compressed like a tide, gradually devouring her living space bit by bit. Hai Tianyue felt despair but still gripped her moon will tightly, responding coldly. You'll never succeed. Tianyue's illusion, butterfly transformation to immortality. With those words, she forcibly burned the heavenly Tao power within her body. Moonlight clung to her form as she donned what seemed like silver radiance armor, her figure transforming into a dreamlike moon palace fairy. The brilliance was dazzling, yet it was visibly withering at an alarming rate. The Thunder Emperor was both shocked and furious. You would sacrifice your heavenly Tao power to perish together with me? You'd rather die than become my consort? Detestable. Even as a foreign emperor, he couldn't help but feel regret for this absolutely beautiful and powerful figure before him. Hai Tianyue felt her life rapidly ebbing away. Originally intending only to slay a few more Thunder Beast Kings before death, suddenly her heart trembled. A rich, warm, powerful surge of heavenly Tao power came rushing from afar. The force was familiar and intimate, like the call of a long-awaited reunion, rekindling her extinguished hope. Not long before, elsewhere in the 10,000 Beasts secret realm, Lu Huang looked inward at his sword domain space, a deep voice echoing in his mind. All divine swords, heed my command, fused together. Within Lu Huang's infinite sword domain, divine swords had already been forged through fusion, radiating overwhelming divine might. Across the entire plane, any high-tier powerhouse who ventured into this place would be utterly stunned by the sight of so many divine swords gathered together. Yet at this moment, these awe-inspiring divine swords were merely consumables in Lu Huang's hands, ready to be used at will as he incorporated them into his fusion at an astonishing pace. In mere moments, 10 divine swords merged one by one, their sword might climbing steadily as their grade leaped from ordinary mythical level to supreme mythical. The instant the supreme divine sword manifested, Lu Huang's sword domain barriers could no longer contain it, and the outside world resonated across space itself. Like a key sliding into a lock, click after click, the shackles of heaven and earth loosened, and infinite power of the heavenly Tao came surging forth. In the mysterious depths, shackles were unlocked. The newly acquired divinity within Lu Huang allowed him to capture that trace of heavenly Tao essence. This key was crafted by his hand and belonged to him alone. The power of the heavenly Tao showed him utmost affinity, even becoming tainted with his will. Anyone or anything close to Lu Huang could absorb it faster, while those he despised would suffer violent backlash if they dared reach for it. Boom! The 10,000 Beasts secret realm suddenly trembled, and the thunderous roar of the great Tao, audible only to high-tier powerhouses, continued endlessly. Even the Beast Clan ancestors who had been in seclusion for years were shocked into hasty emergence, their gazes piercing across billions of miles to lock onto the Thunder Beast Clan's territory, the source of that deafening roar. From that distant vantage point, the sound of the great Tao alone was like refreshing rain, stirring hearts and souls. Whoosh, 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 whoosh. Countless powerhouses tore through the sky, heading straight for Thunder Beast territory. Wind and lightning rolled as the sky darkened. Dragon roars, phoenix cries, tiger howls, and insect chirping. Various Beast Clan true sounds interweaved across the vast sky. The ancestors revealed their massive true forms, swarming forward like stars chasing the moon. Deep within Thunder Beast territory, several ninth-tier figures were first to stand suspended in the air, their sacred might rolling forth as five-colored lightning swirled around them. The thunderous roar of the great Tao above their territory grew ever clearer, and they could barely contain their excitement. The great Tao thunders. This is the great Tao's thunder. Ha ha ha, heaven blesses our Thunder Clan. Heaven blesses our Thunder Clan. This is an omen of great prosperity, meaning that in this 10,000 beasts world, our Thunder Clan shall be the supreme rulers. In their view, the sound of the great Tao actively descending upon Thunder Clan territory was undoubtedly heaven and earth's favor. Thus, each one danced with excitement, cheering like children. Quickly, quickly, quickly. Seize this time to comprehend the power of the heavenly Tao. This is heaven's gift. We must not refuse it. We must not refuse it. Yes, yes, yes. When heaven gives and we do not take, we invite disaster instead. We thank the heavens our clan receives this without shame, without shame. All Thunder Clan powerhouses were invigorated. When that thunderous roar of the great Tao reached its peak, every Thunder Clan powerhouse sought to grasp that fleeting opportunity to seize some fortune of the lightning Tao from the great Tao of heaven and earth. However, when they reached their hands into the opened heavenly Tao shackles one by one, not only did they receive no benefits, but they felt a strong wave of hostility rushing toward them. Boom! The heavenly Tao shackles violently trembled, and several high-ranking Thunder Clan members felt explosive pain in their chests, blood gushing wildly as they staggered backward repeatedly, their faces pale as death, eyes filled with terror and bewilderment. This is Heaven's wrath. Why is this happening? Isn't this supposed to be our Thunder Clan's opportunity? We were clearly receiving Heaven's reward. So why has it brought down Heaven's fury? The Thunder Clan elders looked at each other in confusion, clouds of doubt hanging over them. By all logic, at a moment like this, even a passing Dog Clan could benefit from such a grand celestial phenomenon. And they were the Thunder Clan Heaven's chosen children, so how could they end up in such a predicament? I understand now, someone shouted fiercely. This isn't a heavenly blessing, but Heaven's wrathful punishment. It must be those damned humans who invaded our Thunder Clan's soul tomb, triggering Heaven's anger. Our Thunder Clan are Heaven and Earth's beloved children. So when those otherworldly humans humiliate us, divine punishment is only natural. With this thought, their gazes pierced through thousands of miles of thunder clouds, locking onto Yin Wuwei and his companions near the nine-layered thunder pool. At that moment, Yin Wuwei's group had just regrouped outside the thunder pool, quietly discussing strategies to rescue Hai Tianhua. Suddenly, the great Tao's roar shook the heavens, and everyone's hearts stirred as they looked up in unison. If we can seize just a bit more of Heaven's opportunity, our strength will increase by another degree, and our chances of rescue will grow. Their eyes blazed with determination as they focused intently on capturing the changes in the great Tao around them. On the other side, several Thunder Beast clan powerhouses were equally excited, but when they noticed a few humans standing nearby, their expressions immediately soured. Damned humans, get lost. This is our Thunder Clan's opportunity, Yuri, not worthy of enjoying it. Scram. Before we lose our temper. Yin Wuwei and his companions treated their words like wind in their ears, too lazy to pay attention. The Thunder Beast clan powerhouses were furious with embarrassment, but knowing the humans were numerous and not seeing the mystic Thunder Emperor present, they could only suppress their killing intent. We won't bother with you for now, but once we obtain this opportunity, we'll deal with you. The leading Thunder Beast male snorted coldly, suppressing his anger along with his companions. In their view, the appearance of this great Tao phenomenon in Thunder Beast clan territory was Heaven's reward for them. The chronicles of the 10,000 Beasts world recorded that whenever peerless prodigies emerged or certain clans accomplished earth-shaking feats, such changes would be triggered. The heavenly sound grew louder and louder, with thunder patterns surging across heaven and earth. When the roaring reached its peak, several Thunder Beast clan powerhouses suddenly struck out, attempting to tear through the void and grasp that trace of opportunity. Boom. The next instant, lightning backlash struck them like a heavy blow, their clothes exploding, blood splattering everywhere, leaving them utterly horrified. How can this be? Isn't this supposed to be Heaven's reward? Why are we suffering backlash? They staggered backward, and when they looked up again, they saw Yin Wuwei and his companions in the distance, excited and completely unharmed, causing their hearts to plummet into the abyss. Impossible. How could you not suffer any backlash? The Dragon Xia Nation's heavenly duty holders on the opposite side were equally bewildered, looking at each other and then at the disheveled Thunder Beast clan powerhouses. Why do you all look injured? Didn't you receive the power of Heaven's will? Why didn't you take it? Don't you like it? Buffed. The Thunder Beast clan's powerhouse, already suffering from chest tightness, trembled as rage and injuries flared together, spitting out a mouthful of black blood on the spot. The Dragon Xiao warrior who had spoken grinned wickedly, had no idea what had gone wrong with the Thunder Beast clan, only knowing that adding some cold mockery at this moment would have the best effect. In contrast, Yin Wuwei had no time to waste on their banter. Several streams of golden light from Heaven's will were still churning within his body, but he forcibly suppressed them. What mattered most right now was rescuing Hai Tianhua. His gaze turned cold as he locked onto those weakened Thunder Beast clan kings and raised his hand to launch an attack. Buzz buzz buzz. Spears over 10 feet long materialized out of thin air, their tips crackling with lightning, radiating holy power so sharp they seemed capable of piercing through the void itself. The Thunder Beast clan powerhouses had just suffered Heaven's will backlash. Their strength plummeting to rock bottom. It was the perfect opportunity to kick them while they were down. The other 8th tier powerhouses immediately followed suit. They too had received several streams of Heaven's will power, their injuries rapidly healing and their realm limits subtly rising. With several joining forces, lightning and blade light clashed chaotically, screams echoing one after another as the surrounded Thunder Beast clan kings found themselves completely unable to fight back. Yin Wuwei didn't go for the kill, instead temporarily restraining his opponents before turning toward the depths of the 9-layer thunder pool and roaring furiously. Thunder Emperor Xianlei, release our people. Otherwise, these kings will all die here today. The violent sound waves pierced through layers of thunder mist, reaching into the thunder pool. Thunder Emperor Xianlei was healing at the pool's center too, had reached for heaven's will opportunities, but not only gained nothing, he had suffered severe injuries instead. Fortunately, he was already stationed at the 9-layer Thunder Pool with natural advantages, and had recovered most of his strength in an instant. What displeased him even more was that Hai Tianhua, originally forced into a desperate situation, had actually used the heavens will fluctuations to escape death and flee deeper into the Thunder Pool, once again slipping from his control. Hearing the threats from outside, his rage surged as he roared back, "Kill them! Kill them all! They're just a bunch of useless trash anyway. If they die, so be it. Today, this dragon Xia human woman must die by my hand." Thunder Emperor Xianlei. The Thunder Beast clan kings outside turned ashen upon hearing this, anger and disappointment intertwining, yet they were powerless to refute. Yin Wuwei hadn't expected Thunder Emperor Xianlei to so decisively abandon his subordinates. His gaze turned ice cold as he approached the kings in a low voice. You heard him in his eyes. You're nothing but expendable pawns. If that's the case, why not serve Dragon Xia instead? As long as you sign a contract and agree to help me rescue you, I can guarantee you a way out. The faces of several Thunder Beast clan powerhouses changed dramatically. If this had happened earlier, they would have certainly scoffed at the proposal, but now, everyone was having second thoughts. All living beings prioritize survival above all else, and they were no exception. As 8th-tier powerhouses, there were simply too many pleasures in life to enjoy. Back in their territories, countless beautiful clanmates and alluring exotic beasts awaited their attention. They had no desire to die here. The leading Thunder Beast male's forehead veins throbbed as he finally gritted his teeth and declared, "Impossible. We are members of the Thunder Clan. Although the profound Thunder Emperor treats us coldly, he is ultimately our kinsman, our beloved family. How could we possibly help you fight against him?" His words rang with conviction, and combined with his imposing bearing, the Dragon Xia nation's officials couldn't help but nod approvingly, thinking this man truly had backbone. However, in the next moment, the man's tone shifted as his expression darkened. "Soil need to pay more." He pointed at the crowd with utmost seriousness. "We might consider joining the Dragon Xia human race, but you must guarantee that after we defect, we'll still maintain the same high status we had within the Thunder Clan. We refuse to become your Dragon Xia slaves. Thunder Clan people will never be enslaved, even if you provide room and board." Hearing this twist, everyone's mouths twitched in unison. Well, their earlier admiration for this fellow seemed rather misplaced. On second thought, these foreign races lived in a survival-off-thefitist environment where bloody competition left little room for tribal sentiment. Clan loyalty? That was a luxury. Yin Wuwei and the others conferred in hushed tones. Recruiting several 8th-tier fighters would certainly benefit Dragon Xia Nation, but granting them high positions was clearly unrealistic. Given the delicate current situation, outright rejection wasn't wise either. After brief consideration, Yin Wuwei stepped forward. "Very well. Dragon Xia Nation can help defend your territory and ensure you maintain your original status among the Thunder Beast clan in the 10,000 Beasts world." With the premise that 9th-tier powerhouses wouldn't intervene, combined with Dragon Xia Nation's existing 8th-tier forces, protecting these Thunder Beast clan territories would indeed be manageable. The Thunder Beast powerhouses exchanged glances, weighed their options, and all nodded in agreement. Yin Wuwei immediately produced a high-tier contract. Such items were extremely precious. High-tier lawyer-class officials capable of creating these contracts were rare as phoenix feathers, and anyone reaching high tier in their profession was no weakling. He quickly drafted the terms while the Thunder Beast powerhouses reviewed each clause, finally signing one by one as the contract took effect. The moment the formalities concluded, the Thunder Beast powerhouses wasted no time, roaring as they charged toward the lightning-wreathed 9-layered Thunder Pool. The male leading the charge turned back to curse. "Damn it! That bastard profound Thunder Emperor. So what if you have royal bloodline? How dare you look down on us? If I don't settle this score today, I, Furious Thunder King, am not my mother's son." Just as the defection drama ended, sudden changes erupted. Above the Thunder Beast territory, several formidable figures instantly gathered. The weakest among them was 8th tier. These were high-ranking members from neighboring Beast Clan territories. They had arrived too late, missing the optimal moment when the Great Tao resonated, naturally failing to gain significant opportunities. However, they hadn't suffered the Heavenly Tao's backlash like the Thunder Beast clan. Simply comprehending the lingering traces of the Great Tao's remnant essence had brought them considerable gains, knowing their journey hadn't been in vain. Despite being countless miles away, the 9th-tier powerhouses of the Thunder Beast clan had been watching everything unfold with their own eyes. Seeing their young clansmen actually bow down and submit to the Dragon Xia human race, their faces turned ashen with rage, yet they ultimately dared not violate the contract they had signed earlier and could only issue orders with darkened expressions. All 8th-tier disciples, proceed to the 9-layered Thunder Pool immediately. At the same time, they noticed several unfamiliar demonic auras approaching. Powerhouses from other beast clans had arrived. In normal circumstances, if foreign clans dared to set foot in Thunder Beast territory, they would have been obliterated by lightning long ago. However, the current situation was delicate, and the arrival of these other clans might actually become their lifeline. Several ninth-tier Thunder Beast powerhouses acted without hesitation, channeling their cultivation as they sent a voice transmission cutting through layers of void space. Fellow cultivators from our realm, today the human race has offended our Thunder clan. Please lend us your aid, and we shall reward you handsomely. These beast clans arriving as reinforcements were a step too late, and had not detected the Thunder Beast lineage's recent predicament of suffering heavenly backlash. Upon hearing the plea for help, they immediately demanded an exorbitant price. We can intervene, but you must offer heavenly Dao power as compensation. How about it? Thunder attribute heavenly Dao power was hard currency for any high-tier being, even if the attributes weren't perfectly compatible. Hearing their asking price, the Thunder Beast powerhouse's lips curved upward as they readily agreed. Excellent. We're willing to offer half of what we just obtained as payment. Our only condition: you must spare no effort and completely annihilate all those who dare intrude upon our Thunder clan. Ancient monsters who had lived for eons were no fools. Within just a few exchanges, the Thunder Beast powerhouses had secretly laid a trap, firmly ensnaring the newly arrived beast clans. Seeing the Thunder Beasts being so generous, the others were instead overjoyed. Straightforward. Let's establish a contract. The various parties quickly formed a blood pact. Once the contract was sealed, those ninth-tier beast clan powerhouses immediately commanded, all eighth-tier descendants, follow me to strike at the 9-layered Thunder Pool. Overwhelming demonic aura swept forth, targeting Yin Wuwei and his companions directly. Meanwhile, Hai Tianyue, who had just seized the opportunity to escape, was filled with confusion. Why was this great Dao resonance so harmonious with me this time? Sensing the power surging within her body, she discovered with amazement 32 strands of heavenly Dao power, exactly double what she had gained last time. If she could leave this place, she was confident she could attempt breaking through to the 9th tier within 3 years. But upon further reflection, she shook her head with bitter resignation. I've been immersed in the 9-layered Thunder Pool for too long. The Thunder marks have already penetrated deep into my bones. Unless I directly advance to the 9th tier here, there's no way to dispel them. Hai Tianyue forced a self-mocking smile. Fate seemed to have given her a glimmer of hope, but only just a glimmer. Even so, at least she could cling to life a bit longer. She consoled herself silently. At the same time, in the core of the 9-layered Thunder Pool, Lu Huang gripped the supreme divine sword that had just finished fusing, its blade wreathed in azure lightning that stirred waves of great Dao resonance. He raised his eyes toward the distance, his heart filled with concern. I wonder how Sister Yu is faring. I hope this sword's resonance can help her, even if just a little. As this thought passed, Lu Huang hesitated no longer. Taking a deep breath, he focused his mind on sword control. Forget everything else. Continue the fusion. For Lu Huang, this was actually a perfect opportunity to forge several more supreme divine swords, which certainly wasn't a bad thing. He understood that as his cultivation continued to advance, his requirements for sword enhancement would only grow more demanding. Ordinary divine swords could no longer meet the needs of combat, and training only supreme divine swords could provide the transformative improvements he sought. Therefore, this round of fusion wasn't just about helping Hai Tianyue break through her predicament, it was also paving the way for his own future. With this thought in mind, he didn't hesitate to mobilize his divine soul and true essence once more, guiding the dozens of divine swords floating around him into the fusion process one by one. With each fusion, the inscriptions on the sword bodies would collapse and reorganize, blazing light splashing forth like countless tiny arcs of electricity dancing through the air. Even with Lu Huang's rapidly advancing cultivation, upgrading an ordinary divine sword to supreme quality still required dozens of minutes. Meanwhile, high above the Thunder Beast clan's territory, an entirely different and perilous battlefield had taken shape. At such extreme heights, far beyond the visual limits of ordinary beings, only tiny black dots could be seen darting about at incredible speeds. 3rd and 4th tier cultivators looking up could only catch glimpses of collisions between these dots and flashes of light. Boom, boom, boom. Deafening explosions erupted in continuous chains throughout the depths of the sky, with waves of energy surging like tsunamis flooding the 9 heavens. Even from thousands of miles away, the earth still trembled slightly, as if it might collapse at any moment. If those 8th tier powerhouses had fought closer to the surface, an area spanning thousands of miles would likely have been reduced to rubble in an instant. Such was the terrifying might of 8th tier beings. In the lower airspace, numerous heavenly duty holders gazed from afar, but could only make out the outlines of exploding light clusters. Several high-ranking battlefield reporters, unwilling to settle for such limited visibility, ascended using their wings or flying artifacts. They carried camera equipment resembling rifles and cannons. These were their personally refined NATO weapons, capable of both withstanding shockwaves and stabilizing footage. Halfway up, violent impacts struck them hidden, causing their spiritual shields to crack repeatedly. forcing them to halt and activate their camera's long-distance tracking functions. The images on their screens rapidly zoomed in, piercing through layers of chaotic energy currents to lock onto the battle's epicenter. When familiar human faces appeared on their screens, the reporters collectively gasped. Those are 8th-tier masters from our Dragon Xia nation. The Thunder Clan wasn't enough, so they brought other beast clans to gang up on them. Damn it, these beasts have no honor. Ambushing our own people. Quick, report this on all frequencies and request reinforcements. These battlefield reporters were different from ordinary paparazzi. They held official positions and served as intelligence tentacles scattered across various locations. In the secret realm, ordinary communication arrays failed, but the special signal sources they had planted in advance could reliably transmit images and sounds within limited ranges. The group quickly activated their signal sources, sending messages through multiple relay points. At each node, editors, telegraphers, and other support class heavenly duty holders stood ready, breaking down and decoding images and data before reassembling them into clear visuals, audio, or text. Though lacking combat power, these support personnel played roles no less crucial than frontline fighters in battlefield logistics, social operations, and intelligence networks. The intelligence raced through the dark web-like signal chain, ultimately reaching Dragon Xia Nation's official headquarters. Headquarters quickly formulated a response, issuing deployment orders one after another. Orders began going out to mobilize military personnel from nearby bases to head into the Beast Realm and provide support for Yin Wuwei and his team. As the classified orders were issued, alarm lights blazed to life across military installations, crimson beams piercing the night sky. Military personnel were the government's heavy hammer, their trump card. While their average tier wasn't particularly high, their rigorous training and exceptional attribute compatibility allowed them to form disciplined battle formations in short order. Tens of thousands would synchronize their breathing, their combined life force creating an impenetrable defensive wall that even 9th-tier creatures would pay a terrible price to breach. In every major invasion by foreign races, these military formations had held the center line on countless battlefields. This was also why military personnel suffered the highest casualty rates among all awakened professions. Once again, the government was deploying them, but legions were massive and slow to mobilize. Moving tens of thousands through teleportation nodes into the Beast Realm would take several hours at minimum. If Yin Wuwei and his team were already surrounded and defeated by 8th-tier foreign race elites by the time they arrived, it would all be for nothing. So alongside the Legion support orders, the government simultaneously issued a second, more urgent request, calling upon all 8th-tier powerhouses scattered across the nation to immediately head to the Beast Realm, either individually or in small teams, to assist with the breakout. However, unlike military personnel, 8th-tier powerhouses mostly came from major guilds, prestigious academies, and various independent organizations. Their relationship with the government was more collaborative than subordinate. The government couldn't issue direct orders, only rely on obligations and appeals, hoping they would join the rescue effort out of concern for the greater good, friendship, or personal interest. According to past battle records, these individual powerhouses had superior mobility and could pierce enemy formations like spear points once they reached the battlefield, specializing in eliminating foreign race commanders and disrupting supply lines to compensate for the Legion's slow deployment. Within encrypted channels, the mobilization message was instantly pushed to all 8th-tier powerhouses' terminals. Within minutes, a variety of responses appeared on screens. Currently in seclusion, condition unstable, unable to participate in combat. A somewhat perfunctory voice message. Apologies, old injuries have flared up. Accompanied by a blurry medical report image. Then came more direct cold responses. Hi to university leadership. Tianyin University brought this on themselves. We shouldn't have to pay for their mistakes. Since they dared to infiltrate Thunder Beast territory to steal souls, they should face the consequences. Xiaojing University leadership quickly chimed in. Exactly. If everyone follows their example of causing trouble and expecting others to clean up the mess, Longxia Nation will descend into chaos. Numerous other schools and guilds followed suit, their excuses sounding righteous, but boiling down to one thing: insufficient benefits, excessive risk. These conversations rapidly flooded the channel, spreading an atmosphere of indifference and buck passing. Some secretly calculated that if Tianyin University's 8th-tier elites were truly wiped out, their own institutions could rise in the rankings. Others harbored old grudges against Yin Wuwei's team and were even less inclined to risk their lives for a rescue. Message after message poured in, each finding creative ways to refuse while pointing to the same reasoning. The government had no authority to compel them. There was no additional compensation for the rescue. Why take the risk? Meanwhile, the command center continued coordinating operations. On the massive strategic display, real-time footage from the Beast Realm was split across hundreds of projections, with red dots marking enemy leaders and blue dots representing signals from Yin Wuwei's group. Technicians reported vital sign fluctuations every 10 seconds, while the danger level curve on screen slowly climbed. Without additional support, once the curve crossed the critical threshold, an 8th-tier encirclement would become inevitable. Time flew by, and with each passing minute and second of delay, the battlefield scales tipped further toward the foreign races, yet the channel continued spitting out cold, indifferent text. After all, nobody wanted to work without proper compensation. This wasn't just a thankless task for universities competing with Tianyin University, it would essentially be aiding their rivals. The high-level practitioners in the Longxia Kingdom are now facing intense internal competition, so if a few top officials from Tianyin University were to actually die, it might not be such a bad thing for them. These people aren't worried at all that the incident might shake the domestic situation even if turmoil breaks out. It would only impact the common people at the bottom, never reaching their positions. If the situation becomes too stable, it would actually hinder their ability to make money under the table. So when faced with the official emergency call, almost no one from the major guilds and university leadership responded in their encrypted group chats. However, the surface indifference doesn't mean no one is taking action. In fact, quite a few 8th-tier powerhouses have quietly rushed to the 10,000 Beast secret realm. They're just keeping a low profile and haven't shown themselves in the group chats. Above the sea of clouds, figures streak through the air at breakneck speed, passing each other by. Hey there, old Li, you came too? Wang Badeo, with his thick hair and rough voice, laughed heartily as he called out, looking across at the silver-haired handsome old man riding his sword. Li Jianan stroked his deliberately grown long beard, his expression serious. As fellow citizens of Longxia Kingdom, how could I stand by and do nothing when Principal Hai is in danger? Wang Badeo chuckled, tapped his toe, and jumped onto Li Jianan's flying sword, throwing an arm around his shoulder and lowering his voice. Are you really that altruistic, you old fox? Stop pretending thinking about how the great Tao just resonated here and want to try your luck again, aren't you? Li Jianan's old face reddened slightly, but he still retorted seriously. Nonsense. Don't slander my good name. I came purely out of kinship to save people. Besides, do you think the great Tao's resonance is like masturbating, something that happens whenever you want? The two were old friends who knew each other inside and out, so they spoke without any reservations. Wang Badeo snorted. Those guys thought the same thing last time, couldn't be bothered to stay in the southwest, and ended up letting us score big. I don't believe you traveled all this way without that thought in mind. Li Jianan thought for a moment, stopped arguing, and asked seriously. So what do you make of this situation? Wang Badeo shrugged with an air of indifference. What else can I make of it? Just watch with wide eyes. Li Jianan pursed his lips. I'm talking about how the celestial phenomenon happened in the southwest. The great Tao resonance was also in the southwest, and now this appears in a southwest secret realm. Don't you think someone special is hidden here? A child of heaven's way. Wang Badeo couldn't figure it out either, but still waved dismissively. Whoever it is, I'm planning to permanently station myself in the southwest. I'll rush over at the first sign of benefits if I can't get the meat. At least I can drink the soup, get some more power of the heavenly Tao, and my breakthrough to the 9th tier will be just around the corner. As they spoke, the two had already swept over the battlefield. Below, Yin Wuwei and his team were surrounded by dozens of 8th-tier Beast Clan powerhouses, spiritual energy and blood intertwining across the wasteland, their auras already weakened. If they hadn't absorbed a large amount of heavenly Tao power earlier, this team would probably have been captured long ago based on their original strength. 8th-tier powerhouses are hard to kill in single combat, but under siege by dozens of peers, even the strongest body can't hold out for too long. If they could escape, they might not be in much danger. However, Yin Wuwei had no intention of fleeing until he saw Haitian Yuan safely leave the 9-layered thunder pool, so he could only fight to the death. Lightning crackled in the sky above as the overwhelming pressure from 8th-tier powerhouses hammered down on the human forces like sledgehammers, yet they maintained a careful balance of intimidation without killing. Even the fierce alien races feared being dragged down in a desperate counterattack by Yin Wuwei and his companions, as none wanted to die needlessly. This death by 1,000 cuts strategy from their opponents ironically allowed Yin Wuwei's group to grit their teeth and hold on until reinforcements finally arrived. The next moment, the sky thunderously split open as two auras descended like falling meteors. Wang Badeo and Li Jianan led the powerhouses from two universities charging into the battlefield. Their overwhelming presence instantly reversed the tide of battle. Damn it! All of you get the hell out, or you're all dead. Wang Badeo wielded a roundhead war hammer in each hand, his arm muscles bulging as lightning coiled around them. With one hammer strike that seemed to topple mountains, he sent an 8th-tier Beast Clan warrior flying several miles, forcing his opponent to howl in pain while revealing his massive true form. The Beast Clan powerhouse spat blood, his eyes filled with terror. You're that human powerhouse, Wang Badeo? That's right, it's me. Wang Badeo roared back, his killing intent surging and forcing the surrounding 8th-tier Beast Clan warriors to retreat repeatedly. While the human heavenly duty system had no hierarchy of bloodlines, alien races still used imperial, rankings to evaluate the strongest within each tier. Wang Badeo's overwhelming combat power against peers had long earned him the imperial title, Tyrant Emperor. In 8th tier circles, many could claim imperial titles, but those with just a single character like his were exceedingly rare. Alien races whispered that once Wang Badeo stepped into the 9th tier, his emperor title would surely advance to sovereign. Therefore, when Wang Badeo appeared, the Beast Clan powerhouse's arrogance was instantly extinguished. In a true death battle, even if they could hold Wang Badeo back, they would pay a devastating price. No reward from the Thunder Clan, however tempting, was worth their lives. Both sides faced off as tense killing intent filled the air, yet no one dared take another step forward. Just as this stalemate was pulling the battlefield into silence, the distant sky suddenly darkened. A colossal form thousands of meters long blotted out the sun, its wings stirring up violent winds. Accompanied by a dragon's roar, an arrogant declaration thundered forth. Listen up, Thunder Beast Clan. Hand over all the heavenly Tao power you just obtained, and this emperor will help you slaughter these humans. The Dragon Clan had arrived. Called beasts. Damn it. The 9th tier powerhouse of the Thunder Beast Clan's face twitched, but he dared not object. For the races of the 10,000 Beasts world, being called beast was the shame of lacking intelligence, but the Dragon Clan was one of the most supreme racial groups. They couldn't afford to provoke them. While they had dared deceive other beast clans before, they absolutely wouldn't dare lie to the Dragon Clan, and could only bow their heads in silence. The Dragon Clan leader snorted coldly, too lazy to bother with the Thunder Beasts any further. His golden pupils locked onto Yin Wuwei and the others as his voice thundered through the sky. Humans, hand over the heavenly Tao power you just obtained, and this emperor may spare your lives. The power of Heaven's Way that has been thoroughly integrated and absorbed is difficult to strip away, but the power of Heaven's Way that was recently obtained can be extracted again. Before Yin Wuwei could speak, Wang Badeo beside him had already let out a cold sneer. Damn it, what the hell are you? Just a mere dragon beast, and you dare to boast about suppressing us? Are you even worthy? Worthy my ass. As his words fell, he wasted no more breath. The killing intent within his body erupted like a thunderclap, surging forward like a pitch-black tidal wave as his entire form became a blur charging into the dragon beast horde. The sonic booms from the torn air merged into one continuous roar, causing several dragon beasts to sway unsteadily. At the forefront of the dragon beast formation, the twin-headed dragon emperor's eyes suddenly contracted. It had clearly recognized Wang Badeo's identity, yet both of its ferocious dragon heads simultaneously released deep, threatening growls without retreating an inch. Damned bastard, how dare you insult my dragon clan? Seeking death. Amid its furious roar, both dragon heads simultaneously spewed dragon flames and dragon lightning. Golden red and deep purple intertwined into a torrent of destruction, directly colliding with Wang Badeo. Both sides instantly engaged in fierce battle once more. Scorching heat and sky-rending lightning raged between the human and dragon races, each collision stirring up energy storms hundreds of meters high. Though arrogant, the twin-headed dragon emperor possessed strength sufficient to support its pride. Its two dragon tails swept like twin whips, distorting space until visible cracks appeared to the naked eye. Wang Badeo struggled to maintain his golden battle aura amid the violent assault, his fists and palms flying as he barely managed to block his opponent's fierce attacks. However, aside from him, the other Longxiao nation's heavens chosen found themselves in far more perilous circumstances. Surrounded by numerous dragon beasts and reinforcing beast clan powerhouses, they were once again forced in a steady retreat, their protective spiritual light torn away layer by layer as blood and explosive sounds rose and fell continuously. All of this was completely captured by frontline war correspondents and transmitted back to Longxiao Nation's mainland at the fastest possible speed. The government urgently issued a second round of appeals, earnestly requesting other 8th-tier powerhouses to provide reinforcement. What answered them was either cold silence, polite but firm refusals, or naked mockery. These guys are seeking their own death, can't blame anyone else for that. We don't want to wade into these muddy waters. Hee. Looks like this time it's not just Tianjin University that needs to be delisted. Tianjin University and Tianjin University will have to disappear together too. That's actually good. The nation can save some resources and leave them to us for prestigious schools to cultivate more pillars of society, right? Hurrah! High-tier heavens chosen stood by with folded arms, their gleeful mockery transmitted back to the front lines through communication devices, adding to everyone's anxiety. Just at this moment, the battlefield suddenly underwent a dramatic change. As the Longxia humans and beast clans fought intensely, the heavens and earth seemed to be struck by a giant hammer, shaking with a thunderous boom. The next second, rolling thunder poured down from the firmament, so loud it seemed as if 10,000 miles of thunder seas had exploded simultaneously. All high-tier beings felt their scalps tingle as their souls were shaken into momentary confusion. The great Tao's thunderous roar had come again. All the powerful warriors from both the human and beast races immediately ceased their battles, their breathing catching as they stared at the ethereal void with eyes full of excitement, as if witnessing a treasure-laden door slowly opening before them. Above, the great Tao thundered like rolling thunder, resembling invisible waves crashing against the hearts of all living beings. The previously opposing figures of humans and beasts now stood frozen in place, their fierce magical weapons and sharp demonic arts suspended midair before silently dissipating. The Dragon Beast clan bore the brunt of this phenomenon. Several dragon warriors, their armor gleaming with scale-like radiance, turned around without any attempt to conceal their intentions, completely ignoring their human opponents. For them, this expedition had only one core objective: seizing benefits. Whether it be storage rings from humans or secret treasures from the Thunder Beast clan, they would take anything that could bring them advantage. Now, with heavenly opportunity at hand and ready-made treasures before their eyes, they naturally couldn't be bothered wasting energy on such meager pickings. According to past experience, when the great Tao thundered, the stronger one's power and the more noble one's bloodline, the greater share of heavenly gifts one could receive. As one of the top clans in the beast world, the Dragon Beast clan believed this without question, each pair of eyes blazing with fervent desire. The two-headed dragon emperor strode forward with his head held high, both ferocious dragon heads splitting into exaggerated grins, fangs gleaming white, even his ears retracting backward from grinning too widely. His chest heaved as if he wanted to swallow all the spiritual energy in the sky. If I receive the power of the great Tao, I shall surely advance to the 9th tier and claim the title of Dragon Emperor, he roared inwardly, glancing at the surrounding humans and beasts with complete disdain. Everyone present is trash. I am today's greatest winner. As for why the great Tao's thundering repeatedly descended upon Thunder Beast territory, the two-headed Dragon Emperor paid no mind in the beast world. Wherever dragons appeared, they were always the most dazzling focus. Such scenes were commonplace. When 9th-tier powerhouses from other beast clans attempted to ascend to divine status, they would first invite dragons to witness the ceremony. Whenever heavenly treasures emerged, dragons often received benefits no less than the descendants of the opportunity's original owner. Backed by one of the strongest bloodlines, this was their confidence to look down upon all heavens. The other beast clan powerhouses were equally excited, though they lacked the dragon's absolute confidence, who didn't harbor some expectations. Under the great Tao's thundering, even passing dog clan members could get a share if these elite representatives of their clans gained nothing. Wouldn't they be worse than dogs? Many demon kings simply put away their weapons, swallowing their saliva as they waited with clenched fists for opportunity to arrive. The only exception was the Thunder Beast clan. The pain of the recent backlash remained vivid, like electric arcs flickering through their flesh and blood, leaving each of them deeply shaken. However, how could they easily abandon the heavenly opportunity before their eyes? Several 9th-tier Thunder Beasts secretly transmitted their thoughts, hoarse thunder echoing in their consciousness. That divine retribution backlash must have been just an accident. Perhaps our ancestors in the heavenly realm saw that we failed to protect our predecessors' souls and gave us a minor punishment as warning. Exactly. Our ancestors were motivating us. This time will surely be different and must obtain great fortune. Otherwise, why would the great Tao's thundering always stop in our clan's territory? They knew deep down they might be deceiving themselves, yet still nodded to each other, deciding to try once more if they could truly gain tremendous benefits. Missing this chance would be a lifelong regret that would have them slapping themselves awake in the middle of the night. Thus, all living beings present had their minds churning with various schemes and hidden agendas. The golden light and purple lightning in the sky grew increasingly intense, as if being refined to perfection in an invisible furnace. The thundering reached its peak, every speck of dust between heaven and earth resonating, as if even time itself was being hammered with metallic clanging. The moment had arrived. Strike. The Thunder Beast clan's powerhouses were the first to make their move, as this was their territory after all, giving them the home field advantage. However, the moment several Thunder Beast experts' hands touched the heavenly Tao shackles that seemed to lock the very sky itself, a terrifying backlash force suddenly erupted, blasting them down from the heights and sending them crashing heavily into the earth. Damn it. One touch, and we're toast. They had already suffered damage to their very essence from previous heavenly Tao backlash, and hadn't yet recovered. This was like adding fuel to the fire, though not enough to kill them outright. The pain was excruciating. The Thunder Beasts looked up at the sky, their eyes filled with confusion and resentment. Oh heavens! What sins has our Thunder clan committed that you would humiliate us so? Why? Why? Several Thunder Beast powerhouses who had lived for over 1,000 years sat dejectedly in the dusty ruins, blood seeping through their scales and fur. They couldn't even be bothered to tend to their wounds, each one as grief-stricken as children who had done something wrong but couldn't understand what. Then they witnessed an even more bizarre scene high above. powerhouses from other beast clans were being struck down by lightning like dumplings falling from the sky. Those figures crashed like meteors shattering mountains, tumbling into dust and smoke, some even reverting to their original forms with massive beast bodies sprawled across valleys. Bewildered eyes and confused roars all carried the same question. Why? Why are we suffering heavenly Dao backlash? Why can't we claim these heavenly Dao opportunities? Among the Dragon Beast clan, the renowned two-headed Dragon Emperor was the first to lose control, both heads roaring in fury and shattering the clouds. Damn it! Damn it, damn, this heavenly Dao! What do you mean by opposing my dragon clan? Mark my words, when I ascend to godhood, I'll defy you, heaven itself. Seeing even the Dragon Beast clan, which dominated the 10,000 Beasts world, in such a sorry state, the previously grief-stricken Thunder Beast powerhouses actually laughed, looking at each other and finding unexpected comfort. Their own failure was certainly humiliating, but watching fellow sufferers succeed would have been even more maddening. Now that everyone had face-planted together, they suddenly felt their wounds didn't hurt so much, and their hearts felt oddly warm. How thoughtful. But at this moment, the other beast clans looked up to see dozens of human figures from the Longxia human race floating quietly in the sky above, showing not a trace of backlash. Instead, they radiated such dense Dao aura it seemed almost tangible. They looked like they had just ransacked a heavenly Dao treasure vault, loaded down with spoils, each unable to suppress their grins. Thieves! You thieves dare to steal the heavenly Dao power of our 10,000 beasts world. Damn you! Damn you! Damn you! The two-headed dragon emperor roared as it suddenly spread its wings, stirring up mighty winds and clouds. Like a massive black scythe, it charged toward Wang Badeo and the others, its giant wings cutting through the sky with terrifying momentum. Its two lizard-like ferocious dragon heads snapped menacingly, dragon breath churning. Seeing the two-headed dragon emperor attacking, Wang Badeo snorted coldly and advanced instead of retreating. Nourished by abundant heavenly Dao power, his condition had not only returned to its peak, but had even improved further. Dealing with the current two-headed dragon emperor was like an adult disciplining a bratty child. Hey, you stinking lizard, didn't you eat? Your strength is pathetic. You call yourselves the dragon clan with this level of skill? You're nothing but dragon beasts with a bit of dragon bloodline. Come on, trash, hit me. Wang Badeo not only launched physical assaults against the two-headed dragon emperor, but also delivered psychological humiliation, leaving his already disadvantaged opponent utterly defenseless and forcing him into continuous retreat. The Dragon Emperor's twin heads were hammered nearly beyond recognition, his thick scales shattered and scattered everywhere, dragon blood flowing freely. He roared in fury, attempting to counterattack, only to be smashed back repeatedly by Wang Badeo's warhammer. The soul-piercing mockery felt like rusted hooks, tearing away at his dignity piece by piece. Seeing the Dragon Emperor in peril, the remaining Beast Clan powerhouses caught their breath and charged back into the battle circle, their sharp fangs and claws blotting out the sky as they lunged at the human race. However, this time, despite still holding numerical advantage, they found themselves suppressed by the Dragon Summer human race in both momentum and coordination. Wang Badeo's warhammer, Li Jianen's sword energy, and Yin Wuwei's spear, three deadly forces interweaving like an iron wall sweeping across the battlefield, causing the heavens above to continuously rupture. Just as both sides were locked in fierce combat, thunder roared in the distance as the Phoenix Beast clan spread their wings and arrived, their blazing feathers trailing light bands hundreds of meters long. Tiger Clan, Swanee Clan, Rhinoceros Clan. Wave after wave of powerhouses from the 10,000 Beasts world descended. The 10,000 Beasts world was riddled with competing factions, their internal conflicts even more vicious than those among Earthstar's human race. Yet when facing external threats, they would temporarily unite, forming the massive entity known as the 10,000 Beasts Alliance, specifically to counter Earthstar's human alliance. The passages between Earthstar and 10,000 Beasts world were not limited to one location. So accompanying the Beast Tide came human powerhouses from Eastern Ocean Nation, Great Cold Underworld Nation, and other countries neighboring Dragon Summer. As multiple factions crowded into this scorched battlefield, the originally explosive combat was forcibly suppressed. The situation reached a stalemate, the air seeming to congeal into lead blocks pressing against everyone's chest. Some beast clans and human races had existing friendly alliances, and they now stepped forward to mediate. Both sides, whose blade tips still dripped with fresh blood, had no choice but to withdraw their forces and sit down for negotiations. The core issue was singular: a heavenly Dao power left behind by the recent Great Dao Resonance. No one could explain why that phenomenon had erupted, but everyone understood. Divide the benefits first, then fight later. From the Beast Clan camp, a Dragon Beast Clan leader spoke in a deep voice, his scales gleaming coldly in the sunlight. This heavenly Dao power our 10,000 Beasts world must claim 70%. In the human camp, several powerhouses from Eastern Ocean Nation whispered among themselves before their leader, 8th tier powerhouse Yamamoto Ichiro clasped his hands in response. Everyone, 70% seems excessive. We believe half and half would be most fair. After several rounds of negotiation, both major camps temporarily agreed. Beasts and humans would each take 50%. Having completed this fair trade, their gazes simultaneously fell upon the dragon summer human race after all. The person who had truly gained the most stood right there in the center of that scorched earth. Wang Badeo leaned against his blood-stained warhammer, a mocking smile playing at his lips, his gaze seeming to view a troop of clowns. You Eastern Ocean folks living your comfortable little Lavesto, you really think your faces are big enough to meddle in Dragon Summer's affairs? Yamamoto Ichiro frowned deeply, responding gravely. Badeo-kun, we are negotiating with foreign races for your very lives, yet you show such disrespect? Do Dragon Summer people not know gratitude? Interesting. Wang Badeo sneered. Your so-called negotiation means we fight desperately while you open your mouths demanding half our gains? Huh. Yamamoto Ichiro shook his head, his expression growing more serious. Badeo-kun misunderstands. That half goes to the 10,000 Beast world. The remaining half belongs to the entire Earth-Star Alliance. Of course, Dragon Summer performed admirably this time, so we can allocate a few wisps of heavenly Dao power as reward. Wang Badeo's mouth twitched as his understanding of Eastern Ocean shamelessness reached new heights. He wasted no more words, raising his eyes to scan all 8th tier powerhouses present, his voice thundering. I, Wang Badeo, declare here, and now not one bit of my gains will I surrender. Whoever wants them can come and try to take them. Even if I die today, I'll drag several down with Mechamon. All of you fucking come. Killing intent boiled over as lightning crackled across his warhammer like rolling thunder. Wang Badeo already held a fearsome reputation among 8th tier warriors, and with his newly acquired heavenly Dao power, once he fought desperately, even existences like the two-headed dragon emperor would struggle to preserve their lives. For a moment, whether human or beast, all were silenced by his overwhelming presence. Li Jianan lightly touched his sword hilt, his voice calm, yet sharp with edge. Brother Wang speaks truly. If you gentlemen are confident you can withstand his warhammer, you're welcome to test my sword. Yin Wuwei snorted coldly, tapping his spear but against the ground. Dragon Summer is no longer the great Qin dynasty of old. The days of ceding territory, paying reparations, and surviving through compromise are over. If you still insist on forcing us, then leave your lives here. Don't say you weren't warned. The Dragon Summer powerhouse's thoughts had long been unified, and now they roared in unison, shaking the mountain rocks and changing the very color of wind and clouds. Don't say you weren't warned. Don't say you weren't warned. Don't say you weren't warned. The warriors of the Longxia clan stood with unwavering momentum, displaying a resolute determination to face death without fear, which sent shockwaves through all the powerful figures present and immediately made them wary. The various factions that had originally planned to take advantage of the chaos and claim their share suddenly realized that if they truly pushed the Longxia people to the brink, they themselves might be the ones to DNO1 wanted to be that unlucky fool. The thought of better him than me churned in everyone's minds. The two-headed dragon emperor was the first to feel Wang Badeo's murderous gaze. Though Wang Badeo hadn't spoken, his eyes clearly conveyed the message. If it came to a bloody battle, he would take the dragon's life first. The usually arrogant two-headed dragon emperor's heart trembled, and its raised twin necks gradually lowered, afraid that any further provocation would draw all the firepower onto itself, so it chose to remain silent. But at that moment, Yamamoto Ichiro stepped forward with displeasure. Wang Badeo's earlier words had clearly shown no regard for the Eastern nation, and among the human powerhouses present, a full third came from the Eastern nation. This was his confidence. Wang Badeo, you're being unreasonable. Yamamoto Ichiro shouted sternly. You don't have to share your gains with the other races, but we from the Eastern nation came all this way to help. Surely, we deserve our share. Wang Badeo snorted coldly and sneered. Yamamoto, stop your yapping. What I said earlier includes you Eastern people too. If you dare plunder opportunities from us, we'll treat you the same as any other race. Upon hearing this, Yamamoto Ichiro's lips curled into a cold smile, and he immediately turned to face the other foreign humans, loudly inciting them. Everyone, you heard that. These Longxia people don't consider us allies at all. In that case, the Eastern nation will no longer fight for them. The crowd erupted in uproar. Some cursed angrily. Damn it, the Longxia people have gone too far. If they want to hog everything, let them choke on it. Others sighed. After all, we really didn't contribute much. What Longxia is doing isn't unreasonable. In just a few sentences, the opposing positions became clearly divided, with 70% of the human powerhouses ultimately siding with the Eastern nation. Seeing this, Yamamoto Ichiro revealed a sinister grin and turned directly to the Beast Clan powerhouses who were watching like hungry wolves. Gentlemen, we humans have reached an internal agreement. Majority rules. We're willing to hand over half our gains, but these Longxia people refuse to accept the distribution. In that case, why don't we join forces to suppress them? Wang Badeo flew into a rage and cursed furiously. Yamamoto, damn your ancestors. You're tearing up the Human Alliance Pact and joining with other races against your own Kindiri, not even pretending anymore. Yamamoto Ichiro shrugged with a contemptuous expression. Wasn't it you who said to treat us as other races? I'd like to see if you Longsha people have what it takes. If you all die here and Longsha's leadership becomes hollow, unable to defend your borders, the Eastern nation would be happy to take over that responsibility. Wang Badeo nodded. Excellent. I've recorded everything you just said. Once we get out of here, I'll make sure the whole world knows the true face of you Japanese people. Yamamoto Ichiro stood with his hands clasped behind his back, his expression indifferent, as if he hadn't heard a word. He merely let out a cold laugh. Well, let's see if you can even leave this place. The two camps faced off across the space, tension crackling in the air. The atmosphere was like a taut bowstring, and as a cold wind swept through, stirring up dust into the air, it seemed a deadly battle could erupt at any moment. However, boom. Once again, the earth-shaking roar of the great Tao thundered across heaven and earth. You've got to be kidding me. Again, someone shouted first, and everyone froze on the spot. They all looked at each other with bewildered expressions written across their faces. Today, the great Tao seemed to cost nothing, coming wave after wave, making their scalps tingle with each thunderous blast. After a brief moment of confusion, the human powerhouses were the first to snap back to reality, their eyes lighting up with excitement. Wonderful. We missed it twice before, but we get another chance. Heaven is blessing us. Damn it. The Beast faction also heard the humans' discussion. Several leaders exchanged glances since the Dragon Summer people had gained benefits. It proved this round of the Great Tao was favorable to the human race, which meant the Beast clans also had an opportunity. Curse it. Some Beast powerhouses ground their teeth in frustration. Two great opportunities had been wasted on the Dragon Summer people, and they'd have to make them spit out all the benefits they'd swallowed. Thus, the human camp was filled with excitement, while the Beast faction, having suffered painful experiences in the previous two rounds, couldn't help but feel uneasy. But with opportunity right before their eyes, doing nothing would be truly frustrating. Even the Thunder Beast clan held on to one last thread of hope, with several leaders communicating telepathically. This time, it can't possibly be targeting us again, right? Lightning doesn't strike twice in the same place. This round is most likely a heavenly reward. I think so too. The previous two times were probably secret battles between divine-level powerhouses in the heavenly realm, and the human race got lucky. This time should be our Beast clan's turn. Hearing you put it that way, it makes sense. We must try. Boom, boom, boom. As they waited, the roar of the great Tao reached its peak once more. The time has come, strike. The Thunder Beast clan took the lead, reaching out first to touch the mysterious shackles of heavenly Tao. Boom. Almost without pause, their figures were blasted away by thunderous force, crashing heavily into the ground. Dust billowed and debris scattered into the very same crater as before. The Thunder Beast powerhouse lying at the bottom of the pit had vacant eyes and a hoarse voice. What sins have we committed? What sins? He actually began to cry, tears streaming down his rough beast face, quickly forming rivulets. The next moment, seeing other beast powerhouses also tumbling through the air and falling like rain, a strange warmth suddenly surged in their hearts. At least we're not alone in this. Bang bang bang. Beast powerhouses fell like dumplings being dropped into boiling water, the ground shaking violently as dust clouds blocked out the sky. Even the lower-level beings watching from a distance were so frightened by this spectacular scene that they almost forgot to breathe. Especially those human war correspondents through their camera lenses. The successive scenes of high-altitude falls were even more orderly and dense than the previous round. Why are they jumping again? One reporter couldn't help muttering to himself. No matter how strong their bodies are, they can't keep torturing themselves like this, right? They really couldn't understand it, but still respectfully pointed their cameras at the flying dust clouds kicked up by the falling beast powerhouses and silently pressed the shutter. They didn't understand, but they showed respect. The world is vast and full of wonders. Under the dark, rolling clouds, countless beast clan warriors plummeted from the sky like raindrops, a sight they had all grown accustomed to. Some prefer round things, others prefer flat ones, but these creatures had a particular fondness for high-altitude rapid descent. However, this time, war correspondents were shocked to discover that among the falling figures were quite a few human warriors, including top-tier experts from Dongying and Dahan. Everyone was stunned. Surely adapting to local customs didn't require going this far. You're clearly human, not beasts. Why are you falling along with the beast clans? The onlooking humans muttered to themselves. In truth, those Dongying and Dahan warriors felt quite wrong the moment they touched the power of the heavenly Tao. They were struck and sent flying, as if hit by lightning. Fortunately, their human bloodline made the backlash somewhat lighter, but beyond physical injuries, their emotional wounds ran much deeper. Watching the Longxiao warriors beaming with joy and reaping enormous benefits, they nearly burst with frustration. Why do only you get the advantages? Aren't we human too? Heavenly Tao, come out and explain. What stung even more was that besides Longxia and a select few humans who benefited, even some beast clans were getting their sharit that moment. They finally confirmed they ranked lower than beasts. All the warriors wondered, why did the Heavenly Tao treat them so differently? The answer wasn't hard to guess. The mysterious being who triggered the Great Tao's resonance held extreme disgust for this group of beasts and that portion of humans. But which faction did this entity belong to? All eyes turned toward the Longxia camp, yet no one dared to be certain. Damn it! The Thunder Beast clan warriors erupted in fury, roaring at the heavens. Longxia people, do you have no home? Why do you keep causing trouble on our Thunder clan's territory? After being played for fools repeatedly, anyone would lose emotional control. The Longxia warriors had gained so much that they felt somewhat embarrassed facing the Thunder Beast's accusations. Based on multiple controlled experiments, they were basically certain. These rounds of Great Tao resonance all came from Longxia's divine-level guardian. Creating so many phenomena at once and treating the beast world as their backyard garden, such audacity could only be described as absolutely badass. Domineering. Arrogant. This wasn't just toying with the creatures of the beast world, but also provoking the divine-level powers born here. Gods do not descend to the mortal realm. Who lurked behind the scenes remained unknown. But everyone understood. Whoever could create such disturbances was truly a terrifying existence. At this very moment, the mastermind being discussed by all 8th-tier warriors was deep within the beast's secret realm, breathing heavily as he fused with his natal divine sword. I never expected that continuously fusing supreme divine swords would be so draining. Even with my current cultivation, I can barely hold on. Lu Huang steadied his breathing, brilliant light flashing in his eyes. With 4 supreme divine swords at his side, he only needed to infuse them with beast souls to easily break through to the 4th tier. After a brief rest, new worries emerged. How is sister you doing? Did she receive the heavenly Tao power I sent? Each great Tao resonance lasts too briefly. If she can't capture it in time, wouldn't it all be wasted? Growing more anxious, he gazed at the dozens of remaining divine swords in the infinite sword domain, his expression gradually becoming resolute. In that case, I'll simultaneously fuse 3 supreme divine swords at once. Let the next great Tao resonance be more enduring, more intense. Lu Huang began simultaneously controlling 3 divine swords, using them as the foundation to drive other divine swords into fusion. Within the infinite sword domain, dozens of divine swords were instantly drawn together, their blades humming and light flickering as their sword intent clashed like sharp edges, creating visible ripples in the air. Even though these divine swords had not yet awakened their spiritual intelligence, they instinctively resisted being absorbed, each wave of rejection piercing Lu Huang's consciousness like sharp needles. Although Lu Huang possessed absolute control over the infinite sword domain and could suppress them with minimal effort, these were divine swords after all. The accumulated minor resistance formed terrifying pressure, causing this 3rd-tier small fry to break out in cold sweat with whitened knuckles. Fortunately, everything remained within bearable limits. Lu Huang steadied his mind, following the predetermined rhythm to gradually soothe, suppress, and fuse them. The entire sword domain became like a massive furnace, with sword light and sword intent layering upon each other, steadily advancing. Meanwhile, on the other side of the beast world, arguments continued to rage due to the multiple great Tao resonances. Thunder-like roars echoed between heaven and earth. The strange phenomena had not yet dissipated, but the powerful figures from both beast and human races had already begun sparking conflicts. Even if these great Tao resonances were all caused by your human race, this is still the territory of our beast world. The 2-headed dragon emperor hovered in the air, both dragon heads alternately breathing scorching dragon fire, his imposing presence intimidating all directions. Regardless, you must leave behind part of the heavenly opportunities as compensation. Otherwise, face the consequences. Wang Badeo, tell me, will you compensate or not? Rolling killing intent surged forward, but Wang Badeo on the opposite side merely sneered. His black beard covered the lower half of his face, revealing only a pair of small eyes that blazed with fierce light. Compensate my ass. I'll say it again, if you want to steal our opportunities, be prepared to die. Whoever jumps around the most, I'll kill first. Before his words finished, he raised his hand, and tremendous battle chi swept through like a black storm. Everyone present, whether human or beast, felt their scalps tingle. If he were just an ordinary 8th tier, they wouldn't be so wary. But Wang Badeo's fierce reputation preceded him. This guy never made empty threats, he acted on them. Past bloody incidents remained vivid in memory. A powerful figure from another race had once publicly ignored Wang Badeo's threats, only to be hunted down to his clan's territory that very night and beaten to pulp right in front of his clan's 9th-tier powerhouse. 9th-tier experts couldn't act against those below the 9th tier, so they could only watch helplessly as their clan's prodigy perished. Since then, That clan's ninth tier had declared to all races. Once Wang Badeo reached the ninth tier, they would unite to eliminate him. Because of this, Wang Badeo's threats were as good as death sentences. However, with heavenly opportunities right before their eyes, no one was willing to back down. The gazes of the powerful figures present wavered between greed and fear, unwilling to fight Wang Badeo to the death, yet also unwilling to give up the opportunities. If even the beast races felt this way, the hearts of many humans burned even hotter, yet they were blocked outside by heavenly rejection, their jealousy almost becoming tangible. Damn it! That cursed Dragon Xia nation's guardian deity, someone complained indignantly. We're all human race, why won't they give us opportunities? So much heavenly power keeping, it is just wasteful. This is outrageous. These Dragon Xia people are too stingy. Another person gritted their teeth. If I encounter Dragon Xia people needing help in other realms in the future, I absolutely won't lend a hand. Before the words had fully settled, and before the Dragon Xia people could respond, several powerful figures from other nations who had also received opportunities sneered coldly. Ha! You people were just trying to unite with the beast races to attack the Dragon Xia people, and you still have the nerve to ask why their guardian deity won't give you heavenly opportunities. Where do you get such shamelessness? Look, haven't you all noticed that among those beast clans, there's a dog clan that received great fortune? In the noisy crowd, a human cultivator sneered mockingly. They befriended the Longxia people, that's how they got such opportunities. I'd say you lot are worse than even that dog. He shifted his tone, his gaze falling on a foreign cultivator as he laughed coldly. Heh, you speak as if you'd actually helped Longxia people in distress before. I remember when you went out causing trouble, you loved using the Longxia name as your cover, didn't you? Another cultivator in the crowd chimed in. Right, I remember too. Once in the Pig Beast clan's territory, a sow queen was forcibly violated, and they say it was the Daihan people who did it. Huh? I heard it was those Tianju people who did it. Exactly. The first person waved his hand for emphasis. It was the Daihan and Tianju people working together. The Tianju people not only ravaged the Pig Beast clan, but also tormented the Lizard clan. It was terrible. Most of these foreign humans maintained neutrality or had loose alliances with the Longxia people. Now that they'd received considerable benefits from Longxia, they naturally stood up to speak for them. Not only that, but among the 70% of humans who originally sided with Dongying, 20% had switched sides at the last moment, cursing the Dongying and Dahan people. This wasn't a sudden awakening of conscience, but rather a new speculation. Since the Great Tao's resonance had already sounded 3 times, might there be a fourth? The possibility was slim, but if it really came, their current behavior would surely be seen by that mysterious powerhouse, and they might even gain another opportunity. If there ultimately wasn't a fourth time, they could always switch sides again. After all, they were fence-sitters who swayed with the wind. After all these calculations, only about 50% of the humans remained in the Dongying camp, most of them local cultivators. Yamamoto Ichiro watched the entire shift clearly and couldn't help but sneer. A bunch of fools. Switching sides now, isn't it too late? Do you really think there'll be a fourth Great Tao resonance? He pointed skyward, his tone mocking. This is the Great Tao's resonance. Even if a god-level powerhouse performs it once, it costs an astronomical price. Now it's appeared 3 times, and in another realm no less. Do you think those beast gods are just sitting around doing nothing? How could they allow such audacity again? Even if all of Longxia's guardian deities joined forces, it's impossible. He raised his head and muttered to himself with supreme confidence. The chance of another Great Tao resonance is smaller than me doing a handstand and eating shit right here. At this point, Yamamoto Ichiro's gaze swept toward the surrounding Beast Clan powerhouses, his voice lowering. Everyone, I have a method that could let us kill those Longxia people without a scratch. Would you care to hear it? The Beast Clan powerhouses exchanged glances, secretly amazed by this human's viciousness. Though the Beast Clans had internal conflicts, they almost always maintained unity when facing external enemies. Even private disputes were settled behind closed doors. But the venomous thoughts this human faction harbored toward their own kind made even these beast cultivators, known for their ferocity, feel ashamed in comparison. Someone muttered quietly. We can only say they're worse than beasts, truly beneath beasts. Another elderly beast cultivator sighed. We beast clans oppose the human race due to natural racial differences. You humans are at least similar to each other. How can you be so malicious toward your own kind? The beast clan powerhouses couldn't understand, let alone respect such creatures. They felt an instinctive revulsion toward this type of being. Even the usually arrogant 2-headed dragon emperor merely glanced sideways at Yamamoto Ichiro, his eyes filled with contempt. Unlike his displeasure with Wang Badiohich was merely a clash between 2 proud spirits, his rejection of Yamamoto Ichiro was a complete physiological repulsion. Despite his disdain, he suppressed his anger and spoke. If you have a solution, spit it out quickly and stop wasting our damn time. Yamamoto Ichiro's expression remained unchanged, maintaining his usual deference toward the mighty Dragon Beast clan. I know that among your clans, There must be someone watching from the shadows. If one of your ninth-tier powerhouses could take action, they could surely eliminate these arrogant Longxia people who don't know their place. The two-headed dragon emperor immediately sneered. Do you think we're idiots? The ninth-tier warriors of all clans have signed a joint soul contract. They cannot attack anyone below the ninth tier, or they'll suffer fatal backlash. You want us to sacrifice a ninth-tier warrior to kill them? Ridiculous. His tone was icy, yet his words came fast like whip cracks. Every ninth-tier warrior is a pillar of their clan. Even if everyone below the ninth tier perished, as long as the ninth tier remains, they can still escort their people to migrate and rebuild. But if the ninth tier are all dead, too few in number, or too weak to match other clans' ninth tier warriors, the only outcome is extinction. Therefore, no matter how many eighth tier talents there are, none are worth a single ninth tier warrior. Yamamoto Ichiro seemed prepared for this, smiling lightly. I possess a special divine artifact that can temporarily lower a ninth tier saint to the eighth tier, while their combat power remains almost unchanged. Eighth tier against eighth tier naturally doesn't violate the soul contract. At these words, all the powerhouses were shaken to their cores. Even the Beast Clan ninth tier warriors hidden in the shadows exchanged glances, their eyes flashing with astonishment. If this artifact was real, they could slaughter high-tier humans without suffering backlash, which would undoubtedly be a tremendous advantage. Wang Badeo's side immediately erupted in fury as he lunged toward Yamamoto Ichiro like a hurricane. Yamamoto, damn you to hell, you're seeking death. He understood better than anyone that if such a divine artifact truly existed, it must be stopped immediately. It seems this bloody battle is unavoidable. Since we must fight, better to fight early and settle it with one decisive blow rather than endure 100. Wang Badeo's killing intent soared as the Longxia powerhouses behind him instantly followed suit. Though the Dongying forces had a slight numerical advantage, the Longxia warriors had experienced heavenly opportunities and their strength had surged dramatically. Nearly everyone could fight multiple opponents. In the blink of an eye, the Dongying ranks erupted in screams and wails, blood splattered everywhere, and several were sent flying in panicked retreat. Yamamoto Ichiro was both shocked and enraged, retreating while calling loudly to the beast clans for help. Everyone, please consider quickly, these Longxia people have gone mad, and we can't hold them off. Do you really want to just stand by and watch as all these heavenly opportunities slip away? Whichever faction's ninth-tier powerhouse cooperates with me, I'll split half of whatever heavenly opportunities we seize. Yamamoto Ichiro's thunderous shout exploded across the battlefield as the divine artifact in his hand, emanating a faint gray glow, hovered above his palm, displaying its tempting benefits. The Beast faction had already been deliberating through telepathic communication, and now a cold, indifferent voice pierced directly into Yamamoto Ichiro's mind. We want 90%. Upon hearing this, veins bulged on Yamamoto Ichiro's temples. Your Excellency, this divine artifact of mine can only be used once. If you only give me 10%, I can barely break even, he protested, suppressing his rage. Hee, if you don't agree, we can just wait until you're dead and take that divine artifact anyway. The result will be the same either way. The ninth-tier beast powerhouse's mockery cut like a blade. Yamamoto Ichiro was driven to desperation, his eyes reddening. If that's truly the case, then I'll destroy this divine artifact right now. You can try. Maybe you really do have that kind of courage, huh? The other party's tone dripped with contempt, clearly having Yamamoto Ichiro completely figured out. Meanwhile, Wang Badeo and the other Longxia human warriors pressed forward with murderous intent, leaving Yamamoto Ichiro trapped with no way out. The beast powerhouse pressed again. Hurry up and agree. Hand over the divine artifact, and not only will you survive, you'll even make a small profit. If you destroy the artifact, you'll gain nothing and still be hunted down and killed by those Longxia humans. You humans are all quite clever. I shouldn't need to tell you which choice to make, right? Yamamoto Ichiro cursed furiously. Bakayero, Bakayero. But faced with threats from multiple sides, he ultimately gritted his teeth and submitted. Fine. Hee, what a spineless coward. If you'd been a bit tougher, this emperor might have given you an extra 20%. The beast powerhouse sneered and spat out another line. Hurry up and hand over the divine artifact, you waste. Yamamoto Ichiro was nearly driven to cough up blood, but still followed the agreement and formed a temporary soul contract with that mysterious powerhouse. Then, with a flip of his hands, a divine herb appeared completely emerald green with leaf veins like swimming dragons. It was the adversity divine herb. Swoosh. The moment the divine herb materialized, it was seized by a crimson figure from afar. Oh, so it's the adversity divine herb. Where did you find this kind of divine herb? The newcomer wore a crimson robe with flame patterns that hugged her curves, accentuating her graceful figure perfectly. She reclined sideways with crossed legs, lazily leaning against a burning sacred throne, an alluring valley separating two peach-like curves that appeared incredibly voluptuous. The two-headed dragon emperor looked up and immediately recognized her identity. Blazing Phoenix Empress. This prodigy of the Phoenix Beast clan was even younger than the two-headed Dragon Emperor, yet had already stepped into the ninth tier ahead of him. Yamamoto Ichiro was also momentarily stunned by her beauty, but quickly snorted coldly. That's none of your excellency's concern. Please hurry and strike, annihilate these Longxia people. The blazing Phoenix Empress curved her lips in a mocking smile, her slender fingers caressing the divine herb as she prepared to tilt her head back and consume it for refinement. Just then, heaven and earth suddenly trembled. This kind of trembling was all too familiar to many of the powerhouses present. They had just experienced it 3 times. That's right, it was coming, it was coming, it was approaching with its thunderous sound. The great Tao roared, and it was coming yet again. Despite many powerful beings having prepared for this possibility, they couldn't help but show shock when they witnessed the great Tao's thunderous roar once again. Have the guardian deities of Longxia Nation gone mad? This is already the 4th time. The Beast Clan powerhouses roared furiously amid the deafening rumble, their massive claws pointing toward the churning heavens. What do they take our Beast Realm's heavenly Tao for? For consecutive strikes even, the great Tao can't withstand this. Wave after wave of rage surged through the beast's chests. Some flapped their scaled wings, others pounded against rock walls, while more giant beasts remained silent, cold sweat seeping between their fangs. Could it be that even the beast gods of the Beast Realm couldn't suppress Longxia Nation's guardian deities? How else could they permit such audacity? Doubt and fear intertwined in their bestial eyes. Nearly every beast clan present had produced god-level powerhouses and received divine oracles from their own guardian deities, so they understood all too well what the great Tao's thunderous roar signified. The cost for a god-level powerhouse to initiate such a roar was extremely devastating. Usually, only when a clan faced extinction, hadn't produced a 9th-tier powerhouse for ages, and hung by a thread between life and death, would their guardian deity risk everything, invoking the heavenly Tao to allow their clan's geniuses to absorb sufficient Tao power in a short time and forcibly break through to the 9th tier. The entire process required descendants to construct altars, prepare offerings, and select blessed lands that perfectly matched their guardian deity's attributes. If the location was unsuitable, the great Tao's roar could easily fail midway and backfire on the clan. Yet Longxia Nation's guardian deities came from the Earth Star world, and they could somehow trigger the heavenly Tao for consecutive times in a foreign realm. 3 times might have been acceptable. Things rarely go beyond 3, but now a 4th time? Is there no law? Is there no justice? Furious roars rose and fell, yet no one dared to truly step forward and intervene. On the other side, the human faction was celebrating like New Year. The Longxia humans and various human factions that had allied with them could barely contain their excitement, their cheeks flushed with elation. We've struck it rich this time. Even if we can't share in the same benefits as Longxia's homeland, catching even a wisp of heavenly Tao power would be worth years of arduous cultivation. In the crowd, Yamamoto Ichiro raised his head to gaze at the sky. The rolling clouds resembled a giant beast opening its bloody maw, devouring all light. His hair stood on end as he felt overwhelming pressure crashing toward him like a tsunami. Confusion, anger, and unwillingness collided in his chest, and he couldn't help but roar. Something's wrong. This great Tao's roar is completely different from before. The intensity is far more violent. This was the beast realm, where native beings naturally had higher affinity with the heavenly Tao. Theoretically, foreign guardian deities should find it difficult to overpower the indigenous ones. It was like someone else's wife suddenly accepting a stranger. The latter would have to be far stronger and superior to her husband, or why would she change her allegiance? If both sides were evenly matched, she would definitely trust the familiar party more. If Longxia Nation truly had a mysterious powerhouse for whom 3 roars still weren't enough, and who could launch an even more ferocious 4th assault, then this beast realm's heavenly Tao had probably already been molded into that person's shape. When that happened, their advantage in this realm would be more terrifying than any natives. At this thought, cold sweat seeped down Yamamoto Ichiro's back, yet his words became increasingly resolute, convinced he had seen through everything. The more Yamamoto Ichiro spoke, the more confident he became, brilliant light bursting from his eyes. I know it now. This definitely isn't the great Tao's resonance triggered by the Longxia people, but rather by the beast gods of the 10,000 beasts world. Thoughts surged through Yamamoto Ichiro's mind, and the more he considered it, the more reasonable it seemed. The Longxia people had merely pulled some clever trick within the 10,000 beasts world to cause those previous 3 resonances, since they could do it. Naturally, the beast gods who dominated the 10,000 beasts world could do the same. At this realization, he suddenly smiled with relief. As a powerhouse from the Eastern Islands, what he couldn't tolerate most was seeing the Longxia people grow stronger and benefit. So the conclusion was simply, as long as this time wasn't led by the Longxia people, everything would be fine. His words struck like a stone hitting a lake's surface, instantly stirring resonance among the surrounding beast clan powerhouses. Everyone had sudden realizations and nodded repeatedly. This cunning human seems to make sense. This great Tao resonance is far more intense than the previous three. Exactly, absolutely more fierce. We Thunder Clan have experienced all through know this best. Haha. Finally, it's our turn to enjoy the heavenly opportunity. Under the cold, desolate sky, all the Beast Clan powerhouses' eyes flickered with fervent light, and even Empress Jihuan paused her actions. Reason told her that Yamamoto Ichiro's deduction had some merit, but she still felt uncertain. However, with opportunity right before her, if she stood by and watched, she would inevitably miss this chance. This was an unsolvable open conspiracy. Empress Jihuan looked down at the surging energy tides, and an absurd comparison involuntarily surfaced in her mind. Before her lay a pile of golden things that could be either gold or shit. With the opportunity fleeting, if she didn't reach out, she'd never know the answer. If it was truly gold, instant wealth and freedom. If it was shit, then she'd just have to accept the loss. She gritted her teeth and cursed silently. Damn it, even dogs wouldn't pick this up. But wave after wave of increasingly intense great Tao resonance shook the void, and she couldn't help but be tempted. If she seized this opportunity, she could save at least 100 years of arduous cultivation. Screw it. Pick it up. Must pick it up. Empress Jihuan roared in her heart. Dogs won't pick it up, but I will. The other ninth-tier powerhouses shared her thoughts. Never mind picking it up. Even if they had to lick it, they'd take a taste. Even if it really was a pile of shit, they'd have to sample it first. In the face of opportunity, any humiliation meant nothing. Meanwhile, within the human faction, the Longshan nation's powerhouses exchanged glances. Yamamoto Ichiro's confident and proud demeanor made them feel uneasy as well. Li Jianan secretly transmitted. Brother Wang, what do you say this time? Should we continue the scheme? Scheme? We must scheme. Wang Badeo replied without hesitation. Even if this really is commotion caused by those beast gods, I'll accept it. At worst we'll face backlash and die faster. But if it's like the previous times, we can seize more heavenly Tao power. Then even if we fight Empress Jihuan to the death, we'll tear off a piece of her flesh. Li Jianan nodded silently, sharing the same thoughts. The current situation had reached a knife's edge, and since the Phoenix Clan's ninth tier had already made their move, they could only risk everything. If they could grab enough heavenly Tao power during this great Tao resonance, they might break through to the ninth tier on the spot, and would certainly be able to reverse the situation immediately. Of course, meeting the requirements to break through to the ninth tier isn't just about having enough heavenly Tao power. One must completely absorb and integrate these forces. This process is inevitably time-consuming. Even for the many powerhouses with extremely high affinity for heavenly Tao power, it cannot be accomplished in the blink of an eye. But no matter how difficult, they must try. The more heavenly Tao power, the better. Thus, regardless of their stance, everyone waited with excitement for this unprecedented resonance of the great Tao. Boom, boom, boom. The thunderous roar between heaven and earth reached its peak. The perfect moment had arrived. Strike! The Thunder Clan powerhouses moved first as always. This was originally the territory of the Thunder Beast Clan, surrounded by ancestral protective forces left by their forebears. They naturally held the home field advantage, able to seize the initiative in any action. Several ninth-tier Thunder Beasts rallied their spirits and once again extended their power to touch that layer of heavenly Tao shackles, attempting to seize the splashing heavenly Tao power. Bang! 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 Violent backlash struck them mercilessly. Several massive thunder beasts were sent flying, crashing heavily back into the deep craters they had already created in the ground. In the messy pits, they lay on their backs staring at the sky, eyes filled with despair, like little brides deceived 3 times, so wrong that tears rolled in their eyes. Woo woo woo, this is bullying us. Why? Damn bastards. Isn't deceiving us 3 times enough? If this happens again, even if I jump into the 9-layer thunder pool and drown myself, I'll never believe it again. Physical wounds could be healed, but the tears in their hearts would likely last a lifetime. If they ever truly ascended to the divine throne, they would definitely point at that mastermind's nose and curse you. Have no heart. You think you're so great? Coming to Thunder Clan territory to make fools of us? In their grief and anger, the only slight comfort was seeing other clans suffer the same miserable fate. Looking up, figures were falling from the sky like dumplings being dropped into boiling water. The Thunder Beast powerhouses felt a strange warmth in their hearts. At least you're here with us, so the Thunder Beasts aren't alone in their misery. Who dare say the clans of the Beast world aren't united? Look how synchronized they are. Among all the falling figures, the warriors from the Eastern Island nation suffered the most. This great Tao resonance lasted an unprecedented length of time, and the backlash force had also surged dramatically. The Beast clans had powerful physical bodies revealing their true forms could deflect most of the impact, allowing relatively quick recovery. The Eastern Island warriors had no such trump card. Without the Dragon Summer powerhouses even needing to finish them off, they were already tortured to near death by the heavenly Tao backlash. One Eastern Island powerhouse glared with rage, staring deadly at Yamamoto Ichiro. Baka! Yamamoto, damn your ancestors. You're the one who tricked us into touching the heavenly Tao opportunity. You bastard, are you a spy for the Dragon Summer Nation? Yamamoto Ichiro's face was ashen. Cold gazes surrounded him like knife blades, wanting nothing more than to tear him apart on the spot. He kept swallowing, nervously. Touching the heavenly Tao was clearly these people's own choice, but no one wanted to admit they were seeking death. If they could push one person forward to bear the blame, it would save face and provide an outlet for their rage. This Yamamoto Ichiro was undoubtedly the perfect candidate. Both the human and beast races were eager to kill him on the spot. Yamamoto Ikaru was locked in by countless cold gazes, and cold sweat instantly broke out on his forehead. He raised his hands, his voice trembling. No, you can't lay a hand on me. The Phoenix Empress promised to ensure my safe departure. The surrounding noise abruptly ceased, and the strong warriors of both the human and beast races temporarily suppressed their boiling killing intent. However, the next moment, a furious shriek echoed from the horizon. I also want to kill you. Accompanied by the roar, a massive bird, entirely red, broke through the clouds, flames swirling around it, its wings resembling a burning sky. The Phoenix Empress, with her elongated golden eyes, locked onto Yamamoto Ikaru, and a scorching wave of heat rushed toward him, as if ready to turn him to ashes at any moment. Yamamoto Ikaru shivered, his fear escalating, and his eyes darted around, quickly shifting his focus to another party. Your Excellency, the Longxia people must have gained a significant amount of heavenly Tao power this time. If you don't act now and they escape, it will be a huge loss. The Phoenix Empress snorted coldly, flapping her wings and soaring high into the sky. She opened her mouth, and a crystal-clear, reverse fate spirit herb was swallowed. The adversity, divine herb. In the next moment, her aura rapidly contracted, dropping from the 9th rank to the 8th. The adversity divine herb is extremely rare and is often used by high-ranking warriors to return to their previous state, compensating for the flaws left in their cultivation. At this moment, the Phoenix Empress was using it to regress her realm and strengthen her foundation. As her realm fell, the rules that had bound her soul like chains shattered explosively. Her gaze swept back to Wang Badayo and the others, her killing intent solidifying into a crimson substance. Human race. Since your guardian deity is so arrogant as to provoke the great Tao's roar in the beast world and steal our heavenly Tao power, let me see if you have the ability to take it away. Boom. As soon as her words fell, the sky erupted in flames, red light engulfing everything, turning thousands of miles of land into a sea of fire. Once a myriad of races reaches the 6th rank, they can condense their domain. As their realm rises, the domain becomes increasingly terrifying. Upon entering the 9th rank, the domain transforms into a sacred domain within the sacred domain. The domain master is sacred, and all beings are mortal. The rolling waves of flames formed a sacred domain unique to the Phoenix Empress, with fire feathers floating, the space scorching, and even light being distorted by the flames. Overlooking all beings, her voice was cold and authoritative. This place is the sacred domain of me, the Phoenix Empress. You all must either submit or turn to ashes. The blazing Phoenix Empress's sacred aura permeated the heavens. This was genuine 9th-tier sacred might, not some power that could be replicated with sacred artifacts. Though her realm had fallen to the 8th tier, she still retained most of her 9th-tier combat strength, including this suffocating sacred domain. Even Wang Badayo, who considered himself the strongest warrior among the Dragon Xia human race, felt his heart tremble under this oppression. Though he had always been arrogant, he understood that high-tier battles rarely allowed for crossing realms. Forget about crossing tiers entirely. Even small rank differences could determine life and death. His thoughts flashed like lightning as he prepared for the worst outcome of perishing here, yet the battle intent in his eyes only burned brighter. Wang Badayo transmitted his voice to Li Jianan beside him. Oldly, I'll hold off the blazing Phoenix Empress first. The rest of these small fry are all yours. Since we're going to die anyway, we might as well drag a few down with you, especially that scum Yamamoto Ichiro. No matter what, kill him for me. When I can't hold on anymore, you finish him off. Li Jianan nodded slightly, understanding his close friend's meaning, and replied concisely. Don't worry, old Wang. The longer you hold out, the more I can kill. Immediately after, he raised his sacred sword radiating infinite power, and with a tremor of the blade, charged straight at Yamamoto Ichiro and the others. At the same time, Wang Badayo surged elemental force through both arms as his warhammer rose into the air with a resonant cry, carrying overwhelming killing intent as he rushed toward the blazing Phoenix Empress in the sky. Within the sacred domain, fierce winds mixed with blazing flames, casting two figures, one above, one below, with killing intent condensed like solid matter. Seeing mere humans dare to act so arrogantly within her sacred domain, the blazing Phoenix Empress narrowed her phoenix eyes and snorted coldly. World-destroying fire burn. Boom, boom, boom. Blazing pillars of fire descended from the heavens, enveloping Wang Badayo completely and scorching every trace of power within his body. Kill. Wang Badeo roared, his killing intent surging so powerfully that it condensed into a roaring battlefield beast around him. The beast opened its maw to tear through the fire curtain, as he himself borrowed the momentum to fiercely attack the Empress's true form, his war hammer crashing down like thunder. A hint of mockery flashed in the blazing Phoenix Empress's eyes. Interesting. If this Empress truly had only 8th tier power remaining, I might actually need to be wary of you. Unfortunately, this Empress is 9th tier. Her red lips parted slightly as she spoke a single word: suppress. Endless sacred fire transformed into a flaming cage, instantly locking down the killing intent beast and restraining Wang Badeo's offensive. The blazing flames burned along his tendons, bones, and flesh, turning every inch to ash. Human, die. Before she could finish speaking, Yamamoto Ichiro's piercing scream suddenly echoed from the distance. Li Jianin's sacred sword struck out, its sharp sword chi cleaving the ghost beast that Yamamoto Ichiro had transformed into in half, causing the phantom to collapse and blood to splash everywhere. Your Majesty Empress, save me. Yamamoto Ichiro was forced back to his original form, stumbling and falling to the ground with blood trickling from the corner of his mouth. A vicious wound from top to bottom had nearly split him in two. As a ghost swordsman, he should have been formidable within the same tier, yet he couldn't last more than a few moves against Li Jianin. This was not only due to the severe injuries from the Heavenly Dao's backlash earlier, but also because Li Jianin had now absorbed 3 waves of Heavenly Dao power, causing his strength to skyrocket several times over. The battle situation rapidly shifted. Li Jianin's sword light flashed continuously, forcing the remaining Easterning humans and beast races to retreat step by step, while Wang Badeo, consumed by the flaming cage, continued to hold on desperately, his war hammer clashing with the sacred fire and producing blinding sparks. Not only him, but other Dragon Xiao powerhouses were also fighting desperately, making life difficult for the obstructing Easterning humans and local beast races. They were either severely wounded and forced to retreat, or killed outright. Seeing this, the Phoenix Empress snorted coldly. How dare you? She curved her 5 fingers slightly, and blazing crimson imperial flames erupted in her palm. She immediately drew forth a strand of primordial sacred power and sent it crashing down upon Li Jianin and the others. Boom, boom, boom. Sacred might descended like rolling thunder. The Longxia Kingdom's warriors, who had just been advancing with unstoppable momentum, were instantly silenced. Their forms were sent tumbling by the scorching waves of energy, their protective spiritual barriers shattering layer by layer. Oomph. A bunch of fools who don't know when to die. This Empress originally intended to give you a quick death, but since you insist on resisting stubbornly, I'll refine you bit by bit. The Phoenix Empress turned her palm, and the blazing fire's sacred domain expanded thunderously. The flames transformed into an invisible pill furnace, trapping everyone firmly within. The sound of high temperature burning filled the air continuously, as if iron ingots were being repeatedly placed in a sea of fire and hammered thousands of times. The Longxia Kingdom's warriors desperately channeled their spiritual power to protect their flesh and souls, but could only watch helplessly as the blood and flesh within their bodies evaporated, their primordial spirits roasted until they let out agonized wails. What made it even more despairing was that the heavenly Dao power they had just seized was also being refined out bit by the sacred fire, flowing like thin streams into the Phoenix Empress's palm. As she had said, dividing her attention to suppress them certainly allowed these people to live a few moments longer, but within this blazing cage, every extra second of life meant an extra second of hellish torment. The flames rolled and surged, distorting even the air itself. Everyone felt each second pass like a year, their flesh and souls suffering together. Only then did Yamamoto Ichiro catch his breath. He shakily steadied himself from within the raging fire, looked toward the Longxia Kingdom's people with mockery filling his eyes, and simply raised his hand to cover his lips as he let out an exaggerated sneer. A bunch of idiots. Couldn't you just die obediently? Did you have to bring this suffering upon yourselves? Hee. Did you think you were Sun Wukong? That you could cultivate fiery golden eyes? No. Noiri, just a bunch of stinking minions. As a man from the Eastern Islands, he was well versed in Longxia Kingdom's culture and knew these words would cut deepest. Sure enough, several Longxia Kingdom warriors trembled with rage. Though they knew that stepping beyond their protective spiritual light would instantly reduce them to ash in the sacred fire, they still longed to pounce forward and tear Yamamoto Ichiro to pieces. Li Jianin stretched out his hand to stop his companions, his voice hoarse but calm. Don't be rash. In this situation, it's not necessarily all bad. Guard your minds and resist the sacred fire. The longer we hold out, the more likely we are to see a turning point. Someone laughed bitterly. If there really were reinforcements, we'd indeed still have hope. But if they intended to come, they probably would have arrived long ago. The they he spoke of were precisely the other 8th tier warriors within Longxia Kingdom's borders. The government had issued multiple calls for aid, yet these people had all turned a deaf ear. Those who truly answered the call were only a few like Wang Badeo and Li Jianan. Initially, those who stayed behind firmly believed the secret realm's turmoil had nothing to do with them. The two great academies even publicly led the opposition to intervention, making them even more certain of their choice. However, when the second great Tao resonance echoed from the 10,000 Beasts secret realm, this certainty wavered. Some began to regret. If they had accompanied Wang Badeo from the beginning, perhaps they could have shared in the opportunities. But regret aside, they convinced themselves that two consecutive great Tao resonances were already the limit. The probability of a third occurrence was infinitesimal. Who could have expected that before long, a third great Tao resonance would ring out again? The warriors who had missed their chance felt their minds reel with dizziness. The native creatures of this world held a definite home field advantage there, and if a real fight broke out, they would certainly gain no benefits. Since the great Tao's thunderous roar had already appeared 3 consecutive times, they judged it impossible for a fourth occurrence to happen. Rushing in at such enormous risk was truly disproportionate in terms of cost versus reward. However, moments later, news of the fourth great Tao thunderous roar came thundering back like lightning. Those powerful experts who had hesitated to provide assistance nearly spat blood from rage on the spot. Some finally couldn't restrain themselves and decided to charge toward the 10,000 Beasts secret realm. Others had already infiltrated deep into the secret realm after the previous few thunderous roars. Unfortunately, these people neither went to the Thunder Beast clan's territory nor managed to seize that heavenly opportunity, missing the golden moment in vain. Wanting to enter the game now was like seeing a stock hitting its daily limit, but being too late to buy. If they chased the high price now, they could only become bag holders, facing enormous risks with almost certain total loss, possibly even their lives. In the eyes of the Dragon Xia Nation's powerful experts, Wang Badeo and his companions now faced the high-tier forces of the entire 10,000 Beasts world. Even if they rushed over to help, they couldn't save them and would only throw their own lives away. It simply wasn't worth it. Had they known there would be 4 consecutive roars earlier, they might have gambled ahead of time. But now, only a dead end lay ahead. Turning their gaze toward the depths of the 10,000 Beasts secret realm, Beast Clan legions were slowly advancing toward the Thunder Beast Clan's territory. Compared to the lightning speed of high-tier experts who could travel thousands of miles in an instant, those legions' march was like snails crawling. By the time they arrived, Wang Badeo and his group would probably already be ground to dust. There was only one conclusion: no hope whatsoever. Let's go, there's nothing left to see here. Let's head back. An 8th-tier expert from Haida University spoke first, turning to leave. After these guys die, it'll definitely attract foreign enemies' covetous attention, and we'll end up cleaning up their mess in the end. What a hassle. A powerful expert from Xiaojing University nodded in agreement, his tone full of schadenfreude. Originally, they just needed to abandon one Haitianhue, but now look, all the high-tier experts from 3 key universities are lost, dragging down so many others. The two walked while making cold, sarcastic remarks, using this to relieve their frustration over missing the heavenly opportunity. A female expert from Haida University followed closely behind, her tone icy cold. In the end, it's all that Haitianhue's fault. One person dragging so many to their death. 7. If she really dies, we must proclaim her evil deeds to the world. Let future generations take warning, and let her name stink for 10,000 years. She had long-standing grievances with Haitianhue, and combined with her resentment over losing the opportunity, her hatred had almost materialized. What Dragon Xia Nation's 3 great beauties? The first 2 are a 9th-tier and a 10th-tier guardian deity respectively. How dare an 8th-tier junior like her be ranked alongside them? It's good that she's dead, saving Dragon Xia Nation from one more corrupting influence. The surrounding experts listened without anyone speaking up to refute. Everyone understood this woman was just being bitter. Just as discussions rose and fell, the distant sky suddenly trembled. Vast heavenly might came crushing down like a tsunami, causing all the powerful experts in the secret realm to shudder in their hearts, then show wild joy on their faces. Could the great Tao's thunderous roar be descending again? At the other end of the 10,000 Beasts secret realm, Empress Lu Huang and others were also shaken by this heavenly might, similarly having their first thought be great Tao's thunderous roar. But in the next breath, they realized this wasn't the great Tao's thunderous roar, but rather heavenly tribulation descending. Such intense tribulation power was incomparable to ordinary tribulation crossing, but rather signified that someone was about to break through to the 9th tier. Who could it be? Who would break through to the 9th tier at this moment? All the powerhouses exchanged bewildered glances. There weren't many 8th tier peak cultivators in the beast realm to begin with, and even fewer had shown promise of advancing further in recent years. Looking around, nearly all the top-tier beast warriors with such potential were gathered here. If that was the case, could this phenomenon be caused by some powerhouse from another realm? This seemed almost impossible by conventional logic. The power of 9th tier heavenly tribulation was terrifyingly immense without complete preparation. Forcing one's way through the tribulation was tantamount to suicide. Even native beings of this realm had to proceed with extreme caution, let alone foreign races crossing realms. If the heavenly Tao were likened to an examiner, then descending tribulation was like an examination. Native beings might receive some leniency, but beings from other realms would only face the most difficult challenges. For this very reason, unless absolutely necessary, virtually no one would dare attempt breaking through to the ninth tier in a foreign realm. As the powerhouses pondered, the thunder clouds above the nine-layer thunder pool had already expanded to their limit, with lightning bolts intertwining as if pointing toward an answer. Almost simultaneously, all ninth-tier beast cultivators turned their gazes toward the Thunder Beast clan. The elders of the Thunder Beast clan were initially stunned, then murmured quietly, Our clan's prodigy, the mystic Thunder Emperor, is also in there. He's the most promising junior to break through to the ninth tier." Upon hearing this, the powerhouses on good terms with the Thunder Beast clan nodded one after another. Someone laughed and cupped their hands. "Congratulations. It looks like the Thunder clan is about to gain another Emperor Realm cultivator. The mystic Thunder Emperor's reputation precedes him today. He truly lives up to his fame. Most congratulations." Faced with the chorus of congratulations, several ninth-tier Thunder Beast clan members felt uneasy. One secretly transmitted, "Something's not right. Aren't we forgetting something? There's also a human 8th-tier cultivator in that area. Could it be her attempting to break through to the ninth tier?" "Impossible, absolutely impossible." Another shook his head repeatedly. "So many human 8th-tier cultivators here haven't seized the opportunity. She has even less qualification." Yet another chimed in. "Perhaps she was already slain by the mystic Thunder Emperor, and he's using her heavenly opportunity to stabilize his own foundation. Don't forget his Een Thunder power." At the mention of Een Thunder, all the Thunder Beast clan powerhouses showed expressions of agreement. The mystic Thunder Emperor's Een Thunder was sinister, capable of corroding mortal enemies and gradually turning them into puppets. This ability made their speculation far from groundless. Unfortunately, when heavenly tribulation descended, the surrounding space was sealed by Thunder's might. Even as ninth-tier cultivators, they couldn't probe the slightest detail within, or they would have understood the truth long ago. Rumble. The heavenly tribulation finally reached its peak intensity, and the first bolt of lightning tore through the sky, crashing heavily into the tribulation area. In an instant, energies of various colors surged, and violent pressure swept in all directions. Different Daos corresponded to different tribulations. While the external powerhouses couldn't discern the specific attributes within, they could clearly sense that this tribulation's intensity was unprecedented. The stronger the tribulation, the greater the benefits after successfully weathering it, but the difficulty also rose accordingly. Witnessing this scene, the Beast Clan powerhouses outside immediately burst into animated discussion. "I never expected Emperor Xuanlei's heavenly tribulation to be so powerful. This young one must be quite formidable. Who would have thought he'd been hiding his strength all this time?" The foreign powerhouses watching from afar gazed at the thunderous canopy woven from lightning, where bolts writhed like serpents and tribulation clouds pressed down upon the earth in layers, creating a deafening roar. Someone remarked with admiration, "He's undergoing his tribulation in the Thunder Clan's sacred ground. Such favorable conditions should ensure his survival. This young man has great potential, truly great potential." Empress Qifeng hovered in midair, her fire-bathed crimson feathers trembling slightly as she sighed inwardly. "This tribulation crosser's foundation is probably no less than mine was back then." The twin-headed dragon emperor fixed his draconic eyes on the tribulation clouds, grinding his teeth in frustration. "It was bad enough that Empress Qifeng reached the ninth tier before me, but now must everyone else step on my head? Damn it." The Thunder Beast clan's powerhouses felt their faces burn with embarrassment at the praise, yet they couldn't bring themselves to smile. They knew Emperor Xuanlei's true strength better than anyone. Excellent, certainly, but nowhere near heaven-defying to this degree. The tribulation's overwhelming momentum only made their hearts race with anxiety. Meanwhile, the 8th-tier powerhouses from the Longxia Kingdom were struggling against the scorching flames of Empress Qifeng's sacred fire, yet couldn't help but be drawn to the lightning display. Suddenly, someone blurted out, "Do you think it could be Empress Huanyue breaking through?" Empress Huanyue was the title foreign powerhouses had bestowed upon Hai Tianyue, and she was among the 3 great beauties of Longxia, a reputation that had first spread among the foreign races. The person who suggested this hypothesis laughed after speaking. "Hai Tianyue is at most among the youngest in our 8th-tier group, with shallow foundations. Even Emperor Ba and Emperor Jianan are still stuck at their bottlenecks. How could she possibly be the first to break through to the 9th tier?" Though spoken in jest, the listeners took the idea to heart. Li Jianan's eyes flashed as he recalled their recent experience in the southwest. During that encounter, he had sensed that Hai Tianyue's opportunities far exceeded what she had revealed. Now, with the Great Tao's resonance closely connected to the sword path, he had been able to benefit tremendously from the momentum. If Hai Tianyue had gained even greater rewards, she might truly have gathered all the necessary catalysts for breakthrough. But the time was too short. She simply couldn't have refined such vast amounts of heavenly Tao power, unless… Li Jianan drew a sharp breath, his eyes blazing with realization. Unless all these earth-shaking great Tao resonances had originated from her. If that were true, the heavenly Tao power would naturally align with her, allowing her to break through the barriers and leap to the 9th tier in one bound. Once the thought took root, it made more and more sense. Hai Tianyue had encountered danger in ThunderClan territory, and this place had since experienced frequent Tao anomalies. Previously, when she appeared in the southwest, heavenly Tao opportunities had similarly descended. Could she be the legendary daughter of the heavenly Tao? At this realization, Li Jianan felt no joy, only cold sweat breaking out. If she truly possessed a protagonist's fate, would we friends and family end up being sacrificed? That's exactly how it plays out in novels and TV dramas. And among us is even Hai Tianyue's father, Yin Wuwei. As she sucked in a sharp breath, feeling his spine turn cold. We're done for, totally screwed. Cliched plot scenarios automatically played in his mind. Everyone perishing, Hai Tianyue emerging from seclusion to bathe the world in blood, friends and family sacrificed to heaven, power without limits. Li Jianan smiled bitterly. As the sacred fire drained his spiritual power, leaving him increasingly weak, he looked up at the lightning still pouring down madly, knowing that he and the others would likely not survive to see the tribulation's end. Before his thoughts could settle, the heavenly tribulation suddenly ceased. The lightning scattered and thunder fell silent. Then came a thunderous boom as a massive figure burst forth from the 9-layered thunder pool. This imposing figure radiated overwhelming might, with countless dark thunderbolts surging around him like venomous serpents, appearing sinister and dangerous. Ha ha, I've done it. This emperor has succeeded. No wait, now I should say this imperial majesty. He laughed maniacally, his voice rolling like thunder across the battlefield. The Beast Clan powerhouses were invigorated, especially the Thunder Beast Clan, whose manes bristled with excitement. Damn it, we worried for nothing. I knew Thunder Emperor Xianlei would be fine. I could tell he had the makings of a great emperor. The 9th-tier powerhouses cheered in unison, as if they could already see the Thunder Beast Clan returning to its peak. Thunder Emperor Zun Lino, Thunder Imperial Majesty Zun Li transformed into a streak of black light, shooting toward Empress Lu Huang in the sky while roaring. These damned humans have caused me so much trouble. Empress Lu Huang, step aside. I'll slap them to death with one palm. I just broke through to the 9th tier and haven't signed the joint soul contract yet, so it's perfect timing to strike. Meeting me is your greatest misfortune. Before his arrogant words finished echoing, he had already invaded Empress Lu Huang's sacred domain. Dark thunder surged like a tide, instantly enveloping Wang Badeo and the others, forcibly replacing the sacred flames burning around them as the firelight extinguished in an instant. Just when everyone thought he would slaughter the human race, Thunder Imperial Majesty Xianlei suddenly turned, pouncing toward Empress Lu Huang like a specter. His black halberd tore through the void, thunder light condensing into a sharp point, striking through her body in one blow. Empress Lu Huang hastily employed the Phoenix Clan's secret arts, barely avoiding vital points, but was still pierced by the halberd. Her delicate body erupted with rolling phoenix flames before being devoured by dark thunder. Thunder flames ravaged through her internal organs, nearly causing her to perish on the spot. The entire battlefield fell into deathly silence. The smiles on the Thunder Beast Clan powerhouses' faces froze, their eyes filled with disbelief. Thunder Imperial Majesty Xianlei, what are you doing? Seeking death. Empress Lu Huang shouted furiously, her phoenix eyes blazing with anger. The Thunder Imperial Majesty Xianlei, opposite her, revealed an enchantingly beautiful smile, lips curving upward, causing both men and women, humans and beasts alike to lose themselves in fascination. Sorry, you've mistaken me for someone else. I'm not Thunder Imperial Majesty Xianlei. Empress Lu Huang's heart shook violently as she finally discerned the true essence behind that smile. It's you, the human race's Phantom Moon Empress. Hai Tianyue. And you've already reached the 9th tier. She had long heard of Hai Tianyue's reputation. As fellow female emperor-level beings, she had secretly compared who could better enchant all living beings. Now truly facing her, she knew she had lost her opponent, merely borrowing the shell of Thunder Imperial Majesty Xianlei. Possessed the combined imperial pressure of both illusion and charm arts. Hai Tianyue raised her hand, effortlessly dispersing the remaining dark thunder and purging the sacred flame erosion from the Dragon Xia Kingdom's powerhouses. Then, her moon-like eyes swept past everyone before turning toward the powerhouses from the Dongying Kingdom. Haitian Yu remained motionless, merely raising her hand slightly. Die, she whispered. In the next instant, over a dozen 8th-tier powerhouses' eyes suddenly became vacant, their bodies frozen like soulless puppets. Their true selves had already sunk into the abyss of illusions and enchantments she had woven, never to break free again. Her gaze then swept toward the Beast Clan's 8th-tier prodigies on the other side. As her sharp eyes cut through them like blades, they all felt a chill in their hearts. Before they could act, several ninth-tier beast clan ancestors in the distance roared furiously, seeking death. Rolling sacred might erupted and spread like a raging tide toward Haitian Yu. The air trembled violently as sand and stones were swept up, dancing wildly through the sky. Haitian Yu merely sneered, not retreating a single step. Gentlemen, shall we see whose speed is faster, yours or my methods? If you don't want all these juniors to die here, then stand still obediently. As her words fell, her newly entered ninth-tier aura suddenly surged, clashing heat-in with the sacred might of several veteran ninth-tier cultivators without the slightest fear. Damn it! A ninth-tier hyena clan member gritted his teeth, his chest heaving. If we hadn't been deceived by her, how could a mere newly advanced junior manipulate us like this? They knew full well that had they known the breakthrough cultivator was Haitian Yu, they would have prepared in advance and surrounded her for the kill the moment she emerged from seclusion. At that time, the rules prohibited them from attacking those below the ninth tier, but there were no restrictions against ninth-tier cultivators. Now, with their juniors held hostage, they were caught between a rock and a hard place, unable to advance or retreat. If they truly attacked Haitian Yu regardless of consequences, those controlled prodigies would instantly have their souls scattered. Currently, the beast world was experiencing a generational gap. Losing these rising stars would mean their territories would eventually be eroded by forces from other realms. Thinking of this, several beast clan powerhouses cursed hatefully. This Haitian Yu is truly cunning. They then glared fiercely at several ninth-tier Thunder Beast clan members. If not for those fools' misjudgment of intelligence, how would they have fallen to such a state? The Thunder Beast clan members' faces flushed red with shame, wishing they could crawl into a hole in the ground. With the situation temporarily stabilized, Haitian Yu secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Though she maintained her composure on the surface, cold sweat had begun to seep from her palms. Everything that had happened in just a few short hours had been too overwhelming for her. She recalled those successive great Tao resonance 4 times in total. Each one had caused the power of heavenly Tao to flow into her meridians and countless acupoints, like swallows returning to their nest. That sensation was something she had never experienced before, scorching hot, fulfilling, as if all the essence of heaven and earth belonged to her alone. The massive foundation brought by 4 great Tao impacts had allowed her to emerge unscathed from the heavenly tribulation, stepping into the ninth tier with ease. Even more incredible was that after the tribulation, vast amounts of heavenly Tao power still remained within her body, her acupoints still completely full. Why did I receive so many benefits? Haitian Yu wondered silently. Anyone could see that the mysterious being who had triggered the great Tao resonances favored her to an extreme degree. Who exactly is this person? Why would they treat me so well? Hai Tianyue reflected on her previous experiences, finding the sensation quite extraordinary. Whenever she thought of that mysterious powerhouse who had secretly triggered the thunderous roar of the great Tao, an irrepressible sense of intimacy would well up from the depths of her heart. She had truly received too many gifts. When the thunderous roar erupted, the surging power of the heavenly Tao carried that person's will, and once absorbed, it would leave an indelible mark within the recipient's body, naturally generating favorable feelings toward the benefactor. The more one absorbed, the more intense these feelings became. Now, every acupoint in her body was filled with the power of the heavenly Tao, so one could imagine how deeply rooted her affinity for that person had become. This created a karmic bond between them. Should that powerful being summon these beneficiaries in the future, if they remained idle or harbored malicious intent, the heavenly Tao power within them would immediately backlash. Thinking of this, Hai Tianyue sighed softly. I wonder what that senior wants me to do, to bestow such generous gifts. Sigh. She looked up at the gray, overcast sky. Only a god-level powerhouse could wield such magnificent heavenly Tao power. With the unique intuition of a charm master professional, she vaguely sensed that the person was male. Such great kindness left her momentarily unable to repay it, so she could only bury her gratitude deep in her heart. I've just entered the ninth tier and can't help that senior much for now. I'll deal with it later. Collecting her thoughts, she refocused her attention on the immediate situation, the beast clan powerhouses surrounding her. Now, Hai Tianyue firmly controlled the lives of almost all 8th-tier beast clan members, a bargaining chip sufficient to negotiate with 9th-tier powerhouses. She had to calculate carefully to extract more benefits from those creatures. Meanwhile, on the other side of the secret realm, Lu Huang had quietly left the 10,000 Beasts secret realm. As soon as the 3 supreme divine swords were forged, he decisively organized his team with Fangya and the others and set out on the return journey. Along the way, Lu Huang murmured to himself, I've done everything I could. Whether sister you can turn danger into safety depends on herself. He always acted with a clear conscience, and at this moment had pushed his abilities to their limits. If Hai Tianyue ultimately couldn't escape, or even perished in the secret realm, he could only cultivate diligently in seclusion and seek revenge for her when his strength was sufficient. Seeing Lu Huang's expression still heavy with concern, Fangya and the others hastily comforted him. Don't worry, Junior Lu, the principal is blessed and will surely return safely. That's right. The news reported that Principal Ba Huang from Tianshan University and Principal Jian and Huang from Tianjin University have already gone to provide support. With them taking action, everything will definitely be fine. In their view, the Dragon Xia nation possessed formidable high-tier combat power, and foreign races wouldn't dare provoke them casually. If all of Dragon Xia's 8th-tier powerhouses mobilized, Hai Tianwei would indeed have escaped long ago. A mere Thunder Beast clan was no match for the Dragon Xia human race. However, Lu Huang had long heard from Hai Tianwei about the intricate web of interests among those high-tier powerhouses, so he held no expectations for them whatsoever. Before their own interests are touched, these guys always keep their hands clean and look the other way. Seeing Lu Huang still frowning, Zhou Ru quietly slid to his side, brushed her shoulder against his, and beamed at him like a little son. Lu, if you can win Rookie of the Year at the Collegiate League, I've got a special reward for you. How about we team up on a project, the impact of software hardening engineering on water yield in tunnel excavation? Tempting, isn't it? Her voice was soft and sweet, but Lu Huang's gaze still, by reflex, flicked to her chest. Zhou Ru was petite with a baby-faced look, yet she had a striking asset, and that contrast always drew a second glance from him. He understood she was trying to distract him, keeping him from brooding over Hai Tianyu's trouble. Once he realized that, he let the gloom go, nodded in agreement, and slipped into easy chatter with the group. I heard this year's Collegiate League will be held inside a special vocationer's domain, someone started. No one knows what type that vocationer is, though. Who cares what domain it is? If your strength is solid, you can still place well, someone else scoffed. Don't be so optimistic, another muttered. Domain rules vary wildly. If it happens to match your own attributes, you'll spend a lot less effort than others. Lu Huang listened in silence, recalling what he knew about domains. Upon advancing to 6th tier, a vocationer can begin to grasp a domain. At 7th tier, the domain grows denser. By 8th tier, it can take on substance. Rumor has it that at 10th tier godhood, a fully unfolded domain can become a self-contained realm, with the power to split heaven and earth. He remembered the myriad beasts' secret realm, where 8th tier powerhouses clashed, domains colliding like stars. Even across unimaginable distance, low-tier onlookers like them could feel the aftershocks. The awe of it still lingered. As Fang Ye and the others chatted ever more animatedly, the aircraft set down smoothly at Tianjin University. They hadn't even stepped out before a breaking headline flashed on their info terminals. Led by Tianjin University, in coordination with Tianjin University and Tianjin University, a series of deep partnerships has been reached with the myriad beasts world. The key items were listed in bold. Joint development and utilization of mineral resources in the myriad beasts world. Annual provision by major beast clans of a set quantity of high-quality blood, shed fur, and other rare materials. The moment the news dropped, it hit like a thunderclap. Vocationers across Longxia erupted, and soon even foreign nations were stirred. Everyone knew how rich the giant secret realms were, especially the myriad beasts world. Many materials useless to the beast clans were treasures coveted by vocationers. In the past, beast clan powers would rather let such resources gather dust than allow humans to mine them, leaving humans to scrounge for loopholes. For most human vocationers, even if they gained entry to a giant secret realm, they could only circle the periphery. The core treasure ground, spirit lands, and sacred lands were off-limits. This time, however, Longxia's authorities laid it out plainly, announcing that domestic vocationers could enter those sanctums to cultivate. If the source hadn't been official, no one would have believed it. Even the official news releases were met with widespread skepticism online. Comments and live chat messages exploded like fireworks. Wait, did I time travel or something? Just a few hours ago, the news was saying that Tianjin University's president was surrounded by the Thunder Beast clan. And now suddenly the government announces full cooperation with all beast clans across the entire plain. Someone claiming to have inside information excitedly posted. I heard our Longxia nation's powerhouses fought against all the top fighters from the beast world, and judging by this development, we probably won. Holy crap, Longxia nation is that strong? We can actually take on the entire beast world single-handedly. A reply immediately followed. I'm only 5th tier, so I can't access the details. All I know is when the great Tao resonated, I couldn't even react in time. Most awakened had no idea what actually happened in the beast world, completely unaware of that earth-shaking great Tao resonance. But judging purely from the news content, this was obviously fantastic news. Deep cooperation with the beast world meant richer resources and more training opportunities. Those who could seize this chance might directly leap an entire major tier. Fang Ye stared at her terminal screen, the corners of her mouth curving upward. I told you so. President Lu would definitely be fine. Wu Cheng threw his arm around a nearby classmate and shouted. The news says Tianjin University students can train in the Beast Clan's sacred grounds. This treatment is absolutely insane. At this rate of development, in a few years our graduates level will jump up a whole tier. We might even be able to compete with the 4 great academies. That's a bit of an exaggeration, but we'll definitely be stronger than now. It wasn't just Lu Huang and his roommates who were excited. The entire forums of Tianjin University, and Tianjin University exploded. Countless posts flooded the boards within half an hour, every word brimming with passion and anticipation. However, students from Xiaojing University and Haida University collectively lost their minds. Several well-known prodigies directly left comments, posted videos, and wrote lengthy protests under the official news. Previously, benefits were always divided among the 4 great academies first, but this time they weren't given any slots, which these elite students found unacceptable. Following the lead of these 2 prestigious schools, students from many other universities began joining the outcry. Just as public opinion reached its peak, the government released another document. Summary of the Beast World Incident. The file specifically named how during past conscriptions, response from various universities and guild leadership had been minimal. After reading this dirty laundry material, those who had been criticizing most fiercely immediately fell silent. The government's dissatisfaction was laid bare between the lines. In recent years, some university and guild leadership had increasingly slacked off during tough battles involving border stability and civilian protection, yet rushed fastest to claim credit afterward. The higher-ups had long wanted to clean house, and now used this news controversy as an opportunity to send a warning. Lu Huang finished browsing through all the arguments, gently shook his head, and snapped his communication terminal shut. For him, the most important thing right now was cultivation and growing stronger. He didn't want to bother with all this miscellaneous drama. With these thoughts in mind, he bid farewell to Fanya and the others, returning to his residence to assess his cultivation progress. He had originally expected it would take a full month to break into the 4th tier, but unexpectedly, after consecutively fusing 6 supreme divine swords in the beast realm, his spiritual power had surged dramatically. Strangely, when he first fused with a divine sword, there had been no such effect. Lu Huang was secretly curious and decided to find opportunities to test this phenomenon again in the future to verify its mysteries. As his thoughts settled, he sat cross-legged in meditation. However, shortly after beginning his cultivation technique, the protective formation of his training room trembled gently. Someone was visiting. Lu Huang raised an eyebrow and deactivated the formation, whereupon a familiar mental voice immediately entered his consciousness. Little brother Lu Huang, I have 1 Imperial Grade Beast Soul and 10 King Grade Beast Souls here. Which one do you want? Hearing Hai Tianyue's telepathic message, Lu Huang's eyes suddenly brightened, and a playful smile curved his lips. Only children make choices, I want them all. The sound of a girl's bell-like laughter came from outside the formation. The next moment, Hai Tianyue, dressed in snow-white robes, arrived riding on clouds, her ankle bells chiming melodiously as pale moonlight swirled around her. After breaking into the 9th tier, she had become even more ethereally beautiful and aloof, like a fairy beneath the moon. You little rascal, making such outrageous demands right off the bat. Aren't you afraid you won't be able to digest them all? She scolded lightly, though her tone carried a hint of indulgence. Lu Huang lazily shrugged. Fortune favors the bold. As long as Sister Yu is willing to give them, I guarantee I can handle them all. If it were anyone else, Hai Tianyue would have frowned long ago, but looking at the sincere yet shameless expression of the youth before her, she felt not the slightest displeasure. She thought to herself, who's really the charm master here? Could this fellow be a natural-born demon of seduction? The thought flashed through her mind briefly before she smiled and waved her sleeve. 11 thumb-sized soul pearls floated forth, crackling with lightning. All Thunder Beast Clan souls, 1 Imperial Grade and 10 King Grade. During this negotiation with the Beast Clans, she had thoroughly fleeced the Thunder Beast Clan. They paid painfully but dared not complain, feeling they had lost both the lady and the soldiers. Had they known it would come to this, they never would have let her leave their territory. The soul pearls are yours, but let me be clear. Hai Tianyue's expression grew serious. In the Inter Academy tournament, you must win the Rookie King title for me. Lu Huang nodded solemnly without hesitation. Leave it to me, then I won't disturb you further. She gestured with her hand. Focus on improving your fusion rate. Every bit of additional combat power helps. Before her voice had fully faded, she had already transformed into a beam of moonlight and departed. As the door closed again, Lu Huang returned to his meditation cushion with a focused expression. He stored the 11 soul pearls in his sword domain space, where surging thunder shadows roared in midair, casting his face in cold, anticipatory shadows. Now then, it's time to fuse beast souls and break through realms. Let me see what the 4th-tier Spirit Swordmaster realm truly has to offer. The cultivation realm is divided into 10 tiers, with each practitioner having distinct titles for their respective levels. 4 Swordmasters. The 10 realms are 1st-tier Sword Apprentice, 2nd-tier Swordsman, 3rd-tier Swordmaster, 4th-tier Spirit Swordmaster, 5th-tier Mystic Swordmaster, 6th-tier Earth Swordmaster, 7th-tier Heaven Swordmaster, 8th-tier Tribulation Swordmaster, 9th tier Saint Swordmaster, and 10th tier Divine Swordmaster. For the vast majority of practitioners, the 4th tier represents a universally acknowledged watershed. Swordmasters are no exception to step into the 4th tier. Lu Huang must fuse a sword soul into his natal sword. Once the sword soul completely merges, the natal sword will develop spiritual intelligence and become a true, living being. At that point, it will not only be able to strike independently without Lu Huang expending any mental energy, but also provide considerable enhancement to his cultivation. If Lu Huang feels inclined, he could even have his natal sword go to the kitchen and whip up a couple of dishes with just a flick of its tip. At higher realms, swordmasters can even refine their natal swords into independent avatars. In other words, as long as strength and resources permit, the more sword souls fused into the natal sword and the higher their quality, the more extraordinary the benefits. Lu Huang possesses 11 beast souls, with even the weakest being Kingrity. Such wealth would seem extravagant even for top-tier families backed by 9th-tier powerhouses. Selecting the soul for the primary sword is especially crucial. Getting off to a good start will make fusing souls into auxiliary swords much smoother. Having made up his mind, he directly channeled the Emperor-grade soul orb and pushed it toward the Jingja sword. Within the orb lurked a ferocious thunder beast that, sensing its fate approaching, let out earth-shaking roars. Though its spiritual intelligence had been worn away by countless years, it still instinctively resisted. The thunder beast resembled a giant bull with curved, blade-like horns, thick scales, and lightning arcs crackling between the gaps. Truly majestic. Even though this Emperor-grade powerhouse had perished countless years ago, the pressure emanating from the soul orb still made Lu Huang's spine stiffen and his soul tremble. So this is the bearing of an emperor? Truly terrifying indeed. He marveled silently. Beast clans with Emperor-grade bloodlines, as long as they don't die young, can almost always cultivate to the 8th tier or above. Regardless of which path one takes in cultivation, the ultimate competition comes down to essence, energy, and spirit. Essence refers to the physical body, energy to internal power, and spirit to the soul and mind. Though this thunder beast didn't primarily cultivate the spiritual path, and only a remnant soul remained, it still wasn't something an ordinary 3rd tier could suppress. If it were any other swordmaster, even a direct descendant of a prestigious family, holding an emperor-grade soul orb would likely be helpless. However, Lu Huang's 3rd tier was no ordinary 3rd tier. Had the enhancement of 2 hidden realms. Taking a deep breath, he shouted in the sword domain space. Fuse with me. That shout contained profound divine essence, like a deity whispering in one's ear. The Emperor-grade Thunder Beast's remnant soul trembled violently, its eyes showing uncontrollable terror. Jingja sword, devour it. Upon receiving Lu Huang's command, the Jingja sword immediately began intense collision with the soul orb. The soul orb began merging into the Jingja sword's blade, accompanied by intense resistance. Suppress. Lu Huang roared, his chest rumbling like thunder drums. Streams of divine power surged from his dantian, instantly flooding his entire body before flowing through his meridians into the sword domain space, where suspended divine natal swords resonated in response. A deep, prolonged hum echoed through the sword domain, like invisible temple bells striking down, distorting the very air. In the next breath, the Thunder Beast Emperor's soul, which had been struggling wildly, froze as if paralyzed, its spirit trembling slightly, but no longer daring to resist, allowing itself to be completely absorbed by the Jingja sword. As the soul orb sank into the blade, lightning coursed along the edge, thunder patterns deepening from faint to vivid, finally etching the image of a roaring thunder beast totem across the sword's surface. Roar. The clear sword song suddenly transformed into a beast's roar, low yet deafening. Even with the sword domain space as a barrier, Lu Huang felt his mind buzzing, nearly losing control of his spiritual consciousness. This is a Thunder Beast clan bloodline technique. His heart skipped a beat. Human cultivators could master countless arts, while beast clans excelled in bloodline techniques, typically passed down through generations. The higher the aptitude, the deeper the comprehension. Ordinary sword masters who fused with beast souls usually only gained elemental amplification. For instance, Lu Huang's Thunder Tribute beast souls would multiply the power of his lightning techniques, with higher-grade beast souls providing greater enhancement. However, cases of directly inheriting bloodline techniques were exceedingly rare. Lu Huang probed with his spiritual consciousness, quickly grasping the details of this bloodline technique. The Thunder Beast clan called it Thunder Roar, using sound waves as a killing force. After being absorbed by the Jingja sword, the bloodline technique merged with sword intent, naturally evolving into the sword technique, Thunder Roar Slash. According to the human cultivation system's 5-tier classification of divine, sacred, heaven, earth, and mortal ranks, Thunder Roar Slash remarkably ranked at heaven tier, remaining formidable even when cultivated to the 6th realm. Coincidence? His thoughts raced, then he answered himself. A few more attempts will tell. He still had 10 beast souls remaining. perfect for fusing with 10 auxiliary swords. At this thought, Lu Huang suddenly frowned despite successfully fusing the beast's soul. He remained at the peak of the third realm, unable to break through to the fourth. He quickly examined his inner state. Though the Emperor-grade beast soul's fusion had noticeably weakened the fourth realm barrier, it remained solid. Because of my concealed cultivation level, Lu Huang pondered, suspecting his fourth realm barrier was far thicker than normal. Fortunately, the first fusion involved an Emperor-grade soul orb. An ordinary beast soul likely wouldn't have budged this barrier at all. Cultivation barriers were like specially crafted shackles, requiring matching keys to unlock, and insufficient key grades meant only slow, grinding progress over time. Lu Huang ruefully admitted his earlier optimism. Without Hai Tianyue's gift of numerous high-grade soul orbs, he would likely have remained stuck at the third realm for ages. Reflecting on this, he couldn't help but marvel at fate's subtle workings. Had he not ventured into the 10,000 Beasts secret realm or aided Hai Tianyue, this fortune would never have come to pass. The world's karmic connections, every gain and loss were truly wondrous beyond words. Without further hesitation, he continued fusing the beast souls. Boom, boom, boom. As time flew by rapidly, one king-level beast soul after another was successively pressed into the auxiliary swords of the Jingzhi sword. All 36 auxiliary swords were epic grade, and now under the suppression of Lu Huang's divine power, the king-level beast souls were like being devoured by a furnace, merging bit by bit with the sword bodies without any room for struggle. With each successful fusion of a natal sword, Lu Huang could clearly sense the barrier of his realm being thinned by a fraction. When the last wisp of beast soul dissipated, only an extremely fragile barrier remained. Lu Huang raised his hand and gently pushed against it with a thunderous roar. He stepped into the fourth-tier level, officially becoming a fourth-tier spirit Swordmaster. Roar, roar, roar. The Jingzhi sword and the 36 auxiliary swords simultaneously let out thunder-like roars, resonating with each other as visible energy ripples spread outward in waves. Lu Huang was shocked to discover that after fusing with the beast souls, these auxiliary swords had all awakened the bloodline techniques of the Thunder Beast clan. Could it be that the divine power also extracted the bloodline techniques along with everything else? He wondered with surprise, but was too lazy to investigate further. Good things were good things. Glancing over the gleaming sword bodies, Lu Huang noticed that the bloodline techniques of these 36 natal swords were remarkably consistent all thunder-slash techniques. They were clearly influenced by the Jingzhi sword, faintly following the main sword's lead as they hovered in the air. Their spiritual intelligence has improved considerably. With a thought, the auxiliary swords danced around the main sword in spirals, electric arcs coiling around them. If I deploy the Azure Thunder Sword formation again, its power would multiply several times over. Just as this thought arose, the formation outside the cultivation room suddenly flickered, accompanied by the AI butler's cold yet respectful reminder. Master, you have visitors. Lu Huang sheathed his swords, deactivated the defensive formation, and left the cultivation room. Fanya and the others were standing at the door. Upon seeing him, Zhou immediately rushed over with a grin, hooking her arm around his shoulder. Little Junior Lu, long time no see. You've gotten even more handsome. Lu Huang raised his hand to check the time, only to realize he had been in seclusion for several days. If not for his post-breakthrough ability to go without food and drink for extended periods, he would probably be dizzy with hunger by now. Fanya tilted her chin up. Let's go. The National University League is about to begin. We should scout the venue first. The group boarded an aircraft, its silver gray hull gliding along the magnetic levitation track out of the base. Inside the cabin, the airflow hummed softly as everyone chatted casually. Junior Lu, have you been keeping up with the news these past few days? Fanya activated her wrist device, and a holographic screen materialized. I originally thought the Rookie King title was secure in your hands, but it turns out this year's freshman class has produced several formidable opponents besides Guan Xiaoying and Gu Qingxue. She pointed to a young man on the screen. This one here is Tianwar University's freshman Axiang Yingfeng, also from Yezhou province. His college entrance exam scores were only average amongst level talents of his cohort, but in just a few months, his cultivation has reached the third-tier peak, and moreover. Fanya paused, her expression growing serious. Rumor has it he's also comprehended a killing intent seed. There's actually an interesting story behind this guy. He originally belonged to the Yang family and was supposed to join Western Region University, but the Chancellor of Heavenly War University, His Excellency the Overlord, poached him. Rumor has it that the Overlord even fought several 8th-tier powerhouses from Western Region University over this. In the aircraft cabin, Fanya operated the light screen while telling Lu Huang about Yang Yingfeng's background. Lu Huang carefully recalled and remembered seeing this name only once on Yezhou Province's college entrance exam ranking. She had been ranked second at the time, but Lu Huang had no impression of any other details about him. After introducing Yang Yingfeng, Fanya projected a list of ace students from various universities along with their brief profiles onto the cabin wall. These so-called aces were seed contestants with the strength to compete for the title of Rookie King. And the word king was no empty title. The champion would receive king-level beast souls, king-level essence blood, and a series of other epic-level resources, things that even spending one's entire fortune might not be able to buy. For this reason, the University League was nothing short of a life-changing springboard in the eyes of college students. The light screen kept scrolling when suddenly two extremely familiar faces appeared to Lu Huang. I have to say, Junior Lu, your Yezhou province is really full of hidden dragons and crouching tigers this year. Fanya pointed at the photos. Besides you and Yang Yingfeng, there's also this pair of sleeping dragon and young phoenix Zhang Yao and Lu Xinyao. These two are deeply bound to Guan Shaoxi and Gu Qingxue. She paused, a knowing smile spreading across her face. Apparently, there are some special reasons behind their rapid rise. Zhou Ru, who had been holding back, suddenly jumped in. I know about this. I've devoured all the gossip. Zhou Ru gestured with both hands, speaking rapidly. Zhang Yao and Guan Xiaoxion is warm-hearted. The other prefers round over flat, the Ria match made in heaven. Gu Qingxue and Lu Xinyao excel at grinding techniques, and I heard they've already ground the forest into a desert. She dropped her gossipy smile and added, this year's Rookie King competition format has changed. It'll probably be a battle royale. If these people team up, little Junior Lu, you'd better watch out. Lu Huang was stunned at first, then after carefully considering those cryptic terms, it suddenly hit him like thunder. So those two guys really were a sleeping dragon and young phoenix. No wonder they went to the big city for this kind of thing. As everyone chatted and traveled, the aircraft flew at maximum cruising speed. After several hours, a skyline of steel and azure sea came into view, the venue for the University League, Haidu Base City. The aircraft hovered in the outer city airspace, with towering city walls rising like mountains ahead, and defense towers piercing through the clouds. The middle sections of the towers were embedded with smooth, giant pearls, like sharp spears strung with bright pearls. These were Haidu's iconic defensive structures, the Pearl Defense Towers. It was said they were crafted by multiple ninth-tier formation masters, forge masters, and other divine craftsmen, and even ninth-tier creatures wouldn't dare force their way through, demonstrating Haidu's confidence. Before they could land, an angry shout suddenly rang through the communication channel. Who told you to fly this high? Haven't you studied traffic laws? Haidu prohibits exceeding altitude limits. How dare a mere third-rate rare-class aircraft take to the skies? If you don't descend now and get identified as an alien invasion by the Pearl Defense Towers, you'll be shot down directly. The speaker was a tower guardian whose face couldn't be seen, but his condescending arrogance penetrated through the channel. Looking through the screen, Lu Huang noticed a long row of nearby rare-class aircraft flying at similar heights, clearly indicating this rebuke was aimed at all outsiders. Fanya didn't argue and immediately lowered their altitude, then queued up for city gate inspection without following procedures. No one could enter Haidu. Just as they settled into the queue, a foreign language came from a nearby aircraft. Sorry, this is our first time in Haidu. We're not familiar with the rules. In the same instant, the previous scolding transformed into extremely courteous warmth. So you're foreign friends. You don't need to lower your altitude, you can fly even higher. There's an exclusive passage here that will get you through inspection faster. By the way, welcome to Haidu Base City. Haidu Base City is an inclusive, international, civilized metropolis that will surely leave all foreign friends satisfied. Lu Huang and his companions sat inside the aircraft, witnessing the stark differential treatment outside. They exchanged bewildered glances, their perceptions thoroughly shaken. Damn it! Wu Cheng slammed his fist against the armrest, the sound echoing dully within the metal cabin walls. I used to think people online were just trolling when they complained about Haidu Base City's peculiar atmosphere. Now I see the true Flongxiao people get hunting rifles pointed at them, foreigners get fine wine, and we're treated like Japanese being disciplined, with zero courtesy. Zhou crossed her arms and nodded vigorously. My relative came to Haidu for tourism and nearly got shot on the spot by the Pearl Defense Tower, just because his clothes looked cheap. At the last second, he desperately shouted help, and only then did the system recognize him as a foreign tourist and spare him. Everyone began sharing their various survival guides. By the way, Wu Cheng lowered his voice. Once we're in the city, if you're using a domestic brand communicator, don't activate it carelessly. The patrol robots might mistake you for a foreign race. Foreign brands are much safer. Don't speak in dialect, especially anything from Yuzhou province, Zhou added. My distant cousin once casually said, I can't do it in dialect, and got beaten into the hospital by a patrol mechanical puppet. The group bombarded Lu Huang with all sorts of rules and regulations about Haidu Base City. It sounded like reciting horror story rules. One wrong move could mean injury or death, making everyone's scalp tingle with unease. While they talked, their aircraft had landed and joined the long queue outside the city walls, beginning the inspection process. A small incident occurred during the wait. Several aircraft from Xiajing Base City, annoyed by the queue, forced their way into the Green Channel, and nearly clashed with the garrison commander. In the end, considering their capital city status, they were allowed to pass. Lu Huang wasn't in a hurry and chatted leisurely with Fang Ye and the others while waiting for inspection. After more than an hour, everyone completed their information registration, received temporary residence permits for Haidu Bay City, and were finally allowed entry. To prevent outsiders from overstaying, Haidu had regulations. Exceeding the legal residence period would mark you as an illegal resident, resulting in immediate expulsion except for foreigners, of course. The moment they crossed the city walls, rich spiritual energy rushed toward them like a tide, several times more concentrated than in ordinary areas outside. Besides Lu Huang's group, many other practitioners from various base cities were present, mostly university students participating in the collegiate league. Hey, big cities really are different, someone's eyes lit up. The entire base city is covered by a massive spirit gathering array, with higher grade formations in more prosperous areas. I heard the spiritual energy concentration in wealthy districts rivals that of ordinary spiritual lands. Let's breathe in more while we can. His companion spread his arms wide and took deep breaths. I feel like even the outer ring's spiritual energy here is stronger than our school's cultivation rooms. Since we're here, we might as well make it worth our while. The Collegiate League included not only the 4 prestigious universities and key institutions, but also numerous first-tier, second-tier, and even vocational colleges. Students from more modest facilities were easily overwhelmed by the spectacle before them. Just as that student had taken several deep breaths, a dark shadow flew from nearby, directly seizing his throat and pinning him to the ground. This was a third-tier mechanical puppet. When it grabbed the college student, it issued a warning. You have violated the Haidu-based city management regulations by unlawfully stealing public resources. Street Administrator 188911 will impose a penalty on you. You may pay a fine to avoid punishment. The cold alloy arm gripped the student's shoulder tightly, with such crushing force that one might wonder if his bones would shatter instantly. The college student, with cultivation below the second tier, was as weak as an ant before the third-tier puppet. His entire face turned pale with terror. I'll pay the fine. How much? I'll pay. He was nearly in tears. 3 Haidu coins. $3. Okay, I'll pay. The student hurriedly activated his personal terminal and displayed the payment code. The next second, the terminal emitted a harsh notification his balance plummeted by 30,000 Longxia coins. Only then did he realize that Haidu Base City operated its own currency system, and the exchange rate between Haidu coins and Longxia coins was completely different by orders of magnitude. Whoa, my money, my money. 30,000 was practically an astronomical sum for a college student from a civilian background with only first-tier cultivation. However, he understood that he had triggered the rules and could only accept his misfortune. On the other side of the air gate, a foreigner emerged from the Green Channel, also breathing deeply of the fresh air with gleaming eyes. Oh, has Longxia developed this well now? How wonderful. I heard that we foreigners receive preferential treatment here. I wonder if that's true. Seeing him also breathing air without authorization, the college student's anger flared instantly. He pointed at the man and shouted to the mechanical puppet. Look, he's also breathing air heavily. He's also breaking the rules. The puppet's laser gaze swept over the foreigner, its sensors flashing, then it stepped toward him. The student expected the man to receive the same punishment, but instead watched as the puppet bowed 90 degrees before the foreigner, its cold mechanical voice transforming into a gentle female tone. Respected foreign friend, thank you for your recognition of Haidu Base City. This is our complimentary universal white card, which grants you 20% discounts and queue-skipping privileges at major shops throughout Haidu Base City. The foreigner paused momentarily, then nodded with satisfaction, laughing to his companion. They say this place is Longxia's Edinburgh, and I didn't believe it before, but it's actually true. Longxia is truly wonderful. I love Longxia. A nearby person from the southern continent, displeased by this scene, stepped forward and kicked the puppet's shin. FCK, you only give him a white card and not me. Are you discriminating against me? Don't you know that's illegal internationally? People from the southern continent had always been arrogant globally. After being kicked, the puppet not only didn't retaliate but displayed a smiley face on its electronic screen, speaking even more gently. Apologies, respected sir. This was my oversight. For you, we have prepared an exclusive black card with similar preferential treatment. The southern continent man accepted the black card and finally restrained his anger somewhat. Witnessing this blatant discriminatory treatment, passers-by felt as if fires were burning in their chests. The college student was so furious his fists clenched tight, but remembering the terror of being suppressed by the third-tier puppet, he could only swallow his rage and hurry away with his head down. Lu Huang and his companions exchanged glances, each seeing disgust for this base city reflected in the other's eyes. However, they didn't say anything, as this was someone else's territory after all, and they should respect the local customs. Fang Ye sighed quietly and raised her hand to signal Lu Huang and the others to prepare to leave. Just then, The blonde, blue-eyed foreigner who had been talking with the mechanical puppets earlier swaggered over, swirling his drink. "Oh, beautiful lady, I'd like to invite you to dinner. Would you be interested?" He thought himself quite charming as he flashed an exaggerated gentlemanly smile. Fanya frowned, her expression turning ice cold as she spat out a single word: "Get lost." The foreigner's expression instantly froze. He turned to complain to his companions nearby in his native language. "FCK, didn't they say girls from the Dragon Summer Nation all love us foreigners? Who told me that eating them would be as easy as cutting through steak?" The darker-skinned, burly man from the Mo tribe snorted with laughter and shrugged. "Obviously you don't have enough charm. Maybe she prefers my type. I understand them way better than you do. When I studied here years ago, I had over 100 study partners." With that, he swaggered toward Fanya and even reached out to grab her wrist. In his experience, these Dragon Summer women would throw themselves at you if you just showed a little enthusiasm. "Get lost," Fanya roared in anger. Silver light flashed from her sleeve as several silver needles shot through the air, aimed directly at the Mo tribesman's forehead. He stumbled back in shock, clearly not expecting this Dragon Summer woman to be so fierce, momentarily at a loss. The next moment, over a dozen black shadows suddenly swooped in, surrounding Fong Yu's group completely. They were more than 10 mechanical puppets, their metal joints clicking and clattering as cold warnings echoed from their speakers. "Miss, please stop. Harming foreign friends will result in the most severe punishment." Red targeting beams focused on Fanya as all the puppets' weapons unlocked. An overwhelming sense of pressure filled the air. Yen Tai and the others immediately assumed combat stances, protecting Fanya behind them. Wu Cheng cursed furiously. "Damn it, are you broken robots blind? Those two bastards were clearly harassing her, yet you're protecting those animals." The puppets ignored his outburst, escalating their warning. "You have insulted foreign friends and attempted to harm them, violating the Haidu-based city management regulations. Do not resist, or you will face the most severe punishment." Their eye lights shifted from blue to red, entering maximum combat mode. Fanya and her group gritted their teeth. Suppressing their rage, they had been patient all along to avoid trouble, yet trouble had found them anyway. If they fought back, would it implicate their school and families? Everyone exchanged glances, weighing their options. Just as the atmosphere reached a breaking point, the two foreigners threw back their heads and laughed wildly. "Hey woman," the blonde man called out loudly. "As long as you agree to my invitation right now, these robots will stop immediately." He smugly patted the metal head of a nearby mechanical puppet and asked provocatively, "Isn't that right?" The mechanical puppet analyzed according to its programmed parameters and responded, "Honored foreign friend, if you are willing to forgive these rude outsiders, we will respect your decision." As the cold mechanical voice faded, the metal head tilted slightly, and red scanning beams swept across everyone present. Upon hearing this, the foreign man's thin lips curved into a smug arc as he extended his tongue to lick the corner of his mouth, his gaze lingering on Fanya. "Did you hear that, lady?" He lowered his voice with contemptuous audacity. "As long as you dine with me tonight, I'll not only spare you, but let you taste what a real man is like. We're far superior to you Longxiao men." Before he finished speaking, his companion from the Mo tribe also approached. With sticky eyes, he pointed at Zhou Ru and smiled with what he thought was charm. "Since you want her, then this woman is mine. Beauty, you're the most gorgeous Longxiao person I've ever seen. Your eyes are as beautiful as stars." He trotted out this tried and true routine again, but his gaze was so naked it seemed like he wanted to strip Zhou Ru bare on the spot. Zhou Ru felt waves of revulsion in her heart, clenching her silver teeth and shouting angrily, "Get lost, you disgusting vermin." She truly couldn't understand how anyone in this world could willingly submit to such uncivilized beasts. At least, she, Zhou Ru, absolutely never would. The insulted Mo tribesman's face instantly turned vicious, rage surging within him. He lifted his foot and viciously kicked the nearby mechanical puppet, the metal collision producing a dull thud. "Hey, attack! Take them down! Bring those two women over here." The mechanical puppet seemed to receive the highest priority command, its red eyes suddenly blazing brighter. Several close combat models moved with heavy yet swift steps, their armored joints clicking and clattering as they thunderously charged toward the group. Fanya and the others, worried about causing greater trouble, dared not attack proactively and could only rely on their magical artifacts to quietly circulate spiritual power in passive defense. Just as the tension in the air grew thicker and thicker, an explosive curse erupted. "Damn it, I've had enough." Lu Huang, who had remained silent, now had bloodshot eyes, the rage in his chest no longer containable. He suddenly raised his hand, veins bulging from his knuckles. "Shatter for me." Whoosh whoosh whoosh. Successive sounds of cutting through air came like a sudden downpour as flying swords poured forth like a silver torrent, spiritual light weaving into silk ribbons, viciously slashing toward the swarming mechanical puppets. In an instant, dozens of third-tier mechanical puppets were all shattered to pieces. Witnessing this scene, Fangya and the others were stunned, as were the two foreigners. The air seemed suddenly frozen, with fragments of the shattered mechanical puppets scattered and rolling about, while metallic sparks still danced across the ground. The two foreign awakeners hadn't expected this young man to be so audacious, destroying all their mechanical puppets without even a word of warning. In just a few breaths, their arrogance was replaced by fear, yet they still forced themselves to speak. The Bopi man sneered, his voice shrill and arrogant as he shouted, "Oh, you're finished. This is Haidu Base City, and you dare cause trouble here? You think you're so powerful? Get lost and leave these two women to us. If you cooperate, we might even film some videos for you when we have our fun." Before his words had finished, swoosh. A cold gleam flashed as a flying sword pierced through his skull. Blood and brain matter splattered like paste from a torn sack, and the Bopi man's body collapsed with a thud, not even having time to scream. The remaining Mo clan member staggered backward in terror, his face paler than white paper, his voice trembling. "No, no, no. How dare you kill someone? This is Haidu Base City, paradise for us foreigners. You're finished, you'll definitely be sentenced to death by your tribunal." Halfway through, as if remembering his privileges, he forced himself to continue. "Stop right now. I can still put in a good word for you. They'll definitely give me face." Swoosh. Lu Huang's second flying sword cut through the air, the blade's light flashing and disappearing. The Mo clan member's head flew high, blood spraying in an arc through the air before crashing down heavily. Killing one is killing two is also killing. Lu Huang calmly sheathed his swords, not even glancing at the two corpses. "They just dirted my blades." After speaking, he retrieved a bottle of crystal-clear liquid brimming with spiritual energy from his spatial ring, carefully washing both flying swords. Blood and bone fragments slid off the blades, vaporized by the spiritual liquid into red mist that dissipated. The distant onlookers finally snapped back to reality, and the plaza instantly erupted in commotion. "This guy is too fierce. What's his background? Daring to kill foreigners in the base city's done for. He's going to suffer big time. So brave. He must be from some super family, probably a big shot from Xiajing Base City." "What big shot? I recognize him. He's this year's top scorer in the college entrance exam. His identity was exposed long ago. His parents are just fifth-tier awakeners. What kind of elite family is that? What? Only fifth-tier background? That's just ordinary people. And he dares to be arrogant in Haidu? He's seeking death." Supporters were mostly outsiders, while critics were either those wanting to join Haidu or locals. The discussions rose and fell, and the atmosphere quickly became divided. Only then did Fangya and the others react. Fangya rushed forward, grabbing Lu Huang's arm urgently. "Junior Lu, I'm sorry for dragging you into this." Her eyes were full of guilt, convinced that Lu Huang had killed for her sake. However, that wasn't entirely the case. Lu Huang would have intervened if any other decent woman had been harassed like this. He simply couldn't stand watching two pieces of trash running wild on Longxia's soil. Scum like that deserved to die, and if he had to tolerate this kind of situation, he might as well buy himself a green cuckold's hat. The gates of Haidu Base City were still in the distance when Lu Huang's group was suddenly stopped by an unexpected blockade. When he had killed the mechanical puppets earlier, the garrison guards on the city walls had already sensed the energy fluctuations and summoned their flying artifacts, but they were still a beat too slow and could only watch helplessly as the two foreign friends fell to the ground, their heads severed from their bodies. These garrison guards were all fourth-tier cultivators, led by a lean, middle-aged woman whose gaze fell upon the bloody corpses, causing her entire face to flush red with rage. "Bastard, do you know what you've done? Ah!" She suddenly roared, her voice echoing between the city walls as she pointed at Lu Huang's nose and unleashed a torrent of abuse. "You've damaged Longxia's international image, affected our nation's standing in the hearts of foreign friends, harmed national interests. You're..." As accusation after accusation flew at him, Lu Huang simply sneered. "I bet you wouldn't get this worked up even if your own father died. After decades of being a lapdog to foreigners, can't even straighten your spine anymore." Haidu Base City had once been occupied by foreign armies during the alien invasion. Decades of enslavement and conditioning had burned loyalty into many people's reflexes. Those with real backbone had either fallen to alien fangs or died under foreign guns. 9 out of 10 survivors had become spineless. The moment Lu Huang finished speaking, the female garrison commander exploded. "You're nothing but an uncivilized beast. Fine, just wait till I'll make sure you never leave Haidu today." She roared as she grabbed her communicator. "Notify all garrison officers, suppress this beast." Watching her rage like an old spotted dove, Lu Huang burst into laughter. "So you're the kind of lowlife who rushes to collect corpses for this trash? Since you're so heartbroken to see them dead, why don't you join them?" Killing intent surged as a blood-red gleam flashed in his eyes. His flying sword instantly materialized, its cold light shooting straight toward the middle-aged woman's forehead. Fangya and the others were stunned. When had Junior Lu's bloodlust become so intense? He seemed like a completely different person. Lu Huang himself felt something was wrong. In the past, Even when he fought, he would at most cripple those two foreign pieces of trash, never directly taking lives. Why was he going for the kill from the start today? He closed his eyes and looked inward, quickly detecting the disturbance from the blood sword within his body. The seed of killing intent he had condensed was now humming restlessly, pouring torrents of murderous impulse into his emotions. Who's influencing me? Alarmed, he jolted his consciousness and forcibly withdrew his sword. The blade stopped an inch from the female garrison commander's forehead, its edge glowing crimson with swirling blood chi. She had already been scared pale. With her mere early fourth-tier cultivation, she didn't even have time to react before Lu Huang. If he hadn't stopped, she would already be no different from the two corpses on the ground. After catching her breath, her fury reignited. How dare you? You actually dared to attack a garrison commander. Do you have a death wish? In her view, Lu Huang had merely been bluffing. If he really dared to kill, why would he suddenly stop? Haha, this kid is obviously scared. The middle-aged woman's smugness was practically written all over her face. He was just a college student after all. Even those 5th and 6th-tier awakeners from other regions wouldn't dare cross her when they came to Haidu Base City. What could he possibly do to her? She had the upper hand for sure. But Lu Huang's sudden decision to sheath his sword and stop wasn't born of fear. It was his intense disgust at the feeling of being manipulated. Yes, he desperately wanted to slaughter these foreign-worshipping scum, but he refused to act under someone else's instigation. He scanned his surroundings. Among the bustling crowd, a familiar figure was concealed by the unique aura of a powerful cultivatoriate. He spotted him instantly. Wang Badeo? The man was deeply hidden, completely unnoticed by the passers-by around him. But when Lu Huang's gaze pierced through, Wang Badeo looked back with equal surprise, then transmitted mentally. You can see me? Lu Huang followed the mental thread to respond. Senior Wang, what's the meaning of this? Though his impression of Wang Badeo was favorable, Lu Huang still felt displeased at being secretly manipulated. Sensing his emotions, Wang Badeo laughed heartily. Relax, this won't hurt you. Holding back now hats what'll really hurt you. If you want to kill, then kill. I've got your back. Lu Huang frowned slightly, trying to determine if Wang Badeo's words were genuine. Wang Badeo transmitted again, his tone rough and bold. Hey kid, don't trust me? If it weren't for my position, I'd have torn this damn place apart long ago. Since you've already formed killing intent, don't suppress it. Suppressing it too long will only cause backlash. If you don't release the way of slaughter, you'll hit a dead end on this path. Even Wang Badeo was stunned by his own earnest advice. Wait, that's not right. Why am I sticking my neck out for this kid? He's not my son. Earlier, he had sensed Lu Huang's killing intent but watched him forcibly suppress it, which seemed to damage his mental state. So he had inexplicably given Lu Huang a push. Looking back, the action made no sense. But with his peak 8th-tier cultivation, he was certain no one could secretly manipulate him without detection. Besides, killing a few foreign bottom feeders carried risk, but nothing too serious. If I can't figure it out, I won't bother. Wang Badeo simply set aside his confusion. Following my heart is my way of doing things. I've long been disgusted by those foreign trash and their behavior. When I was young, I probably would have acted directly too. Meanwhile, Lu Huang listened to these assurances with some lingering hesitation, but his instincts told him the man bore no ill will. Moreover, Wang Badeo had once traveled with him to the beast world and borrowed his power to obtain heavenly Dao energy. If he truly betrayed him, he would face heavenly Dao backlash. With this thought, he completely released the killing intent in his heart. What was there to fear? Time to act. With someone backing him up, confidence immediately filled his chest. At that moment, the middle-aged woman was still chattering away, pointing her finger at Lu Huang's nose and cursing. Hey, bastard, put down that broken sword of yours. Put your hands behind your head and surrender, or else. Swoosh. A cold flash. The flying sword shot up from below, ruthlessly cleaving the woman in half from bottom to top, blood spraying everywhere. At the same time, Lu Huang's voice emerged low and cold, as if slowly drifting from the bloody mist. Annoying. Whoosh. Witnessing the garrison commander struck down in an instant, the entire crowd erupted in shocked murmurs, their eyes filled with disbelief. Blood trickled down the cobblestone street, its pungent metallic scent serving as a stark reminder to everyone present this young man truly dared to kill. The onlookers instinctively stepped back, a collective thought racing through their minds. This kid must be here to cause trouble. Slaying a garrison commander of Haidu Base City in broad daylight was tantamount to openly challenging the local authorities. This was Haidu Base City, after all one of the 4 core base cities of the Longshan nation, with foundations rivaling those of small countries. Even 6th or 7th tier awakened ones had to keep a low profile when entering the city. Who would dare act so brazenly? Lu Huang dared. A mere college freshman, yet he moved like a newborn tiger, swinging his blade without the slightest hesitation. The spectators exchanged bewildered glances, whispering among themselves in hushed tones. Looking at the remaining garrison commanders facing Lu Huang, who had initially prepared to shout reprimands, they now stood frozen like wooden statues. with the middle-aged female commander lying dead on the ground. Their Adam's apples bobbed nervously, as if they might be cleaved in half at any moment. No one dared utter another word. After a brief, deathly silence, several overwhelming auras approached from the street entrance, accompanied by furious roars. Audacious madman! Ignorant brat! Who gave you the nerve to slaughter innocents in Haidu Base City? You're seeking death. The newcomers were all fifth-tier awakened ones. In ordinary third-tier base cities, such cultivation would be enough to rule a region, but in Haidu, they were merely the most basic garrison officers. Rolling waves of pressure surged forward, making Fangya and the others feel as though massive stones were crushing their chests. Even the energy within their bodies was forcibly suppressed, circulating as slowly as crawling snails. This was the power of intent that only fifth-tier awakened ones could wield. Just a mere wisp of it could render anyone below the fifth tier completely immobile. Fangya's face turned deathly pale, not daring to meet the gazes of those garrison officers. However, in the next instant, a towering killing intent exploded forth like a blade tearing through restraints, instantly dispelling the oppressive atmosphere. Lu Huang let out a cold laugh, his voice as frigid as ice shards. Slaughtering innocents? You think they're innocent? Ridiculous. With their intent shattered, the garrison officers exchanged glances, their eyes filled with astonishment. They quickly assessed Lu Huang, refraining from immediate action while secretly communicating through telepathy. This kid seems to be that national top scholar. He's only been in school for a short while, yet he's already comprehended the power of killing intent. His talent is truly terrifying. No matter how talented he is, he must follow the rules. Daring to disregard Haida's authority demands severe punishment. All right, then let Commander Ma take the lead while we provide support. They turned their attention to Ma Chunju. This man was a local native who had always acted arrogantly. The others had been transferred to Haidu after completing special missions and were more cautious, unwilling to take the lead. A bunch of useless fools, Ma Chunju muttered under his breath, casting a disdainful glance at the others before fixing his cold, blade-like gaze upon Lu Huang. Lu Huang, is it? Today you committed murder in broad daylight, first killing 2 foreign friends without cause, then violently resisting arrest and murdering the guardian of our Haidu base city. You deserve death 1,000 times over. Guardian Officer Ma Chuanju's voice thundered down like rolling thunder, his overwhelming aura crashing down like collapsing mountains. Without even mobilizing his cultivation, the pressure alone made Fangya and the others feel suffocated, their knees buckling as they nearly collapsed to the ground. Lu Huang sneered coldly, his killing intent exploding around him as a crimson sword materialized from the void. Its blade flashed, instantly shredding that oppressive aura to pieces. You want to kill me? You're welcome to try? His eyes were ice cold, showing no trace of fear. With his current strength, even without relying on the Wang Ba Dao as backup, he was more than capable of crossing realms to slay a fifth-order professional. Insolent. Ma Chuanju's authority had been challenged, and his furious roar shook the entire street. As guardian officer of Haidu, even 6th and 7th order powerhouses from other regions treated him with utmost respect. When had he ever suffered such contempt? How long have you been cultivating to become so arrogant? If I let you continue growing, you'll become a great threat to the Dragon Xian nation. Since you refuse to see reason, don't blame me for being ruthless. He suddenly unleashed his full aura. Ma Chuanju's profession Hound Warrior was a common warrior class occupation in Haidu that could be advanced upon meeting certain conditions, typically resulting in significantly enhanced combat power, and he was no exception. His surging aura transformed into a ferocious beast with eagle talons, a hound's head, and a human body, which roared as it lunged toward Lu Huang. This assault was no longer mere intimidation through presence, but a genuine killing technique of concentrated aura. If it connected, death would be certain. Lu Huang felt the energy flow within his body drastically slow, making it difficult to even summon flying swords below epic grade as his chest tightened with pressure. Break for me, he roared, condensing an even deeper crimson sword in his palm and launching it through the air, aimed directly at the eagle hound manifestation's head. Rolling waves of killing intent swept outward as blood-red cracks rapidly spread from the point of impact. This boy has actually condensed a manifestation. Ma Chuanju's eyes contracted sharply, his heart filled with shock. Having come this far, he absolutely could not let his opponent escape. If I plant such deep enmity today and allow him to grow stronger, he will surely seek revenge. Then you must die here. His thoughts racing, he fully unleashed his cultivation, and the nearly shattered eagle hound manifestation instantly reformed with even greater intensity. The eagle hound's claws seized the blood sword, power surging violently as it attempted to crush it completely. Seeing this situation, Lu Huang didn't hesitate for a moment and was about to summon the Jingxia sword to attack Ma Chunju. Just as he began to gather his energy, he keenly sensed the blood sword in his hands suddenly tremble violently. The crimson blade seemed to be infused with molten lava as power surged forth, showing no signs of cracking under Ma Chuanju's crushing pressure. Impossible. Ma Chuanju's pupils contracted sharply, his heart turning ice cold. How can this kid's intent be so strong? Has he stepped into the fifth tier? Impossible, absolutely impossible. Lu Huang was equally stunned for half a breath, then immediately grasped the reason Wang Badeo had intervened. The man clearly wanted him to win with the slaughter sword alone, not allowing him to switch to other methods. Sure enough, the next moment, a bold voice thundered directly into his consciousness. Little brother Lu, don't worry. When I say I'll back you up, I'll back you up. I'm lending you a bit of killing intent guaranteed to be enough. The killing intent rolling across the blood sword instantly exploded, its ferocity at least 10 times greater than what Lu Huang had wielded before. Lu Huang clicked his tongue inwardly. Worthy of being the tyrant emperor, this is what he calls a bit of killing intent? Can't worry about that now, better use it first. With this tremendous foundation, his confidence soared. His eyes flashed with cold light as he swung the blood sword. Cut him down. Whoosh. The blade left his hand, transforming into a blood-red sword energy as thick as an arm, breaking free from the constraints of the hound intent and shooting straight forward. Ma Chunju felt excruciating pain in his chest as his hound intent was cleaved in half, blood-like energy splattering everywhere. Intent was the external manifestation of a heavenly official's essence, energy, and spirit, connected to the main body like branches to a tree. Once damaged, it immediately caused backlash, making the body feel as if a limb had been severed, with pain piercing to the bone. How is this possible? How can your slaughter intent be so strong? His voice trembled, terror filling his eyes. Nothing's impossible. Lu Huang remotely controlled the blood sword for another horizontal slash, its edge targeting Ma Chuanju's vital points. Dante, I am a guardian official, you can't kill me. Ma Chuanju frantically channeled his true energy, but couldn't block the erosion of that scorching killing intent. Fear nearly drowned him. I've already killed a guardian commander, what's one more guardian official? Lu Huang's voice was ice cold, like winter iron in the night. Ma Chunju fell into complete despair and shouted frantically, what are you all doing? Help me. The several guardian officials nearby all stepped back in unison, pushing him to the front with no intention of intervening. They weren't fools. This kind of killing intent was beyond even 6th-tier cultivators, let alone 5th-tier. Lu Huang couldn't have changed so dramatically in such a short time, which could only mean there was an expert backing him. The 5th-tier guardian officials had already swept the area with their perception multiple times, but failed to detect any anomalies. Anyone who could evade their detection had to be at least 7th tier, possibly even 8th tier. Given that, who would want to stick their neck out? Lu Huang is acting so arrogantly. This is probably a clash between powerhouses. Why should we get involved? They exchanged glances, tacitly understanding each other as they shrank further back. Seeing his colleagues standing idly by, Ma Chuanju's heart turned to ash. The blood sword's edge slowly crushed his broken hound intent, then pressed toward his chest with thick, killing intent. At that moment, an extremely cold voice suddenly rang out from the crowd. Enough! In an instant, Lu Huang's blood sword froze midair, unable to advance even half an inch further. The icy blade was firmly restrained by an invisible force, and his mind immediately flashed back to that day when he met his mentor Yin Wei had locked down his attack with just a single thought. An 8th-tier powerhouse. This time, it was another 8th-tier expert making their move. Above Haidu Base City, a thunderous voice boomed and echoed endlessly. Enough! The voice seemed to surge from all directions simultaneously, making it impossible to pinpoint its source, yet it was unmistakably familiar. Gu Lanqing, the supreme guardian of Haidu Base City. Though Gu Lanqing hadn't shown himself, those 3 words alone made the onlookers mentally light candles for Lu Huang. To cause such a commotion that the supreme guardian himself had to intervene, this young man was surely doomed. However, just as the crowd began to feel sympathy, another arrogant voice suddenly intruded. Who says it's enough? This is just getting started. I haven't seen enough yet. Along with these words, a burly figure stepped out from the void, his beard covering most of his face, leaving only a pair of beady eyes gleaming with sharp, light. Wang Badeo. Without hesitation, he unleashed his power and tore through Gu Lanqing's concealment. In the next breath, Gu Lanqing's figure was revealed in midair. The dignified supreme guardian, now exposed before everyone's gaze, instantly turned livid. Are you here to cause trouble? Gu Lanqing demanded coldly. Exactly. Wang Badeo crossed his arms and brazenly admitted it, his voice carrying natural disdain. After a brief silence, the air grew tense as if being scorched. Gu Lanqing gritted his teeth secretly. Among the 8th-tier experts of humanity, with 9th-tier powerhouses staying out of affairs, Wang Badeo was practically at the ceiling. If this troublemaker was truly provoked, even Haidu Bay City could be turned upside down. Not going to speak? Wang Badeo pressed closer, his beady eyes flashing with menace like a beast ready to devour its prey. Staying silent means nothing happened? Your subordinates allowed foreigners to commit violence and harm people, and even attempted to murder a future pillar of our Longxia nation. How do you account for this? As his words landed, The watching crowd was left speechless. Lu Huang also stared at Wang Badeo in amazement, had thought that causing such a huge commotion would inevitably bring trouble, even if Wang Badeo was willing to cover for him. He never expected the man to not only embrace the trouble, but forcefully shove it right back at Gu Lanqing. This was the Tyrant Emperor. The character for Tyrant in his name was truly well-deserved. Wang Badeo, don't go too far. Gu Lanqing's anger surged, but he had to forcibly suppress it. So what if I go too far? What are you going to do about it? Wang Badeo remained thoroughly roguish, staring him down. Try giving me that look again. Gu Lanqing cursed inwardly. If he had known this would happen, he never should have opened the city's protective formation to let this plague god enter. Whose brilliant idea was it to hold the inter-university tournament in Haidu? Now look what happened. They'd invited a wolf into their home. But things had come to this point, and he could only endure. He took a deep breath, slowly raised his hand, and forced out the words, "This matter ends here. I will handle everything properly." With that, he waved his hand, and several sixth-tier guardians soared into the air, surrounding the entire area in layers. Go, call some soul-type professionals over here to seal their memories of what just happened. Lu Huang had killed 2 foreigners and slain a guardian envoy. Gu Lanqing himself had been suppressed by Wang Badeo and couldn't lift his head. If this news leaked out, where would Haidu's reputation stand? Erasing the crowd's memories became the simplest and most secure way to handle the situation. The crowd, who had been enjoying the spectacle with great interest, now shivered collectively upon hearing the words, "seal memories." "We're in trouble, theory coming for us." The spectators had simply come to watch the drama unfold, never expecting Gu Lanqing to turn his wrath on them. Under the overwhelming pressure of an 8th-tier powerhouse, everyone fell silent as death, not daring to resist in the slightest. Some quietly activated their communication devices, hoping to broadcast what was happening, only to discover that all signals around them had been completely blocked. Worse still, their devices began operating on their own, frantically deleting the videos they had just secretly recorded. Clearly, a gifted individual skilled in information warfare, perhaps a programmer hacker, had deployed their abilities, and their skill level was absurdly high to be able to remotely wipe others' devices from such a distance. Realizing this, the spectators began swallowing nervously, their minds flashing back to all the outrageous comments they had posted online, cold sweat instantly beading on their foreheads. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the deathly silence. "Holy crap. Bro, you deleted the wrong stuff. Those were my rare collector's adult films. Wah, my beloved Japanese actresses, farewell forever. Teacher Aoi, Teacher Ozawa, Teacher Mikami." Accompanied by a series of sobs and wails, the crowd erupted into complete chaos. Gu Lanqing remained deaf to this cacophony, calmly arranging the cleanup. Just then, Wang Badeo continued his relentless pressure, picking at his ear with a voice cold as ice shards. "Hey, little Lanzi, didn't you hear me talking? Those kids traveled thousands of miles to Haidu Base City, only to encounter such a disgusting spectacle. As the Supreme Guardian here, shouldn't you pay some compensation for emotional damages? I'm not asking for much, just 10 or 20 billion will do. What do you say?" Hearing 10 or 20 billion, combined with the nickname Little Lanzi, Gu Lanqing's fury shot straight to his head. "Wang Badeo, don't think I'm afraid of you. If not for the stability of Haidu Base City, would I swallow my anger like this? Keep pushing me, and I'll show you what real power means." Wang Badeo threw back his head and laughed, his beady eyes gleaming with amusement. "Come on then, let's find a quiet place to settle this. I'd love to see just how powerful you really are." "Humph, let's go then, who's afraid of whom?" Gu Lanqing glared back coldly, clearly pushed to his limit. The spectators below nodded silently. Even a cornered rabbit will bite, let alone an 8th-tier powerhouse. Wang Badeo waved at Lu Huang and the others. "You guys leave first, I'm going to give this fellow a proper workout." Before his words had finished echoing, both 8th-tier powerhouses vanished from everyone's sight, moving too fast for anyone to track. Lu Huang and his companions exchanged glances, having no choice but to leave together. The other guardian envoys watched them depart, lacking even the courage to pursue. Ma Chunju stared at Lu Huang's retreating figure, recalling the life-and-death crisis he had just escaped, his eyes quickly filling with venomous hatred. "Little bastard, if I get the chance, I will repay today's humiliation. When that time comes, I'll make you wish you were dead." The moment this thought formed, a crimson light suddenly blazed across the sky. A blood sword forged from killing intent tore through the air, spanning hundreds of meters to pierce through his skull in an instant. Ma Chunju screamed in agony, clutching his head as he rolled on the ground, his very soul pierced by the blood sword, suffering excruciating pain. He looked up toward that cold, stern figure in the distance, his gaze now filled with nothing but terror. He never imagined that harboring just a hint of murderous intent would provoke such immediate retaliation. The revenge came shockingly fast, with no room for delay. The other garrison commanders at the city gate stood frozen in place. Even in their wildest dreams, they hadn't expected Lu Huang to dare strike first. Even Fang Ya and the others who had been following Lu Huang were stunned speechless by the sudden turn of events. Lu Huang said nothing, merely raising his hand in a gesture. The blood sword floating in midair suddenly blazed with dark crimson light, its rolling killing intent surging like a tangible force. Then he struck again, the sword light shooting straight toward Ma Chunju. No! Ma Chunju screamed in terror, but his voice cut off abruptly. The blood sword sliced through him, instantly shredding both his physical body and soul, leaving not even a trace behind. Only his wide-open eyes remained, filled with regret. If only he had known this would happen. Why had he tried to be the one to stick his neck out? The remaining garrison commanders could only watch helplessly as their colleague perished, exchanging glances, but none daring to intervene. Only after Lu Huang sheathed his blood sword and walked away with his hands behind his back did they finally release the stifling breath they'd been holding. This guy is way too arrogant, isn't he? Commander Gu personally stepped in to protect Ma Chunju, yet he still dared to kill him. Isn't this a direct slap in Commander Gu's face? Someone complained in a low voice, then quickly fell silent. Forget it. With the Tyrant Emperor backing him, we can't afford to provoke him. Let's wait for the big shots to deal with him. When it comes down to it, Ma Chunju brought this on himself. The guy was already walking away, but he just had to harbor killing intent. Getting detected and killed on the spove deserved it. Another person sighed and shook his head. Only after leaving the city gate area did Fang Ya and the others truly relax, gasping for breath while still looking at Lu Huang with lingering shock. Zhou Ru couldn't hold back any longer and fired off questions like a machine gun. Junior Lu, what exactly is your courage made of? So big, so hard. And what's your relationship with the Tyrant Emperor? Why is he protecting you? Did you already know he was nearby, which is why you dared to be so reckless? Lu Huang glanced at her coldly and snapped. Noisy. The familiar rebuke instantly froze Zhou Ru in place. Her mind immediately conjured the bloody scene of that middle-aged woman being split in half by a sword earlier, and her small frame shrank like a quail in a cold wind. Her two pale, slender legs instinctively pressed tightly together, her chest heaving violently as cold sweat continuously soaked her clothes, clinging to her skin and outlining breathtaking curves. Oh no. Oh no. Junior Lu isn't getting addicted to killing and planning to deal with me too, is he? Zhou Ru panicked internally, almost ready to cry. If I had known, I wouldn't have opened my big mouth. Please don't kill me, I'll agree to anything, okay? Not just her, but the others were also intimidated by Lu Huang's killing intent, all falling silent. Only then did Lu Huang realize he had lost control, a trace of embarrassment appearing on his face. When Wang Badeo left earlier, he had forgotten to reclaim the murderous aura he had lent him. After the blood sword was stored in the sword domain space, Lu Huang continuously absorbed the residual killing intent, causing his mastery of murderous intent to advance rapidly and backlash against his consciousness. That's why he couldn't help but snap when Zhou Ru kept chattering. Looking at the little girl shrinking her neck and awaiting judgment, Lu Huang cleared his throat softly, his tone becoming gentler. Afraid of scaring her further, he raised his hand in a reassuring gesture, indicating that everyone needn't worry, and immediately offered words of comfort. Senior Zhou Ru, I'm sorry, Before Lu Huang could finish his sentence, Zhou Ru was startled and reflexively blurted out her inner thoughts. Junior Lu Huang, I'll do whatever you want me to do, just please don't kill me. If it's you, then even that place is fine. Hearing this, Lu Huang's mouth twitched violently. Did she really see him as some kind of bully who abused his power? He had originally just wanted to discuss the topic of pathway advancement with his senior, the impact of waterways versus land routes, circular versus flat structures on efficiency. But clearly, there was no way to continue now. Zhou Ru was too frightened to speak again, so the group could only continue forward in silence, never bringing up the topic again. Meanwhile, in a secluded alley in Haidu Bay City, Gu Lanqing and Wang Badeo stood side by side. The area was completely deserted, so quiet you could hear the wind rustling through scraps of paper. Gu Lanqing, who had just been ready to fight Wang Badeo to mutual destruction at the city gate, immediately restrained his hostility and bowed with a flattering smile. Brother Wang, there were too many people outside just now. Let me explain. Wang Badeo's gaze was steady as he smiled faintly. Fine, then let's have a proper discussion about compensation. Thanks to Gu Lanqing's skillful handling, the bloody incident at the city gate didn't cause much of a stir. The victims were just two low-level foreign awakeners who might be treasured in the Dragon Xia Kingdom, but were bottom-tier trash in their home countries naturally. No one cared whether they lived or died. As for Ma Chuanju's group, Gu Lanqing, being an 8th-tier powerhouse, could erase all traces with a mere wave of his hand. The Dragon Xia Kingdom was vast, with thousands of 5th-tier awakeners, and people of this level died every day without anyone treating it as a big deal. Only if someone like Lu Huang, who was watched by the higher-ups and had public influence, got into trouble would it potentially trigger a media frenzy. Speaking of media attention, major universities would stop at nothing to promote their star students. At the freshman level, the simplest approach was to collectively drag down this year's true freshman valedictorian Lu Huang. However, hype was just hype. To truly determine superiority, they'd have to wait for the upcoming inter-university tournament. This year's inter-university tournament was being held at Haida University. After receiving notification, Lu Huang and his companions took an aircraft to the airspace above Haida Base City. From a distance, Haida University seemed no different in size from an ordinary university, but when the aircraft crossed the outer barrier, the cabin suddenly shook violently. Outside the windows, space began to distort, with scenery stretching and magnifying as if they had instantly entered another realm. It was still the sky and land of the Dragon Xia Kingdom, yet it felt so vast it seemed to have expanded thousands of times. The current Haida University was comparable in scope to a medium-sized secret realm. Circles of faintly glowing array patterns were embedded between the Earth's veins and the sky, with even the weakest reaching 8th-tier scale. Lu Huang was secretly amazed. This was Haida University, the wealthiest of the 4 prestigious schools, and their resources were truly staggering. With such formations protecting it, even if all of Haida Base City fell, Haida University could still hold its ground. After the aircraft landed, everyone had to pass through a thorough checkpoint inspection before truly entering the campus. The Haida University student responsible for guidance wore the school uniform and spoke with cold indifference. The tournament venue is over there. Outsiders better not wander around our Haida University is filled with restrictions. Even 6th or 7th tier awakeners who stumble into them will lose a layer of skin. Feel free to try if you want to die. After saying this, he tossed an electronic map to Lu Huang's group, casually pointed in a direction, and walked away. Once Lu Huang and his companions left following the map, the student quickly opened his communicator and sent a brief warning in a group chat. Attention everyone, that Lu Huang is here. I've already directed him over there. Get ready. The group immediately filled with a string of sinister emojis. The final message contained only 10 words, yet dripped with malicious intent. Hee, this bastard dared to mess with our Ma family. Today we'll teach him a lesson. That's all for today. Thank you so much for watching. I hope you guys enjoyed. If you wish to have another part of this recap, please give us at least 1,000 likes. Please don't forget to comment and subscribe to our channel for more content like this. Until next time.